Chapter 1. Do you comprehend the value of a heart of steel? Thus, I suppose this can be regarded as a form of transmigration, correct? Chun Mo opened his eyes and gazed at the massive crimson banner suspended above the blackboard. 37 days remaining until the martial arts examination. Chun Mo, if you are unwilling to attend this school, then you may as well leave. A sharp sound sliced through the air as a piece of chalk struck Chun Mo's forehead with the precision of a bullet. You're the most useless in the entire class, frail and lacking vitality. Do you think you have any chance of being admitted to the martial arts academy? Your performance in the academic subjects is equally dismal. I see nothing but this pitiful state for your future. The middle-aged woman at the lectern unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Chun Mo. Perhaps she is a gardener of the nation, nurturing the flowers of our homeland daily. How else could they flourish? Not only the teacher at the podium, but also the surrounding classmates cast disdainful glances at him. Useless. What is the point of living? Dying would conserve resources, scoffed the girl with a ponytail, her face contorted in disgust. Outside the classroom, Chun Mo's mind began to rapidly merge with the memories of his previous life. The cultural and technological aspects of this world were not dissimilar to those of his former existence. Yet the realm of personal martial prowess was drastically different. Humanity's ideals had faltered. Only martial arts could surmount all obstacles. Warriors held a revered status, as they were the bulwark against foreign invasions. The college entrance examination. How ironic that I am once again subjected to this nightmare. Chun Mo sighed, and with practiced ease, sought out a shaded corner to crouch down. Ding! Soul integration detected. System successfully activated. For detailed information, please consult the system. May you become the world's foremost numerical anomaly. With that, the system fell silent. Chun Mo blinked, and a brilliant smile spread across his previously dejected face. I knew it. What is meant to come will always arrive. Who experiences transmigration without some form of advantage? With this thought, Chun Mo silently invoked the system, and a cerulean panel materialized before him. The entire system was elegantly simple. Personal attributes, tasks, lotteries, skills, and an equipment tab. Opening the personal attributes revealed Chun Mo's dismal statistics. Name: Chun Mo. Health: 25, Vitality: 3, Attack Power: 2, Defense: 0. As Chun Mo surveyed his woeful figures, the reason for the earlier scorn suddenly became clear. Indeed, his previous incarnation was the very definition of uselessness. He was only marginally superior to an average person, entirely incomparable to his classmates, let alone the prodigies in the elite class. Well, the numbers are too disheartening to dwell upon. Perhaps I should examine the tasks instead. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chun Mo scratched his face, closed his attribute panel, and opened the task panel. Beginner task. Select a piece of equipment you favor and equip it in your equipment bar. Enable. Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo decisively clicked yes. Who wouldn't appreciate a task that could be considered a gift? The system interface transitioned to the rewards list, adorned with an array of splendid equipment. Wait, this gear looks increasingly familiar. As Chun Mo gazed upon the Infinity Edge and the Dusk Blade within the shop, he instantly recognized it as the League of Legends shop. Yet, there were some distinctions. The game's shop featured 2 additional options. One was the hero template, and the other was the hero skills. Could it be that I can? Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to search upward from the bottom for the piece of equipment he desired. Yes, it's you. Heart Steel. Without a moment's doubt, Chun Mo promptly selected Heart Steel, a formidable piece of equipment that allows one's health to grow infinitely, and its base attributes were not lacking either. Heart Steel, 900 health points, 200 base health regeneration, Colossal Devour, cooldown of 30 seconds, when 1 or more enemies are within 7 meters. It performs a charged attack on enemies within range for 3 seconds, causing 80 base damage plus an additional 12 of health as damage, and grants 12 of damage as permanent maximum health. Has the passive that increases size with health disappeared? Chun Mo felt a twinge of regret. For one of the obsessions of League of Legends players is to be big. Opening the equipment bar, Chun Mo resolutely equipped Heart Steel. Task completed, second equipment bar unlocked. Please host. Complete more tasks to accumulate gold for drawing equipment, hero skills, and hero templates. Almost instantaneously, Chun Mo felt his vitality surge, his breathing becoming deep and elongated, and his physical strength multiplying several times. Upon reopening his personal attributes panel, his health indeed rose to 925. I wonder what the health points of my classmates are. Standing up, Chun Mo stealthily peered through the small window of the classroom's back door to observe his classmates. 40, 43, 51, 69, 106? The highest health in their class belonged to class monitor Zhao Qian, boasting an impressive 106 health points, significantly surpassing her peers. However, this meager 106 points amounted to merely 1/9 of Chun Mo's, barely able to withstand a blow after Heartsteel's charge. Suddenly, the classroom's front door swung open, and the Death Harbinger emerged with lifeless eyes. Chun Mo, if you do not put in effort during this afternoon's practical class, I will truly have to consider expelling you. Zhou Shuhua cast a cold glance at Chun Mo before turning to lead the students to the practical training room on the first floor. New task released. Defeat class monitor Zhao Qian in the afternoon practical class. Upon completion, you will receive a chance to select a hero skill. Chun Mo's eyes gleamed. A chance to select a hero skill? Now that he possessed Heartsteel, what was there to hesitate about? Chun Mo had already made his choice in his heart. What are you standing there dazed for? At the rear of the line, the class leader, Zhao Qian, glared at Chun Mo with a look of disdain. How repulsive. If you're unwilling to dedicate yourself to martial arts, then don't attend a martial arts high school. You're nothing but a hindrance. By the way, Zhao Qian leaned close to Chun Mo's ear and whispered, Teacher Zhou has already stated that I should incapacitate you during the practical class, thus preventing any negative impact on the first high school's martial arts examination results. You'd best leave on your own accord, or else don't blame me if you end up as a cripple. With that, Zhao Qian flicked her ponytail and turned away. What a foul-mouthed girl. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and immediately accepted the newly issued task. Let us see who ends up incapacitated later on. Chun Mo was a man who believed in swift retribution. He would not procrastinate on matters that could be resolved immediately. Within the practical training room, Zhou Shuhua entrusted the students of Class 3, Grade 3, to the hands of the combat instructor. With 37 days remaining until the martial arts examination, I expect you all to train diligently with the instructor. Zhou Shuhua cast a stern glance at the students, her gaze softening notably when it landed on Zhao Qian. Nodding at the combat instructor, Zhou Shuhua then took her place in the corner of the training room, prepared to observe the students' ensuing training. Today's practical course was quite straightforward, one-on-one sparring. You may freely choose your opponents and unleash your full potential. With my presence, no accidents will occur. Well, those are the rules. Who will be the first to step up and select an opponent for sparring? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Zhao Qian emerged from the group of students. Instructor, the opponent I choose today is Chun Mo. Zhao Qian pointed at Chun Mo, who was distractedly gazing around, her expression a mix of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts malice. Chapter 2. Don't move. To steal up who? Me? Chun Mo paused for a moment, nearly bursting into laughter. This audacious woman was truly courting disaster, making it far too easy for him. However, as he surveyed the small red dots scattered across his classmates, an overwhelming urge to dominate the battlefield surged within him. He wondered if the class leader, with a mere 106 health points, could withstand the force of his charged attack. The base damage of his Grand Devourer was already 80, supplemented by an additional 12 of health, culminating in a staggering total damage of 191, certainly enough to incapacitate Zhao Qian with a single blow. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Zhao Qian raised her eyebrows, utterly convinced that Chun Mo was trembling with fear. As one of the most inept students in the class, Chun Mo had consistently sought ways to evade combat during practical lessons. Such a worthless individual was unworthy of sharing the same class. And today, her objective was to eradicate this malignancy from their midst. Zhao Qian harbored malicious intentions, fully intending to unleash her full might during their impending duel, determined to reduce Chun Mo to a mere shell of his former self. At the very least, she aimed to ensure he spent half a year in recovery, thereby preventing him from dragging the class down. Moreover, the practical class allowed for injury quotas, leaving the school unable to fault her actions. If you're too scared, then hurry up and leave class 3. Go back to where you belong, like a garbage heap. Zhao Qian scoffed, her eyes brimming with contempt. Then let us practice together. A smirk played on Chun Mo's lips as he stepped confidently into the arena. Zhao Qian was taken aback. She anticipated that he would dare to face her. Was he truly unafraid of being reduced to a mere cripple? She shot a questioning glance towards Zhou Shuhua, who nodded without hesitation. Do you want me to hold back? Chen Mo, having caught the silent exchange between Zhao Qian and Zhou Shuhua, tightened his fists and looked at Zhao Qian. I don't need a useless person like you to hold back. Zhao Qian, already known for her volatile temper, was provoked into a fury by Chun Mo's taunt. In an instant, she darted forward with swift, agile steps, a technique taught to every martial arts student on their very first day. Unfortunately, Chun Mo, in his former life as a failure, had never learned such skills. Seeing Chun Mo frozen in place, Zhao Qian let out a disdainful huff and launched a punch aimed at his temple. Critical hit, health -9. The temple is one of the body's weak points. With an attack power of 6, Zhao Qian's strike, enhanced by a critical multiplier of 1.5, dealt 9 points of damage. Yet this paltry reduction in health merely chipped away at Chun Mo's vitality by 1%. He felt no pain whatsoever. Is that all you've got? Chun Mo seized Zhao Qian's wrist, gripping it tightly. Are you merely tickling me? How is that possible? Zhao Qian, along with the entire class 3, including Zhou Shuhua, gasped in astonishment. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you won't be able to touch me. Chun Mo glanced at his health regeneration rate, 4 points per second. It is impossible, you worthless fool. Zhao Qian wrested her hand from Chun Mo's grasp and unleashed 6 powerful punches to his heart, neck, and temple. Critical damage taken, health -9. Critical damage taken, health -9. With every ounce of strength she possessed, Zhao Qian delivered these 6 blows, and logically, Chun Mo should have been rendered incapacitated. How could he still stand there and scathe? This is absurd. This is illogical. Are you finished? Chen Montauk snorted coldly, his gaze fixated on the glimmering heart of steel emblem on Zhao Qian's attire, clenched his fist, and struck with ferocity. With a resonant crack, Zhao Qian's health was instantly depleted. Inflicted 191 points of damage. Permanent increase of maximum health by 23. Zhao Qian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her chest caving in as she coughed up blood violently. My apologies, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Chen Mo chuckled, pushing the now lifeless Zhao Qian to the ground. Who else wishes to test me? Everyone stood frozen in place, mouths agape, staring at Zhao Qian, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After several moments, the instructor responsible for the combat course finally regained his composure and immediately dialed for emergency assistance. Stop dawdling. This child is on the brink of death. Nurse, hurry and summon the school doctor. The scene before them was unimaginable. The strongest student in their class, Zhao Qian, had been struck down by the notorious Chun Mo with a single punch. Given Zhao Qian's current state, even if she survived, she would be rendered incapable, completely forfeiting her chance to participate in the martial arts examination. Her chest was deeply concaved, fractured ribs protruding through flesh and fabric, exposed to the air. Zhou Shuhua screamed and rushed onto the battlefield, but upon witnessing Zhao Qian's near-fatal condition, she found no place to strike. It's all your fault. Zhou Shuhua screamed at Chun Mo, delivering a heart-piercing claw strike to his chest. With a dull thud, Chun Mo remained immovable. Normal damage taken. Health -25. You attacked me? Chun Mo could hardly believe it. As a teacher, Zhou Shuhua had resorted to violence against a student. Why would you? Zhou Shuhua stood bewildered, gazing at the unharmed Chun Mo. Since you have struck me, do not blame me for retaliating. Chun Mo had long harbored disdain for this teacher, suspecting that Zhao Qian had been encouraged to challenge him by her. Alas, Chun Mo's punch did not land on Zhou Shuhua, as the combat instructor stepped in to block the blow with an arm. Inflicted 193 points of damage, permanent increase of maximum health by 23. Not bad. This punch is comparable to that of a first-level martial artist. The combat instructor regarded his now broken arm with a complex yet admiring expression directed at Chun Mo. You dare lay hands on a teacher, I will have the board of trustees expel you. You, Chinemo, must be driven out of First High. Remember this. Within one, you are absent, and where I am present, you are not. Zhou Shuhua screamed at Chinemo like a rabid dog. Are you still not behaving? Chinemo gritted his teeth, resolved that even if he were expelled today, he would strike this old hag with a punch. Stop. Just as Chinemo was about to deliver a fatal blow to Zhou Shuhua, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline pushed open the door to the combat training room and entered. Chinemo, you are no longer welcome at our school. You can leave. The man was none other than Zhao Dihai, Zhou Shuhua's husband and the principal of the school. Zhao Qian was Zhao Dihai's niece, and the thought of his niece nearly being killed by a failing student was utterly intolerable for him. Chinemo remained silent, casting a cold glance at Zhou Shuhua before turning to leave. Chapter 3 Old Wei, I have discovered a genius. Enough of your wailing. Zhao Dihai was utterly perturbed by Zhou Shuhua's tears and shoved her aside with a harsh kick. I have invited the only martial arts healer in Taizhou. Qian will be all right. Old Zhao, I shall make that scoundrel pay dearly. After being kicked, Zhou Shuhua regained some composure but continued to shriek with a piercing voice. Silence. Once I erase that scoundrel's academic record, he will be rendered useless for life. Zhao Dihai covered Zhou Shuhua's mouth with his hand and crouched beside her, speaking in hushed tones. I shall ensure he is forever estranged from martial arts. The combat instructor nearby glanced at Zhao Dihai, and Zhou Shuhua shook his head and turned to leave. Bad news. Today, Zhao Qian sustained a critical injury, and he bears some responsibility. He will undoubtedly face significant financial repercussions. Good news. It seems I have stumbled upon a talented martial artist who has been unjustly overlooked. Moreover, those blind fools actually wish to extinguish such talent in its infancy. Truly foolish indeed. With this thought, the combat instructor retrieved his phone from his pocket with his uninjured right hand and dialed a number. Hello, Lao Yang, what brings you to call me? The voice on the other end answered almost instantly, laced with unmistakable excitement and fervor. Have you finally reconsidered? I told you, a cushy position in our bureau is far more comfortable than being an instructor out there. Enough, Wei Zhan. How many times must I say I do not wish to discuss this matter again? The training instructor, Liang Yongsheng, frowned. His old comrade always tried to coax him into a leisurely role at the bureau. Liang Yongsheng was not one to live off others' efforts. So why have you called me? Are you inviting me to dinner? Wei Zhan sighed. He understood that his old comrade would only disturb him for something significant. In the past few days, Zhao Dihai from number 1 high school might erase a student's record. Help me intervene. The student's name is Chun Mo. Do not forget. Liang Yongsheng spoke bluntly, laying bare his request for Wei Zhan's assistance. Oh, what kind of student warrants a personal call from you? Wei Zhan's interest peaked immediately upon hearing Liang Yongsheng's words. Do not inquire further. With him in the picture, our Taizhou might actually achieve a ranking in the national competition this year. Liang Yongsheng could not yet ascertain the true nature of Chinemo. He was unable to make a definitive judgment at this time. What? A sound of a cup clattering to the floor echoed from the phone. You mean the student you wish to protect could potentially earn a ranking in the national competition? Is that for real? Our Taizhou has been at the bottom for over a decade. Would I deceive you? Liang Yongsheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Rest assured, if you help me preserve this student, I will ensure he aids you in securing a ranking at the national competition. All right, since you, Lao Liang, have spoken so boldly, even the mightiest cannot sway. Chunemo Wei Zhan's tone turned grave. This was a genius with the potential to achieve a ranking in the national competition, and he could not afford to take it lightly. After hanging up the phone, Wei Zhan was jolted from his excitement, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Why would that foolish principal from Yizhong target such a prodigy? Wei Zhan scratched his head, perplexed. Gathering his belongings, Chun Mo departed from Yizhong without a trace of nostalgia. During the recent confrontation, he had completely assimilated the memories of his original self. Contrary to being a failure, the original had gradually deteriorated under the oppressive hand of Zhou Shuhua. Chun Mo was prepared for retaliation from Zhou Shuhua and Zhao Dihai. If necessary, he would forego attending the martial arts academy. Worthless individuals. Standing at the school gate, Chun Mo spat an old phlegm onto the gleaming characters of Ijong. Did they truly believe he needed that martial arts academy? What could that institution offer that could rival the steel of the heart, the Overlord Blood Armor? An intentional smash? With sufficient prowess, even a deity could be vanquished in a single blow. Yet, how to explain this to his family? Although Chun Mo had come to terms with the situation, he still had family to consider. He couldn't divulge the truth outright. He needed to find a way to stall. Shaking his head, Chun Mo resolved to take life one step at a time. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not regret his decision made today, remaining at Yizhong. He feared he might be compelled to eliminate Zhou Shuhua. Hey, you're Chun Mo, right? Just as Chun Mo was about to step outside the school, Liang Yongsheng caught up from behind. Yes, that's me. What is it, instructor? Chun Mo nodded, feeling neither fondness nor animosity towards the instructor. Do you realize the trouble you've stirred? Liang Yongsheng clapped Chun Mo on the shoulder with his uninjured arm. That fool Zhao Dihai wants to erase your student status, ensuring you are forever barred from the martial arts academy. And so what? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the instructor's sudden interest in him. You got guts. Liang Yongsheng chuckled, entirely unfazed by Chun Mo's demeanor. He found it commendable that a martial artist should exhibit such fearlessness. Let us get to the point. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Chun Mo frowned, unable to comprehend why the instructor sought him out. Of course there is a purpose. Since you can't return to Yizhong, why not stick with me? I have some connections that could facilitate transferring your student status to number 37 middle school. It would merely be a nominal transfer, allowing you to secure a spot for the upcoming martial examination. As for the time leading up to the exam, you can train under my guidance. Why would you help me? Chun Mo questioned, bewildered by the instructor's motivations, especially considering he had just broken a man's arm. Why, you ask? Liang Yongsheng pondered briefly before responding. I simply do not wish to see a genius squandered by a fool even more incompetent than a pig. That is all. Quite simple. Chun Mo remained silent, evaluating the credibility of Liang Yongsheng's words. No one offers unsolicited kindness unless they seek something from you or covet what you possess. Rest assured, you, a mere child who is not even a warrior, are of no concern to me. My name is Liang Yongsheng. You may call me Uncle Liang from now on. I have already resolved the matter regarding your academic status. Starting tomorrow, report to my martial arts school every morning at 8. My school boasts numerous first and second-tier warriors, all seasoned veterans from the front lines. They will instruct you on how to become a true martial artist. I must take my leave now to attend to my injured arm. Until tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Chun Mo, Liang Yongsheng turned and departed. The mention of first and second-tier warriors left Chun Mo absorbed in thought, as he could not fully grasp the rest of the conversation. The foundational damage inflicted by the colossal creature was exceedingly high, far beyond the capacity of an average individual to endure. Only a first-tier warrior with health exceeding 1,000 could withstand a single blow without succumbing. And just now, Liang Yongsheng was indeed a first-tier warrior with a health of 1,750 points. Chapter 4. Selectable Skills. Intentional Strike upon returning home. Chen's parents were absent, presumably still at work. He recalled having an older sister who had enrolled in the martial arts academy in Harbin early last year. It was said she was currently training in the frigid borders alongside her seniors. Lying on his bed, Chun Mo was about to undertake something significant, claiming the reward for the recently completed task. Task completed. Reward. Selectable hero skill once without hesitation. Chun Mo opened the reward section, eager to peruse the dazzling array of skills in search of his desired one. Two skills particularly caught his attention. One was the ultimate ability of the barbarian king, Endless Fury, and the other was the ultimate ability of the berserker Olaf, Ragnarok. One granted immunity to death, while the other provided immunity to all forms of control, alongside enhancements to attack power and resistance. In no time, Chun Mo reached a decision. To play it safe, he opted for Endless Fury as the most reliable choice, with its 5 seconds of invulnerability being precisely what he needed. However, upon attempting to select Endless Fury, he was met with an unexpected message. Please draw to obtain. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a selectable hero skill? Why must he draw for it? Host, please note that hero skills refer to minor skills, not passive or ultimate abilities. Please complete daily tasks to accumulate enough coins to draw the skills or equipment you desire. The cold, unfeeling voice of the system echoed, causing Chun Mo's expression to sour. If only he had been informed earlier, his excitement would not have been in vain. Yet his mindset shifted swiftly, leading him to a new choice. The skill he sought must be sufficiently powerful, providing both damage and life-saving capabilities. Thus, the skill that perfectly met these criteria was Intentional Strike. Without further hesitation, Chun Mo navigated through the sea of skills and confidently selected Intentional Strike. Successfully selected skill Intentional Strike. Would you like to equip it now? Yes, no. Did he even need to ponder this? Of course, he would equip it. Chun Mo promptly chose yes. And in the blink of an eye, he had mastered the technique of Intentional Strike. Intentional Strike. Passive. Accumulates all damage received as Valiant points. Capped at 50 of maximum health. Active. Releases all accumulated Valiant points, granting a shield worth 100 of the accumulated points. The shield will diminish over 3 seconds. And unleashes a powerful punch that inflicts 25 of additional attack power and true damage to all enemies of the center, while enemies on either side receive physical damage as a substitute. What a thrill! Chun Mo reveled in the newfound skill, feeling exhilarated. The numbers may appear complex, but in reality, they were straightforward. With Chun Mo's current attack power, he would deal approximately 80 plus 1/8 of his total health in true damage, equating to around 201 points of true damage. However, Chun Mo was no ordinary man, equipped with Heart of Steel. The skill's damage would scale with increases to his maximum health. He has begun to anticipate the moment of steel forging tomorrow. Time flows slowly as night falls. Mr. Chun-Li, enters with Mrs. Chun, Su Lu, through the open door. Oh, son, you're home quite early today. Chun-Li immediately spots the sneakers discarded at the entrance and glances at Chun Mo's tightly shut bedroom door. This child has likely skipped class again. What are we to do about it? Su Lu sighs, fully aware of her son's situation. The once cheerful and bright boy has changed drastically since entering high school, to the point where she scarcely recognizes him. All that matters now is that Xiao Mo can live a good life. The pressure on him is immense. Chun-Li is the kind of understanding parent who would never add to Chun Mo's psychological burdens. Son, Dad is back. I brought your favorite roast goose. He gently knocks on Chun Mo's door before turning to leave. The old Chun Mo would have never responded, often avoiding family meals altogether. Roast goose. Just as Chun-Li turns back, he hears the sound of his son opening the door. Dad, you're back. Where's the roast goose? Chun Mo is well aware of his previous self's shortcomings, but he has no intention of maintaining that persona any longer. In his past life, he lived in solitude for over 20 years, devoid of any familial connections. Now, with a loving family, how could he not cherish this? Xiao Mo. Both Chun-Li and Su Lu are taken aback by the radiant youth emerging from the room. Where is the son who is always gloomy? Who is this cheerful, handsome boy? What's wrong, Dad? Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Chun Mo understands the stark contrast he presents now. But as long as he maintains this fade, he can help Chun-Li and Su Lu adjust. All right, I'm coming to eat. Chun-Li knows he mustn't provoke his son at this crucial moment. The progress Chun Mo has made toward normalcy could easily revert if not handled delicately. What are you dawdling for, your mother? Come eat. Chun-Li calls to Su Lu, whose eyes are red-rimmed, snapping her back to reality. Oh dear, what has come over me? Su Lu rubs her eyes and takes a seat at the table with the delicious takeout. Son, this is the roast goose your dad specifically chose for you. Both legs are for you. Son, this is the dompa pork I got for you. Eat it while it's hot. Chun Mo, once an orphan in his past life, has never experienced such warmth, and he eagerly nods, stuffing his mouth with various delectable dishes. Son, as long as you can live safely as an ordinary person, we want to pursue martial arts high school or martial arts academy. Exactly. There is no need to push yourself so hard. Living well is more important than anything. Seeing the moment ripe for it, Chun-Li and Su Lu began their gentle persuasion. They both knew their son's martial arts talent was quite ordinary, even considered subpar. The aspiration to gain admission to the martial arts academy is nearly insurmountable, let alone the ambition to become a martial artist. Father, mother. After savoring the last morsel of rice from his bowl, Chinamo set down his chopsticks and, with a serious expression, gazed intently at Chun-Li and Su-Lu. I realize I have caused you concern in the past. However, there are certain endeavors I must undertake. If I do not attempt them, I may live with regret for the rest of my life. Therefore, can you support me? Chun-Mo's eyes radiated sincerity, leaving Chun-Li and Su-Lu momentarily speechless. Absolutely, Chun-Li exclaimed, striking the table with fervor, causing the dishes to rattle. My son, your words suffice. Our family has already produced your sister, a golden phoenix. All you need to do is strive towards your aspirations. Regardless of the outcome, your parents will always stand as your unwavering support. Chapter 5. Open the Steel. The resentment that Chun-Mo harbored due to the events of the day gradually dissipated in the warm atmosphere. Yet, he remained acutely aware of his purpose. Sooner or later, I shall deliver a crushing blow to that wretched Zhou Shuhua. A flicker of ire crossed Chun-Mo's face, but it swiftly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Before that, I must accumulate more vitality. At the very least, I need to amass 5,000 before the college entrance examination. And then I will obliterate that worthless Zhou Shuhua. A night passed in the blink of an eye. At 5 in the morning, Chun-Mo arose punctually, donned his school uniform from No. 1 high school, and slung his backpack over his shoulder, making his way towards Liang Yongxing's martial arts school. He could not yet disclose his expulsion to his family. Only on the day he was accepted into the martial arts academy could he reveal this matter to the world. Chun-Mo's vitality was already comparable to that of a first-level martial artist, yet he still lagged significantly in terms of vigor. Half an hour later, Chun-Mo paused before a spacious and brightly lit storefront. This should be the place. Gazing at the sign that read Yongxing Martial Arts, he pushed open the large door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the heavy thuds of fists striking flesh, a sound that was somewhat painful to hear. You're here? Liang Yongxing appeared behind Chun-Mo, patting him on the shoulder with his uninjured hand. Chun-Mo nodded, refraining from elaborating further. Follow me. I will introduce you to everyone. Liang Yongxing led the way, with Chun-Mo trailing behind him. After passing through 2 large doors, a training ground spanning at least 1,000 square meters unfolded before Chun-Mo's eyes. Brothers, quiet down. I have a new little brother to introduce. Liang Yongxing called out in a booming voice. In the training hall, all activity ceased, and every gaze turned toward Chun-Mo. From this day forth, my little brother will be joining us at Yongxing Martial Arts. Please take good care of him. Furthermore, this little brother has been expelled from No. 1 high school. Yet he still intends to participate in the college entrance examination in 36 days. I trust you all understand my implication. Liang Yongxing's voice resonated throughout the training hall. But for a moment, silence reigned. Kid, what caused your expulsion? Soon, a towering man, at least 2 meters tall, bellowed from the arena. Someone looked down on me, and I incapacitated them with a single punch. Unfortunately, that person happened to be the principal's relative. Chun-Mo had nothing to conceal, especially since he would be spending the next 30 days here. Good lad, it seems your strength is not to be underestimated. The giant's eyes lit up, beckoning Chun-Mo with a gesture. I am Tian Xingxing. Come up and spar with me for a few rounds. Chun-Mo squinted at the towering man, who possessed a vitality of 2,700 and an attack power of 80. Do not fear. I merely wish to gauge the strength of such a bold young brother. I assure you, I will not bully you. Tian Xingxing mistakenly believed that Chun-Mo was intimidated by her and hurriedly clarified. All right, let us spar a bit. Chun-Mo smirked. This Tian Xingxing possessed a staggering 700 health points, allowing him to accumulate 10 layers of steel on her. This would guarantee an increase of 230 health points. With the passive cooldown of Heart of Steel being 30 seconds, Chun-Mo would need to endure for at least 5 minutes under Tian Xingxing's prowess. Xiao Tian, as a level 2 martial artist, surely you wouldn't bully someone weaker, Liang Yongxing remarked, bemused. His martial arts academy was filled with battle enthusiasts, and newcomers were inevitably tested. Chun-Mo, don't push yourself too hard. Just go easy. Seeing Chun-Mo genuinely intent on exchanging a few moves with Tian Xingxing, Liang Yongxing could only offer a warning. Rest assured, it remains uncertain who will fall first, Chun Mo replied, stretching his limbs before stepping onto the arena. What a gutsy fellow! Tian Xingxing's eyes sparkled. She relished such audacious youth. Recalling the time they suppressed the military at the border, she shook her head to dispel the memories and began assessing the boy before her. His vitality appeared quite sparse, yet he seemed remarkably sturdy. A promising candidate. Almost instantaneously, Tian Xingxing acknowledged Chun Mo. Do you require me to hold back? She asked, tossing a set of protective gear to him while donning a pair of boxing gloves herself. I don't need such trinkets, Chun Mo retorted, casting the gear aside and adopting a basic fighting stance. However, it would be splendid if you could allow me a moment. With that, he pushed off the ground with force, propelling himself towards her. Tian Xingxing placed her hands on her hips, grinning as she awaited the impact of Chun Mo's punch. To her, a boy who hadn't yet turned 18 could hardly inflict harm upon her. Merely daring to strike at a stronger opponent was already a notable achievement. Clang! Chun Mo aimed for the charging emblem on Tian Xingxing and delivered a punch, producing a delightful, crisp sound. Caused 196 points of damage. Maximum health permanently increased by 23. What the? That punch had stripped nearly 6 of Tian Xingxing's health, leaving her abdomen aching sharply. Remarkable strength, she exclaimed, suppressing her pain as she looked up at him with admiration. I told you I didn't need you to hold back. You can't blame me for this. Chun Mo grinned, now just a step away from reaching a 4-digit health total. This cheeky fellow has some audacity. Tian Xingxing narrowed her eyes, launching a powerful punch aimed at Chun Mo's ribs. With a resounding thud, Chun Mo managed to raise his knee just in time to block the blow. Defense successful. Received normal damage, health minus 60. That punch was no small feat. Chun Mo felt the disparity between them acutely. One was merely a student who had yet to become a martial artist, while the other was a seasoned level 2 martial artist. The gap between them was indeed vast. Frowning, Chun Mo realized that it was entirely impossible for him to engage Tian Xingxing in a direct confrontation. His base attack power is merely 2, and rather than defeating Tian Xingxing, he might exhaust himself first. Chun Mo's best course of action now is to evade, waiting for the cooldown of the colossal devourer to expire. Below the arena, the onlookers observed the battle between Chun Mo and Tian Xingxing with astonishment. This young man is impressive. He withstood a punch from Lao Tian and remained standing. I've experienced Lao Tian's heavy punches myself. One nearly made me vomit. This young lad possesses remarkable physical resilience. No wonder Brother Liang brought him to the martial arts school. Liang Yongsheng, listening to the discussions of his companions, couldn't help but smile. It seems he did not misjudge Chun Mo. This young man is indeed a prodigy. Chapter 6. Intentional Thunderstrike. Stalemate in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes had elapsed, and the crowd had fallen silent. All eyes were fixated on the two combatants still engaged in battle on the stage. Tian Xingxing's face was flushed, a trickle of blood oozing from his lips and staining the ground. In contrast, Chun Mo's condition was hardly better. The left side of his face was swollen to the size of a bun. How do I feel that old Tian might be knocked down if this drags on? Remarked a young man with a buzz cut, his voice laced with palpable excitement. It was truly astonishing that an uninitiated minor could hold his ground against a second-level martial artist for so long. They were well aware of old Tian's prowess, having once obliterated a second-level abyssal beast with a single punch on the southwestern frontier. Rest assured, old Tian won fall. That kid Chun Mo's stamina is already depleted. Liang Yongsheng countered, shaking his head. He had observed far more details than these youngsters. Despite Tian Xingxing's bloodied visage, he still maintained considerable vitality. On the other hand, Chun Mo had been darting around the stage, his stamina nearly exhausted. It was likely that the next move would determine the victor. Liang Yongxing's statement left the crowd momentarily stunned, prompting them to focus intently on the unfolding duel. What a formidable opponent, Chun Mo thought, feeling his heart race. He had already drained 230 health points from Tian Xingxing, yet this hulking man remained steadfast. Meanwhile, he was left with a mere 150 health points, only able to endure 2 more strikes before succumbing. Then I'll give my all. Every bit counts. Chen Montag concentrated. counting down the final 5 seconds until his charged attack would be ready. You're quite impressive. I think I understand why old Liang brought you here, Tian Xingxing remarked, wiping his face and revealing a grin adorned with blood-stained teeth. However, even though you possess some skill, I won't allow a mere child to defeat me. Therefore, I intend to hold nothing back. With that declaration, a surge of vitality coursed through Tian Xingxing's body, releasing puffs of white steam from his mouth and nose. Martial technique. Blood Fury Fist. His fist became enveloped in a crimson mist, sending a shiver down Chun Mo's spine. I must evade this. If that strike lands, I'm finished. Chun Mo attempted to maneuver away from the trajectory of the Blood Fury Fist, but curiously, no matter how he dodged, the punch relentlessly pursued him. Old Tian, do you intend to kill this child? Liang Yongsheng exclaimed as he witnessed Tian Xingxing unleash a martial technique, immediately raising his voice. Quick! Someone help Chun Mo block that punch. Just as the crowd contemplated rushing the stage to assist Chun Mo, a fierce shout from him halted them in their tracks. No need. Martial technique, is it? As if I can't do that too. Chun Mo glanced at his fully charged resolve value, and in that instant, his demeanor transformed. A golden radiance gathered around his right fist, and his previously depleted health bar surged dramatically, filled anew by a white shield value. Intentional Thunderstrike. Tian Xingxing's Blood Fury Fist and Chun Mo's Intentional Strike collided simultaneously against each other. Received martial arts damage. Shield minus 600. Dealt 233 points of true damage. The golden punch pierced through, lifting several pieces of the wooden floor. Puffed. Blood gushed from Tian Xingxing's mouth, his expression one of disbelief. Chun Mo, suppressing the weakness within, landed a charged attack squarely on Tian Xingxing's face. Clang. Dealt 227 points of damage. Maximum health permanently increased by 27. Subsequently, Chun Mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, darkness enveloping his vision as he collapsed to the ground. Chun Mo, Liang Yongxing's heart tightened. Could this child really be killed by old Tian? What a remarkable boy. Tian Xingxing struggled to steady himself, removing his gloves and leaning against a chair. Old Liang, where did you find such a little monster? This is a bit too fierce. Tian Xingxing lifted his shirt, examining the purplish-black bruise on his chest. How can you still speak? You actually had the audacity to use martial arts against a child in the spar? Liang Yongsheng assessed Chun Mo's condition, relieved to find that he was merely exhausted with some superficial injuries. If I hadn't used martial arts today, I would have truly been defeated by him. Tian Xingxing's tiger-like eyes widened, his gaze toward Chun Mo filled with admiration. But what was that earlier? How does this child even know martial arts? I have no idea. All I know is that this kid is a genius, unexpectedly extraordinary. Liang Yongsheng shook his head, carrying Chun Mo into the nearby infirmary. After tending to Chun Mo's minor injuries, Liang Yongsheng emerged with a grim expression. Old Tian, shouldn't we discuss your use of martial arts against a child? Liang Yongsheng glared at the bloodied Tian Xingxing, his demeanor stern. Am I not allowed to make a mistake? Didn't you see that I'm in worse shape than he is? Tian Xingxing pouted. Had he not used martial arts, it would likely be him lying in the infirmary now. Is merely acknowledging the mistake sufficient? Liang Yongsheng stepped forward, exuding a palpable pressure. All right, I understand. Tian Xingxing sighed, raising his hands in surrender. I will provide this kid with 36 days' worth of health pills and teach him Blood Fury Fist as well. How does that compensation sound? Not enough. You will give Chun Mo the item you secretly brought back upon retiring, and we can consider this matter settled. Liang Yongsheng decisively shook his head, stating his demand. Huh? Tian Xingxing's expression shifted to one of pain. Old Liang, are you sure you want to give that to the child? Can his body withstand it? Do not concern yourself with whether he can handle it. Hurry back and fetch the item. Liang Yongsheng spoke with an undeniable tone, seeing right through Tian Xingxing's reluctance. Fine. Tian Xingxing sighed. The blood-refining potion had originally been intended for his son. Regrettably, at the age of 40, he remains a bachelor, devoid of any opportunity to provide for a son he does not possess. Hurry up, stop dawdling, Liang Yongsheng exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Tian Xingxing's ample posterior. Promptly, Tian Xingxing rose to dress and exited the Yongxing Martial Arts School. Meanwhile, at the Taizhou Municipal Bureau of Martial Arts Education, chaos ensued. What is happening? How can you not locate Chen Mo's student file? Zhao Dihai pounded his desk vehemently, directing his ire at the staff member across from him. Principal Zhao, venting your frustration at me is futile. I suggest you consult Director Wei regarding this matter. The staff member sneered, wiping the spittle that Zhao Dihai had unintentionally sprayed on his face before turning to leave. You. Fine. I shall take this up with your director. Zhao Dihai, his indignation boiling over, sprang to his feet, ready to storm off. What brings Principal Zhao to seek my attention? At that moment, as Zhao Dihai turned, he was confronted by a remarkably robust, middle-aged man standing before him. None other than Wei Zhan. Chapter 7. The 1,000 life points and Tian Xingxing's apology. Director Wei? Zhao Dihai was taken aback, his expression shifting from ire to obsequiousness in an instant. Director Wei, I truly have a matter to discuss today, but there is no need to trouble you. There is a student in our school named Chen Mo who is utterly incompetent and idle. He has even sent fellow students to the ICU and has assaulted teachers. I have taken the liberty of expelling him, and I intended to erase his academic record, as such a person is unworthy of participating in a martial arts entrance examination. Zhao Dihai spoke with righteous indignation, portraying himself as a principled headmaster. Is that so? Such severity? Wei Zhan beckoned to Zhao Dihai. How about this? I shall handle this troublesome student. You may return to your duties, Principal Zhao. Wei Zhan patted Zhao Dihai on the shoulder, offering him a warm smile. That truly alleviates my burden, Director Wei. Zhao Dihai nodded repeatedly, bowing as he exited the Martial Arts Education Bureau. How could he, Zhao Dihai, dare to provoke this esteemed director, a once formidable 6th-level martial artist guarding the borders? Had he not been injured, causing his rank to drop to 5th level, he might have been the top authority in Taizhou. Once Zhao Dihai departed, Wei Zhan returned to his office with a cold smirk. Glancing at Chen Mo's student file on his desk, he placed the folder directly into the safe in his office. This Zhao fool, in his 40s, targeting a child. How utterly disgraceful. He would undoubtedly face consequences for this. There would come an opportunity to meet the prodigy spoken of by old Liang. Perhaps he could indeed secure a ranking in the national competition. Not expecting to reach the finals, merely advancing to the top 16 would suffice. No, even that might be overly ambitious. Merely surviving the first round would see half the competitors eliminated. In the afternoon, fully restored, Chen Mo rose from his bed. With the enhancement of his maximum life points, his health regeneration increased from 4 points per second to 5. After a morning's time, his life points had completely replenished. Disregarding the pain in his body, Chen Mo eagerly opened his personal panel. Name: Chen Mo. Life points: 1251 Qi and blood, 14 attack power, 2 defense power, 0, an increase of 280 life points. Observing the rapidly ascending life points, Chen Mo entirely overlooked his discomfort. Indeed, combat was the most effective means of enhancing life points. He donned his shoes and exited the infirmary, colliding with Liang Yongsheng, who had come to check on him. Awake? Are you all right? Liang Yongsheng scrutinized Chen Mo, noting that the young man appeared even more spirited than when he had first arrived in the morning. Of course I'm fine. Who wants to fight me this afternoon? Chen Mo flexed his fists, eager to commence training with steel. The Yongxing Martial Arts School comprised a total of 18 individuals, including Liang Yongsheng, with 15 first-level martial artists and 3 second-level martial artists. These individuals were the ideal sparring partners for Chen Mo's steel training. You indeed need to engage in battle this afternoon. Yet prior to that, it is essential for you to nourish yourself. Like a magician conjuring an illusion, Liang Yongsheng produced a large box of takeout from behind him. Eat up. Once you've finished your meal, I have matters to discuss with you. Handing the box to Chen Mo, Liang Yongsheng retrieved his phone to take a call. Before long, the entire box of takeout was devoured by Chen Mo. After discarding the empty container into the trash, he lifted his gaze towards Liang Yongsheng, who was approaching him. Follow me, Liang Yongsheng beckoned, and Chen Mo rose to accompany him. The two entered the lounge on the second floor, where Tian Xingxing was seated on a nearby sofa. What's this? Are you hoping for another round with me? Chun Mo inquired excitedly, observing Tian Xingxing's bruised face. Spare me, my injuries from this morning are still quite painful. I truly do not comprehend how you have recovered so swiftly. Tian Xingxing waved his hand, astonished by Chun Mo's rapid recuperation. Liang Yongsheng exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Xingxing, who immediately understood his cue. This morning it was my fault. I should not have employed martial techniques against a student who is yet to embark on the path. As he spoke, Tian Xingxing produced 3 vials containing red liquid and a transparent acrylic seal bottle from his bag. Brother Chun, this is a blood vitality pill. Taking 1 daily will ensure a steady increase in your vitality. He pushed the acrylic bottle containing the pills toward Chun Mo. This is a blood refinement elixir. The effects of 1 vial will last for 10 days, during which your vitality growth efficiency will be enhanced by 50%. Consider these items as my apology, especially as you are about to partake in a martial examination. They will serve you well. Chun Mo glanced at the 2 items on the table and then at the bruised Tian Xingxing, momentarily at a loss for words. Accept them. If you feel hesitant, just think of it as me investing in your exceptional talent. Tian Xingxing stood, patting Chun Mo on the shoulder, and turned to exit the lounge, leaving no opportunity for Chun Mo to refuse. Take them. Old Tian was a bit too hasty this morning. Otherwise he wouldn't have struck so hard. Liang Yongsheng remarked with a smile, before his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. While you managed to hold your ground against old Tian this morning, in a life-and-death struggle, you would not survive more than 30 seconds against him. Moreover, the martial examination does not assess your specific combat strength. It solely evaluates your vitality. A vitality of over 30 will grant you access to a more ordinary martial arts academy, while 50 or above allows you to choose from any martial arts institution within the province. However, if you aspire to attain superior resources, I strongly advise you to strive for a vitality exceeding 100. This will enable you to reach the 10 most prestigious martial arts academies in the country. I understand. Chun Mo nodded, aware that after equipping the Steel of the Heart, his vitality had reached 14 points. Yet he remained far from qualifying for even a modest martial arts academy. Possessing the items bestowed upon you by old Tian with sufficient diligence, it is entirely feasible for you to elevate your vitality to over 100 within these 36 days. However, the extent of your breakthrough will ultimately depend on your resilience. As these potions have been procured from the border troops, and optimal absorption can only be achieved through combat. Liang Yongsheng has been keenly observing Chun Mo's expression, awaiting his response. That sounds splendid, Chun Mo remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He yearned for battle. It is through combat that he could accumulate more Steel of the Heart, and the stronger the Steel of the Heart, the greater his combat prowess. Excellent, Liang Yongsheng replied with a satisfied grin, confirming his belief in Chun Mo's potential. Now proceed. First, consume the blood-refining potion, followed by 1 vitality pill each day. Once you have completed this, select any willing partner at the martial arts school to engage in a couple of sparring matches. After your vitality reaches 50, return to me. Old Tian has stated that once you achieve this milestone, the Blood Fury Fist will be entrusted to you. Chapter 8. A Surge in Strength. Unrivaled in the martial arts hall, 20 days slipped by in an instant. Under the cover of his good friend and sure, Chun-Li and Su Lu remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Mo had been expelled from the first high school. During these 20 days, Chun Mo's vitality surged at an almost inconceivable pace, now reaching an impressive 150 points, making him a unique presence in the entirety of Taizhou City. Furthermore, Chun Mo did not forget the most crucial task at hand, steel stacking. As the days passed, Chun Mo's average daily vitality increase reached a staggering 400 points, with his maximum vitality soaring to an astonishing 251 points. This was a compromise made by Chun Mo, considering that the martial artists in the hall also required rest. Otherwise, even 20,000 would not suffice. Today's task has been completed. 50 gold coins have been credited to the system's inventory. Chun Mo exhaled a breath of stagnant air, having completed today's absorption of the vitality pill. After consuming this pill, Chun Mo experienced yet another breakthrough in his vitality. Name: Chun Mo, Vitality 9, 251, Health 163, Attack Power 15, Defense 0, Gold Coins 1, 0, 50. The damage from his charge attack was alarmingly high. The others in the martial arts hall were finding it increasingly difficult to withstand. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that his steel stacking speed had escalated too rapidly. A single charged attack could now inflict 190 points of damage, sufficient to eliminate most first-level martial artists in an instant. Presently, only 5 individuals in the hall could endure a punch from him without collapsing. The others would face life-threatening peril from such an assault. Upon seeing Chun Mo opening his eyes and approaching them, the crowd in the martial arts hall hurriedly lowered their heads, feigning busyness. What is there to fear? I'm not here to pick a fight with you. Chun Mo rolled his eyes, well aware of who truly cared for him. He could not recklessly disregard the lives of everyone in the hall simply for the sake of steel stacking. Brother Tian, come here. Chun Mo stretched his limbs and called out to Tian Xingxing, who was pretending to ponder against the wall. Tian Xingxing was startled, his face betraying an awkward smile. Well, Brother Chun, I had a bad stomach yesterday. Perhaps we should skip the sparring today? Yesterday, Chun Mo's punch had nearly sent him packing, and he dared not spar with this little prodigy again. This kid's growth rate was astonishing, covering in 20 days what had taken them an entire year. Oh, then I suppose that's that. Chun Mo scratched his head with a hint of regret and turned his gaze towards the other 4 martial artists capable of withstanding his punch. Wherever Chun Mo's eyes landed, everyone lowered their heads, praying not to be chosen. Sigh. Chun Mo sighed, realizing that he had been too aggressive in reaping benefits. No one dared to spar with him anymore. Indeed, anyone who had stepped onto the arena with Chun Mo had almost invariably been carried off. Brother Chun, Tian Xingxing observed Chun Mo's predicament and approached him. In the martial arts hall, we merely engage in friendly sparring. If you genuinely wish to experience a serious bout, I would recommend venturing into the Abyssal Rift. That place is teeming with abyssal beasts of level 2 and above. No matter how ruthless you are or how many you slay, others will merely commend your formidable prowess. The Abyssal Rift. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, fully aware of this locale. It is one of the primary sources of the current plight of humanity. This place annually releases a vast multitude of abyssal beasts, resulting in significant casualties. Only through the relentless efforts of martial artists entering the rift to exterminate these creatures can the world outside the rift continue to function normally. Beyond the menace posed by the abyssal rift, this world harbors countless dangers, particularly from those wretched beings who pride themselves on being superior races. However, is it not true that only those who have become martial artists are qualified to enter such a place? I'm still a step away from attaining that status. In truth, Chun Mo yearned to venture into the abyssal rift to gather steel, for there he could unleash his full potential. And the slain abyssal beasts could be sold for a considerable sum, a win-win scenario. Regrettably, to ensure the safety of the populace, it has been decreed that only martial artists of level 1 or above may enter the abyssal rift, with each level having its own restrictions on operational range. You see, it is not as simple as it appears. Tian Xingxing, observing that Chun Mo had finally grasped the situation and was contemplating a change of scenery for mischief, was overwhelmed with a sense of joy. The boundary for a level 1 martial artist is defined by reaching 220 vitality points and a combat power of 500. Given your rate of vitality growth, in about a week's time, you will attain level 1 martial artist certification. A week. Chun Mo pursed his lips, realizing that he would have no opportunity to gather steel from the senior members of the martial arts school during this time. However, it mattered little. Once he entered the abyssal rift, opportunities for gathering steel would be plentiful. It was not worth lamenting over this week. With this thought in mind, Chun Mo retrieved a vitality pill and tossed it into his mouth. Oh, why have you consumed another one? Tian Xingxing pinched Chun Mo's chin, attempting to pry the pill from his mouth. Do you have any idea how perilous it is to consume 2 vitality pills in a single day? Your meridians may not withstand it. Go on. I see you're just being stingy with the vitality pills. Chun Mo brushed Tian Xingxing aside, sitting cross-legged to absorb the medicinal properties of the pill. Is this lad's meridians forged of iron? Tian Xingxing gazed at Chen Imo, who showed no signs of discomfort. Lost in bewilderment, he recalled that in his own experience, absorbing a single vitality pill every 3 days was a daunting challenge, and even after doing so, his meridians would ache excruciatingly. This fellow, however, consumes 2 in a day and appears unfazed. Is heaven still reasonable? Unbeknownst to Tian Xingxing, Chen Imo also experienced pain when consuming vitality pills. His maximum health points dwindled at a rate of 5 points per second. Yet this decline was far outpaced by his recovery. Currently, Chen Imo could recover 15 health points per second, equating to a capacity to consume 5 vitality pills at once without strain. Not to mention, with the aid of blood refining potions. Chen Imo even contemplated consuming 10 vitality pills in a day. After all, he could endure it. It was merely uncertain whether Tian Xingxing's wallet could withstand such a burden. As Chen Imo took the time to digest the vitality pill, Tian Xingxing hurriedly ascended to the second floor, where he found Liang Yongsheng, whose arm had fully recovered. Old Liang, he inquired, speak honestly, are you counting on this young lad Chen Imo to participate in the national competition? After 20 days of companionship, even the most unperceptive could discern that Chen Imo is a prodigy. So you finally realized it? Liang Yongsheng raised an eyebrow, putting away the freshly processed documents. Indeed, my judgment has always been sound. I recognized long ago that this young man is a genius. Tian Xingxing patted his chest proudly. Chapter 9, Martial Artist Certification, Top Talent. You look rather foolish, Liang Yongsheng sighed, somewhat speechless at his old brother's antics. How could he still act as though he hadn't matured? I genuinely wish for Chen Imo to participate in the National Young Talents Championship. After all, our city, Taizhou, has not achieved notable results for over a decade. After observing for these 20 days, I am increasingly convinced that Chen Imo can secure an impressive outcome, to say nothing of other aspects. Even seasoned second-tier martial artists must exercise caution when facing Chen Imo to avoid defeat. Indeed, Tian Xingxing wholeheartedly agreed with Liang Yongsheng's statement. My energy blood is at 1300, while Chen Mo's is just over 100, yet our sparring is quite evenly matched. In fact, if I let my guard down, he could knock me out with just 2 punches. So, you're idling away your time without training alongside Chen Imo, merely to chat with me? Liang Yongsheng inquired, putting away the documents and looking up at Tian Xingxing. Not quite. It's just that Chen Imo has progressed from consuming 1 energy blood pill a day to 2, and my wallet is feeling the strain. Tian Xingxing chuckled awkwardly. I understand. I will speak to the higher-ups and request an increase in your monthly allowance. Liang Yongsheng nodded, empathetic to Tian Xingxing's predicament. 2 energy blood pills a day is insignificant for the wealthy, but for retired soldiers like them, it constitutes a considerable expense. Tian Xingxing, being a lifelong bachelor, finds it challenging to manage. Others would struggle even more. All right, I just came to discuss this matter with you. You can continue with your work now. Having achieved his desired outcome, Tian Xingxing turned to leave, not allowing Liang Yongsheng any further opportunity to speak. At his age, he should mature a bit. Liang Yongsheng chuckled, not overly concerned about the situation. A week swiftly passed, and Chen Mo's energy blood had reached 260 points, sufficient for the first-tier martial artist certification. Well, it's rare to see you nervous, Tian Xingxing remarked with amusement, observing Chen Imo sitting beside him. I'm not nervous. I'm excited. Chen Imo shook his head, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Once I obtain the first-tier martial artist certification, it signifies my true entry into the world of martial arts. The monthly allowance for a first-tier martial artist is 2,000 yuan, which is a substantial sum for a financially strapped student like me. That's enough to purchase 4 energy blood pills. Moreover, upon becoming a first-tier martial artist, I will be able to venture into the abyssal rift to hunt abyss creatures, which will provide another significant source of income. If I later enroll in a martial arts academy in another city, my family will undoubtedly accompany me. With this allowance and the earnings from hunting abyss creatures, purchasing a modest home in any city will be within reach. Not to mention, given Chen Imo's rapid progress, it's possible he could afford a spacious villa after just 1 summer. Energy blood pills, home purchases, and other expenses, all of these require money. Chun Mo calculated his potential future expenditures on his fingers, realizing that his financial burden seemed rather considerable. Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to amass great wealth in the future. Liang Yongsheng turned to Chun Mo, who was engrossed in calculations, and uttered a phrase laden with significance. All right, it's your turn now. Go ahead, Liang Yongsheng encouraged, patting Chun Mo on the shoulder. Okay, Chun Mo nodded and stepped into the certification center. Accompanied by Liang Yongsheng, a first-tier martial artist, and Tian Xingxing, a second-tier martial artist, Chun Mo encountered no obstacles on his way and smoothly entered the certification room. Student Chun, please begin by testing your vital energy. A tester wheeled over a device, and Chun Mo confidently positioned himself on it. After a brief hum, his vital energy reading appeared on the tester's tablet. 260 points? The tester adjusted her glasses and rubbed her eyes in disbelief before finally reporting the data. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Her tone shifted from ordinary warmth to overwhelming enthusiasm as she assisted Chun Mo off the testing apparatus. This score places you at the top among your peers. You're the only student in Taizhou over the past 15 years with a vital energy exceeding 200. Is that so? Chun Mo chuckled, considering he had been mindful of Tian Xingxing's financial situation. Please follow me to the combat power testing room, where the appropriate equipment is available. The tester, beaming with delight, led Chun Mo into another chamber, connecting the surveillance from the combat power testing room to the director's computer at the certification center. What is going on with Xiao Yao? Why has the surveillance been linked to my computer? Director Han Shan of the certification center furrowed his brow, but the next moment he sprang to his feet. He had just glimpsed a set of data uploaded to the data center. A minor, yet a student with 260 points of vital energy? Upon seeing this figure, Han Shan's hand trembled. What did this signify? It indicated that Taizhou was on the verge of witnessing a martial artist who would enter the realm during the martial arts examination. Ignoring all other trivialities, Han Shan focused intently on the live feed displayed on his computer screen. Is this device truly capable of measuring combat power? Chun Mo observed the target before him, questioning the accuracy of the apparatus. Yes, indeed, Student Chun. Please unleash your most powerful strike. Xiao Yao stepped aside. A full-force blow from a first-tier martial artist equated to the impact of a small car. She would be severely injured if grazed, even slightly. Very well. However, Chun Mo soon found himself smiling, for he noticed the charging attack indicator of steel of the heart displayed on the target. It had been a week since he last stacked steel, and his hands itched with anticipation. Clenching his right fist, Chun Mo executed a charged attack that struck the target with great force. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, and Chun Mo instantaneously felt exhilarated. Inflicted 1190 points of damage. Maximum health permanently increased by 142. The satisfaction. Chun Mo felt that whether or not he achieved certification was inconsequential. Stacking steel was of the utmost importance. Crash! Xiao Yao's tablet slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. After a brief moment of astonishment, she hastily retrieved it. 1,190 points. This combat power is already comparable to that of a late-stage level 2 or even an early-stage level 3 warrior. Chun Mo, with the combat power of a level 1 warrior, is equivalent to that of an early-stage level 3 warrior. What might his prowess be upon advancing to level 3? Could it rival that of a level 5 or even a level 6 warrior? Meanwhile, Han Shan in the director's office collapsed into his chair. The expression on his face transitioned from initial shock to excitement, ultimately culminating in euphoria. Ha ha ha. Excellent. A student with combat power akin to that of an early-stage level 3 warrior. This national competition is assured. Chapter 10 in Taizhou. Astonishment reigned as the emergence of a first-tier martial artist sent ripples of excitement through the community. However, as the initial euphoria faded, Han Shan began to delve into Chun Mo's background, and the expressions on their faces turned somber. Why would such a prodigious talent be found in the dismal environment of number 37 middle school? No, this child had been personally transferred from No. 1 high school by Director Wei. Could there be some underlying reason? Han Shan rubbed his balding head, contemplating whether to call Wei Zhan for clarification. He retrieved his phone and dialed. Almost instantly, Wei Zhan's voice resonated through the line. "Director Han, is there something you need?" Wei Zhan was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't very familiar with this Han, aside from matters of work. "Director Wei, I have a question for you," Han Shan said, glancing at the empty corridor outside, but prudently closing the door nonetheless. "What is it, Director Han?" Wei Zhan inquired, though his mood was not particularly cheerful. Zhao Dihai had persistently sought to revoke Chun Mo's student status, stirring a desire within him to confront Zhao. "Let us do this. I'll send you some data on an individual. Once you review it, you'll understand the situation better." Han Shan grasped his mouse and sent Chun Mo's test results to Wei Zhan, patiently awaiting a response. About a minute later, Wei Zhan's voice returned, brimming with barely concealed excitement. "Contact the television station. I want the entire city to know tonight that Chun Mo has become a first-tier martial artist." The enthusiasm in Wei Zhan's tone was palpable. A first-tier martial artist under 18, possessing combat abilities rivaling those of a third-tier martial artist. Was this not the very definition of genius? How foolish of Zhao Dihai to drive away the very opportunity that could elevate him. It's laughably absurd. Shouldn't we shield such a prodigy? Han Shan hesitated. The competition among cities was fierce. If other cities learned of their Taizhou's exceptional talent, and scrupulous individuals might attempt to poach him. No need for that. Wei Zhan's tone was resolute. "As long as I'm in Taizhou, I'll see to it that no one dares to touch Chun Mo. Even if they think to poach him, immediately summon the Taizhou television station. I want them to give Chun Mo extensive coverage, and make sure every newspaper reporter is included." "Understood, Director Wei." Han Shan thought to himself that he had no intention of hiding Chun Mo. Such a decision was merely a consequence of external pressures. With Wei Zhan, a formidable sixth-tier martial artist, backing him, safeguarding this prodigy was undoubtedly feasible. After concluding the call with Wei Zhan, Han Shan swiftly contacted the Taizhou television station and the Taizhou Daily. Following a brief exchange, the city's media capable of external reporting poured forth like a frenzy. "Xiao Yao, make sure Chun Mo stays for a bit longer. Various media outlets from Taizhou will be arriving in 3 minutes to interview him." It was only after notifying all media that Han Shan recalled he needed to ensure Chun Mo remained available. "Director, Chun Mo left 2 minutes ago, saying he had urgent matters to attend to." A sudden pang of alarm struck Xiao Yao. She had been so stunned that she forgot to retain Chun Mo. Han Shan's expression fell instantly, his displeasure evident. Had they mentioned where they were headed? "I shall personally invite Chun Mo back." Han Shan sighed. This Xiao Yao was merely a newcomer who had joined last month, which explained her assignment to the first-level warrior certification area. It was only natural for her to overlook such matters. However, the likelihood of encountering such a prodigy in the future was exceedingly slim, and Xiao Yao had missed a valuable opportunity to ascend. No, Chen merely completed the test and departed with his first-level warrior certificate. Very well, Han Shan sighed again, relieved that they had retained the surveillance footage from Chun Mo's certification, which should suffice for the reporters. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Abyssal Rift in the western district of Taizhou City, "Brother Chun, are you certain you wish to enter alone?" Tian Xingxing inquired, his brow furrowed with concern for Chun Mo's safety. "Do not worry. I'm not venturing into the second or third level zones, so danger is unlikely," Chun Mo replied, his excitement palpable, his heart yearning for adventure. "Enough talk. I'm going in." Without waiting for Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing to voice further objections, Chun Mo swiped his warrior card and dashed through the turnstile. "Woohoo! Here I come, my treasures." Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they sat in the car, awaiting Chun Mo's return. Although Chun Mo was a genius, the extremely harsh environment of the Abyssal Rift would likely not permit him to remain for long, perhaps 1 or 2 hours at most. After all, during their initial venture, they had barely lasted half an hour before fleeing. As Chun Mo passed through the layer of pale purple barrier, the scenery before him was breathtaking. Countless colossal crystalline trees soared skyward, shrouded in a mist of pale purple. The ground felt as if he were treading on gravel, each step producing a crunching sound. How foul! Chun Mo grimaced, the air thick with the stench of rotten eggs. It must be quite pungent here. Is this your first visit, young brother? A figure clad in a gas mask appeared beside Chun Mo, producing another mask from his bag and offering it to him. Chun Mo glanced at his health bar, which was decreasing by 1 point per second, and shook his head, declining the man's offer. No thanks, this level of toxin is nothing to me. It seems the young brother possesses remarkable vitality. The man chuckled, unfazed by Chun Mo's rejection of his kindness. Here, slaughter occurs at every moment, and the accumulation of countless corpses inevitably contributes to this odor. Young brother, I see this is your first time here. Do you require a guide? The man cast an inquiring gaze towards Chun Mo. No, thank you, elder brother. Chun Mo remained resolute in his refusal. He had already discerned a series of health bars within the violet mist, with the highest registering at 530, while the lowest merely at 80. Such a caliber of abyssal beast was perfectly suited for Chun Mo, 1 punch for each, ideal for accumulating strength. Alas, how did he charge in so recklessly? This season was precisely when the wolf pack prowled. The man intended to voice more, but he discovered that Chun Mo had vanished from his side, leaving only a silhouette plunging into the purple haze. Perhaps it was a student returning home for a visit from the martial arts academy, judging by his age. Yet, that couldn't be right. The academy should not be on break at this time, could it? It was hard to believe that such a prodigy could emerge from a high school in Taizhou. The man scratched his head, donned his chainmail, and stepped into the violet mist as well. Chapter 11. My son is a level 1 warrior upon delivering a devastating blow that dealt 1,190 points of damage, and permanently increasing his maximum health by 142. Chun Mo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction after dispatching a beast resembling a wolf. Though these abyssal creatures typically could not withstand his strike, any that could present a challenge were indeed worthy adversaries. The fate of these beasts was of little concern. Rather, the more he vanquished, the safer the city beyond became. In essence, Chun Mo was free to indulge in the exhilarating accumulation of his steel-like resolve without any constraints. It was pure combat bliss. In stark contrast to Chun Mo's liberating escapade, Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing found themselves ensnared by a throng of zealous reporters resembling a horde of zombies. Have you seen Chun Mo? We are from the Taizhou City television station, extending a special invitation for him to participate in our interview. Another voice chimed in. We are from the Taizhou Daily, specifically reserving a front-page feature for Chun Mo. We only need to capture a photograph. The two men, utterly helpless, huddled inside their vehicle while the reporters hovered around, practically shoving microphones and cameras into their faces. Look at the mess you've created. Why did you insist on bringing that kid for a warrior certification? Now, what do you propose we do? Liang Yongsheng, who had witnessed countless situations in his life, found himself unperturbed even during the onslaught of abyssal creatures. Yet this scene was unprecedented, particularly as it involved the very civilians they had vowed to protect. Liang, with his background in border defense, had no experience in dealing with such circumstances. What should we do, Brother Liang? I admit my mistake. Tian Xingxing, second-level warrior, began to perspire as the vehicle shook violently. Who could have anticipated that Chun Mo's simple endeavor for a warrior certification would attract such a multitude of reporters? It hardly seemed significant. Your words are nothing but nonsense. Liang Yongsheng kicked Tian Xingxing in frustration. Have you forgotten that since the end of the calamity, Taizhou City has not seen a level 1 warrior under 18? The diminishing resources in the city over the years stem from poor national competition results, leading to a drain of resources to other places. Suddenly, a thunderous crash enveloped them, and Liang Yongsheng felt the world spin. When he regained his senses, he discovered that their vehicle had been overturned by the pressing crowd, now in a precarious position. Enough with the chatter. We need to find a way to escape. Liang Yongsheng abandoned his reprimand of Tian Xingxing, yearning only to return to the Yongsheng Martial Arts School for some much-needed respite. How would I know? Brother Liang, weren't you the captain before? Why not devise a plan? As time trickled by, the reporters encircling the vehicle gradually dispersed, setting up camping tents at the entrance of the abyssal rift. It seemed they had no intention of leaving until they saw Chun Mo. Tian Xingxing cautiously peeked out the window, assessing the situation. What is taking that kid so long? Could something have gone awry? Liang Yongxing's emotions had settled, but he now found himself increasingly concerned about Chen Mo, who had yet to emerge from the abyssal rift. Indeed, several hours had passed. Why had Chen Mo not returned? Tian Xingxing nodded and glanced at her watch. It was 7:30. Old Tian, please call Chen Mo's family and inform them that he may not be coming home tonight. So they needn't worry. Liang Yongsheng considered for a moment. Given Chen Mo's prowess, there was no danger in the first-level zone. The only possibility was that he had not fought in a while and was perhaps eager for action. He would return once he grew weary. Brother Liang, I don't think I need to call Chen Mo's family after all, Tian Xingxing remarked, pulling out her phone and poking Liang Yongsheng. You should take a look. With a hint of confusion, Liang Yongsheng took the phone and glanced at the screen, only to be momentarily frozen in place. Breaking news. Taizhou City has finally witnessed a true genius, achieving first-level martial artist status before the age of 18. His name is... Due to the commotion of the afternoon, neither Liang Yongsheng nor Tian Xingxing was aware that Chen Mo's name had already resonated throughout Taizhou City. Oh, but now they knew. Moreover, Chun Li and Su Lu, who regularly followed local news, were also informed of their son's remarkable achievement. At home, the couple stared dumbfounded at the Taizhou news broadcast. Dear, do you think it could be a child with the same name as our son? Chun Li's gaze was vacant. He could scarcely believe that the genius being reported on television was indeed his own child, the son who had once been bullied to the point of withdrawal. I don't know, but he looks quite similar to our son. Su Lu was equally bewildered, her mind in disarray, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Suddenly, they snapped back to reality. Where was their son? It was nearly 8 o'clock, and Chen Mo had yet to return home. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a series of loud knocks on the door. Naturally, Chun-Li rose to answer, expecting it to be Chen Mo returning home. Without a second thought, he opened the security door, only to be greeted not by son's face, but by a large, dark object thrusting inward. Excuse me, are you Chen Mo's father? And you must be his mother? The individual continued. We are reporters from Taizhou City Television, here to interview you. Is Chen Mo at home? In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's home was overtaken by a swarm of television crew members. Huh? What? Chun Li was utterly perplexed, still grappling with the bewildering situation. It appears that Chen Mo is not at home. Mr. Chun Li, could you please share how you raised such an exceptional child? I believe many parents would love to learn from your expertise in education. I haven't raised him at all. Chun Li instinctively blurted the truth. Yet, no one would believe that he had not educated Chen Mo. Instead, they perceived his words as modesty. Mr. Chun Li, there is no need for your humility any longer. The reporter's words trailed off as a large hand rested upon his shoulder. Have I not previously instructed you not to disturb Chen Mo's family? Wei Zhun entered with personnel from the Martial Arts Education Bureau, clearing out all the television crew. You must be Chen Mo's father, correct? Once the room fell silent, Wei Zhun, beaming with a smile, approached Chun Li and extended his hand for a handshake. I am Wei Zhun, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Taizhou City. You may call me Old Wei. I have come today to discuss a matter with you and your spouse, as well as Chen Mo. Wei Zhun settled onto a small stool in Chen Mo's home, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Chun Li and his wife. Chapter 12. With blood levels exceeding 30,000, preparing for the martial arts examination. Excuse me, Director Wei. I shall prepare tea for you both. Upon hearing the mention of a serious matter, Su Lu promptly rose to head to the kitchen for hot water. No. You are the mother of a genius. How could I possibly allow you to serve me tea? Wei Zhun quickly stood up to stop Su Lu, personally retrieving tea leaves and brewing a pot. Here, please. He poured the tea into the cups of Chun Li and Su Lu, a broad smile adorning his face. The couple exchanged puzzled glances, feeling as though they were the guests instead. Ahem, let me not dilly-dally. Wei Zhun cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. I hope Chen Mo can represent Taizhou City in this year's National Genius Youth Championship. What? Chun Li slammed his cup onto the table, his eyes glaring fiercely at Wei Zhun. Get out. We do not welcome you in our home. Su Lu, disregarding Wei Zhun's esteemed position, stood up and grasped his clothes. attempting to drag him out. Yet, how could a mere ordinary person like Su Lu possibly shake a fifth-level martial artist like Wei Zhen? Seeing the situation, Wei Zhen had no choice but to stubbornly remain seated. Please, hear me out. Our Taizhou city has not advanced past the first round for many years. If Chun Mo surpasses the first round, a spacious apartment in the city center awaits him. If that is not enticing enough, I shall add a bonus of 5 million. Upon hearing this, rather than being swayed, Chun Li and Su Lu became even more incensed. Get out. I will not allow my son to participate in such a dangerous competition. Su Lu resorted to scratching, determined to expel Wei Zhen from their home. All right, cease this. Seeing that money could not sway the couple, Wei Zhen decided to retreat temporarily in search of a better opportunity. I shall take my leave. Just remember to inform Chen Mo when he returns. This matter is of great significance to his future. Thus, the dignified fifth-level martial artist Wei Zhen fled from the siege of the ordinary Chun Li and Su Lu. Oof, I knew this would bring trouble. Su Lu fumed as she sat on the sofa, casting a glare at the closed door. Chun, let me tell you, that deadly competition is absolutely off-limits for Xiao Mo. You can't expect him to die just because you want to save him. Do you understand? Why are you taking your anger out on me? I do not wish for our son to go either. Chun-Li sighed, realizing that ultimately, it was up to Chun Mo to decide. Let us wait until Xiao Mo returns and discuss this matter with him. Whether he goes or not is entirely his choice. Chun-Li waved his hand, signaling his desire to move on from the topic. The Taizhou news segment concluded on television, leading into the evening news. There are 12 days remaining until the registration for this year's National Genius Youth Championship commences. The National Genius Youth Championship will be held at the Yanjing Central Sports Stadium, where the contestant support teams will be granted free entry. The couple watched the news broadcast with indignation, their noses crinkled in disapproval. Turn it off, it's so ominous. Su Lu hastily switched off the television, gazing at the dark screen with a sigh. In previous years, we merely watched it for entertainment. Who would have thought that our little Mo would be invited this year? I recall there were 292 contestants last year, with over 100 severely injured and more than 20 fatalities, right? Indeed, Chun-Li scratched his head in frustration. Every child participating in the national competition is a top achiever in our city, yet this is the outcome. Let us not dwell on it. We'll discuss everything once Mo returns. All right, Su Lu nodded, glancing at the clock overhead. It's nearly 10 o'clock. Why hasn't TMO returned yet? Just as Su Lu intended to call Chun Mo, Chun-Li's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Chun-Li glanced at the caller ID. It was Chun Mo's friend, the slender and sure. Oh, I see. The time is yet to be determined. All right, I understand. With you there, I'm not worried. Soon. Chun-Li hung up. Mo has gone for training, preparing for the martial arts examination. Our son is currently in training, and he didn't even inform us directly, leaving it to ensure to relay the message. Rest easy. It seems the training won't last long. After receiving the reassuring news about Chen Mo, Chun-Li and Su Lu finally settled down to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, during which Chun Mo remained ensnared in the abyssal rift. Every day, ensure reliably updated Chun-Li and Su Lu on his safety. Otherwise, the couple would have alerted the authorities long ago. This lad, he can't truly be dead in there, can he? The scruffy Tian Xingxing sat in the car. The reporters who had camped nearby had retreated 2 days prior. It shouldn't be. Thus far, the Management Bureau hasn't issued any death reports. The equally unkempt Liang Yongsheng shook his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the exit. So what has this kid been doing? The martial arts exam is in 2 days. Tian Xingxing slammed his hands against the steering wheel, causing the airbag to deploy and showering him with fragments. The airbag cost 2,005. Liang Yongsheng glanced at the disheveled Tian Xingxing and continued to stare at the distant exit. Meanwhile, within the third level of the abyssal rift. Can I delve deeper? Chun Mo glanced at his attributes, feeling confident that he could vanquish a level 4 abyss beast. Name: Chun Mo. Health points: 36, 575. Vitality: 350. Attack power: 18. Defense: 0 after a week of relentless effort. Chun Mo successfully elevated his health points into the 5-digit range. Had it not been for the time wasted searching for abyss beasts, It's possible his health points could have reached 6 digits by now. Moreover, the damage inflicted by the Steel of the Heart's charged attack has reached a staggering 400 points, and the deliberate punch inflicts a similar level of devastation. Regrettably, after utilizing the deliberate punch a few times, Shin-Mo discovered that the cooldown for this skill was rather extensive. Following its use, a full 3 hours of cooldown ensues, which is entirely unlike the mechanics of the game. He hopes to acquire some equipment that reduces cooldowns. Over the past few days, Shin-Mo has not forgotten to consume 2 vitality pills daily, yet the harsh conditions of the rift significantly impede the absorption of the medicine's potency, resulting in only a modest increase in his vitality. Glancing at his watch, Shin-Mo then realized that he had already spent more than a week within the Abyssal Rift. The outside world must be in a state of frenzy by now. Furthermore, with merely 2 days remaining until the martial arts examination, he must hasten his return. He intends to prepare for the examination and will indulge in the delights of this realm at a later opportunity. Chapter 13. Sudden Wealth, 700,000 in cash. As Shin-Mo emerged from the abyssal chasm, he was immediately overwhelmed by the cacophony of his phone, which had been silent for 7 days, now ringing incessantly. Upon glancing at the screen, he found that Chun-Li and Su Lu had called him at least 100 times. Beside him, Liang Yongsheng, with bloodshot eyes, widened his gaze in astonishment. Old Tian, is that kid Shin-Mo? Huh? Ah. Tian Xingxing sat up straight, following Liang Yongsheng's pointing finger. By the heavens, it truly is him. This lad is alive after all. Ha. As Tian Xingxing burst into laughter, he leaped from the car and rushed towards the bewildered Shin-Mo, enveloping him in a tight embrace. You nearly gave us heart attacks. 7 days. You spent a whole week in the abyssal chasm. If it weren't for the absence of a death report, we might have already made arrangements for your memorial. After giving Shin-Mo a hearty pat on the back, Tian Xingxing's attention was drawn to the large sack slung over Chun-Mo's shoulder. What is all this? Oh, I encountered a kind soul who gifted me this sack. It contains materials I collected from hunting abyssal beasts over the past week. As Shin-Mo removed the heavy sack, a pungent aroma of blood wafted towards Tian Xingxing, causing him to stagger back slightly. Wait a minute. I recall there being hardly any useful parts on abyssal beasts. How could you have amassed such a large sack? Initially perplexed, Tian Xingxing's confusion evaporated upon glimpsing the contents of the sack. Not only did it hold materials from first-tier abyssal beasts, but he also spotted materials from second- and third-tier beasts. You didn't venture into the second- and third-tier zones, did you? Tian Xingxing felt a chill run down his spine. Shin-Mo's audacity was indeed remarkable. I got lost and somehow ended up in the third-tier zone. Shin-Mo spoke without a hint of deception. Had it not been for a supply station he encountered along the way, he might have wandered even deeper into the chasm. Just then, Liang Yongsheng, who had been approaching, overheard Chun-Mo's words, and his mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Wait, you got lost in the third-tier zone? And you managed to hunt this many abyssal beasts? Yes, I just kept walking and ended up in the third-tier zone. Chun-Mo nodded, reading the sack securely on his back. Had I not realized that the abyssal beasts in the third tier were far tougher, I might not have noticed at all. In comparison to the first and second-tier beasts, which averaged around 1,000 health points, the third-tier beasts boasted a base health of at least 10,000. The leap in strength was nothing short of qualitative, akin to the progression of human warriors. First and second-tier warriors merely represented the initiation into martial arts, while the third tier served as the threshold determining whether one could advance further. Only upon breaking through to the third tier could a warrior truly be deemed extraordinary. Failure to do so would confine them to a lifetime achievement of merely being a second-tier warrior. Tian Xingxing and Liang Yongsheng exchanged glances, their minds swirling, unable to discern truth from fiction in Chun-Mo's words. By the way, Brother Tian, do you have any channels for processing these materials? Shin-Mo inquired, tapping the sack on his back. You have ventured into the third-tier zone, yet remain oblivious to the existence of a material recycling station right at the entrance? Tian Xingxing wore an expression of disbelief. Shin-Mo was undoubtedly feigning ignorance. All right then, wait for me a moment. I shall go recycle some materials. Chun Mo genuinely had no knowledge of the recycling station at the entrance, as the individuals he encountered within the rift did not share such common knowledge with him. Upon returning to the vehicle, Tian Xingxing and Liang Yongsheng picked up his phone and dialed Wei Zhen. Wei Zhen, Chun Mo has emerged from the rift. Yes, I'm aware. I will discuss this matter with him. Let us avoid any unnecessary antics from number 37 high school. It's best to maintain a low profile. After hanging up, Chun Mo had just finished recycling all the materials he had harvested. The value of materials from first-level abyssal beasts ranged from 50 to 200, while second-level materials were valued at double that. Materials from third-level abyssal beasts were already considered rare, with the lowest recycling price exceeding 2,000. This recent harvest within the abyssal rift had significantly fattened Chun Mo's wallet. 76,500. Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the cash displayed in his account. He could exchange it for a myriad of superior potions at the martial arts center. What are you grinning about? Tian Xingxing called out to Chun Mo, who was lost in thought regarding how to spend his newfound wealth. I was pondering how to invest this money wisely. Chun Mo said nothing further and naturally opened the car door to take a seat in the back. Chen Montak, you need to report to number 37 high school tomorrow, and on the day of the college entrance examination, you will accompany the students from number 37. Liang Yongsheng continued. Your student registration is now with number 37. Once you arrive, do not stir up trouble. Understood. I am not one to cause disturbances, Chun Mo asserted, patting his chest confidently. I wonder who it was that sent a classmate to the ICU with a single punch and subsequently got expelled. Tian Xingxing chuckled, and Liang Yongsheng gave him a light punch in return. There's one more thing. Are you interested in the national competition? After playfully punching Tian Xingxing, Liang Yongsheng finally broached the subject that Wei Zhen had asked him to inquire about. The national competition? Chun Mo paused momentarily, recalling from the original owner's memories this grand event akin to the Spring Festival Gala. Just days after the college entrance examinations, each year, the national competition commences. Each prefecture-level city sends forth its strongest prodigies who have just turned 18 to compete. This event significantly impacts the annual resource allocation for each city, thus garnering considerable attention. Moreover, the rewards for the top 10 in the national competition are increasingly prestigious, with the first-place winner potentially securing a position of authority in a future city. Participants from Taizhou typically fare poorly, often eliminated in the first round, merely appearing to fill the ranks before being swiftly defeated. This has resulted in a vicious cycle for Taizhou. Without resources, it cannot nurture talent, and its own competitors are consistently outclassed in the national competition, leading to an ever-diminishing pool of resources. Indeed, Director Wei from the Martial Arts Education Bureau asked me to see if you were willing to represent Taizhou in this year's national competition. Liang Yongxing nodded, as he genuinely hoped for Chun Mo's participation in the event. This could indeed shatter the vicious cycle that has plagued Taizhou for years. The city shall not withhold its generosity from you, nor solely from you. Should you endure the initial round, the city will transfer your parents to work at the Bureau of Military Education, where they will enjoy less labor with greater compensation. You, too, will receive a cash reward of 5 million and a spacious flat in the city center. As for additional rewards, they will depend on your ultimate performance. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, fully aware of the perils associated with the national competition. Perhaps it's best to, before he could articulate his thoughts. The long silence system abruptly activated. Challenge task detected. Challenge task. Participate in the national competition and achieve outstanding results. With each advancement, you will receive substantial rewards, and the quality of the final reward will be determined by your ultimate ranking. Chapter 14. The Iron-Plated Boots. Surpassing 100 per hour, the time has come to restore the glory of Taizhou City. It is our undeniable duty. Chun Mo's expression shifted from reluctance to solemnity in an instant. Setting aside the rewards from both Taizhou City and the national competition, the primary concern remains the system tasks that must be completed. At present, he could only glimpse the reward for surviving the first round, a single opportunity for a lottery draw. This chance holds a value of 800 gold coins, and any outcome from it would significantly enhance his abilities. The greater the number of rounds he survives, the more substantial the rewards become. The thought of what he could gain for securing first place left Chen Mo in awe. Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Chen Mo's sudden change in demeanor. Hadn't he just been on the verge of declining? What could have prompted such a swift agreement? Was there something amiss lurking beneath the surface? Ah, that would indeed be splendid. Liang Yongsheng was indifferent. After all, these hidden agendas would ultimately not concern him. Let Wei Zhen grapple with the complications instead. Upon informing Wei Zhen of Chen Mo's decision to participate in the national competition, peals of laughter erupted from the Martial Arts Education Bureau several dozen kilometers away. Well, there is nothing more to be done. I shall escort you home. Liang Yongsheng rubbed his bloodshot eyes. He was in dire need of rest. Chen Mo, seated in the back, nodded in agreement, resolving to strengthen himself before the national competition. However, with only 5 days at his disposal, his options were limited, especially considering he would be confined to the 37th middle school during this time. Glancing at the 750 gold coins he had accumulated, he realized that the extent of his enhancement would hinge on the lottery draw scheduled for tomorrow. Although the daily tasks provided only 50 gold coins, they served as a vital reminder. During his time in the fissure, without the daily tasks nudging him, he might have forgotten to consume his health-restoring pills. By the way, during your time in the fissure, we informed your parents that you were training at school. Do not let that slip. Tian Xingxing suddenly recalled this matter and turned to Chen Mo to remind him. Understood. Upon returning home and assuring his parents of his safety, Chen Mo retreated to his room. Despite possessing over 30,000 health points, his stamina was not boundless. The week-long journey through the abyssal fissure had completely drained his energy, and he was in urgent need of restorative sleep. Meanwhile, within the 37th middle school, a large red banner was being taken down under direction. Principal, how can we simply remove this welcome banner that cost a considerable sum to custom make? The director of education, Zhu Daji, stood beside Principal Xiao Qifeng. A look of distress etched upon his face. Did the student who diverted midway possess such influence? Must we comply with every whim? Have you lost your senses? Xiao Qifeng shot Zhu Daji a glare. If your eyes are of no use, perhaps you should consider donating them. Did you not see who our new students are? Who are they? Could they possibly be the illegitimate child of Director Wei? Zhu Daji had indeed overlooked these matters, as he had been preoccupied with catching senior students smoking in the restrooms. Chen Montak. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Qifeng uttered 2 words, yet Zhu Daji remained utterly perplexed. Chen Mo? Zhu Daji scratched his head, a sense of familiarity tugging at his memory. Good grief. Could it be the underage, first-rate martial artist Chen Mo from a few days prior? Who else would warrant such significant attention? Xiao Qifeng's face beamed with pride, even if he himself was unsure of the source of his elation. Our principal is truly remarkable. He managed to recruit such a student to our school. Zhu Daji's excitement was palpable. He was indeed aware of Chen Mo's illustrious reputation. Each year, they would acquire top students from various small counties merely to enhance their school's prestige. However, this year, the individual they had recruited was of unprecedented caliber, truly deserving the title of Taizhou's foremost prodigy. Yet, which foolish high school would allow such a genius to slip through their fingers? Soon enough, Zhu Daji voiced his perplexity. Of course, it must be the foolish Zhao Dihai's doing. Xiao Qifeng sneered. His long-standing rivalry with Zhao Dihai was well known. All right, let us keep this matter under wraps until the college entrance examinations are concluded. Any leaks could potentially put Chen Mo at risk. We must prepare thoroughly to ensure that he feels utterly at home. Zhu Daji felt a twinge of disquiet at Xiao Qifeng's choice of words. How could a martial arts high school be described as at home? Wooden tea that evoke images of a bathhouse? The following morning, Chen Mo boarded the earliest bus headed for number 37 high school. The distance from Chen Mo's home to the school was a full 16 kilometers, turning his daily commute into an arduous journey. It seemed he would need to stay overnight at the school. Chen Mo sighed. Having just returned home for a day, he was already preparing to venture out again. However, at least this time there would be a bed, sparing him the worry of being abducted by some lurking beast in the dead of night. After consuming his daily vitality pill, Chun Mo resolved to complete his tasks before arriving at his destination. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and he fully absorbed the potency of the vitality pill. Daily task completed. 50 gold coins have been credited to the system backpack. Detected sufficient gold coins for a gear draw. Would you like to proceed immediately? Yes, no. Let us proceed with the draw. Whatever it is, it should provide some enhancement. Without further deliberation, Chun Mo clicked to draw. Instantly, the gear draw interface transformed into a massive wheel, dazzling equipment flashing before his eyes. 3 seconds later, the pointer came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have drawn iron-plated boots. Would you like to equip them immediately? Yes, no. Chun Mo found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. Iron-plated boots, 45 movement speed. Additional speed increases by 5 meters per second, 25 defense points. Passive, reduces damage from impending attacks by 12. Not bad, right? When calculated, that maximum speed translates to roughly 80 kilometers per hour. Chun Mo rubbed his chin, feeling that as a first-rate martial artist, possessing such speed already placed him among the elite. Coupled with his inherent agility, he believed reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour was well within his capabilities. Moreover, he could achieve this remarkable speed with the fuel efficiency equivalent to a single meal, which was quite energy-saving and environmentally friendly. This passive ability was commendable, offering a percentage reduction in damage, which sufficed. As long as he did not draw a grand hat, he considered it acceptable. The enhancement of spell power held little significance for Chun Mo. It was hardly as beneficial as the improvements brought by iron-soled boots. Contentment is a virtue, and with the ability to draw once every month and a half, he would take his time. Chun Mo stretched lazily and alighted from the vehicle when he was still 8 kilometers away from the 37th high school. Since he was already equipped, he thought it was time to put his skills to the test. Chapter 15. Principal Xiao Qifeng of number 37 Middle School. Ah, young man, I see you are heading to number 37 Middle School, but it's quite a distance. The bus driver exclaimed as Chun Mo stepped off the bus, turning to shout at him just as he was about to sprint away. No need for that. Your bus is far too slow. Chun Mo shook his head, pushing off the ground with great force, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Equipped with iron-soled boots, Chun Mo required no gradual acceleration. With a mere thought, he could elevate his speed to 100 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye. Goodness, everyone, including the passengers on the bus, stood in astonishment, gazing at the spot where Chun Mo had vanished. Wait, didn't that student resemble the Chun Mo I've been hearing about in the news every day? A passenger recognized him and called out excitedly. It has seemed to be him. Who else from Taizhou could run that fast? What a pity. I didn't get a photo with him. He is the top genius of Taizhou. And yet he still has to take the bus to school. Doesn't the school arrange transportation? No wonder number 37 Middle School has the worst martial arts exam results. A school that neglects its students has no bright future. Passengers began to murmur among themselves, shifting the conversation from Chun Mo to criticism of Principal Xiao Qifeng. We must file a complaint against Principal Xiao for his indifference toward a talent like this. Yes, let's all complain. Surely someone will take action against such negligence. At number 37 Middle School, Xiao Qifeng and Zhu Daji stood at the entrance like two statues, awaiting Chun Mo's arrival, unaware that they were about to face a collective complaint from dozens of individuals. Oh dear, did you mention what time he would arrive? Xiao Qifeng anxiously rubbed his hands together. This student was crucial for their school's turnaround. He could not afford to underestimate the situation. He should be here soon. I wonder how Chun Mo is getting here. Zhu Daji glanced at his watch, noting that there were still 5 minutes until 7:30. Surely, it must be the director of the Martial Arts Bureau personally delivering him. Otherwise, how could he run all this way? Xiao Qifeng shot Zhu Daji a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that the man had no common sense. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust, prompting both men to shield their faces. Who is that driving so recklessly at the school entrance? Xiao Qifeng opened his eyes to look at the road, but he saw no vehicle in sight. So this is number 37 Middle School? Chun Mo glanced at the large characters spelling number 37 Middle School at the entrance and stepped inside. Zhu Daji quickly intercepted him, adopting a fierce demeanor. Which grade and class are you in? Where's your uniform? You can't attend school without wearing your uniform. I'll deduct points. Have your parents bring the uniform, or you might as well not attend this semester. Zhu Daji's trio of strikes left Chun and Mo momentarily stunned, as he scrutinized the greasy man before him, unable to conceal his disdain. He still refused to accept it. Huh? Do you believe I could make you? Before Zhu Daji could finish his sentence, Xiao Qifeng delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sight of a human projectile tumbling to the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to a lifeless pig. Apologies, Chun. That individual is our school's security guard. He was unaware of your visit today, Xiao Qifeng said with a sycophantic smile as he approached Chen Mo. Despite the broad smile adorning Xiao Qifeng's face, he had already condemned Zhu Daji in his heart. Had it not been for this fool showering him with gifts, he would never have bestowed upon him the position of disciplinary director. As it stands, Zhu Daji appeared to possess no talents beyond bullying students, and, evidently, he had not completed the homework regarding Chun Mo that Xiao had assigned him yesterday. While expulsion was not warranted, the role of a security guard seemed perfectly suited for him. You are. Chun Mo assessed the elderly man with graying hair before him, wondering if they were acquainted. I sincerely apologize, Chun. I neglected to introduce myself, Xiao Qifeng said repeatedly, fearing he might offend Chun Mo. I am Xiao Qifeng, the principal of number 37 middle school. You may refer to me as Uncle Xiao. Xiao Qifeng displayed none of the typical demeanor associated with a principal, extending his hand in an attempt to shake Chun Mo's. Greetings, Uncle Xiao, Chun Mo replied, adeptly capitalizing on the situation, since the invitation had been made. He would embrace it. Chun, I understand your journey here has been arduous. Allow me to treat you to a warm welcome, Xiao Qifeng declared, intent on preventing Chun Mo from attending classes at the school, fearing he might witness students who could diminish the institution's reputation. With only 2 days remaining until the martial arts examination and a holiday tomorrow, he planned to take Chun Mo out for a day of leisure. A prodigy such as him undoubtedly worked diligently and deserved a chance to unwind. Gome. I've reserved a splendid meal at Hiyun Zhuang, though I am uncertain if it will suit your palate. Xiao Qifeng, as if embracing a brother, took Chun Mo under his wing and led him to his vehicle. Uncle Xiao, do I not need to attend class with everyone else? Chun Mo questioned, perplexed by the unexpected detour from school to a restaurant. Not at all. With the martial arts examination just around the corner, these 2 days will be devoted to relaxation under my guidance, Xiao Qifeng proclaimed with grandiose flair. Relaxation is one matter. But Uncle Xiao, do you know where I might find a martial arts center nearby? I intend to purchase some potions to enhance my vitality. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. He aimed to grow stronger in these 2 days. After all, how else could he hope to defeat Zhou Shuhua with a single punch? You are truly diligent, Chun. I shall take you to the nearest martial artist center at once. Xiao Qifeng replied, filled with respect. True genius, after all, is characterized by tireless effort, even when endowed with remarkable talent. Oh, thank you, Uncle Xiao. The flurry of Xiao Qifeng's exuberance left Chun Mo somewhat bewildered. He struggled to comprehend Zhao's true intentions. It is not entirely Chun Mo's fault. After spending 7 days in the Abyssal Rift, he returned home and fell into a deep slumber, completely oblivious to his newfound fame. In an effort to impress Chun Mo, Xiao Qifeng pressed the accelerator firmly. However, his old, dilapidated vehicle could barely reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which paled in comparison to Chun Mo's swift legs. A few minutes later, Xiao Qifeng parked the car in front of a modest building. Above the entrance, several large characters announced, Warrior Center. Classmate Chen, we have arrived at the Warrior Center, Xiao Qifeng exclaimed, hastily exiting the car to assist Chun Mo. He gently helped him out, being exceedingly cautious. Uncle Xiao, please, there is no need for such formality. I am hardly an elderly man, Chun Mo replied, bemused, unable to comprehend why Xiao Qifeng treated him with such exceptional kindness. Chapter 16, Breakthrough, Level 2 Warrior. Student Chun, such words should not be uttered, Xiao Qifeng said solemnly, leading him into the Warrior Center. You are currently the brightest talent in Taizhou. The most radiant star of the city. What if someone intends to do you harm? Your Uncle Xiao would risk my life to ensure you enter the martial examination venue unscathed. Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words and could only sigh. He decided to let things be and focus on his own path. Shaking his head, he approached the reception desk and presented his warrior credentials. Hello. I would like to browse the blood-boosting potions available to me. Chen Mo smiled at the elderly woman behind the counter. She glanced at him with a sour expression and accepted his credentials. However, upon seeing his name and photograph, her small eyes widened in astonishment. Very well, Student Chen. Your current authorization level is 2, and this will increase as your warrior rank ascends. Should you require any potions, feel free to visit the Warrior Center. The Martial Education Bureau has issued a document granting you a 25% discount. Please browse at your leisure. I am at your service, she said, her face breaking into a wide smile, the flesh on her cheeks jiggling. Chen Mo's expression was complex. What had caused everyone to treat him with such kindness upon seeing him? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it but took the tablet handed to him by the woman and began to browse. The highest tier potion he could currently purchase was called Boiling Blood. However, it was rare for individuals to buy this potion as a regular means of accumulating vitality. Although it was highly effective, it came with significant side effects. A single bottle could incapacitate a level 1 warrior for 3 days. Yet it guaranteed an increase of 5 points in vitality. The cost of being bettered for 3 days was too steep. It was far more prudent to consume other potions with smaller or no side effects, even if the daily increase was merely 1 or 2 points. The cumulative effect over 3 days would be comparable to that of the Boiling Blood potion. Yet, Chen Mo harbored no such concerns. His base health regeneration had already reached 85 points per second. The damage caused by this potion was negligible in comparison. Hello, I deal like 20 bottles of Boiling Blood. Chen Mo indicated towards the potion on the tablet and returned it to the elderly woman. The price of the Boiling Blood potion was quite steep, at 5,000 each, 10 times out of a basic vitality pill. Very well, 20 bottles of Boiling Blood, she replied without further inquiry, acknowledging that anything this genius did was reasonable. The total cost for 20 bottles amounted to 100,000, which, after the 25% discount, came to 75,000. Shall I deduct this directly from your account? Yes, please charge it to my warrior account. Chen Mo nodded, as all his funds were stored in that account. Is there anything else you require? The elderly woman swiftly maneuvered to transport 40 bottles of the blood-boiling elixir, her face beaming as she gazed at Chen Mo. No need. Thank you, Chen Mo replied, a shiver coursing through him as he grasped a box of the elixir and turned to leave. Is it always the case that geniuses exude such an aura of aloof nobility? Despite Chen Mo's demeanor, the woman was not at all perturbed. Rather, she found his charm increasingly compelling. If only I were 30 years younger, I would certainly pursue classmate Chen. Alas, I'm already 50. She sighed, returning to her workstation with a hint of disappointment. Next, why must you, a martial artist, dawdle like a child with polio? After Chen Mo departed, the woman reverted to her previously assertive demeanor. Back in the car, Xiao Qifeng, displaying remarkable restraint, refrained from conversation, silently driving Chen Mo to Heyun restaurant. On the way, Chen Mo retrieved a bottle of the blood-boiling elixir, akin in size to a soda bottle, and uncorked it, consuming its contents. The elixir was not particularly palatable, resembling the taste of traditional herbal tea from Guangdong province. With a slight shake of his head, Chen Mo endeavored to dispel the indescribable bitterness lingering in his mouth. Received minor toxic damage, health -15. Received minor toxic damage, health -15 received. No wonder first-level martial artists must lie in bed for 3 days. Chen Mo glanced at his steadily declining, yet intermittently recovering health points, and, turning again, down another bottle of the elixir. It was manageable. Losing 15 health points every 5 seconds was not an insurmountable burden for 20 bottles. The effects of a single bottle were swiftly absorbed, augmenting his vitality by 25 points, an effect 2.5 times greater than that of an average individual. Perhaps it was the system's influence. Whatever nourishment he consumed seemed to yield effects exceeding twice that of ordinary people. With 40 bottles, he could potentially increase his vitality by 1,000 points. The threshold for a second-level martial artist is 1500. It seems he would not reach that level before the martial arts examination. Chen Mo felt a twinge of disappointment, but resolved to take a chance. He still had significant funds available, and rather than spend on himself, he might as well benefit from others, such as Wei Zhen and Xiao Qifeng. However, whether he could indeed extract their resources depended on whether he could break through to the second level after consuming these 40 bottles of the elixir. Upon arriving at Heian Restaurant, Xiao Qifeng escorted Chen Mo to a private room. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, he quickly summoned the waiter to expedite the service. Once the dishes arrived, Chen Mo continued to sip the blood-boiling elixir while indulging in the culinary offerings on the table. Surely, one does not consume water in such a manner. Xiao Qifeng cautiously glanced at Chen Mo, marveling internally. He was well aware of the nature of the blood-boiling elixir, a substance suited solely for martial artists with inherently robust physiques. It appeared the side effects were of little consequence to Chen Mo. Whether he chooses to ignore me or not, at least there is no need for forced conversation. Seeing that Chen Mo was not engaging in conversation, Xiao Qifeng found himself quite at ease, attending to matters of the school while enjoying his meal. It was not that Chen Mo was averse to dialogue. Rather, his mouth was never idle. By the end of the meal, he had consumed all 40 bottles of the blood-boiling elixir. It turned out that the multiplier was not fixed at 5 times. It could soar to as high as 4 times. Chen Mo, observing that his vitality had reached 1497, pulled out a vitality pill from his pocket. With the ingestion of the pill, his vitality successfully surged to 1,500 points. Uncle Xiao, do you have a moment later? Chen Mo was in high spirits, having finally achieved his goal before the martial arts examination. It seemed that an increase of over 1,000 points in a single day had reached its limit. As the effectiveness of his supplements had waned, and a single vitality pill now only granted him 3 points of vitality. What is the matter, Chun? Xiao Qifeng promptly set aside his phone, looking up with a smile directed at Chen Mo. Could you take me to the certification center later? I wish to apply for my second-level martial artist certification. Chapter 17. The startling revelation of Zhao Dihai with an air of nonchalance. Chen Mo uttered a phrase that was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Xiao Qifeng momentarily speechless. Very well, let us embark on this endeavor. However, in the blink of an eye, the smile on Xiao Qifeng's face froze. What did you just say, Chun? I didn't quite catch that. He swallowed hard, his hand trembling around the chopsticks. I mentioned that I would be visiting the certification center this afternoon, as I have just achieved the rank of a second-level martial artist. Chen Mo replied, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Is the principal of the Martial Arts Academy now afflicted with Parkinson's? With a clatter, Xiao Qifeng's chopsticks slipped from his grasp, leaving him in a state of stupor, as if he had been turned to stone. What is it, Uncle Xiao? Why are you so still? Chen Mo inquired, puzzled by Xiao Qifeng's vacant expression. Nothing at all. We shall go this afternoon. Xiao Qifeng hurriedly recovered, donning a forced smile. Despite his outward calm, internally he was already celebrating. Without a doubt, this year, the top honor for Taizhou City would belong to their esteemed number 37 high school. With the urgency of Chen Mo's impending certification as a second-level martial artist spurring him on, Xiao Qifeng abandoned his previous leisurely demeanor and devoured his meal with fervor. Unlike Chen Mo, who remained indifferent, Xiao Qifeng was eager to proclaim to the world that their institution had produced a second-level martial artist. In no time, the two had finished their meal and piled into Xiao Qifeng's old, dilapidated vehicle. He was determined to extract every ounce of performance from the aging machine, which belched black smoke from the exhaust. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the Martial Artist Certification Center. As Chen Mo stepped into the center once more, the young attendant, Xiao Yao, approached him immediately. What brings you here today, Chun? Have you made further progress in your vitality? The tests at the martial arts dojo are often inaccurate. Choosing the certification center is indeed the wisest choice. As Xiao Yao led Chen Mo into the testing room, Xiao Qifeng eagerly wheeled over the testing equipment. Do not mind me. I'm the principal of number 37 high school, and Chen Mo is one of our students. He reiterated emphatically, ensuring that everyone knew of their school's prodigy. Oh, so you are a student from number 37. I had presumed you were from number 1. Xiao Yao began, only to falter when she noticed Chun Mo's expression darken. Ignoring Xiao Yao, Chun Mo naturally positioned himself on the vitality testing device. In the blink of an eye, the results were displayed on Xiao Yao's tablet. 1005, she gasped, nearly losing her footing in shock. A second-level martial artist, and one who is still underage. Director, we have a major situation here. Xiao Yao dashed out of the certification room, her excitement overwhelming her as she forgot to conduct a combat power assessment for Chun Mo. As he prepared to depart, he did not forget to lock the door, ensuring that Chun Mo could linger a while longer. What was the purpose of this? Chun Mo stepped forward and tugged at the door handle, only to discover that it had been secured from the other side. You are unaware that during your ascent to the rank of first-level warrior, there were countless individuals eager to interview you, yet none had the opportunity to meet you. Moreover, Director Han from the Certification Center was particularly keen to see you, but never found the chance. Perhaps he wishes for you to remain a while longer? Xiao Qifeng, too, found it perplexing. If the intention was simply to allow Chun Mo to stay longer, why not state it plainly? Was such subterfuge truly necessary? As the two waited in the room, the crowd outside, gathered for certification, was in an uproar. Almost everyone had heard Xiao Yao's loud proclamation, their first instinct being that there was a malfunction with the testing equipment. However, upon learning that the newly recognized second-level warrior was Chun Mo, they collectively sighed in relief. So, Chun Mo had indeed broken through to become a second-level warrior. That explained the commotion. Yet, just over a week ago, he had only attained the rank of first-level warrior. How could he have progressed to the second level in such a short span? You see, the transition from first level to second level is not particularly arduous. It merely involves the accumulation of vital energy. The true test of a warrior's talent lies in the leap from second to third level. Amidst the murmurs, Zhao Dihai, Zhou Shuhua, and a tall student who had just entered overheard the discussions. A minor, second-level warrior? Zhao Dihai's expression darkened. The student beside him was one he had invested heavily in, brought from a prestigious martial arts academy in Modu, specifically to thwart Chun Mo from claiming the top honors in Taizhou. This cannot stand. I must inquire with Director Han. Handing over the student he had recruited at great expense to Zhou Shuhua, Zhao Dihai hurriedly rushed to Han Shan's office. Old Han, I heard a rumor that Taizhou has produced an underage second-level warrior. Zhao Dihai burst in with his pressing inquiry, but Han Shan appeared oblivious to him, lost in a state of celebration, likely having forgotten who Zhao Dihai was. What? After several persistent questions from Zhao Dihai, Han Shan finally snapped back to reality. Did you say Taizhou has an underage second-level warrior? Zhao Dihai's face darkened. If his prize recruit failed to secure the top position, his investment would feel utterly squandered. Indeed, it is the Chun Mo reported by the television station a few days ago. Han Shan was unaware of the animosity between Chun Mo and Zhao Dihai. Had he known, he likely would not have permitted Zhao Dihai into his office. What? Zhao Dihai's sparse hair bristled in disbelief. It was that worthless Chun Mo? How could this be? By what right? Zhao Dihai was in a state of denial, unable to accept that the student he had personally expelled had usurped the top honor from his school. No, this cannot be right. Chun Mo must have cheated. How could anyone advance from first to second-level warrior in just over a week? He absolutely must have cheated. In that moment, Zhao Dihai had lost all rationality, unleashing a torrent of invective at Han Shan. Principal Zhao, I implore you to watch your words. Han Shan furrowed his brow, pondering whether Zhao Dihai had lost his senses. Is it not a stroke of fortune that a genius has emerged from Taizhou? It is simply inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. I demand a thorough investigation into Chun Mo. He must have resorted to cheating. The blow Zhao Dihai experienced was insurmountable, plunging him into a state of sheer madness. He could not accept the reality that Chun Mo had surpassed them, relegating their prestigious institution to the background. Thus, he resorted to slander as a means of self-comfort. You foul-mouthed Zhao Dihai, spewing nonsense here. Chun Mo's integrity is beyond question. Yet what do you amount to? Xiao Qifeng, like a furious bull, stormed into Han Shan's office and delivered a kick to Zhao Dihai. Chapter 18. The folding screen coupled despite Xiao Qifeng's subservience in front of Chun Mo, he was, after all, a third-tier martial artist. His kick was formidable, reducing Zhao Dihai to a mere folding screen. Uncle Xiao, please don't kick him to death. Chun Mo emerged from behind Xiao Qifeng, casting a bemused glance at the now crumpled Zhao Dihai. Killing such a foolish character would be a mercy. Xiao Qifeng spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Zhao Dihai's bald head and, with Chun Mo, turned to leave. Security department, send someone to take out the trash here. Han Shan shot a cold glance at the unconscious Zhao Dihai sprawled on the ground and picked up the internal phone to call the security department. Bah, old trash. Don't think I don't know you shamelessly bought students from Magic City for the martial arts examination. Atreto was spiteful. After giving Zhao Dihai another kick, Han Shan hurriedly pursued the direction in which Chun Mo had departed. In the certification hall on the first floor, Zhou Shuhua and the student they had purchased were still waiting at the entrance. As Chun Mo and Xiao Qifeng passed by them, Zhao Dihai remained conspicuously absent. Oh, isn't this the little genius from Taizhou? What brings you back to the certification center? Zhou Shuhua, known for her sharp tongue, seized the opportunity to mock Chun Mo. Are you feeling weak? I told you before to give up on becoming a martial artist. Yet here you are, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Smack! Chun Mo was not one to endure insults in silence. He believed in settling scores on the spot. You foul woman, keep talking and I'll crush you. Chun Mo glared fiercely at Zhou Shuhua, ready to strike if she dared to utter another word. You! Zhou Shuhua opened her mouth, and a few of her teeth, mixed with blood, flew out. What do you mean? Get lost. Without Chun Mo needing to say a word, Xiao Qifeng delivered a kick that turned Zhou Shuhua into a folding screen akin to Zhao Dihai. Classmate Chun, there is no need to get worked up over those two lecherous individuals. After the martial arts examination, we will have ample opportunity to settle the score with them. Before the exam, it's best not to expend our energy. Maintaining our peak condition is paramount. If you're still angry, I can give her another kick to vent your frustration. No need, Chun Mo replied, glancing at Zhou Shuhua lying on the floor. He was not so feeble as to require assistance in such matters. Let us go, Uncle Xiao. I need to rest well. The martial arts examination is in 2 days. With one last look at Zhou Shuhua, Chun Mo turned and exited the certification center. When Han Shan finally reached the first floor, all that remained was Zhou Shuhua, reduced to a folding screen, with no sign of Chun Mo. Damn it, I missed him again. Frustrated, Han Shan slapped his thigh. If it weren't for that useless Zhao Dihai, he wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Security department, clean this up, and make sure those two are blacklisted from the Taizhou Certification Center. This matter must be communicated to the Bureau of Martial Arts, for Zhao Dihai is rather petty. One cannot predict what outrageous actions he might undertake. In the coming days, Chun Mo has no intention of residing at home, as the martial arts examination is to be held at the Taizhou Sports Center. At that time, all the martial arts candidates from Taizhou will converge upon that location simultaneously. Given his family's geographical position, by the time he arrives, the others may have already completed their examination. However, Xiao Qifeng's home is not far from the sports center, being less than 3 kilometers away. Thus, Chun Mo need not rise early. He can simply wake up 10 minutes prior and jog over in time. It is the final day of his high school experience. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Although he felt little, it warranted some reflection. The martial arts examination indeed signifies a turning point in life. To ensure Chun Mo enjoys a comfortable rest, Xiao Qifeng has reserved a hotel room, sending his wife and child there. Now, the household is left with only Chun Mo, the silence palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Time flew by, and at 7:50 in the morning, Chun Mo rose promptly from his bed. Today marks one of the most significant days of his life, the day of the martial arts examination. Unlike other anxious candidates, Chun Mo harbored immense confidence in himself. He had not been idle the previous day, having reviewed the participants from past national competitions. Though a second-tier martial artist does not rank among the elite, he certainly stands above the mid-tier. Moreover, Chun Mo's combat prowess far exceeds that of a mere second-tier martial artist. He recalled that he had forgotten to test his combat capabilities 2 days prior. Chun Mo scratched his head, as he had intended to experiment with the combination of Blood Fury Fist and Steel of the Heart for a more powerful attack. It seemed there would be no opportunity to test it before the national competition. He had registered for this year's National Young Talents Championship, and immediately after the martial arts examination, he would embark on a journey to Yinjing. His schedule was rather packed, leaving no room to savor the summer vacation. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Mo finished putting on his shoes and prepared to leave, he turned to see Xiao Qifeng standing at the door with Chun Li and Su Lu. "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He had planned to inform his parents about this matter only after the examination results were announced. But now, "Uncle Xiao, is that you?" Chen Mo shot a mildly reproachful glance at Xiao Qifeng, who promptly waved his hands in denial of any wrongdoing. "It is I. It would be remiss for your parents not to be present during such an important moment." Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing emerged, patting Chen Mo on the shoulder. "What a fine young man you've become, a second-tier martial artist. I am no longer your match." Tian Xingxing also grinned at Chen Mo. "In fact, Wei Zhun wished to accompany you for the martial arts examination, but considering the potential distractions, he refrained from coming. So tell me, will you travel with us by car or make your own way?" Liang Yongsheng understood that traffic would be exceedingly congested today, suggesting that walking might be quicker than driving. "I'll walk," Chen Mo decided without hesitation. "Very well. I shall inform Teacher Fu to wait for you at the entrance of the sports center." Xiao Qifeng held a profound respect for Chen Mo's choices and swiftly picked up his phone to contact Teacher Fu. "Chun, although you are a prodigy, there are no special privileges in the martial arts examination." After a brief exchange with Teacher Fu, Xiao Qifeng set down his phone and turned to Chen Mo, saying, "When the time comes, you will simply join the team from Class 3 of the senior year for the physical assessment. For the cultural examination, just follow the guidelines on your admission ticket." Chen Mo paused momentarily, a sense of unease washing over him as he realized he had completely forgotten about the requirement to take foundational cultural courses for the martial arts examination. "What's wrong?" Xiao Mo. Noticing her son's bewilderment, Su Lu hurried over to inquire. "I'm fine. Just ensure you all stay safe on the road." Chen Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head, hoping that the knowledge from his past life would prove beneficial. Though, he mused, after the college entrance examination, his mind had essentially been wiped clean. Chapter 19. Challenge Task Activated. Just as Chen Mo was diligently trying to recall his past knowledge, the system, which had been silent for several days, suddenly came to life. Challenge Task Activated. Strive to dazzle everyone with your combat test results, and exempt yourself from the cultural examination through outstanding martial arts scores. Successful completion rewards a chance to draw a hero's passive ability. Note: life is not a game. Please explore various combinations of skills and equipment, as surprises may await. Is this even possible? Chen Mo glanced at the task issued by the system, pondering just how impressive his scores needed to be to avoid the written exam. "Well, I shall do my utmost." As he sprinted towards the sports center, Chen Mo contemplated the implications of the system's note. Combining equipment and skills? Could it be that I can trigger the passive ability of Steel of the Heart using the charge punch? It seems quite plausible. Suddenly, Chen Mo realized that the description of Steel of the Heart did not specify how to trigger it, merely stating that it required an attack. This suggests that the charge attack of Steel of the Heart, along with the charge punch and bloodthirsty punch, could indeed be utilized in unison. The thought of the combined damage from these three skills made Chen Mo gasp in astonishment. With such power, defeating a third or fourth level warrior with a single punch should be entirely feasible. Regrettably, the conditions for employing all three in tandem were exceedingly stringent. It required both the bloodthirsty punch and charge punch to strike the charging mark of Steel of the Heart simultaneously. In actual combat, an opponent would hardly afford Chen Mo such an opportunity, yet practicing on a target now would suffice. Without elaborating on the charge punch and the charge attack of Steel of the Heart, the power of the bloodthirsty punch is contingent upon the amount of vitality invested. A modicum of vitality corresponds to 1.5 times the damage, which is quite considerable among conventional martial techniques. Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the sports center. Amidst the throngs of people, he quickly spotted Teacher Fu, who was holding a large sign in search of him. "Teacher Fu," Chen Mo called out as he rushed towards him. "Student Chen, you have finally arrived. The whole class has been waiting for you." Teacher Fu jogged over to greet Chen Mo, his face beaming with a smile. "Hurry, the martial arts test is about to commence." The students from the 16th school have already finished their tests. Once the first school concludes, it will be our turn. Teacher Fu led Chun Mo towards the line of Class 1, where the students were curiously eyeing him. Is this the genius reported on television? It must be. I wonder how much our principal spent to recruit him. I heard it wasn't a recruitment. He apparently punched the principal's niece into the ICU and got expelled. Wow, who would have thought? He looks quite adorable, yet seems so volatile. The students of Class 1 whispered among themselves, all intrigued by the legendary star of Taizhou. Silence. The first school has entered the arena. We are next. Teacher Fu abruptly shifted from his warm demeanor towards Chun Mo, raising his voice at the students of Class 1. The brilliance of Chun Mo is a matter solely belonging to him. You should instead focus on your own prospects of gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy. TCH. Numerous students expressed their disdain. Nonetheless, Mr. Fu was undeniably correct. Chun Mo's achievements bore little relevance to their own endeavors. Standing quietly at the rear of the line, Chun Mo followed the group into the sports center with utmost obedience. Remember, this year's martial arts examination has introduced an additional component, the combat power assessment, Mr. Fu announced, gesturing towards the testing chamber housing the combat power targets. It seemed that the current students were solely preoccupied with enhancing their vitality, neglecting the practical aspects of combat. This new criterion also provided an opportunity for those with mediocre vitality but exceptional combat talent. The final scores would be calculated based on the average of combat power ratings and overall vitality. So seize this chance. After Mr. Fu's admonition, the expressions of the students from Class 37 morphed into one of despair. With the introduction of combat power scoring, their average scores were bound to plummet, jeopardizing even their chances of entering the most basic martial arts academy. I don't believe I've seen that student before. Mr. Fu squinted at the boys standing before the vitality tester. Prior to the martial arts examination, he had perused a list of this year's candidates from the first high school, and this boy's details were conspicuously absent. Vitality, 697. As the figures illuminated on the vitality tester, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Impossible! When did the first high school produce such a genius? Mr. Fu widened his eyes in disbelief at the numbers displayed on the tester. Something was amiss. This student must have been procured from another school. Mr. Fu glared furiously at the wheelchair-bound Zhao Dihai. This shameless old man had actually resorted to acquiring students from different cities and institutions. Chun Mo, Mr. Fu turned back, his gaze laden with concern for Chun Mo. Just a week ago, the principal had mentioned that Chun Mo had already achieved the rank of first-level martial artist, with a vitality exceeding 200, making him a likely candidate for this year's top scorer. However, judging by the current circumstances, that achievement seemed increasingly elusive. Rest assured, it's merely over 600 in vitality. Chun Mo replied confidently. His total vitality had already surpassed 1,005, more than double that of the boy. Just as Mr. Fu felt a wave of relief upon hearing Chun Mo's assurance, a loud thud resonated from the combat power testing room. Subsequently, the target responsible for the combat power assessment flew out of the room. Fortunately, the proctor managed to catch the testing target, averting potential injuries to several students. What remarkable martial skills! This child's combat power is an astounding 5,003. The proctor couldn't help but exclaim upon glancing at the target's reading. As this figure was unveiled before all, the sports center erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Simultaneously, Zhao Dihai shot a menacing glare at Chun Mo. The prior reports had only mentioned Chun Mo as the first-level martial artist under 18 in Taizhou City, without disclosing the extent of his combat prowess. Zhao Dihai remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Mo's combat prowess surpassed his wildest imagination. At this moment, his heart brimmed with joy. Whether Chun Mo could gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy had become insignificant. His sole desire was to snatch away the top position that rightfully belonged to Chun Mo, employing any unscrupulous means necessary. Gazing at the astonishing combat power of 5,003, even Chun Mo could not help but furrow his brow. Such strength! Unbeknownst to Chun Mo, prior to the martial examination, Zhao Dihai had already learned of the impending combat power assessment. This morning, he had deliberately procured a disposable martial arts ring crafted by a psychic from the underground black market, which contained the full force strike of a fourth-level martial artist. This method of cheating was undetectable, as no one would suspect anyone of spending millions to gain an unfair advantage in a martial examination. Chapter 20. The martial arts examination commences with such financial resources, one might as well enroll in a private martial arts academy. The expenditure seems devoid of any cost-effectiveness. However, Zhao Dihai's perspective diverged entirely. His sole intention was to ensure that Chun Mo did not secure the top position in Taizhou. This way, the resource allocation for their school would not be intercepted by the 37th school. Subsequently, he could utilize those resources to mend Zhao Qian's meridians, enabling her to embark once more on the path of martial arts. Moreover, he could tarnish the brilliance of Chun Mo, the most talented individual in Taizhou, rendering him a shadow of his former self. Alas, the sheer intensity of that combat power. Teacher Fu was rendered speechless upon witnessing the staggering figure of 5,003 in combat strength. How could a level 1 warrior with merely over 600 in vitality unleash such terrifying power? No, something must be amiss. Similar to Zhao Dihai's earlier state of distress, Teacher Fu also began to suspect that the boy had resorted to cheating. Yet, Chun Mo had not cheated. It was the other boy who had indeed played foul. The distinction was subtle, yet significant. Rest assured, it's not a grave issue. Chun Mo approached Teacher Fu and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. 5,000 combat power is trivial. It won't stir any significant upheaval. However, before Teacher Fu could voice his thoughts, he fell silent upon witnessing Chun Mo's unwavering confidence. The boy who completed the combat power test turned to face Chun Mo, making a slashing gesture across his throat. "How dare you provoke me?" Chun Mo found himself both amused and incensed. He had refrained from causing trouble out of respect for the day's martial examination. Yet this insolent youth dared to challenge him. A mere country bumpkin from Wuning, proclaiming himself a genius. What a laugh. Chun Mo remained silent, already strategizing how to deliver a decisive blow. Although he had assured Teacher Fu not to worry, he continued to pace restlessly. Soon, all the students from their school had completed the vitality and combat power tests. Compared to the previous boy, everyone else's results paled in comparison. They were not even in the same league. The resources of Modu were indeed superior. No wonder they consistently ranked first or second in the national competition. It was inevitable. In Taizhou, even a level 1 warrior was considered a prodigy, and they simply could not compete with the likes of Modu. Nevertheless, it was an improvement. At least this year's national competition would not see them at the bottom. "Let us hope," they murmured, "but I've heard that this year's competition will feature several medalists." Isn't that unfair? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their faith in Chun Mo, the star of Taizhou, wavering. Could a small city truly contend with a top-tier metropolis? "Chun, do you need to warm up?" The vitality test had shifted to the 37th school, with students lining up to proceed. "No need, I'm perfectly fine." Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, taking his place at the end of the queue. The subsequent tests permitted only students and proctors. All others had to observe from the periphery. Before long, half of the students in Chun Mo's group had completed their tests. At that moment, Xiao Qifeng, Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, and Chen's parents arrived fashionably late. "Teacher Fu, how did the first high school perform?" Xiao Qifeng inquired cheerfully, unaware of the recent revelation regarding the male student possessing a combat power of 5,003. "Principal, this year's top scholar may be in jeopardy." Teacher Fu struggled to convey this to Xiao Qifeng, for the notion of a first-tier martial artist boasting such extraordinary power was utterly absurd. Upon hearing Teacher Fu's explanation, astonishment was etched on the faces of Xiao Qifeng and Chen's parents. "Impossible. That bald-headed fellow must have cheated." Xiao Qifeng reacted with the same conviction as Teacher Fu, firmly believing that the boy, Zhao Dihai, had engaged in dishonest practices. How shameless! Not only did he enlist outside help for the top position, but he also resorted to cheating. Spitting in disdain at Zhao Dihai, Xiao Qifeng sighed. "Well, at least our no. 37 High School isn't the worst martial arts school in Taizhou. Contentment brings joy, after all." He forced a smile, feeling regretful not only for no. 37, but also for Chun Mo's inability to secure the top spot this year. It's our son's turn. Chun-Li and Su Lu remained unconcerned about such matters. In their eyes, their child was undoubtedly the best. At the couple's exclamation, everyone's gaze turned toward Chen Mo. Not only them, but the entire assembly of teachers and students at the sports center focused on the testing room, where Chun Mo stood. Student Chun, please step onto the testing device. The invigilating teacher smiled at Chen Mo, gesturing toward the platform. To ensure that no internal cheating occurred, all invigilators had been dispatched from above. The teacher had heard of Chun Mo's name and was aware that he was a first-tier martial artist, yet his reaction was mild. In the sweltering summer, there were simply too many first-tier martial artists. Only a small city like Taizhou would make such a fuss over someone like Chun Mo. Chun Mo nodded and stepped onto the vitality testing device. A flash of crimson light illuminated the screen, revealing his total vitality. Chun Mo, total vitality 1500. The student who had initially ranked first plummeted to second almost instantaneously. 1005? The invigilating teacher exclaimed in disbelief. You're already a second-tier martial artist? Don't shout. Let us proceed to test your combat power, Chen Mo replied calmly. Recognizing that vitality was not his primary focus, combat power was what truly mattered. All right, I will take you to test your combat power now. The invigilating teacher nodded repeatedly, now fully aware of Chun Mo's significance. Though this child hailed from a small city, achieving second-tier status at such a young age promised an extraordinary future. Meanwhile, outside the testing room, the onlookers beheld Chun Mo's total vitality, causing the entire sports center to erupt with excitement. 1005? Just days ago, Chun Mo was a first-tier martial artist. How could he have advanced to second tier so swiftly? You must be cheating. Cease your impertinence. This is our Taizhou star. Do not presume to make wild guesses with your foolish mind. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Lu felt a sudden darkness envelop him, collapsing into Chun-Li's embrace. Old Chun, I cannot be mistaken, can I? My son's total vitality is 1005? No, you are not mistaken. Chun-Li trembled with excitement, never having dreamt that his son possessed such extraordinary talent. My son is a genius. Ha! My son has become a second-tier warrior. Meanwhile, Xiao Qifeng clenched his fists tightly, aware that Chun Mo had already surpassed the foreign aid. Now, it all came down to combat prowess. As long as the disparity was not too vast, Chun Mo might indeed have a chance to secure this year's top honor. Chapter 21. Chun Mo. The pride of Taizhou. Until today, Chun-Li and Su Lu could finally believe that the reports they had seen on television were about their own son. The couple, unmistakably united in their emotions, wore identical expressions of excitement, their faces flushed with joy as they fixed their gaze upon Chun Mo, who was entering the combat power testing room. Dear, be gentle. I feel as though you might crush the flesh from my arm, Chun-Li remarked with a chuckle. Though soon the laughter faded, replaced by the sensation of his arm being tightly pinched. If I pinch myself, wouldn't that hurt? Despite hearing her husband's complaint, Su Lu showed no intention of releasing her grip, her complete focus on awaiting the results of Chun Mo's battle power test. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qifeng calmed his racing heart, anxious for Chun Mo to triumph over the despicable Zhao Dihai. Inside the testing room, Chun Mo steadied himself as he faced the target ahead. Alas, no one was there to accumulate his power. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom the force of his punch. Aiming for the energy attack mark on the target, Chun Mo ignited every ounce of vitality within him. With the explosive blood fist coupled with the charged attack, he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! The ferocious wind from his punch obliterated the makeshift testing chamber, leaving the target deeply dented. Damage inflicted, 6,640 points. Maximum health increased by 527. After delivering that singular blow, Chun Mo felt an emptiness within him. He had exhausted all 1,500 points of his vitality to achieve the pinnacle of his damage output, combined with the 4,390 damage from the steel of heart charge attack. His strike was potent enough to incapacitate even a third-tier warrior. The supervising instructor recognized that Chun Mo had exerted all his strength and promptly fetched a chair, intending for him to rest. No need. Chun Mo shook his head and turned to exit the testing room. The astonishing nature of Chun Mo's achievement left the instructor momentarily dazed, only to be jolted back to reality to record the results. Chun Mo, combat power, 6,640. Upon hearing the results, the first to erupt in cheer was none other than Xiao Qifeng. Su Lu, overwhelmed by the news, fainted. Such a delightful dream was beyond her wildest imagination. Take that, you shameless Zhao Tu Lu. This is the brilliance of our Taizhou star. The students you've purchased are mere wastrels. Xiao Qifeng laughed heartily, pointing at the pallid-faced Zhao Dihai, engaging in his mocking tirade. He leaped in front of Zhao Dihai, his smug face mere inches from his adversary's. Hey, old man, I'm asking you a question. Why isn't your so-called genius performing? Speak up. Didn't I kick you in the kidneys earlier? It's not like I kicked your vocal cords, is it? Lost your voice. With mockery dripping from his words. Onlookers nearby felt the urge to deliver him a punch. Maintain order. All unrelated personnel, please leave immediately. The invigilator dispatched from above showed no regard for whether he was the principal of the esteemed 37 school, directly escorting Xiao Qifeng out of the sports center. Bald fool. I shall extend an invitation to your banquet for Chun Mo's advancement. Don't forget to prepare a red envelope for your former students. His laughter echoed, even as he was being removed, his demeanor resembling that of a man unhinged with joy. In stark contrast to the elated Xiao Qifeng, Zhao Dihai's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. He had invested a fortune to recruit this prodigy from the bustling metropolis, only to find him outshone by a student from the modest city of Taizhou. What disgrace! The target of Xiao Qifeng's mockery was Zhao Dihai, while Chun Mo had his sights set on a certain boy. I recall your name is Qiao Yang. Am I correct? Chun Mo deliberately positioned himself before Qiao Yang, surveying him with an air of superiority. How does it feel to be pinned down by a country bumpkin from wanting, young master? Qiao Yang's face flushed an intense shade of purple, reminiscent of a ripened eggplant. Don't you dare, he stammered, his weakness evident as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chun Mo stepped forward, adopting a brazen demeanor as he leaned in closer. I perceive you might be afflicted with a combination of polio, Parkinson's, and dementia. How about I lend you $10 to visit the pet hospital next door? Only a facility for animals could possibly address your condition. No reputable hospital would have the means to assist you. With a dismissive pat on Xiao Yang's face, Chun Mo turned and departed. Xiao Yang seethed with indignation, trembling with rage. In the metropolis, he was considered a cut above the rest, but in Taizhou, he relished in the privileges of a genius, until he encountered Chun Mo. This so-called genius found himself trampled underfoot by a rural upstart from a small town, a reality utterly intolerable for the young master from the metropolis. Xiao Yang's gaze towards Chun Mo turned icy and venomous. The surrounding crowd could even hear the grinding of his teeth. The martial arts examination progressed swiftly, completing the assessments for Taizhou Martial High School in just one day. Students, please take note. Tomorrow morning at 8, bring your admission tickets and writing materials. A 2-day written examination will commence, and the results will significantly impact admissions to the Martial Arts Academy, so please treat this with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing of the written examination, those students whose martial arts scores were less than stellar brightened with anticipation. Failed the task. Chen Montak Mutat Distin Fully, wishing he had accumulated some valor points beforehand. Standing in line, he was indifferent to the congratulatory praises from his classmates and teacher Fu. His sole concern was whether he had succeeded or failed in his task. After a lengthy wait without any announcement from the system, he let out a disappointed sigh. If it's a failure, so be it. There's nothing to be done. Just as Chun Mo sighed, an invigilator jogged over. Are you Chun Mo? The invigilator extended a hand in greeting. Greetings, I am the chief examiner for this written test. I am here to inform you that you are exempt from the written examination. As he spoke, the invigilator produced a business card from his pocket. I remain an admissions officer at the Yangqing Martial Arts Academy and am uncertain whether student Chun has any interest in our esteemed institution. Should you express interest, please feel free to call me, and I would be delighted to escort you for a tour of the academy. Very well, should I find myself interested, I will reach out to you. Chun Mo, maintaining a composed demeanor, accepted the business card and nodded at the examiner. I shall not disturb you further, student Chun. Please take the time to rest. With that, the examiner turned and departed, intent on leaving a favorable impression of Chun Mo. Chapter 22. Passive Skill. Fury of the Berserker Teacher Fu. I shall return home now. Chun Mo waved goodbye to Teacher Fu and dashed towards the direction where Chun Li and Su Lu were located. Good. As long as the task is accomplished. Just a few steps out, Chun Mo clenched his fist in anticipation of what extraordinary passive skill he might draw. In Xiao Qifeng's vehicle, Chun Li and Su Lu were chattering animatedly. Everyone, including Xiao Qifeng, was enveloped in an atmosphere of unbridled excitement. Chun Mo, however, was different. His gaze was fixed vacantly on the system interface before him as he clicked the draw button. The roulette began to spin slowly, eventually coming to a halt 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the passive skill, Fury of the Berserker. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes, no, Olaf's passive. Chun Mo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This passive had its pros and cons primarily. It could synergize well with his extraordinary health pool and was quite compatible with the shield from his charge punch. It ensured that he would not be left without offensive means after executing a charged attack, a deliberate punch, and a bloodburst punch. Fury of the Berserker. Gain up to 50-100 attack speed and 8-25 life steal. The lower your health, the stronger the effect becomes, reaching its maximum at 30 health. Not bad. My luck seems to be rather favorable. After all, I have essentially acquired a passive for free. And this type of skill does not occupy a skill slot. If I were to draw the cue from the doghead one day, it would certainly stir things up. I would then reside in the abyssal rift without ever stepping outside. Closing the system panel, Chun Mo then noticed Wei Zhen calling out to him. Little Chun, what are you pondering? Wei Zhen turned back with a cheerful smile directed at Chun Mo. Nothing much. I was just contemplating which martial arts academy to attend. Chun Mo shook his head, casually brushing off the question with an excuse. Little Chun, you should come to the Tai Province Weapon Research Center tomorrow. I have arranged for the center to prepare a pair of weapons that would suit you well. Wei Zhen, having discerned Chun Mo's evasiveness, shifted the topic. Weapons? Chun Mo paused, realizing he had not given this matter much thought. Indeed, compared to the prodigies from those major cities, there was still a significant gap between him and them. Following the martial arts examination, what awaited Chun Mo would be the national competition. The talents from the larger cities had undergone systematic martial training from a young age, with each one mastering at least 3 martial techniques. Moreover, the national competition allowed the use of weapons, which meant that not having practiced any weaponry was a considerable disadvantage. Upon hearing Wei Zhen's words, Chun Mo furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it too much. It was merely a matter of martial techniques. Even with his charged attack, he already possessed 3 martial techniques, and they could combine together. I know what you are implying. You possess martial techniques as well, and I shall not inquire about who you learn them from. Wei Zhen recognized that he had touched upon Chun Mo's privacy and wisely chose not to pursue the subject further. I merely wish to express that no matter how formidable the physique of a martial artist below the 6th level may be, it pales in comparison to the solidity of a weapon. Thus, you undoubtedly require a weapon, one formidable enough for use in the national competition. Wei Zhen paused, deciding against prolonging the suspense. We have prepared for you a pair of half-finger gloves forged from abyssal steel, representing the entirety of abyssal steel that Tai Prefecture can offer. Abyssal steel possesses an exceptional affinity for vital energy, significantly amplifying the potency of your martial techniques. Given that your techniques are all close combat strikes, these half-finger gloves are indeed the most suitable weapon for you. Furthermore, should you choose to learn other weapons in the future, the abyssal steel half-finger gloves can also serve as protective gear, ensuring no waste. Chun Mo remained silent, yet he could perceive and feel the significance that the entire Tai Prefecture placed upon him. He had heard of abyssal steel, a precious metal that can only be found in deep abysses of level 5 and above. It is, in fact, a commodity that is both valuable and elusive. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. Ultimately, Chun Mo accepted Wei Zhen's goodwill, comparing the benefits Tai Prefecture would receive from his achievements. It became evident that Tai Prefecture was indeed gaining more. However, This matter cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. It represents the collective hope of the entire Tai Prefecture. Although he had only been in Tai Prefecture for just over a month, Chen Imo had already developed feelings for this small city. Since I have accepted your gifts, I shall undoubtedly return with results that satisfy everyone. Chen Imo smiled confidently, believing that with his current strength, even if he did not secure a position in the top 10, he could still advance to the top 16. This would mark the best achievement Tai Prefecture has ever seen, potentially leading to an increase in resources allocated to the region. No, it is not necessary for you to achieve an outstanding performance. Your foremost task is simply to survive the competition. Wei Zhun shook his head, noting that with a talent like Chen Mo's, the national competition results had become less significant. Chen Imo himself was the priority. Rest assured, leave it to me. Chen Imo dismissed Wei Zhun's words, firmly resolved to accomplish his objectives. Not even a divine being could thwart his determination. Soon, Xiao Qifeng's vehicle came to a halt at Chen Mo's doorstep. Young Chen and Mr. Chen and Ms. Su, please prepare yourselves. We shall embark for Yanjing City tomorrow. Wei Zhun disembarked, shook hands with Chen Mo's family, and then turned to board Xiao Qifeng's vehicle, heading towards the Martial Arts Bureau. Young Imo, do you truly intend to participate in that national competition? Su Lu's face was filled with concern, fearing for her son's safety in such a perilous contest. Mother, do not worry. Your son is not so fragile. Chen Imo smiled at Su Lu, believing she was overthinking the situation. Son, your mother is right. That national competition is indeed perilously dangerous. Chun Li's earlier excitement had waned. The mere thought of Chen Imo entering such a hazardous tournament made his heart race. Moreover, I heard Director Wei mention that this year's national competition will also feature psychics. Psychics? Chen Imo felt a sense of perplexity. Was it not tantamount to courting death for a mental cultivator to participate in a martial arts competition? According to the memories of Chen Mo's original self, the combat prowess of mental cultivators was rather unimpressive, while their exceptional skills lay in the realm of healing. Furthermore, becoming a mental cultivator was not a matter of mere training. It required an innate possession of mental energy. Although Director Wei was uncertain about the specifics, he was aware that they were the frontrunners for this year's championship, hailing from a research institute in the Magic City. After some contemplation, Chun-Li realized that he could not dissuade Chen Imo and thus handed over the information he had gathered from Wei Zhun. So, since you are truly determined to participate in the national competition, I shall not stand in your way. Tomorrow, our family will journey to Yanjing together. Chapter 23. Abyssal Steel Gauntlets, June 19th, early morning. Only 5 days remain until the commencement of the National Youth Talent Championship. The participants must arrive in Yanjing by June 20th for pre-competition drug testing. Only upon passing this examination will they receive their contestant numbers. As Chun-Li and Su Lu busily pack their luggage, Chen Imo dashes towards the Weapons Research Center located in the outskirts of Taizhou. At home, Su Lu is simultaneously packing and on the phone. Clothes, trousers, underwear, vests, socks, pillows, duvet covers, foot basins. In her fervent desire for Chen Imo to excel in the competition, it seems she is on the verge of relocating the entire household. Chun-Li, observing the 6 neatly arranged suitcases before him, begins to perspire. What's wrong, Mom? Did Xiao Imo fail to gain admission to the Martial Arts Academy? Before long, the call connects, and the voice of Chun-Yi, who is far away in Harbin City, comes through. Mom, you needn't worry. Even if Xiao Imo doesn't make it to the Martial Arts Academy, I won't let him suffer. She continues, I'll speak with the Northern Frontier military personnel, and you can send Xiao Imo to me. I'll train him for a year, and then Xiaoyi, what are you saying? Su Lu hasn't even spoken yet, but Chun-Yi is already rambling on. Who said Xiao Imo didn't get into the Martial Arts Academy? He is already a level 2 martial artist. This year's top spot is assured. A moment of silence ensues on the other end, followed by laughter reminiscent of the goddess of Stone Cliff. Is that true? My brother is a level 2 martial artist now. Ha ha ha. I told you my brother couldn't possibly be useless. He was just too low-key. Su Lu hurriedly distances the phone from her ear to spare herself from the auditory assault. Hold on, stop laughing. In a couple of days, do you have time? Our entire family needs to visit Yanjing. Is Xiao Mo planning to attend the Yinjing Martial Arts Academy? Chunyi ponders, realizing that the resources of the Yinjing Martial Arts Academy are unparalleled and relatively safe. It would be a suitable fit for her brother, sparing him from excessive hardship. Sounds good to me. I'll request leave shortly and accompany you all to visit the Yinjing Martial Arts Academy. I happen to have a senior who is a mentor there. As Chunyi contemplates how to pave the way for Mo, Su Lu's voice interrupts again. No, your brother is representing Taizhou in this year's national competition. The previously chatty Chun-Yi falls silent, and the other end of the line remains quiet for an extended moment. Hello, is the signal poor? Su Lu glances at her phone screen, puzzled, and furrows her brow. Mom, do you know what the national competition signifies? After nearly a minute of contemplation, a composed Chun-Yi resumes speaking. Of course I know, but Xiao Mo insists on participating. There's nothing we can do. Besides, he has already registered and will undergo drug testing tomorrow. I understand. I will wait for you at the entrance of the Yinjing Martial Arts Academy tomorrow. Chun-Yi spoke with a serious tone, seemingly reluctant for Mo to participate in this year's national competition. Without offering any explanation, she promptly hung up the phone and requested leave. This girl, at over 20, was still so impetuous. Su Lu shook her head as she put away her phone and continued packing her luggage. With such a temperament, how would she find a boyfriend in the future? Surely, she wouldn't remain single for a lifetime. An hour later, Mo stood at the entrance of the Taizhou Weapons Research Center. After confirming Mo's identity, the security personnel swiftly granted her entry. Are you Chun? A tall and attractive female researcher hurried over upon spotting Mo. Yes, you are, Mo inquired, sizing up the woman who was only a head shorter than herself. Today, I am responsible for receiving you and guiding you in testing the Abyss Steel Gloves. My name is Yang Yingying. You can simply call me Yingying Jie, she said with a warm smile, leading Mo into the research center. Mo's name was well known throughout Taizhou, including among the researchers at the institute. After passing through various bustling rooms, they finally stopped in front of a sealed door. Following the input of a password and the scanning of her palm, fingerprint, and iris, the door creaked open. Quite troublesome, isn't it? Mo remarked, puzzled as to why a mere pair of gloves required such security. Not at all. These are no ordinary gloves, Yang Yingying replied, shaking her head earnestly. The manufacturing technology alone is valued at 17 million. If we factor in the raw materials and the hide of the Abyss Beast, the total cost of these gloves exceeds 40 million. At that moment, Mo wished to exclaim that if they had that 40 million, they might as well give it to her directly. Surely that would be more beneficial than these gloves. However, regardless of her thoughts, this was the goodwill of Taizhou, and all she needed to do was accept it graciously. Come, give them a try. After entering the password once more, a concealed compartment revealed a pair of light purple, matte finished half-finger gloves before Mo, weighing 22 kilograms each, totaling 44 kilograms. These gloves possessed the abilities to absorb impact and invigorate one's vitality. They could also withstand the vast majority of weapons available on the market, including those of a ballistic nature, provided that the impact was directed at the gloves. Yang Yingying meticulously explained the remarkable features of the gloves, and after listening attentively, Mo picked them up and donned them. The gloves felt exquisite, imposing no sense of restriction, as if they had been tailor-made for her. Detected host has acquired armor, defense 30, current defense 55, reducing damage by 55 points from each attack. Detected host has acquired a weapon, attack 20, current attack 58. These gloves amalgamated the principles of both weaponry and armor, serving dual purposes as both protective gear and offensive equipment. Mo hoped they would prove beneficial in the national competition. This would indeed signify a contribution from our research institute. Thank you. Chen Montauk nodded in gratitude. To his surprise, he found himself quite fond of the half-finger gloves. The weight of 22 kilograms felt just right for him. Chun, my task has been accomplished. Director Wei and the individuals accompanying you to the national competition are waiting outside. Shall we depart now? Yang Yingying glanced at her phone and inquired. If we delay, we could still test them in the laboratory. No need, Mo replied, shaking his head. Shooting targets is rather dull. I would much prefer to engage in a genuine contest on the arena. Chapter 24. Revenge on the spot upon arriving outside the research institute. 2 off-road vehicles and 3 buses were parked at the entrance. What a spectacle! Ah, here comes Xiao Chun. Wei Zhen and Liang Yongxing stepped down from the leading off-road vehicle. Wei Zhen immediately noticed the abyss steel gloves that Chun Mo was wearing. How do you find the gloves? They are quite satisfactory. Thank you. True gratitude requires no words. Chun Mo only needed to return with commendable results. Let us not dwell on the gloves. Do I truly require so many people to participate in the national competition? Chun Mo glanced at the 3 buses filled to capacity and inquired with some perplexity. Initially, it was just me, Lao Liang, Tian Xingxing, and Xiao Qifeng accompanying your family. But later, Xiao Qifeng purchased 150 tickets out of his own pocket. Wei Zhen turned to glance at the driver, Xiao Qifeng, who gave Chun Mo a thumbs up. He asserted that the momentum of his child participating in the competition should not be lacking. Hence, he brought along the entire cheerleading squad. And beneath the bus, there are 6 large drums. In truth, Wei Zhen did not believe that Chun Mo could advance to the top 64 or 32. He would be satisfied if Chun Mo merely survived the first round. Chun Mo was at a loss for words and could only acquiesce to the situation. Let us proceed. The drug tests commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. During the competition, only competitors and their families are allowed to stay in the on-site hotel. So we will be lodging outside. Wei Zhen patted Chun Mo on the shoulder, reminding him that the national competition is no trivial matter. It is a nationwide event where lives can be at stake. How much emphasis does the higher authority place on this competition? The entire event lasts 5 days, during which the whole country is on holiday, and the proceedings will be broadcast live. This signifies a splendid opportunity to present oneself before the nation. Moreover, other countries will simultaneously broadcast the competition, indicating that the entire world is focused on the national competition of Daxia. All right, Chun Mo boarded the 2nd off-road vehicle, where Chun Li and Su Lu were seated. Inside the Yinjing Longlu Hotel, a tall and formidable youth was perusing the materials in his hands, page by page. Uncle Hu, is this the complete list of participants for this year? A smirk curled at the corner of the boy's mouth, accompanied by a derisive chuckle. Not entirely. There are some materials I couldn't even obtain, such as those from Modu and Yangcheng. Little Gu, this year's warriors do not pose a significant threat to you. The real danger lies with those competitors from a Modu Institute of Mental Power Research. Despite my inquiries, I have not uncovered much information, only that they have developed weapons specifically designed for mentalists. Moreover, their power is formidable, not to be trifled with. Before the elder could finish his statement, Gu Feng raised his hand to halt him. Uncle Hu, do you truly believe they're stronger than I am? I am already a mid-level 5th grade warrior. Crushing a group of 2nd and 3rd grade warriors is a mere trifle. Even if the Celestial Tribe were to arrive, they would not stand a chance against me. Observe the so-called prodigies touted by those small cities. A mere 2nd-tier martial artist can incite jubilant celebrations throughout their towns. Gu Feng casually withdrew a contestant's profile and placed it upon the table. By sheer coincidence, it was Chun Mo's information. He had only barely ascended to the 2nd tier before the martial examination, his combat prowess being somewhat noteworthy, yet hardly exceptional. Am I to be vanquished by such an individual? As for those mental cultivators, they boast excessively. I shall ensure they comprehend their rightful place. Combat is the domain of martial artists. Mental cultivators are merely tasked with healing. Gu Feng's arrogance transcended mere pride. He held all others in utter disdain. Nonetheless, he possessed the credentials to be so haughty. A 17-year-old mid-level 5th-tier martial artist, the first of his kind throughout the vast realm of Daxia. Xiao Gu, I know they pose no threat to you, but there is one matter of which I must apprise you. The elder sighed, having watched Gu Feng grow up. He understood his temperament well. This national competition would not solely feature human participants. The Celestial Clan had also dispatched a 17-year-old contender. What? Gu Feng sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. That 17-year-old from the Celestial Clan had already attained late 5th-tier status. Mere steps away from the 6th tier, you must proceed with utmost caution. Rest assured, I have long desired to confront those arrogant white-skinned individuals. Gu Feng's expression twisted into a fierce snarl. a tempestuous aura swirling around him. Not only Gufeng, but every city of renown also received word that the Celestial Clan would be participating. The following morning, an off-road vehicle halted before the grand entrance of the Yanjing First Sports Center. The glaring drug testing facility loomed before the crowd as Chun Mo opened the car door and exchanged brief farewells with his family before striding towards the testing area. May all proceed smoothly. Su Lu clutched Chun Li's waist tightly, genuinely fearful for Chun Mo's safety in the competition. My dear, if you continue to grip me so tightly, I shall find myself in the hospital before Xiao Mo even steps onto the field. Chun Li grimaced in pain, yet felt powerless to protest. With no one else around, he could not help but seek solace in the presence of another. Chengu, Sujia. Once Chen Mo's contestant number is issued, you may check into the internal hotel, Wei Jin announced, stepping out from the lead vehicle and tapping on the car window to address Chen Mo's parents. Rest easy, it's merely a drug test. The official competition has yet to commence. But I worry, coming from a small city, will we be bullied by the children from those larger cities? Su Lu inquired anxiously. Su Lu's concerns were not unfounded. As soon as Chun Mo arrived at the drug testing facility and presented his identification, he was interrupted by a chorus of piercing laughter. So this is the star from Taizhou? He seems rather unremarkable, wouldn't you agree? I concur. He emanates an air of poverty. I suspect he will be eliminated in the first round. Keep your distance. His presence will surely taint the air. Chun Mo realized that these girls were not merely mocking him. They were casting aspersions upon all the contestants hailing from smaller cities. Chun Mo is merely a typical example. Classmate Chun, take your urine test cup and go. The staff, smiling, extracted a small cup along with Chun Mo's identification card, intending to return them to him. However, upon raising her head, she discovered that Chun Mo had already positioned himself beside those several girls. Do you fancy the sound of barking? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. His towering stature rendered those girls no different from children in his presence. What of it? Before the leading girl could finish her words, Chun Mo delivered a resounding slap to her face. Dealt 4390 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 526. The girl spun through the air like a top, ultimately crashing to the ground, her fate uncertain. She possessed just over 5,000 health points, and that single blow nearly took her life. Chapter 25. Do you understand what it means to have extraordinary talent? Chun Mo is not the type to endure humiliation quietly. If he can tolerate this, then perhaps he is indeed a reincarnated turtle. Stop pretending. I know this slap won't kill you, but you had better not cross paths with me on the competition stage. This goes for all of you. If we meet there, you should tread carefully. I will seize the opportunity to eliminate you. With that, Chun Mo turned, clutching the urine sample cup and his identity card, and strode towards the blood test area. The surrounding individuals, be they competitors or staff members tasked with maintaining order, were left in stunned silence. It was not that they had never witnessed competitors from larger cities belittling those from smaller ones, but they had certainly never seen a competitor from a small city daring to retaliate, especially with such audacity, completely disregarding the background and resources of the larger cities. Teacher Huang, please attend to this competitor. We cannot afford any losses before the competition even begins. A staff member crouched beside the girl who had just been struck, gesturing toward a mentalist not far away. I understand. This fellow is rather ruthless. Teacher Huang, a level 6 mentalist, could easily treat such injuries. However, the force behind that slap was at least equivalent to the mid to late stage of level 3, and it appeared that Chun Mo had not even exerted his full strength. This year's national competition should prove to be quite intriguing. Teacher Huang, stop rambling. If you keep talking, this child will run out of energy. The staff member poked at the chuckling Teacher Huang, pointing at the girl who was spitting blood. All right, I nearly forgot about her. Teacher Huang smacked his forehead, a habit of his to talk to himself. Seated at the blood test counter, Chun Mo extended his arm forward. The masked nurse picked up the blood-drawn needle, attempting to pierce it into Chun Mo's vein. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the needle would not penetrate. Strange, isn't it? The nurse began to sweat, and Chun Mo could even see the veins on her hand bulging from the effort. Why is it so tough? With a crack, The needle tip finally morphed into a V shape under the nurse's relentless efforts. Chun Mo. Nurse, please hold on a moment. I'll fetch a power drill. The nurse huffed, rising indignantly and heading to the toolbox to search for a specialized blood draw power drill. Chun Mo could surmise why the nurse was unable to pierce his skin. His current defensive capability stood at an impressive 55 points, while the nurse, combined with the needle's attack power, totaled merely 3 points. All of it was negated by damage reduction before long. The nurse returned, wielding a tool that bore a striking resemblance to a jackhammer. After fitting the specialized drill bit, she placed one foot on the table and began her vigorous assault on the most vulnerable skin at Chun Mo's elbow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sparks flew as the nurse's forehead began to bead with sweat. Through her unwavering efforts, she finally succeeded in breaking through Chun Mo's skin, successfully drilling into his vascular system. Chun Mo's blood gushed forth like a high-pressure water jet, and before the nurse could react, the scalding liquid splattered across her face. Chun, student, your blood pressure appears to be rather elevated, the nurse remarked. Indeed, I have been experiencing high blood pressure recently, Chun Mo replied. The nurse, feeling a tad embarrassed, stood up and changed into a fresh set of clothes before resuming her seat. Chun Mo himself was taken aback by the sudden spike in his blood pressure. Could it be attributed to his exceptionally high vitality? Grasping another needle, the nurse endeavored to insert it through the tiny puncture made earlier. However, upon glancing at Chun Mo's arm, she found no trace of the previous wound. His skin was smooth and unblemished. Perhaps I should administer the injection myself. Chun Mo sighed, sensing that the nurse's own blood pressure might be even higher than his. Don't worry, leave it to me, the nurse insisted, once more taking up the needle to launch another assault on Chun Mo's vein. After laboring for a considerable half-hour, drenched in sweat, the nurse finally succeeded in drawing Chun Mo's blood. What a feat, she thought, gazing at the crystalline liquid in her hand, a wave of accomplishment washing over her. All right, Chun, you may proceed to the restroom for your urine test. The blood test results will be available in an hour. Ah, understood, Chen Montag nodded, clutching the urine cup as he entered the men's restroom. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Each urinal was manned by an attendant with wide, watchful eyes. Many competitors, drenched in sweat, struggled to produce even a few drops under their eager stares. Could you please look away? Your gaze is making it impossible for me to go, one competitor finally exclaimed in frustration. My hands are tied. This is a requirement from the organizing committee. I would rather not fixate on your predicament, the attendant replied, maintaining a steadfast gaze that pierced the competitor's heart like a sword. The competitor's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless, and could only exert every ounce of strength to coax a trickle from his bladder. Hey, there's an open spot here, an attendant called out to Chun Mo, gesturing towards the vacant urinal beside him. Chun Mo contemplated refusing, as the presence of others made it difficult for him to perform. Yet, he reminded himself that he was no mere worm. His prowess would surely leave the attendants feeling inadequate. Standing before the urinal, Chun Mo unveiled his impressive member. Are you a donkey? The attendant's eyes widened even further, unable to fathom that a human could possess such dimensions. If you cannot engage in conversation without being rude, it would be best for you to remain silent, Chun Mo retorted with a disdainful glance at the attendant, then began to focus on coaxing out a little urine. Classmate, do you possess a secret formula for enhancement? I'm willing to pay. Even after being rebuffed by Chun Mo, the staff member continued to persistently bother him. Indeed, there exists a secret formula. Chun Mo nodded with an air of seriousness. First, pay me, and then I shall reveal the formula to you. 5,000 yuan. No deception involved. Excellent. The staff member's eyes gleamed as he took out his phone to scan Chun Mo's payment code. Blue pay notification. 5,000 yuan received. The sound of the payment confirmation resonated, and Chun Mo, thoroughly pleased, tucked his phone away. Come a little closer. This secret formula is not for public dissemination. Seeing Chun Mo's enigmatic demeanor, the staff member became even more convinced that he had a genuine enhancement formula. He hurriedly leaned in to listen as Chun Mo uttered a single phrase. The secret is innate talent, which you cannot acquire. Chapter 26. The axe-wielding Queen Chun Mo with a playful grin, looked at the staff member who was glaring at him in disbelief, his face flushed with indignation. What's the matter? I've shared the secret formula with you. What more do you want? Holding a urine test cup brimming with liquid, Chun Mo found amusement in the staff member's impending fury. I don't want anything. The staff member gritted his teeth, humiliated by being duped out of 5,000 yuan by a mere child. Truly, it was a disgrace. Just step aside. I have things to deliver. Chun Mo waved the cup of liquid in his hand, prompting the staff member to seize it. You needn't deliver it. That's my responsibility. Anger aside, he knew he must fulfill his duties diligently. Oh, do take care. My flow is rather substantial, and it tends to spill, Chun Mo jested. Damn you. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Chun Mo received his contestant number from the staff member, whose face bore an expression of deep resentment. Here you go. Your number isn't bad, 188. Thanks. Chun Mo cheerfully tucked away his entry badge and gave a friendly nod to the staff member. By the way, I wasn't lying earlier. The secret is indeed exceptional talent. You can't blame me. It's your father's fault for not being competent. With that, Chun Mo patted the staff member's shoulder and exited the drug testing center. The staff member, now livid, felt his complexion darken to a shade of purple. Yet he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. If it came to blows, regardless of the justification, he knew he could not contend with the prodigies eligible for the national competition. After some contemplation, he concluded that enduring the humiliation was the wisest course of action. Outside the drug testing center, the cheerleading bus from number 37 had already departed for the hotel, leaving only Chun Mo's family and a few individuals from Xiao Qifeng's vehicle waiting. They're out. They're out. Su Liu et Ge Lim. Leaning out of the car window and waving at Chun Mo, holding his entry badge, climbed into the car with a smile. How'd it go? Smooth sailing with the drug test? Wei Zhen and Liang Yongsheng approached, inquiring through the car window. It was all right. Faced a few minor hiccups and even made a little pocket money, Chun Mo replied, stowing away his entry badge and rubbing his elbow, which had endured the drill twice. Nothing serious, I hope. Are you staying in the hotel provided by the competition with your parents, or are you planning to explore a bit first? They were reminded that once the contestants completed their drug tests starting from the afternoon, they would not be allowed to interact with the outside world until elimination. It's been a long journey. I need some rest. Just as Chun Mo intended to say he would check into the hotel, Su Lu nudged him. Xiao Mo, your sister is here. She's waiting for you at the entrance of Yinjing Martial Arts Academy. Chun Mo slowly turned his head. His sister had come? Was it that Chun Yi, who had relentlessly beaten him since childhood? Chun Mo had always harbored an extreme fear of Chun Yi. Her exceptional talent in martial arts had always overshadowed him, leaving him at her mercy. Only after Chun Yi enrolled in the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy did his nightmares come to an end. I have informed her about your ascension to a second-level warrior and your participation in the national competition. She was quite delighted and expressed her intention to come see you. Su Lu chose not to disclose Chun Mo's reaction upon hearing that Chun Yi would compete in the national tournament. How could I possibly avoid it? Although my soul has been replaced by Chun Mo's, this body still trembles at the thought of Chun Yi. No way. If you don't come to find me, I shall come to find you. Suddenly, a fair yet calloused hand reached in through the car window, firmly grasping Chun Mo's face. Well, look at you, young man. Growing quite bold. Outside the car, a tall beauty glared fiercely at Chun Mo. What gives you the audacity to participate in the national competition? You should consider your parents' feelings, even if you are willing to risk your life. Come here. I have 2 accelerated martial arts techniques to impart to you. Chun Yi yanked Chun Mo away, vanishing from the sight of onlookers, leaving Wei Zhen and others standing awkwardly in place. In a narrow alley near the drug testing facility, Chun Yi retrieved 2 martial arts manuals from her bag. Here, take these. Both are expedited techniques that will at least prevent you from suffering too greatly. Though she grumbled, Chun Yi still regarded Chun Mo as her dearest younger brother. Sister, I really don't need. Before Chun Mo could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Chun Yi's fierce glare. I pilfered these 2 tomes from the Border Patrol specifically for you to use in this national competition. One is called the turtle breathing technique, and the other is the blood ignition technique. The turtle breathing technique is meant for feigning death. while the blood ignition technique is for fighting with all your might. If you encounter a truly formidable opponent, use the turtle breathing technique to pretend to be dead. If you face someone challenging yet beatable, unleash the blood ignition technique. Remember, your life is paramount. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Furthermore, if you must fight, do so with all your might for your sister. But if you cannot prevail, feigning death is nothing to be ashamed of. As Chun-Yi spoke these contradictory words, she thrust the manuals into Chun-Mo's hands, then donned a cheerful expression as she led him outside. Mom and Dad, I was just sharing a little secret with Xiaomo. You need not worry. Chun-Yi approached Su Lu and embraced her, exuding the charm of a gentle young lady. Only those familiar with Chun-Yi knew that she was renowned as the Axe Queen at the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy. She wielded a 200-pound giant axe with remarkable skill, and no one in the entire academy dared to provoke her. Xiao-Yi, you have lost quite a bit of weight. Su Lu's comment was a blatant falsehood, as Chun-Yi's physique had noticeably become more robust. Director Wei, I am taking my parents to check into the hotel in the inner arena. Soon, Xiaomo's drug test certification will expire. Chun-Yi flashed a sweet smile at Wei Zhen, effortlessly carrying 6 suitcases into the Beijing Sports Center. Is this the Axe Queen? Tian Xingxing inquired, watching the Chun family's retreating figures. Indeed, she hails from the northern border region of Harbin City, known for its fierce warriors. Liang Yongxing nodded. Despite her mere status as a third-tier warrior, she possessed the remarkable ability to defeat fourth-tier abyssal beasts, showcasing her formidable strength. One would not expect such prowess from her gentle demeanor. Tian Xingxing curled her lips, reflecting on the unreliability of rumors. All right, let us not linger idly here. We must swiftly prepare the items needed for the competition. Wei Zhen shook his head, recognizing that there was only one course of action left for them, to cheer and support Chen-Mo. As for how far Chen-Mo could advance, it would ultimately depend on his own skill and the whims of fate in the draw. Meanwhile, at the hotel within the competition venue, the Chen family was assigned a mid-level suite comprising 3 bedrooms and a living area, ample space for them during the tournament. Chapter 27. The Discontented Siblings. Hello. Are you contestant Chen-Mo from room 188? A staff member from a national competition knocked on the door just as the family had settled in. Is there something you need? Chen-Mo inquired as he opened the door. The staff member handed him a golden card. Contestant Chen-Mo. This contains the schedule and important information for the upcoming events. Additionally, you are welcome to use the facilities and equipment at the sports center free of charge. Meals are provided at the cafeteria, but if you prefer, we can supply you with ingredients for self-cooking. Furthermore, the organizing committee offers each contestant 3 vitality pills daily. Would you be interested? The staff member was exceedingly courteous, showing no signs of disdain despite Chen-Mo's humble origins. Of course I need them. Thank you for your efforts. Chen-Mo responded politely, appreciating the staff member's demeanor. After accepting the materials, he retreated back into his room. Upon turning around, he noticed his parents, Chun-Li and Su Lu, sitting stiffly on a chair, visibly anxious. Why aren't you sitting on the sofa? Chen-Mo asked, puzzled, as he plopped down onto the plush couch. Son, we're a bit nervous, Chun-Li admitted, rubbing his hands together. A man who had been the family's pillar for over 20 years, revealing such vulnerability. What is there to be nervous about? Every contestant has a room like this. Chen-Mo replied, still confused. It was merely a room after all. It's not just a room. I never imagined our son would compete at such a prestigious event. Chun-Li shook his head, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and lighting one. The Chen family is truly blessed. I must pay respects back home. All right, don't dwell on it too much. Chen-Mo chuckled, standing up after a brief moment and heading to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower and then rest. It's been quite a journey. As the sound of running water filled the bathroom, the 3 in the living room exchanged glances, feeling somewhat more at ease. Mom, I was just starting to feel nervous too. Chen-Yi laughed self-deprecatingly. She had never felt this way even when facing a formidable beast at level 4, as they were merely in the preparatory stage. She couldn't fathom how anxious she would be once the competition commenced. Enough of that. You two are worse than I am, Su Lu remarked as she affectionately patted Chun-Yi's head, offering comfort to both father and daughter. We should get some rest. You must be exhausted from your journey from Ice City. Your father and I hardly slept last night, Let us not disturb Xiao Mo Su Lu, ever the sensible one, took Chen Yi's hand and led her to the bedroom for a heart-to-heart conversation, leaving Chun-Li to retire alone. Feeling a tinge of loneliness, Chun-Li lay in bed, clutching the blanket like a solitary elder. At 6 in the evening, the Chun family awoke, fully refreshed and brimming with energy. Hey, it's time for dinner. I have long craved the exquisite Peking duck, and I shall treat you all. Let us dine together. Chun-Li enveloped the spirited Chun Mo in an embrace and began to lead the way out. Father, competitors are not permitted to leave the sports center until the conclusion of the event. Chun Mo sighed, realizing that after a brief slumber, Chun-Li had reverted to his usual unreliable self. Ah, indeed, I had forgotten that. Chun-Li tapped his forehead. Let us proceed. The cafeteria should also be preparing Peking duck. Grasping his meal card, Chun Mo guided his family towards the cafeteria. Upon entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 3rd floor, they soon came to a halt. The family stood momentarily stunned before the opulent restaurant. This is not what we were promised. Isn't it supposed to be a cafeteria? Chun-Li surveyed the lavish decor, his mind filled with questions. Are you the 188th contestant? Chun Mo, this way please. A keen-eyed waiter approached, escorting Chun Mo's family to their designated table. There is no need for astonishment. Those who qualify for the national competition are indeed the elite, and we shall provide you and your family with the finest service. The waiter beamed as he presented the day's menu. You must try the signature Peking duck. We have specially invited a master chef from Dapengquan to prepare it personally. The taste and texture will undoubtedly rival that of Dapengquan. Very well. We shall begin with 3 ducks, along with lamb from the Iron Cap, 3 portions of tripe, and also stir-fried liver with fermented mung bean juice and braised dishes. Since they were in Peking, the focus was on experiencing the local specialties rather than merely assessing their palatability. Soon, an abundant array of dishes graced their table, and the family joyfully commenced their dinner. However, amidst their merriment, a discordant voice interrupted. Ha! A bunch of country bumpkins, utterly lacking in sophistication. Chun Mo turned to see a young man with slick-back hair elegantly slicing his steak with a knife and fork. What a foolish fellow, Chun Mo thought, dismissing the pretentiousness of the moment. It was best if he did not encounter him on the competition stage. Indeed, the simple act of consuming a steak seemed to inflate his ego. As Chun Mo's elder sister, Chun-Yi shared a temperament akin to his, and they both possessed a sharp tongue. Look at him, all glammed up, as if he just crawled out from under some old lady's bed. Truly, he should replenish his protein supply to continue serving his mother tonight. Perhaps even his father will have to give him a hand later. The siblings exchanged a volley of scathing remarks, directing their barbs towards the slick-haired young man while using their parents as benchmarks for their criticisms. The young man had never been subjected to such ridicule before, and even his parents glared at Chun Mo and Chun-Yi in indignation. What are you staring at? Chun Mo retorted, glancing back at the young man while casually assessing his health points. A level 3 warrior with a maximum health of 6,001. A rather fragile being. I shall not stoop to your level. The man with slick-back hair pondered for a moment before taking a seat. In a national competition such as this, he was far from being foolish enough to cause a scene. Competitors from small cities, mere second-rate warriors, were nothing more than stepping stones for him, likely incapable of even passing the first round, utterly insignificant. Why should he stoop to their level? After all, they might not even manage to step down from the arena, potentially meeting their demise there. A few competitors from smaller cities stood up, but under the formidable gaze of the slicked-back man, they promptly sat back down. You'd best hope not to encounter me on the stage, for I will ensure you comprehend the vast chasm that exists between us. Wouldn't you agree? Country Bumpkin? Chapter 28. The national competition begins. Chen Montag was utterly bemuset. Laughter escaping him in disbelief. Who possessed such audacity to mock him? Just as he contemplated rising to deliver a blow, the loudspeaker above suddenly crackled to life. Attention, contestants! The list for the first round of the arena selection competition has been released. Please check your email for details. Repeat. Attention, contestants! The list for the first round of the arena selection competition has been released. Please check your email for details. With a sidelong glance at the man with slicked back hair, Chun Mo settled back into his seat, retrieving his phone to search for his name. Moments later, the slick-haired man let out an exasperated TCH from across the table. A mere second-tier martial artist. How utterly dull. Regardless of who contestant number 188 might be, it would be his misfortune to face me. The man clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Indeed, it was unfortunate to encounter such mediocrity. With a cold smirk, Chun Mo revealed his contestant number, Zhao Peinan, a third-tier martial artist from Hangqing. I am contestant number 188. We shall meet on the arena. You are truly unfortunate. Zhao Peinan's tone dripped with menace, clearly intent on inflicting harm in the arena. You would do well to concede the moment you step onto the stage. Otherwise, I shall surely reduce you to fragments. True prowess is not merely in bravado. Let us settle this on the arena. Chun Mo grinned, secretly hoping that Zhao could withstand a punch. The once harmonious atmosphere of the restaurant gradually morphed into a tense battleground, as most individuals identified their opponents for the upcoming clashes. Contestants from smaller cities wore expressions of despair, while some bore glimmers of hope. As he savored the crispy duck skin, Chun Mo familiarized himself with the competition format of this year's national contest. A total of 240 participants would compete, with the selection rounds commencing on the 24th. Excluding the 20-seed contestants, the remaining 220 would vie for spots in the subsequent arena battles. Weaker contestants would have to fight more rounds, with only the top 44 in points advancing to the arena matches. By the end of the selection rounds, a maximum of 44 competitors would remain to contest the championship, alongside the 20-seed contestants, culminating in a total of 64. The format was exceedingly ruthless. Merely winning a single match would be considered a stroke of fortune. The selection rounds would be broadcast live, exposing this brutal competition to viewers across the nation and even the world. Xiao Mo. That individual appears to be a third-tier martial artist. Do you truly believe you can best him? Chun furrowed her brow, fully aware of the chasm between second and third-tier martial artists. In terms of vitality alone, a third-tier martial artist possessed nearly 10 times that of a second-tier counterpart. Rest assured, if I cannot fell him with one punch, then I shall perish, Chun Mo grinned. Without even employing a full-powered strike, his maximum damage potential was 640. This meant that one punch from him would leave Zhao Peinan, still owing him 500 vitality points. As long as you are aware of your own strength, remember to practice the techniques I taught you over the next 2 days. Chun nodded, having discerned that Zhao Peinan had likely just broken through to the third level of martial artist, yet his combat prowess was far beyond that of a second-level warrior. I know, I certainly won't forget, Chun Mo replied, his anticipation palpable. Chun-Li and Su Lu exchanged worried glances at Chun Mo as ordinary individuals. They could not fathom the chasm between martial artists. Their only recourse was to cheer for Chun Mo and ensure they did not hinder him. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the otherwise delightful dinner quickly came to an end. Upon returning to the suite, Chun Mo immediately commenced practicing his blood ignition technique. As for the turtle breathing technique, such practices were reserved for the timid. Chun Mo had no need for them. He simply required the utmost values to annihilate all opposition. On June 24th, the National Youth Talents Championship officially commenced. Outside the Yanjing First Sports Center, countless citizens waved national flags, fervently cheering for these gifted individuals. Fireworks erupted incessantly above the venue. 2 SUVs and 3 buses from Taizhou had arrived the previous night, all awaiting this moment. Over 100 supporters, equipped with various cheering paraphernalia, entered the stands, even having custom-made flags for Taizhou and one emblazoned with the character Chun. Among them, Xiao Qifeng stood out with a red band tied around his forehead, holding a pair of drumsticks, and before him lay an enormous leather drum. Have we memorized our training chants? Xiao Qifeng bellowed to his cheerleading squad behind him. This is the strongest talent Taizhou has ever produced. Our morale must not falter against other cities. Do you understand? We understand. The cheer squad, primarily composed of students, shouted enthusiastically, their spirits ignited. Though they could not personally take the stage, their excitement in supporting the star of Taizhou was exhilarating. Xiao Yi, hold my hand tightly. My heart feels uneasy. Su Lu breathed deeply, trembling with nerves. "It's all right, Mom. Xiao Mo will be just fine." Chunyi, too, felt a surge of anxiety as she glanced at the contestant list. Apart from the secretive seeded competitors, many talented individuals from larger cities surpassed her in skill. "Go! Xiao Montak." At that moment, the live broadcast commenced, captivating the attention of the entire nation, young and old alike. In the contestants' backstage area, a distinct divide was evident between the competitors from large cities and those from smaller ones. The match between Chun Mo and Zhao Peinan was set to take place on Ring 17, directly in front of Taizhou's support team. "Are you ready to face your demise?" Zhao Peinan, clad in agile attire and wielding a tang knife at his waist, taunted. "You shouldn't be asking me," Chun Mo replied, shaking his head as he donned his abyss steel gauntlets. "You ought to be asking yourself, are you prepared to meet your end on the arena? You can only indulge in arrogance while not on stage." Zhao Peinan let out a cold snort, for he recognized that Chun Mo's gloves were forged from abyssal steel. Contestant 188, Chun Mo, and Contestant 63, Zhao Peinan, please take the stage. After casting a glance at Chun Mo, Zhao Peinan turned and strode toward the arena, with Chun Mo following closely behind. Oh. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, they happen to be the first match of the day. The resounding cheers echoed through the heavens, and Xiao Qifeng, along with the Chun family trio, immediately spotted Chun Mo Chapter 29, a single punch. As soon as Xiao Qifeng caught sight of Chun Mo, he sprang up like he had stepped on an electric switch, frantically waving at him. However, Chun Mo remained oblivious to their presence, his gaze fixated on the energy mark on Zhao Peinan. "Are both competitors prepared?" the referee inquired as he approached the ring, addressing the two opponents standing at their respective positions. "Absolutely," Zhao Peinan snarled, his eyes narrowed menacingly at Chun Mo. He was determined to incapacitate this country bumpkin from a small town. His Thunderblade technique had rendered him invincible in Hangzhou. How could a mere rustic from Taizhou possibly stand against him? "I'm ready," Chun Mo replied, his eagerness palpable as he clenched his fists and gestured to Zhao Peinan with a beckoning hand. "All right, positions taken. Ready, begin." With the referee's declaration, Zhao Peinan lunged toward Chun Mo with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, two professional commentators from Yinjing excitedly observed the confrontation. One was a prodigy from Hangzhou, the other a star from Taizhou. It was uncertain what dazzling sparks would erupt from their clash. However, it was noted that our Taizhou star was merely a second-tier martial artist, and lasting more than a minute against a third-tier warrior like Zhao Peinan would be an impressive feat. Oh my! Zhao Peinan is showing no mercy, unleashing his family's signature Thunderblade technique right from the start. Chun Mo is likely to be eliminated. The commentary abruptly halted. The commentator left speechless as he stared at the ring in disbelief. "Is this it?" Chun Mo effortlessly caught Zhao Peinan's saber aimed at his neck with one hand, disappointment evident in his eyes. "You!" A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Peinan's gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. The saber in his hand crackled with electricity, striking Chun Mo and emitting sizzling sounds akin to barbecuing meat. Electrocution damage taken, health minus 105. Electrocution damage taken, health minus 105. Electrocution damage taken. The system's notifications echoed, and Chun Mo couldn't help but smirk. "You're so weak. Is this your version of electrotherapy?" Zhao Peinan gaped at Chun Mo, whose entire arm had turned charred. How could he endure the pain of the electric shock? Little did Zhao Peinan know that despite the seemingly grim condition of Chun Mo's arm, he felt nothing at all. Moreover, the health points he had just lost were regenerating at a rapid pace of 90 points per second. The scorched arm was visibly healing before their eyes. Pathetic. With a cold chuckle, Chun Mo delivered a powerful punch directly to Zhao Peinan's chest. Clang! After several days, Chun Mo finally heard that melodious sound again. Dealt 4450 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 534. Zhao Peinan's eyes widened in shock as blood erupted from his mouth and nose. A deep crater, nearly a finger's width, formed in his chest, with his lungs effectively obliterated by the force of the blow. "Lie down, you worthless creature who cannot even withstand a single punch." Chun Mo gently pushed Zhao Peinan, who collapsed to the ground like a lifeless body. The referee, momentarily stunned by Chun Mo's punch, quickly regained his composure and stepped in front of Chun Mo, raising his right hand. The victor, Chun Mo from Taizhou. The once boisterous Beijing sports center fell into silence, all eyes fixated on the breathless Zhao Peinan lying on the ground. Was it over just like that? Even the commentator was rendered speechless, marking the swiftest conclusion of his career. Medical staff, hurry, this child is in grave danger. A staff member in charge of monitoring the situation shouted towards the nearby medical personnel. Seeing the match concluded, Chun Mo turned and descended from the ring, preparing for his next battle. Did we win? Xiao Qifeng stood in a daze, as Wei Zhen and the others were similarly frozen in disbelief. We won. Chun Li and Su Lu shared the same expression of astonishment. It was that easy? Why are you still standing there? Shouldn't we be cheering for our victory? The first to snap back to reality was Tian Xingxing, who snatched the drumsticks from Xiao Qifeng's hands and struck the drum before him. Wei Zhen, overwhelmed with excitement, summoned his energy and struck his own drum. It was only then that the people of Taizhou emerged from their shock, their faces flushed with exhilaration as cheers echoed through the venue. Boom boom. Chun Mo is incredible. Boom boom. Chun Mo is incredible. The meticulously prepared cheers were entirely forgotten. Under Tian Xingxing's enthusiastic leadership, the entire sports center resonated with the chant of Chun Mo is incredible. Ha ha ha. That is my son. Look at everyone. A third-level martial artist is no match for my son. My brother is amazing. Chun Yi and Chun Li, father and daughter, rejoiced, with Chun Yi shaking her father's collar in ecstatic fervor. In stark contrast to the elation of Taizhou, the crowd in Hangsheng appeared utterly dejected, especially Zhao Peinan's parents, who were on the verge of tears, nearly collapsing from despair. Their son was still on the stage, fighting for his life, with reports stating that both lungs and half a heart had been severely damaged by a single blow. I want to file a complaint. Chun Mo cannot possibly be a second-level martial artist. Woe is me, my son. In the contestants' backstage area, Chun Mo surveyed the scene and noticed that those who had previously looked down on him now regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. You are quite formidable. A girl with her arms crossed approached, staring intently at Chun Mo. What do you say? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this foolish girl was seeking a confrontation. Stay out of my way. If you wish to fight, we can settle it in the ring. But be prepared to face the consequences of my punch. With that, Chun Mo turned and headed towards the resting area, completely oblivious to the girl who had just pulled out her phone. I merely wished to add you as a friend. The young girl's face flushed crimson with indignation. How could there exist such a titanium alloy brute? Naturally, her intentions extended beyond merely befriending Chun Mo. She hoped that when their paths crossed, he would tread lightly. The first match had just concluded, and within the lounge, aside from Chun Mo, only a few staff members remained. Challenge Task Round 1 completed. Equipment draw chances have been awarded. Chun Mo awaited the familiar sound, indicating task completion, promptly accessing the system panel to initiate the equipment draw. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized the awarded chances for the equipment draw. The wheel began to spin, gradually coming to a halt 3 seconds later. Chapter 30. The Frightened Lu Hong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Eternal Grudge. Would you like to equip it immediately? Detected that the host has reached the equipment limit. Would you like to replace an item in the equipment slot? Yes, no. Note, please complete more challenge tasks to unlock additional equipment slots. Eternal Grudge. Chun Mo contemplated the newly drawn equipment, rubbing his chin. Wasn't this essentially a two-piece set of infinite power? Heart of Steel was one of the primary sources of his damage and absolutely could not be removed. However, without the iron plate boots, his agility would significantly diminish. Was it truly worth it for the attributes and passive effects of Eternal Grudge? Opening the detailed panel of Eternal Grudge, Chun Mo began to deliberate on whether to replace the iron plate boots. Eternal Grudge, 400 health points, 55 defense, 10 skill haste, passive, torment. In combat, every 5 minutes, inflict 3 of nearby enemies' health as damage, and heal yourself for 250 of the damage dealt. Dealing 1130 damage every 5 minutes while healing 2,800 life points. This passive effect was remarkably potent, especially considering Chun Mo's currently high health. The only drawback was the lengthy activation time, making this equipment more suitable for situations involving multiple opponents. However, in the context of a tournament battle, it might not be as effective. Against those frail opponents, a mere punch could incapacitate them, let alone waiting 5 minutes. If faced with agile adversaries, having the iron plate boots would mitigate his disadvantages. Thus, he decided against the swap for now. Perhaps he would reconsider once he unlocked the next equipment slot. With a sigh, Chun Mo lamented the unfortunate circumstance of acquiring equipment he could not equip. Phase 1 of the challenge task completed. Phase 2 is now unlocked. Unleash your potential. Successfully advance to the top 64 to unlock the third equipment slot and the second skill slot. What? Chun Mo's eyes widened. The system was indeed a timely benefactor. Though usually reticent, it proved to be quite considerate at critical moments. As a contender from a small city, Chun Mo needed to secure at least 4 victories to advance to the top 64. This meant he only needed to win 3 more matches to unlock the third equipment slot and the second skill slot. With this thought, Chun Mo felt fully awake, sitting up to check the details of his next opponent. Lu Hong, a second-tier martial artist from Zhang City. Chun Mo grimaced. A second-tier martial artist would likely have a maximum health of around 5,000. A glass cannon like Tian Xingxing might not even exceed 3,000. Unable to withstand a single punch. Bad luck for you, not my fault. Chun Mo grabbed the supplies and fruits he had prepared earlier, popping them into his mouth. There was still about an hour until the next match, and taking a little break would not hurt. In contrast to the relaxed Chun Mo, Lu Hong, having just won his first match, was now sweating profusely as he stared at his phone. No way. Am I up against that puncher? Lu Hong was in a state of bewilderment. Even Zhao Peinan, a third-tier martial artist, had nearly been killed by a single punch. What could possibly await him? A mere second-tier martial artist? No, I cannot afford to die just yet. Although the competition venue was equipped with the finest healing psychic practitioners in the country, a death by a single blow would be irretrievable. It would be wiser to concede. After all, preserving one's life is far more valuable than enduring humiliation. Ultimately, Lu Hong made a judicious decision to forego the competition and return home. His family, teachers, and city officials readily supported his choice, recognizing that Chun Mo was indeed a formidable opponent beyond the capabilities of an ordinary fighter. Before long, the delegation from Zhang City escorted Lu Hong out through a side entrance of the Yanqing Sports Center. Meanwhile, Chun Mo remained blissfully unaware that he had acquired the moniker One Punch Brother and was eagerly anticipating his next match. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and sensing that the time was ripe, Chun Mo rose to head outside. However, upon reaching the competitor's preparation area, he was informed that his next opponent had forfeited, resulting in an automatic victory for him. How perplexing. Chun Mo pursed his lips in disappointment, lamenting the loss of over 500 health points. You may have sacrificed your life, but I have lost health points. Truly, some people lack understanding. With a sigh of discontent, Chun Mo returned to the resting area. In the VIP viewing section, the 20-seated competitors and their entourages were observing the matches below. They were not alone. Directors from various prestigious martial arts academies had also been invited. Old Lu, this year's batch of children is significantly stronger than in previous years, remarked Wu Suan, the head of the Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy, as he fixed his keen gaze on the combatants engaged in fierce competition. Indeed, both ordinary and seated competitors exhibited far greater prowess than in years past. Lu Jinwu, the director of Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, nodded in agreement, noting that the talents this year surpassed those of previous years. Historically, a second-tier or higher martial artist had a chance to advance to the top 64. But this year's circumstances suggested that even third-tier martial artists might struggle to progress. Among the ordinary competitors, which one do you find most promising? Wu Suan inquired, feigning ignorance as he looked at Lu Jinwu. Isn't that obvious? The one from Taizhou, Chun Mo, is exceptionally impressive and could easily be specially recruited into our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. Lu Jinwu chuckled softly. Though Chun Mo might not reach the final stages, such talent would never be overlooked. Each martial arts academy possesses a comprehensive strategy for recruiting gifted students. offering cars, houses, and money are mere trifles. The promised resources are the true treasures. Are you not planning to recruit a few seeded competitors for your Jiqing this year? Wu Suian asked, glancing at the 20 seeded competitors before turning back. Can you compete with the likes of Modu and Yanjing? Lu Jinwu sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Whether it be combat resources, training resources, or even housing prices, we find ourselves at a disadvantage compared to others. Thus, what is the point in competing against them? It would be wiser to recruit a few decent ordinary candidates and abandon such lofty dreams. There is some merit to this perspective. Wu Suian nodded in apparent agreement. Yet his hand, concealed within his pocket, had already issued orders to the admissions office. Tonight, take the admissions handbook and a talent recruitment plan to visit Chen Mo. I have already sent you the hotel room number. It is imperative, absolutely imperative, to leave a favorable impression on Chen Mo. The discernment and capabilities of these deans are quite similar. If Lu Jinwu has taken note of Chen Mo, then Wu Suian has certainly done the same. By taking the initiative, he can seize the advantage in recruitment. Even if an immediate agreement is not reached, he can still leave a positive impression on Chen Mo. Chapter 31. Advancement achieved at this juncture. Chen Mo found himself with merely 2 remaining matches in the arena. One opponent fled, while the other, trembling with fear, fainted upon taking the stage. The anticipated accumulation of over 1,000 health points during the afternoon's contests ended in utter disappointment. Chen Mo felt a profound sense of frustration. Curling up on the sofa, brooding, my health points, over 1,000 just like that gone. It was akin to a duck being roasted to perfection, only to have it evade capture at the very moment it was about to be savored, leaving one both disgusted and helpless. Yet, despite this disheartening turn of events, Chen Mo advanced effortlessly into the top 64. Brother, just as Chen Mo wallowed in his vexation, Chen Yi leaped onto him with exuberance. You are incredible. You frightened one opponent into a faint. Chen Yi perched on Chen Mo's waist, cupping his face and planting a kiss on him. As expected of my brother. You are impressive. Just think of the stories I could tell my friends from the extreme cold border. This is the national tournament's top 64. When has our Taijo ever achieved such a feat? Not to mention, the elite martial arts academies will surely come seeking you. I can finally ease my efforts. From now on, I shall thrive on your accomplishments. Dismounting from Chen Mo, Chen Yi remained awestruck by the surreal events unfolding, akin to a fragile bubble, dreamlike yet intangible. Son, Chun Li, flushed and evidently inebriated, burst through the door, reeking of alcohol. My son is phenomenal. You can even scare someone into unconsciousness. Have you all eaten? Chen Mo sprang to his feet, incredulity etched across his face. Indeed, we just finished, Chen Yi remarked, as the pleasant aroma surrounding her struggled to compete with the overpowering scent of liquor. It dawned on Chen Mo that he had been left alone in the hotel for the entire night. The already exasperated Chen Mo now felt even more stifled. Xiao Mo, how could we possibly forget you? We brought back dinner, Su Lu said, exasperation evident as she surveyed the chaotic suite, producing the packed meal. My son, may I inquire if you intend to participate in the upcoming matches? Su Lu asked, nervously wringing her hands as she approached Chen Mo. What's the matter, Mom? Why the sudden inquiry? Chen Mo, puzzled, lifted his gaze from the meal he had just begun. Well, the list of the top 64 was announced previously. Su Lu sighed, ignoring the drunken antics of her husband and daughter. I took a peek, and even the weakest among them boasts 4,500 health points, while the strongest is a level 5 late-stage Tianren. I am concerned. It seems perilous. Chen Mo was taken aback by Su Lu's words. Indeed, he had entirely forgotten about the list of the top 64. Mom, please don't fret. Let me take a look at the list. However, Chen Mo's intent was not to merely peruse the names. The system's announcement resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the top 64. The third equipment slot and second skill slot have been unlocked. The third phase of the challenge has commenced. Break through the encirclement and secure a place among the top 32 with a dazzling victory. The level of brilliance will determine the richness of the final rewards, with the minimum reward being a single hero skill draw. Is this it? Chen Mo felt a sense of disbelief. The completion seemed almost effortless. However, he did not dwell on it for long and equipped his weapon, Endless Hatred. His defense surged dramatically, reaching an impressive 110 points. Coupled with the swift enhancement of 10 skills, the cooldown for his deliberate punch was reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours and 42 minutes. The meager 400 health points were momentarily disregarded as the passive ability, Endless Hatred, aptly suited Chen Mo's character. His health was already considerable, and it would take a significant effort for an average opponent to vanquish him. With the damage and recovery provided by Endless Hatred, Chen Mo was one step closer to becoming an invincible force. As he perused the list of the top 64, his expression grew increasingly troubled. Among the 64 contenders, he was the sole second-level martial artist, with only 6 third-level martial artists present, excluding the 5 spiritual practitioners. The remaining 52 competitors consisted of a formidable 5th-level late-stage Tianren and a weaker 4th-level early-stage warrior from Shin City. Fortunately, there were only 3 5th-level martial artists, while the rest were predominantly 4th level, posing minimal pressure for Chen Mo. If one were to estimate the health of a 3rd-level warrior at over 10,000, 5th-level warriors might even exceed his own vitality. In the eyes of the outside world, Chen Mo's advancement to the top 64 was already a remarkable feat, with the majority believing he would be eliminated in the battle for the top 32. It seemed the task required serious attention. Chen Mo licked his lips, contemplating whether he could secure the ultimate prize based on the rewards from the 3rd phase challenge. So, noticing Chen Mo's prolonged silence while gazing at the list, Su Lu gently called out to him twice. "It's nothing, Mom. I'm not without sense. If I encounter an opponent I cannot defeat, I will concede." Chen Mo smiled at Su Lu, putting away his phone before enjoying the dinner she had brought back. However, his words were merely a comfort to her. The term coward did not exist in Chen Mo's vocabulary. He was determined to take action without fear. Apart from his second brother's resilience, his own life was the most tenacious aspect of him. Soon enough, Chun Li and Chun Yi fell asleep on the sofa, and Chun Mo quickly finished his dinner. No sooner had he completed his meal than a knock echoed from the door. Chun Mo frowned. Who could be visiting at this late hour? Handing the food container to Su Lu, he approached and opened the door. "Hello, classmate Chun. I'm a teacher from the admissions office of Yangqing Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Teacher Wang." "Hello, classmate Chun. I'm a teacher from the admissions office of Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Teacher Lu." Upon opening the door, Chen Mo was met with the sight of 2 faces squeezed together. "Do you have something to discuss?" Chen Mo was somewhat perplexed as to why the martial arts academies of Yang City and Ji City sought him out. "Student Chun, we believe your talent warrants a special admission to our Yang City Martial Arts Academy. Our faculty is exceptionally formidable, and our resources are abundant. It would undoubtedly serve as an excellent springboard for your martial arts journey," proclaimed Teacher Wang, shoving Teacher Lu aside to approach Chen Mo. "Do not heed his nonsense. Student Chun, our Ji City Martial Arts Academy should be your primary choice. Their location is hot and humid, not to mention the constant threat of sea beasts," countered Teacher Lu, asserting the strengths of their own institution. "Our Ji City Martial Arts Academy boasts equally competent faculty without the disturbances caused by sea creatures, ensuring you a wholly secure environment for your martial arts training." With a swift kick, Teacher Lu sent Teacher Wang flying, then deftly slipped into the room and closed the door behind him. Chapter 32. The contest between 2 academies, you scoundrel, Lu Dazhuang. How can you be so selfish? Teacher Wang exclaimed in exasperation, yet he lacked the courage to kick the door. Thankfully, most of the competitors who had been eliminated in the first round had already departed from the venue. Otherwise, someone might have lodged a complaint against him for disturbing the peace. "Let's not mind him, shall we, Chun? Let us discuss the matter of special recruitment in detail," Teacher Lu said with an amiable smile as he shook hands with Chen Mo, subsequently greeting Su Lu as well. "Madame Su, I am Lu Dazhuang from Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. You may call me Xiao Lu." Truly, she was a mother of genius, exuding an aura of someone adept at education. Chen Mo cast a glance at Lu Dazhuang, who was seated beside Su Lu on the sofa, before turning back to open the door. Please come in. I would like to assess the conditions offered by your Yangqing Martial Arts Academy. Chun Mo understood that only when both parties entered into competition would it be most advantageous for him. Indeed, Chun, your wisdom is commendable. I apologize for the intrusion at such a late hour, Teacher Wang remarked as he stepped inside and shook hands with Chun Mo, glaring at Lu Dazhuang. Pray tell, what advantages could I expect should I choose to attend your martial arts academy? Chun Mo's question rendered both men momentarily speechless, as they had never encountered someone so forthright in seeking benefits. This, although it is a well-known, unspoken rule to offer gifts to prodigies. We were not prepared to address such matters openly, they thought. If you do not speak, I shall have to ask you to leave. Chun Mo reclined on the sofa, taking a sip of his cola. Certainly, should you choose our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, we can provide you with a luxury car valued under $1 million, a villa in the city center, and we will also take care of your parents' employment. Lu Dazhuang hastily interjected, eager to present his academy's offerings before Teacher Wang could respond. Do not heed his fabrications, Chun. We at Yangqing Martial Arts Academy can offer you the same benefits. Plus, we will supply you with 10 dragon blood pills each year. Your parents can directly join our academy, enjoying mentor-level benefits without the obligation of teaching. Teacher Wang shot an admonishing look at Lu Dazhuang, significantly enhancing the previously agreed-upon benefits. You shameless cad, Lu Dazhuang exclaimed, rising abruptly. He had previously inquired with Teacher Wang and knew that both martial arts academies could provide identical offerings. Shameless? I call it strategic cunning. Teacher Wang retorted with a cold laugh, turning to Chun Mo and Su Lu with a broad smile. What do you think, Chin? Our Yangqing Martial Arts Academy has much more to offer. And what of you? Chun Mo turned to Lu Dazhuang, calmly sipping his cola. The ones in a precarious position were not him, but the two martial arts academies of Jiqing and Yangqing. Following this encounter, it would no longer be a matter of the academies selecting him. Rather, he would be free to choose at will. Lu Dazhuang found himself momentarily speechless. His face flushed crimson as words eluded him. Let us not rush into the decision regarding which martial arts academy to choose. We shall deliberate on this matter once the national competition has concluded. Chun Mo certainly harbors his own ambitions, although the martial arts academies currently approaching him are indeed prestigious. They can only be deemed as mid-tier at best. Their offers, rather miserly, reflect their perception of him as merely a secondary-level martial artist, assuming he is easily swayed. As Chun Mo's performance in the national competition continues to excel, the stakes offered by these academies will only escalate. Therefore, it is not Chun Mo who should be anxious, but rather those academies eager to recruit him. Chun, are you truly not considering? Before Lu Dazhuang and Teacher Wang could elaborate further, Chun Mo promptly ushered them outside. Do leave your business cards. Should I reach a decision, I will contact you. Understanding the implication behind Chun Mo's words, Lu Dazhuang and Teacher Wang nodded and produced their cards. After accepting the cards, Chun Mo decisively closed the door. Upon returning to the living room, he casually discarded the 2 business cards into the trash bin. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Su Lu, just emerging from her state of confusion, was taken aback as she witnessed Chun Mo toss away the cards from 2 top-tier martial arts academies. Mother, the better academies are yet to come. Chun Mo smiled, sharing his thoughts with Su Lu. However, as the tournaments progress, the dangers increase. I truly do not wish to see you take such risks. Su Lu sighed, realizing that her counsel would not sway Chun Mo. Her only recourse was to support him. Son, I shall not say much more. Do your utmost. With that, Su Lu took Chun Mo's hand and patted it, before playfully tugging at Chun Li's ear, leading him back to his own room. Xiao Mo, do not forget your sister. Sleeping on the sofa might lead to a chill. At this level, who still worries about catching a cold? Chun Mo shook his head, half amused. Yet he lifted Chun and gently placed her on the bed. Regardless of their ages, strengths, or accomplishments, Su Lu still regarded them as her children. Rest well, tomorrow. We shall refine our steel. Lying on the soft, expansive bed, Chun Mo quickly succumbed to slumber. In the opulent suite on the top floor of the hotel, an elderly man, appearing quite spirited despite being seated in a wheelchair, addressed the group of young individuals before him. Are you all prepared? Absolutely, teacher. We will demonstrate the formidable power of mental warriors to the world." The leading youth replied with confidence, his gaze towards the elder filled with deep respect. "You 5 siblings were all brought out from the orphanage by me, and each of you possesses innate mental prowess." The elder continued, seemingly lost in thought. "I have dedicated my life to the study of mental weaponry, and you will be the ones to reintroduce the world to the potential of mental warriors. While I do not dispute the strength of martial artists, I must also prove that mental warriors are not merely delicate figures lingering in the background to heal. We too can take to the battlefield and vanquish our foes. Prepare yourselves. I do not wish for any of you 5 to be eliminated in tomorrow's arena contest. Ideally, none of you should fall short." "Understood, teacher." The flames of determination burned brightly in the eyes of the young warriors, for they were the pioneers of the combat-type spirit practitioners. "Very well, now go and rest." The elder waved his hand, and the youths retreated to their chambers to recuperate. "I shall pave the way and demonstrate that spirit practitioners can rival martial artists." The elder murmured to himself, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. Chapter 33. The True Main Course, the Top 64. Early the next morning, the Yanqing First Sports Center was already teeming with people. The commentator gently tapped the microphone, confirming the connection before raising his voice to ignite the atmosphere. "I believe, in the eyes of the audience, yesterday's arena match was merely a trivial affair, at best an appetizer. Now that the appetizer has concluded, it is time for the long-awaited main course. Today, the competition to advance from 64 to 32 officially commences. And all those who have reached this stage are the most exceptional talents of our Great Xia. Let us cheer for them. Now, let the 64 top talents of Great Xia make their grand entrance." Fireworks erupted, and the atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch as everyone awaited the arrival of these 64 elite competitors. The first to step onto the stage is undoubtedly a name familiar to the locals of Yanqing. Hailing from a prestigious family of ancient martial arts Gaowu, at just 17 years of age, he is already a formidable mid-level 5th-stage warrior, possessing mastery over numerous powerful martial techniques. With his devastating punch capable of splitting mountains and shaking the earth, the cheers resonated through the heavens. Anyone from Yanqing would recognize the name of the Gaowu family. Not only are they extraordinarily strong, but they also single-handedly repelled the incursions of 16 abyssal rifts. The abyssal beasts have not dared to show their faces in Yanqing since. They can be regarded as the guardian family of Great Xia. The head of the Gaowu family is a formidable 13th-level master, and among the ranks of Yanqing, fewer than 10 can challenge him. Gaowu entered the arena, smiling at the audience from his seat among the competitors. The next contestant is even more significant. Hailing from the race that heralded the era of great martial arts, at merely 16, he is on the verge of becoming a 6th-level warrior. This prodigy is Yangzhua from the Celestial race. The commentator continued to excitedly detail the competitors, but suddenly, the atmosphere within the Yanqing First Sports Center fell into a hush. The Celestial race? The previously exuberant Xiao Qifeng halted his drumming hands, casting a puzzled glance toward the competitors' area. There sat a pale-skinned youth, coldly surveying the surrounding audience. "Wei Zhan, why didn't you mention that the Celestial race is participating in this year's national competition?" Liang Yongsheng seized Wei Zhan by the collar, his expression fierce as he glared at him. "Old Liang, I didn't know either." Wei Zhan looked equally bewildered, having not seen any trace of the Celestial race in the pre-match roster. "I tell you, if Xiao Mo encounters that Yangzhua and anything happens, I will not let you off the hook." Liang Yongsheng angrily released Wei Zhan's collar, his expression grave as he gazed down at the arena. The Celestial race has indeed participated in national competitions before, but whenever they do, it heralds a storm of blood and carnage. It is not that the Celestial race deliberately slaughters humans. Rather, their educational philosophy revolves around combat. They only know the art of killing, with no concept of holding back. The commentary realized that the appearance of the Celestial clan had somewhat dampened the atmosphere, and promptly turned over the introduction script for the Celestial clan, proceeding to introduce the next competitor. I believe that in everyone's perception, mental practitioners are often viewed as lacking combat prowess. Typically, They are entrusted with healing duties from the rear, which forms the stereotype surrounding them. However, the commentator's tone shifted, brimming with excitement. These 5 prodigies hailing from the magical capital's Mental Power Research Center will redefine the world's understanding of mental practitioners. Now let us welcome from the magical capital, Chu Bai, Chu Qi, Chu Lan, Chu Qing, and Chu Xian. Amid the renewed fervor, the 5-member squad from the magical capital's Mental Power Research Center made their entrance. Each of them carried a box on their back, with the sole distinction being their varying sizes. Due to confidentiality agreements, I cannot divulge much about them, but I urge all martial artists not to underestimate their capabilities. The commentator yearned to reveal the formidable strengths of the 5-color squad, but was constrained by the confidentiality agreement he had signed. The 5 mental practitioners from the magical capital took their seats, and next came. Amidst a crescendo of cheers, the 64 competitors' seats gradually filled. Ultimately, only 1 seat remained unoccupied. Oh, it appears that only 1 competitor from the list of 64 is left. The commentator's voice, laced with a hint of jest, resonated again, as everyone was already aware of the identity of this final contestant. It seems that everyone knows the name of this competitor. Therefore, I shall not dilly-dally any longer. Please welcome our one-punch brother, Chen Mo, to the stage. Damn, stop dawdling and start beating the drums. At this moment, Xiao Qifeng disregarded any hierarchical relations and kicked Wei Zhen fiercely. Yes, it's our boy now. Only then did Wei Zhen snap back to reality, channeling his inner vitality and vigorously swinging the drumsticks. Damn, my brother is making his entrance. Chun Yi grasped Su Lu's arm, his eyes brimming with pride. Let me see. Where's my son? Chun Li, meanwhile, picked up a telescope, searching for Chun Mo's figure. In the competitor's passage, Chun Mo took a deep breath and stepped out. From this day forth, he would no longer be the inconspicuous Chun Mo. He would emerge as a genius entering the national competition's 2nd round with the prowess of a 2nd-tier martial artist. Hailing from the unremarkable town of Taizhou, he was the most outstanding prodigy of the entire city. With the physique of a 2nd-tier martial artist, he carved a bloody path through the 1st round of eliminations, which was rife with 3rd and 4th-tier competitors. He effortlessly dispatched a 3rd-tier martial artist with a single punch, causing 3 opponents to retreat in fear. He was a dark horse, a sudden emergence, the star of Taizhou, one-punch brother Chun Mo. Upon hearing the commentator's introduction of Chun Mo, the entire Yanjing First Sports Center erupted in unprecedented cheers. They were not acquaintances of Chun Mo. They were likely just visitors from small town, with a bit of spare cash to enjoy the competition. Their cheers were not for any other reason, but solely for Chun Mo, a talent hailing from a small city, who had advanced to the 2nd round, proving that even from humble origins, exceptional brilliance can emerge. One wonders if this prodigy from a modest town can carve a path through the merciless competition of the top 64, or if he will falter and face elimination. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. After proclaiming this, the commentator swiftly turned off the microphone and took a sip from a cup brimming with the herbal infusion of the Fat Sea. Chun Mo waved to the cheering friends and family from Taizhou in the audience before taking a seat. Beside him sat the girl known as Chu Bai from the illustrious 5-color team of the Magic City. After appraising Chun Mo with a glance, she returned her attention elsewhere. Chun Mo, too, was absorbed in his own thoughts, for they were now rivals, and the atmosphere was as volatile as a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Chapter 34. Chun Mo versus Chu Bai. Above the arena, a colossal screen descended from the heavens, its surface illuminated with the flickering visages of 64 elite prodigies. After a brief interlude, the contenders for the 1st round of the tournament were unveiled. Gu Feng was to face a 4th-level late-stage talent hailing from Ning City. This arrangement was, in fact, a result of intervention by the event organizers, a customary practice whereby seeded competitors confront those who have emerged from the preliminary rounds. After all, it is the seeded players who are the true stars of the national competition each year. Only the fiercest battles amongst the strongest warriors hold the promise of true excitement. The 4th-level late-stage talent from Ning City let out a resigned sigh, realizing that he had reached the limits of his journey. Yet, He found solace in the knowledge that he would fall to a member of one of the great Xia's guardian families. The second round of the tournament featured two expansive arenas, each spanning 3,000 square meters. Constructed entirely of reinforced concrete, the platforms were cost-effective yet remarkably sturdy. Soon, the contenders for Arena 2 were revealed on a large screen. Yangzhou of the Celestial Race faced off against a fourth-level late-stage martial artist from Yang City. The outcome of the earlier matches had made the disparity between 4th and 5th level warriors abundantly clear, particularly in the clash between Yangzhou and his opponent, which concluded with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, the heart of the Yang City prodigy was pierced by a sharp blade, rendering him incapable of further action. As a representative of the human race, Gu Feng demonstrated restraint, merely incapacitating the limbs of the Ning City talent. Upon returning to the contestant area, Gu Feng exchanged a glance with Yangzhou, both eagerly anticipating their eventual confrontation. To them, battling against this cadre of 3rd and 4th level warriors was utterly tedious. Only adversaries of equal standing deserved to share the stage with them. Fights between warriors of the same rank tended to be protracted affairs, often hinging on seizing a fleeting opportunity to exploit an opponent's weakness. Thus, after 6 rounds of combat, all 12-seeded players emerged victorious, without any surprises. The tumultuous cheers of the crowd resonated like a tidal wave, yet there were also many disheartened by the defeats of their local talents. Tragically, one fatality had marred the morning's proceedings, the young warrior from Yang City who had fought against Yangzhou. The latter had brutally crushed the heart of his opponent with a single strike, and the lifeless body was soon taken away by grieving relatives. As this round of the tournament concluded and the victors were proclaimed, the avatars on the screen began to flicker once more. The supporters from Taizhou, who had briefly relaxed, became tense again, fervently hoping that Shenmo would not encounter any of the formidable prodigies. Yet, fate often plays cruel tricks. Shenmo's visage appeared upon the screen. His opponent was none other than Chu Bai, a talented individual from the Spirit Research Institute in a magic city, the very girl who had been seated beside him. "You would do well to concede now," Chu Bai remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Mo as she made her way to the arena. The girl certainly possessed a bold demeanor. Chen Mo chuckled softly. He was curious to witness the combat style of a psychic master. This marked the first appearance of a psychic practitioner in the tournament since the contest for the top 32 began. It appears that the organizers hold him in high regard, as they have arranged for this weakest contestant to engage in the inaugural battle as a combat-type mentalist. When the commentators beheld the two contenders in this round of the arena, they immediately straightened their postures. This match features a dark horse from a small town facing off against a genius from the metropolis. Undoubtedly one of the most thrilling highlights of the entire event. One can only imagine that this anticipated confrontation has been long awaited. The commentator seized the microphone, commencing his fervent narration. The prodigy from the small city of Taizhou is set to duel against the top genius of the metropolis, Chu Bai. One exhilarating prospect. Will Chen Mo succumb to misfortune, or will Chu Bai triumph as a mentalist? How outrageous! Chen Mo's prowess is his own. It has nothing to do with luck. Xiao Qifeng was so enraged that he cursed vehemently, wishing he could deliver a punch to that commentator. Calm down. Let's focus on Xiao Mo instead. Liang Yongsheng restrained the impulsive Xiao Qifeng, who was genuinely anxious for Chen Mo. A combat-type mentalist is a profession never before witnessed. There are no prior battle records or reference data. This confrontation will entirely rely on Chen Mo's on-the-spot adaptability. The Chen family was now so tense that they could scarcely breathe. Su Lu had buried her head in Chen Li's embrace, while Chen clenched his fists tightly. "Xiao Mo, do not forget your sister's advice." Chen Mo cast a displeased glance at the commentator above. The implication was clear. They believed he was destined to lose. "Well then, I shall demonstrate my victory, and with the most spectacular flair." Before stepping onto the stage, Chen Mo glanced at Chu Bai's health points, a mere 3,500. However, her defenses were alarmingly high, likely due to some defensive equipment. Yet, Chen Mo was a man armed with true damage. Once he amassed enough valor, no matter how high her defenses, a single blow from him would send her flying. The contestants readied themselves. The referee glanced at Chun Mo and Chu Bai before slowly retreating to the sidelines. The path to victory is straightforward. One must either lose their combat capability or be knocked out of the arena. Positions, everyone. Ready. Let the battle commence. In an instant, Chun Mo surged towards Chu Bai with astonishing speed. However, the vast arena afforded Chu Bai ample time to react. She pressed a switch on a box, revealing a meticulously arranged array of slender, razor-like blades. Go! Chu Bai commanded softly, unleashing her mental prowess. The blades sprang to life, descending upon Chun Mo like a tempest of sharp edges. Oh my! Do you see this, everyone? This is the combat-type mentalist. They wield specialized mental weaponry with their mental strength, effortlessly tearing through armor. I wonder how long our contestant Chun Mo can endure beneath this storm of blades? Upon witnessing the onslaught of blades approaching him, Chun Mo could not help but exclaim a curse. What the hell? Is she employing ranged attacks as well? With a sudden, forceful step, Chun Mo swiftly retreated to the right. Yet, the storm of razor-sharp blades seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, relentlessly pursuing him. No matter how he attempted to evade, the lethal tempest clung to him with unwavering tenacity. Realizing escape was futile, Chun Mo resolved to confront the onslaught head-on. He charged directly into the maelstrom of blades, hundreds of them mercilessly slicing into his flesh, blood splattering across the ground in an instant. Despite the harrowing appearance of his injuries, the actual damage he sustained was surprisingly minimal. Sustained slashing damage, health minus 95, sustained slashing damage. Health minus 95, Chapter 35, a single punch that leaves you disoriented, were it not for his extraordinary prowess. An ordinary second or third-tier martial artist would be instantaneously shredded by such a tempest of lethal blades. Yet, Chun Mo is far from ordinary. In addition to possessing an astonishingly high health pool, he boasts an impressive damage reduction of 110. What would ordinarily inflict over 200 points of damage now barely grazes him, leaving a mere 95 points after mitigation. Not to mention, his health regenerates at a staggering rate of 85 points per second. By this calculation, it would take Chu Bai at least 3,700 seconds to deplete Chun Mo's health bar. In simpler terms, she would need to strike him for an entire hour to stand a chance of defeating him. Such trivial pain, braving the seemingly terrifying storm of blades. Chun Mo presses forward, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Little do they know, he feels not even a twinge of pain. He merely appears to be in a dire state. Blood trickles down his skin, causing a collective shudder among the spectators. Impossible. He is merely a second-tier martial artist. Chu Bai, overwhelmed by the prolonged exertion of her mental power, has begun to bleed from her nose, her eyes wide with disbelief. Not even a scratch. Are you merely scratching my back? With a fierce roar, Chun Mo withstands the onslaught of blades and steps forward once more. At this moment, the audience falls into silence, their attention diverted from the brutal melee on Ring 2. Everyone is eager to discover who can endure the relentless assault, Chun Mo or Chu Bai. Within the support group from Taizhou, Su Lu's face pales. She can no longer bear to watch the bloody Chun Mo on stage. Come on, little brother, take her down. In contrast, Chun-Yi clenches her fists, shouting vocally. The previously dazed Xiao Qifeng and the others regain their composure and join in the chorus of encouragement. Indeed, if the injured Chun Mo can persist, why should they remain silent? Bang, bang. Chun Mo, take her down. Bang, bang. Chun Mo, finish her. In that moment, the entire support group from Taizhou forgets their scripted lines, erupting into genuine cheers. Gradually, the fervent voices of the Taizhou supporters resonate throughout the audience. Rallying behind the seemingly tragic figure of Chun Mo, hearing their rousing cries, a faint smile graces Chun Mo's lips. Having reached this point, he remains unyielding in his belief that the highest rewards are within his grasp. As time flows, Chun Mo advances to within 3 meters of Chu Bai. This slight distance, merely a step for him, does not incite haste to vanquish her. Look at you, pale and bleeding from the nose down to your chest, unable to halt my advance. Surrender now, lest I deliver a fatal blow that would be most undignified. The arena is equipped with sound transmission devices, broadcasting the exchanges between competitors directly to the audience. Thus, all present hear Chun Mo's words loud and clear. Even the wheelchair-bound director Chu was not exempt from the spectacle. Impossible! How could a second-tier warrior? Director Chu's veins bulged in his palms, unable to accept the grim reality of a combat-type mentalist's first battle ending in defeat. By heavens, how audacious Chun Mo is! The audience buzzed with excitement. Their favorite type of competitor was one brimming with such extreme arrogance. Yet it was somewhat expected, after all. A combat-type mentalist should be capable of dispatching a mere second-tier warrior with ease. Truly remarkable, though Chun Mo was no ordinary individual. Any average warrior would have succumbed to such numerous wounds, yet he appeared unfazed. No, did you not see? The wounds on his body were visibly healing. From the commentary booth, aided by high-speed cameras, the commentators observed the wounds on Chun Mo's body mending before their very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not comprehend this, but such rapid healing abilities are reserved solely for warriors of the 6th tier or higher. This means that our one-punch brother has awakened high-speed regeneration at the 2nd tier level. It seems that Director Chu's prospects are dim. Moreover, until now, no one has witnessed one-punch brother's martial prowess. Will this battle unveil his capabilities to the audience? In the VIP section, apart from the Yin-Jing Martial Arts Academy, the Mo Du Martial Arts Academy, and the Shan Chung Martial Arts Academy, the remaining martial arts institutions began contacting their admissions departments. A top-tier genius warrior who has awakened high-speed regeneration at the 2nd tier. They would absolutely not let this opportunity slip away. Under any circumstances, even if Chun Mo desired the stars in the sky, they would find a way to launch a rocket to retrieve them. Prepare the utmost offerings the Academy can provide, regardless of whether Chun Mo wins or loses. You must be persuaded to sign our special admission agreement tonight. 30 million? Nonsense. Prepare 50 million in cash. We must visit Chun Mo tonight. Yes. Bring old Master Wang along. Our Jinmin Martial Arts Academy must secure this genius. One call after another was made, as the admissions offices of various martial arts academies sprang into action. Once such a genius is successfully recruited into their institution, the likelihood of birthing a 13th tier powerhouse increases exponentially. No one would dare miss such an opportunity, unless, of course, they were utterly foolish. On the arena, Chubai fixed his gaze intently on the nearly within reach Chun Mo, gritting his teeth and refusing to retreat. Since you lack the insight to back down, I shall send you on your way. Chun Mo observed the accumulated valor points, his body radiating a golden light. With a deliberate punch, combining the explosive power of Bloodburst Fist with the damage from Steel of the Heart, the impact of this strike would exceed 10,000. Even a 5th-tier warrior would find it unbearable. The white shield value instantly filled Chun Mo's health bar, and his injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. One punch that leaves you disoriented. The golden light of the striking punch erupted, causing the surrounding reinforced concrete ground to be cleaved open by the force of the blow. As one gazes upon Chu Bai, a dazzling light flickers at her chest. The armor provided by the research center proves utterly ineffective, as it is effortlessly pierced by a single punch from Chun Mo, inflicting 450 points of damage, with a maximum health increase of 534. Gasping in distress, blood spurts from her mouth and nose, and darkness descends as she collapses to the ground. The arena falls into a profound silence, with every spectator fixated on the solitary victor standing atop the stage. What are you waiting for? Is this not a declaration of my triumph? Chun Mo tears apart his tattered garment, revealing his muscular physique marred by numerous knife wounds. It is only now, shaken by the force of the blow, that the referee regains his composure, rushing to Chun Mo's side to raise his right fist high in the air. In the 64-32 knockout round of the tournament, the outcome at Arena 1 is clear. The victor is Chun Mo. Chapter 36. The almost perverse rewards. Following a brief silence, the stadium erupted with deafening cheers. The crowd roared the name of Chun Mo, a 2nd-tier martial artist who had triumphed over an offensive psychic practitioner. Observing the audience's fervor, Chun Mo nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the encirclement and advancing to the top 32. Challenge Task Phase 3 has been completed. stunning degree. Level, reward. Heroic ultimate skill extraction, chance x1. Reward. Fortified heart temporary buff, x1. Reward. Hero skill extraction chances, x3. Reward. Equipment extraction chance, x1. The continuous chime of rewards brought Chun Mo immense pleasure. So the highest stunning degree is indeed S level? Note, the highest stunning degree is SSS level. The host performance does not meet the standard. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly not up to standard despite such an achievement? Well, these rewards were certainly commendable. Aside from the perplexing fortified heart temporary buff, the remaining rewards collectively amounted to a significant sum of gold coins. Not to mention, the system had thoughtfully segregated the various reward pools, preventing him from having to sift through a chaotic mix to obtain what he desired. Amidst the thunderous applause, Chun Mo returned to the contestant area. As for Chubai, being a psychic practitioner herself, and under the tutelage of a top-tier psychic master, she was not in any mortal danger. It was merely a matter of her spine, heart, and 2 lungs being ruptured. With sufficient resources, she could be revived. The other competitors regarded Chun Mo with peculiar gazes. Even Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo could not resist stealing glances at him. "You are quite formidable," Gu Feng admitted, acknowledging that Chun Mo, as a second-tier martial artist, displayed combat prowess comparable to that of a 5th-tier martial artist. Just average. Chun Mo waved dismissively, noting that had it not been for the martial arts examination delaying his venture into the abyssal rift to accumulate health points, he would not have had to amass an abundance of valor points to facilitate Chu Bai's departure. While Chun Mo and Gu Feng engaged in casual banter, the organizing committee approached with several psychic practitioners in tow. "Contestant Chun, do you not require medical attention?" One of the psychic practitioners inquired, unable to suppress a shiver upon seeing Chun Mo drenched in blood. She had caught a glimpse of the weapon used by Chu Bai, realizing its impact was akin to a slow execution. "No need. These minor injuries will heal shortly." Chun Mo waved his hand, eager for the arena matches to conclude swiftly so he could return to draw his rewards and investigate the temporary buff. After Chun Mo's refusal, the organizing committee did not press the matter further and departed with the psychic practitioners. After Chun Mo's match concluded, the audience's enthusiasm waned considerably. Despite the commentators' efforts to invigorate the atmosphere, the spectators could not recapture their previous fervor. Yet, they had witnessed that offensive psychic practitioners were not as feeble as Chun Mo had suggested. In fact, they were terrifyingly strong. Aside from Chu Bai, the remaining 4 members of the colorful battle team successfully advanced to the next round. This also proves that Chun Mo's ability to defeat Chu Bai is entirely due to his formidable strength. At 9:30 in the evening, the list of the top 32 contestants was fully revealed. Except for Chu Bai, who was vanquished by Chun Mo, all remaining 19 seeded players successfully advanced without exception. However, in the next round, battles will inevitably occur among the seeded players. Upon returning to his hotel room, Chun Mo hurriedly washed away the dried bloodstains from his body. Sitting on the spacious sofa, he opened the system panel. "Let me first examine what Heart of Steel is." Among the various rewards, Chun Mo was particularly curious about this one. He vaguely remembered that Heart of Steel was a colorful hextech item in the Soul Arena. Could his system actually have something like this? Heart of Steel increases the layers of life points accumulated by the Heart of Steel tenfold. Damage is increased 5-fold. Duration is 1 hour. Puffed. Chun Mo sprayed the cola he had just taken a sip of all over the place, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the description. "No way, tenfold. This is incredible. My health points are primarily sustained by the Heart of Steel, which means my health will essentially multiply tenfold. Although it lasts only an hour, who could possibly deplete nearly 400,000 health points within that time? This is essentially a pure blood tank." Furthermore, under the enhancement of Heart of Steel, Chun Mo's charged attacks and deliberate punches would also experience a tenfold increase in damage. A single punch delivering 100,000 damage is no longer a dream. System. Can this buff be converted to a permanent state? The buff shop will open once the host breaks through to the 4th level of martial artist. Subsequent system features will unlock as the host's level increases. Awesome. Chun Mo finished the cola in his hand in one gulp, feeling exhilarated. Right? I still have the ultimate skill draw chances left. Rubbing his hands together, Chun Mo used this opportunity for a draw without any hesitation. The wheel began to spin, coming to a stop 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Endless Fury. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes, no. After a moment of stunned silence, Chun Mo jumped up in excitement. Wow, I actually drew it. Endless Fury. For the next 10 seconds, regardless of how much damage is received, the host will not die. Health will be locked at 10 points. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Not to mention anything else. This essentially grants Chun Mo a chance to escape death every day. Without any hesitation, he immediately equipped Endless Fury. The moment he donned this ability, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. This is solid, absolutely solid. Chun Mo slumped comfortably on the sofa, confident that with both Heart of Steel and Endless Fury, if he fails to secure the championship in this national competition, it would be better to simply perish. Feeling invigorated, he decided to draw again. After a moment's thought, he clicked on the equipment draw. As the wheel gradually came to a stop, an unusual expression crossed Chun Mo's face. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Staff of Time. The equipment slot is insufficient, and it cannot be equipped at the moment. What use do I have for this item? However, upon examining the passive ability of the Staff of Time, Chun Mo instantly felt invigorated. This is indeed a remarkable item, undoubtedly extraordinary. Staff of Time, 50 spell power, 400 health, 400 mana, converted to spiritual power. Passive, the host gains health, mana, and spell power every 24 hours indefinitely. Upon reaching the maximum tier, 10 tiers, the host's martial arts level will also increase by 1. Chapter 37. The 4th stage challenge task commences. The Time Staff offers Chun Mo an abundance of opportunities, not to mention the extraordinary ability to forcibly elevate a martial artist level. It also facilitates the conversion of mana into mental energy. This implies that Chun Mo might be the first martial artist in history to possess both mental energy and vitality simultaneously. Unfortunately, his equipment slots are currently full. Otherwise, he would certainly equip it to savor the experience of wielding mental energy. Perhaps he could rely on fortune to draw another hero skill. With a sense of anticipation, Chun Mo felt an itch in his palm, convinced that his luck had reached its zenith. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively clicked to draw. The roulette began to spin and came to a halt 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Unbreakable. The skill slots are full, and it cannot be equipped at this time. Unbreakable? Chun Mo gazed at the blue shield-like skill, reminiscing briefly before shaking his head in resignation. Upon reviewing the skill description, he was struck with realization. It turns out that Brahms' E is called Unbreakable. Unbreakable consumes 60 points of mental energy, raises an ice shield that lasts for 10 seconds, intercepting all enemy projectiles. All damage is redirected to the host, nullifying the first wave of damage and reducing subsequent damage by 95. Is this skill heavily modified? Chun Mo felt a nagging suspicion that Brahms' E did not originally offer such a high damage reduction nor such an extended duration. Moreover, it is of no use to him at present. Without an equipment slot for the Time Staff, where could he siphon mental energy from? Perhaps his fortune had been depleted by the previous 2 draws, leaving him with a skill that was more of a burden than a boon. As a primary damage dealer, he found little utility in such a protective skill. He resolved to save the remaining skill draws for later, when he could expand his skill slots. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed. Challenge Task Stage 4 has commenced, successfully qualifying for the semifinals. Completion of the task will reward a level breakthrough. Chun Mo blinked in surprise. This was his first encounter with such a reward. Can I save this level breakthrough for future use? The level breakthrough will be consumed upon task completion and cannot be retained. Very well. Chun Mo pursed his lips in mild regret. The 3rd level is a threshold every martial artist must confront, so this reward is quite timely. Furthermore, it seems that the system's rewards extend beyond the items within the prize pool. There may be features or rewards yet to be unlocked, which will become apparent as his martial artist level rises. Why hasn't he returned yet? Chun Mo glanced at the time and decided to rest. He needed to prepare for tomorrow's round of 32 into 16. After all, His stamina was not infinite. Just then, a commotion erupted outside his door. Frowning, Chun Mo rose and opened the door. "Mr. Chun, I am the Vice President of XX Martial Arts Academy. Please accept my business card. Maret Su. I am the Director of Admissions at Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Here are my contact details and the benefits we offer. If you find the benefits unsatisfactory, we can certainly discuss further. Miss Chun, we represent Huching Martial Arts Academy. We kindly request an opportunity to meet with you. Champion Chun." It must be said that the soundproofing of this hotel is indeed remarkable. As Chun Mo opened the door, the commotion in the corridor resembled the clamor of a bustling market. "Champion Chun has emerged," someone from the academy shouted, and instantly, all attention shifted towards Chun Mo. "Champion Chun, please take a moment to review the benefits our academy can provide. We are open to further discussions if you have any concerns." The cacophony of voices from various academy representatives resonated like an overwhelming cacophony, causing Chun Mo a considerable headache. "Silence," Chun Mo bellowed, and the representatives promptly quieted down. "Parents, sister, please come in." Chun Mo cleared a path, allowing his father, mother, and sister Chun to rush inside. "Xiao Mo." Su Lu wished to inspect Chun Mo's injuries, but Chun Li carried her back to the living room. "Let Xiao Mo handle those people outside. I can't bear it any longer." Chun Li's hands trembled, not merely from the alluring offers presented by the academy representatives, but also due to Chun Mo's performance that day. The three of them had watched Chun Mo in the arena, rendered speechless as if an invisible force had gripped their throats. His flesh was torn, and with each step forward, he left a trail of blood, save for the unblemished hands beneath his gloves. Recalling Chun Mo's fighting form from the morning, Su Lu felt her heart ache, unable to contain her anguish. "Enough, dear. Can't you see our son is unscathed?" Chun Li attempted to comfort Su Lu, having almost succumbed to hypertension himself earlier that day. The only one who could bear to look at Chun Mo's hands was Chun Yi, a seasoned third-tier martial artist accustomed to the frigid frontiers. After a while, the commotion outside gradually subsided. With a crisp sound of the door closing, Chun Mo returned to his seat, cradling a multitude of documents and business cards. "What troubles you all? Let's take a look at the benefits." Chun Mo beamed with a smile, realizing that his earlier predictions had indeed been accurate. Following the morning-'s battle, the treatment he and his family would receive had improved significantly. "Son, do you intend to continue fighting?" Su Lu clutched her clothes tightly, her face etched with anxiety as she gazed at Chun Mo. "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Chun Mo paused, then turned to Chun Li and Su Lu. "But this morning..." Su Lu hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, only to witness Chun Mo remove his shirt. "Mother, see for yourself. I am truly fine." Chun Mo patted his well-toned muscles, which bore not a single scar. "These are merely minor abrasions. I didn't even feel any pain." Su Lu and Chun Yi meticulously examined Chun Mo's body, discovering no trace of injury whatsoever. However, the images accompanying the news reports were undeniably alarming. Su Lu retrieved her phone and brought up today's front-page headlines. "Shock. A second-tier warrior decisively defeats an offensive mentalist. Is it true that mentalists lack combat prowess? Or does Chun Mo possess extraordinary talent? Terrifying. A second-tier warrior fights valiantly and successfully overcomes a mentalist. Stunning." Chun Mo gazed at the plethora of sensational headlines. His face darkened with frustration, yearning to voice his grievances, yet finding no suitable outlet. Look, the accompanying image depicted a gruesome scene, with skin torn open. Su Lu tapped on a high-definition image, capturing the very moment Chun Mo unleashed his forceful punch. Chapter 38. From C to A. In truth, there was nothing particularly alarming. It merely appeared daunting. In reality, I hardly felt any pain. Chun Mo was not lying. Such minor injuries were scarcely distinguishable from being unscathed for him. Had it not been for the intention to accumulate a decisive blow, Chun Mo could have effortlessly charged towards Chu Bai and delivered a punch to send her on her way. Regardless, it was ultimately Chun Li who spoke up, gazing at Chun Mo with utmost seriousness. "Just do your best. The people of Taizhou are already quite satisfied with the current results. There is no need to overexert yourself." "All right, I understand," Chun Mo replied, waving his hand dismissively. He certainly could not admit that his true objective was to challenge for the ultimate prize of the task. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. You all could take a look at the offerings from those academies. I shall retire for the time being. With a wave, Chen Mo turned and returned to his room. He was indeed weary, as both the battles and the healing of injuries had drained his physical strength. No matter how high his life points were, it did not imply that his stamina was infinite. Every human requires rest. As Chen Mo lay on the soft, expansive bed, soundly asleep, Zhao Peinan, wrapped in bandages and supports, lay on the hospital bed. He had proven to be remarkably resilient, having not been dispatched by Chen Mo's punch. However, the recovery of his heart and lungs would take a considerable amount of time. He had spent the last 2 days in the hospital, watching matches. He had completely surrendered, holding Chen Mo in the highest regard. He did not even hold a grudge about nearly being killed. Zhao Peinan now felt that Chen Mo had shown him mercy. Glancing at the time, Zhao Peinan switched off the television, preparing for sleep. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a figure resembling a mummy was wheeled in and placed on the adjacent bed. Patient number 16 has arrived, a doctor announced, communicating with someone on the phone. Yes, I understand. Their injuries are quite similar, so it's best to arrange for their care together. Are you certain there's no need to place Chu Bai in a higher ward? Very well. I shall defer to your judgment. The doctor nodded and hung up the phone. You two seem to share a bond, both suffering from severe heart and lung injuries, he remarked to the now awake Chu Bai, and both inflicted by the same individual. Goodness, had you not instinctively repaired your artery as a psychic, you might have already been cremated, he added. Chu Bai, swathed like a mummy, shot the doctor a glare before laboriously turning her head. However, upon turning, she was met with another mummy, Zhao Peinan. You two were struck by Chen Mo? Upon hearing Chu Bai's name, Zhao Peinan immediately grasped why they had been placed in the same room. That rascal Chen Mo aimed for the chest, regardless of gender. Originally AC beauty, Chu Bai now found herself reduced to an A-. Yet, one could consider it fortunate that she had not been reduced to a mere crater by that punch. Ugh! Upon hearing the name Chen Mo, Chu Bai suddenly became invigorated. All right, you two take your time to chat. If anything arises, simply ring for the nurse. Seeing Chu Bai so full of energy, the doctor felt relieved enough to take a brief respite. When Chu Bai was brought in at noon, she had been utterly exhausted. He had exerted considerable effort to rescue the young girl. During this period, he had been exceedingly busy, with nearly lifeless young warriors being admitted daily. Fortunately, with advancements in medical technology, as long as one has not been deceased for too long, they can often be revived. The caveat, of course, is that the body must remain intact. If any vital parts are missing, even divine intervention would be futile. Chu Bai lay on the hospital bed, unable to utter a single word. She disregarded Zhao Peinan, who was chattering incessantly beside her, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. Chu Bai could not comprehend how a second-tier warrior could possibly withstand her tempest of blades and deliver a fatal blow. It seemed utterly illogical unless Chen Mo possessed a certain understanding of psychic weapons and mental energy. Otherwise, it was implausible. The moment she began to envision the possibility of Chen being able to cultivate both vital energy and mental prowess, Chu Bai became agitated once more. Oh, don't get too worked up. I understand that being struck from a C cup to an A cup is painfully distressing, but at least you are alive, Zhao Peinan sighed. After 2 days of treatment, he was finally able to speak normally. Once we grow stronger, we shall reclaim our honor. For now, focus on your recovery. Moreover, with today's advanced technological means, if necessary, one could even opt for a pair of prosthetics. Puffed. Chu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, losing consciousness once again. Alas, so fragile. Thankfully, I am here, Zhao Peinan remarked, shaking his head at how delicate a psychic warrior could be. After pressing the nurse's call button, he watched as Chu Bai was wheeled back into the emergency room. Truly, warriors are preferable. They are tough and resilient. The following day, at 9 in the morning, as the competition progressed, the day officially welcomed the matches for the 32 advancing to 16 and the 16 advancing to the quarterfinals. With the number of contestants dwindling, the number of matches held each day increased, allowing ample time for the exciting quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals ahead. Observing the remaining 32 contestants, Chun Mo surveyed the competitors. Aside from the 13 who had persevered from the preliminary rounds, the remaining 19 were all seeded players. Indeed, the reputation of the seeded players was well-deserved. Earning such a title was truly merited. This morning, the matches were once again conducted on dual stages. Shinmo's opponent was a mid-level 4th-tier contestant who had clawed his way up from the preliminary rounds. "Brother Chun, please show some mercy." The boy from Jiqing flashed a shy smile at Chun Mo, seemingly resigned to the prospect of his elimination. "Rest assured, I shall be merciful," Chun Mo replied, casting a cursory glance at his statistics. Over 9,600 health points, which would allow him to withstand a few hits. He was indeed a cost-effective opponent. The vitality of a 1st-tier warrior exceeds 1,000, while that of a 2nd-tier surpasses 2,500. A 3rd-tier boasts a vitality of over 5,000, and a 4th-tier warrior hovers around 10,000. Based on the data currently observed, my vitality is approximately equivalent to that of a late 5th-tier or a 6th-tier warrior. At least before facing off against Gu Feng or Yangzhou, I feel no pressure whatsoever. As the exhilarating commentary resonates, today's elimination round officially commences. Similar to yesterday's scenario, seeded contestants are prioritized for matches against those who have ascended from the preliminary rounds. If the pool of preliminary contestants runs low, the less formidable among the seeded players must be reluctantly assigned to fight. After all, the most thrilling battles are always reserved for the finale. Everyone eagerly anticipates witnessing the spectacle of the strongest genius of humankind pitted against the talents of the celestial beings. Chapter 39. I will not stand by as my hometown declines. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, the debut contestants ascended the stage. As anticipated, the opening battle featured Yangzhou facing 2 challengers who had emerged from the preliminary rounds. Yangzhou was pitted against a mid-level 4th-tier warrior hailing from Taichung. Once a prosperous city, Taichung had gradually fallen into decline with the passage of time. This mid-level warrior, named Ma Wanglin, was a prodigy embodying the collective resources of Xishan province, representing the province's hope. Yet, this hope was destined to be extinguished today, as Ma Wanglin would undoubtedly prove no match for Yangzhou. Moreover, Yangzhou, devoid of sentiment, did not comprehend the notion of showing mercy, rendering the probability of Ma Wanglin's demise exceedingly high. The people of Xishan province urged her to forfeit the match, but she simply shook her head in refusal. Even in a declining province, pride still resided. Standing on one side of the stage, Ma Wanglin wielded a long spear that glimmered with a chilling light. "Will you concede?" The referee, observing the spirited young woman, inexplicably posed the question. "No, I shall not concede. I am a warrior, and in the lexicon of a warrior, there exists only the resolve to fight until death. Do not compare me to those timid cowards." Ma Wanglin shook her head once more. Today, she intended to witness the disparity between humanity and the celestial beings. "Are both contestants ready?" The referee sighed, recognizing the immense sacrifice Xishan province must have made to nurture a talent like Ma Wanglin amidst the acute scarcity of resources. "Ready," she affirmed, executing a beautiful flourish with her spear, its sharp tip aimed squarely at Yangzhou. "Very well," Yangzhou nodded, his expression devoid of emotion. "Positions. Prepare. Begin." With the sound of the starting whistle, Ma Wanglin struck first, unleashing the ferocious technique of the fiery blaze spear art with unparalleled sharpness. A faint crimson aura emanated from her feet as she unleashed the desperate technique from the very onset. Channeling all her energy in a single, lethal strike, she declared, "Play the sovereign." The crimson energy surged from her feet, staining even the spear's tip with a hue of red. With a swish, the spear sliced through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Yangzhou, maintaining an impassive demeanor, thrust his long sword forward, precisely intercepting Ma Wanglin's spear tip. Clang! Quite strong, but not enough. Yet, as soon as Yangzhou uttered this, he realized that Ma Wanglin had vanished from his sight. His combat instincts compelled him to tilt his head aside, narrowly evading her lethal strike, which merely grazed his skin. "Do you all understand?" the commentator exclaimed as Yangzhou's skin was cut. The essence of the fiery blaze, spear art splay, the sovereign lies in this single wordplay. Did you witness that posture that transcends human limits? Such mastery can only be achieved through years of relentless practice. Quite intriguing, he remarked. A flicker of excitement briefly illuminated Yang's was otherwise emotionless eyes, only to vanish almost instantaneously. As Ma Wanglin landed once more, a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of her eye. Is this insufficient? A peculiar flush crossed her face. She forcibly accelerated the circulation of her vital energy, a maneuver that imposed a tremendous strain on her body. In other words, if she failed to conclude the battle within the next minute, her own meridians would rupture due to this excessive burden. Inferno! Gritting her teeth, Ma Wanglin thrust her spear forward once again, conjuring hundreds of spear-tip phantoms that simultaneously enveloped every vital point of Yangzhou. A commendable technique, yet you remain too feeble. Yangzhou shook his head in disappointment. Had this girl's realm been comparable to his own, she might have offered him a modicum of combat pleasure. Alas, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable, with physical strength and total vitality existing in entirely different dimensions. This was compounded by the innate combat instincts possessed by the celestial race. In an astonishing display, Yangzhou discarded his sword and seized Ma Wanglin's spear with his bare hands. What? Ma Wanglin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Was this even a human reflex? Heart-shattering palm. A palm strike imbued with fierce energy was unleashed, instilling a sense of alarm within Ma Wanglin. Bang! Just as the heart-shattering palm was about to strike her heart, she evaded it in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Yet the cost was steep. Although her life was spared, the palm did not miss its target, landing squarely on her thigh. In an instant, her leg shattered, blood vessels and marrow visible to the naked eye. Yangzhou would toss the spear back to Ma Wanglin, observing her as she stood once more on a single leg, and inquired, "Will you continue?" Yangzhou frowned, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. "Of course. I'm still standing, aren't I?" Ma Wanglin's severed left leg gushed blood continuously, creating a pool upon the ground. "You possess no combat ability left. Continuing will only lead to your demise." Yang's words suddenly flowed forth more abundantly than usual. Even he was unaware of the reason. "And what if I die?" Ma Wanglin lifted her head, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yangzhou. As the audience beheld her face, a collective gasp echoed throughout the arena. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and beneath her fair skin, serpentine blood vessels writhed ominously. "If I lose, our province of Xishan will face a fate far worse than what we endure now. That is my homeland, and I cannot bear to witness its decline. I do not expect you, those who have never known resource scarcity, to understand, nor do I wish for you to. I merely seek to prove one thing. Even in the absence of resources, the warriors of Xishan are not inferior to you." With only one leg remaining, Ma Wanglin let out a furious roar, propelling herself off the ground with a single foot, charging once more at Yangzhou. Uncomprehending, Yangzhu's face exhibited a fleeting expression of confusion, followed by a decisive strike that deflected the spear thrust by Ma Wanglin. With a ferocious punch, he landed a blow directly to her abdomen. Thud! Ma Wanglin, her abdomen grievously injured, collapsed to the ground, yet she still endeavored to rise. Her blood had nearly drained away. Even with her abdomen pierced, there was insufficient blood loss. Observing this, the referee swiftly ascended the ring and raised Yangzhu's arm to declare the end of the match. There were no cheers, and the audience seemed indifferent to the battle unfolding on Ring 2 with Gu Feng. The entire arena was enveloped in silence. Medical personnel quickly. It was only when the friends and family from Taichung, Xishan province, rushed to the ring that the spectators emerged from their stupor. Ma Wanglin, having lost an entire leg and her digestive system, was carried away on a stretcher as the staff began to clean the blood from the ring. Chapter 40. Reckoning with Zhao Dihai on the competitor's bench, a pall of gloom hung over everyone, particularly those who had fought their way through the preliminary rounds. Each of them bore the hopes of their cities or provinces, yet they found themselves used merely as stepping stones for the seeded players. As the rankings of these preliminary contestants improved, so too would the allocation of resources to their respective regions. If they could endure to the final 16, They would have the honor of concluding their mission. However, could these martial artists from overlooked areas truly reach the top 16? Perhaps after today, only the seeded players would remain on the stage. With such thoughts in mind, all the preliminary contestants turned their gazes toward Chun Mo, who watched the match with his arms crossed. Perhaps Chun Mo could indeed make it to the final 16, unlike the anxious preliminary contestants. Chun Mo was entirely unconcerned with such matters. His sole focus was on the remarkable technique employed by Ma Wanlin, the blazing gun of flames. Regrettably, due to his lack of flexibility, he could only practice broad, sweeping moves. Otherwise, he would have sought to learn a technique from Ma Wanlin. Brother Chun, the battle ahead is between you and me. I kindly ask you to show mercy. The mid-level 4th-tier martial artist from Jiqing, named Li Quan, cupped his fists in greeting and stepped toward the second arena. He wielded dual blades and was also the top performer of Jiqing and the entire Danshan province. Rest assured, you have plenty of health. A couple of blows won't bring you down, Chun Mo replied, cracking his knuckles. Today, he hadn't even donned his abyssal steel gauntlets. Rising to the arena, he respectfully saluted Li Quan with a fist gesture. The referee ascended the stage, confirming both competitors were ready before announcing the commencement of the match. Li Quan drew his dual blades, his mind intensely focused as he observed Chun Mo's movements. However, Chun Mo merely rolled his ankle and then unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. What the? Li Quan had anticipated Chun Mo to be a stationary, powerful fighter. He never expected his speed to be so formidable. Oh wow, this is truly unexpected. Our fist brother is not only immensely strong and resilient, but his speed is astonishingly swift. He is not at all inferior to those who specialize in agility. The commentator's eyes sparkled with excitement, declaring that a martial artist like Chun Mo could be aptly described as a versatile warrior. Of course, it would be even better if his martial arts level were higher. Take this. Chun Mo delivered a straightforward thrust, striking the energy marker on Li Quan. Clang! Dealt 4,500 damage. Health increased by 542. Oomph. Li Quan let out a muffled groan. That punch had reduced his health by nearly half. Yet, merely losing half his health was insufficient to fell him. He unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, forcing Chun Mo back in an instant. What a heavy punch. Li Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. Although that punch did not bring him down, it inflicted considerable damage. Do you need a moment to recover? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, standing with his arms crossed at a short distance from Li Quan. No need. Li Quan's eyes sparkled with intensity. His vibrant life force entwined around the dual blades he wielded, the chaotic blood twin blades. Chun Mo stood resolute, not flinching nor evading, as he firmly grasped the sharp edges of Li Quan's blades with both hands. Blood trickled from his fingertips, waves of pain electrifying his nerves. Received slashing damage. Health minus 3,000, quite impressive. A smile broke across Chun Mo's face, appreciating the formidable damage inflicted by Li Quan's blades. Li Quan was taken aback. These blades were forged from mineral steel extracted from the tumultuous seas. While they may not slice through iron effortlessly, they were certainly not something a mere second-tier warrior could grasp barehanded. Well, the time has come. I shall escort you off the stage. Chun Mo observed the charging emblem gradually illuminating on Li Quan's body and delivered a knee strike to Li Quan's chest. Bones shattered, and internal organs ruptured as Li Quan's vision began to fade, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Inflicted 4,500 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 542. Chun Mo had shown restraint, leaving Li Quan with at least 600 points of health. The referee raised Chun Mo's right hand, declaring him the victor of this battle. The cheering from the Taizhou contingent erupted once more. Winning this match signified Taizhou's successful advancement into the top 16, an achievement they had once only dared to dream of. Old Liang, thanks to your recommendation of Chun Mo, Taizhou has attained such success this year. Wei Zhen, overflowing with excitement, vigorously shook Liang Yongsheng by the shoulders. It has little to do with me. It is Chun Mo's own merit. Liang Yongsheng shook his head. Chun Mo's progress had been astonishingly swift, and he had only offered a modicum of assistance a month prior. Now, He could only look up to the boy who once stood at the school gate, brimming with defiance. I believe this afternoon is the round of 16 to 8, right? Tian Xingxing rubbed his hands together, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the thought of the upcoming match. I wonder if Chun Mo can successfully advance to the top 8. Advancing would be splendid, but what if he doesn't tee? Xiao Qifeng laughed heartily. Chun Mo's current achievements were already a source of pride for them. Not to mention the top 8. In the past, we couldn't even get past the first round of preliminaries. What, are you not satisfied? It's not about being unsatisfied. I simply believe Chun Mo's potential surely extends beyond the top 16. Tian Xingxing scratched his head, secretly hoping Chun Mo could clinch the championship in this national competition, though he knew it was unrealistic. With Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng in the mix, the chances of anyone else taking the championship were negligible. Remember, even if Chun Mo loses in this afternoon's round of 16, do not utter a word of complaint. Regardless of his final standing, he remains our hero in Taizhou. Do you understand? Wei Zhen's expression was grave. He would not allow the hero of Taizhou to face any slight. What did you say? Xiao Qifeng was rather arrogant now, especially since their school, number 37, had produced such a talent in Chun Mo who had reached the top 16 in the national competition. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Chun Mo will find themselves swiftly dealt with. Moreover, Wei Yu. Xiao Qifeng suddenly recalled the matter and turned to Wei Zhen. Go on. Wei Zhen surmised what Xiao Qifeng was about to convey, yet he chose to listen. That bald scoundrel Zhao Dihai. Don't you think we ought to settle accounts with him upon our return? Xiao Qifeng narrowed his eyes, for Zhao Dihai had targeted Chun Mo on more than one occasion. Humph. Do you truly believe I would allow such a parasite to remain? Wei Zhen scoffed, intending to address Zhao Dihai as soon as Chun Mo concluded his competition. Regardless of the means, it was certain that Zhao Dihai would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate in Taizhou City from that point onward. Chapter 41. The benefits of the 16-strong Southern Training Camp, while Wei Zhen contemplated how to settle the scores with Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shuhua. Chun Mo had already returned to the contestant's seat below. The recent battle posed no challenge. He merely tested his physical strength by catching a blade with his bare hands. From this trial, Chun Mo reached a conclusion. His physical strength is directly proportional to his vitality. In essence, the higher his vitality, the greater his physical strength, rendering defense a mere embellishment. However, this could change. Perhaps one day he might draw the passive ability of the Soul Lock Warden Thresh, allowing his defenses to increase indefinitely. At present, his choice appears quite prudent. With vitality as a foundation, once he draws the Overlord Blood Armor, his offensive power would surge dramatically. Yet, extracting the Overlord Blood Armor from among hundreds of pieces of equipment is no small feat, and he wonders when he might have the option to select his gear. In the VIP section above, the deans of various academies were observing Chun Mo's hands. The recent strike had sliced through his skin and muscle, ultimately halting at the bone. Now, that grievous wound, visible to the bone, had completely healed, showcasing Chun Mo's formidable recovery abilities. Old Liu, can you discern what is truly happening with Chun Mo? Wu Suian pondered for a moment before turning to Liu Zhenwu. This should be a special ability or talent, Liu Zhenwu replied, though uncertain. Such recovery capabilities surpassed those of most 6th and 7th tier warriors. It can't be some divine power, can it? Such abilities are the hallmark of the celestial race. If only the human race possessed its own divine powers. At this thought, both Liu Zhenwu and Wu Suian couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, Yang Zhuo has yet to reveal his divine powers, which is detrimental to Gu Feng. Wu Suian glanced at the expressionless Yang, who was seated in the contestant area, and remarked to Liu Zhenwu beside him. Currently available data has not disclosed what Yang Zhuo's divine powers are. We only know that his forte lies not in swordsmanship, but in marksmanship. Liu Zhenwu turned to Wu Suian, his brow furrowing slightly. So, our contestant has not only failed to force out his divine powers, but has not even compelled him to wield his preferred weapon. Indeed, there's little we can do about it. Wu Suian sighed. The disparity between the human race and the celestial race is a well-known fact. That Ma Wanglin is quite impressive. I greatly admire her fierceness and vigor. Liu Zhenwu, sensing the atmosphere had grown somber, quickly shifted the topic. I know that girl. You should abandon any thoughts of her. Wu San seemed well acquainted with Ma Wanglin and shook his head in counsel. Shishan province will not easily let such a talent slip away. They would go to great lengths to ensure they possess their own 12th-tier powerhouse. This girl is their last hope. As time passed, the match between the 32 and the 16 successfully concluded. The list of the top 16 has been unveiled, comprising 15 seeded players and one contestant from the open selection. Except for Chun Mo, all the other participants from the open selection were eliminated in the 32. Yet their achievements are commendable. Were it not for the prohibition on interviews during the competition, Chun Mo would have likely been besieged by layers of reporters. After a simple lunch, the 16 finalists were summoned to the conference room. Those who have reached this stage must surely be the C Army to La C Army from their respective cities, the apex of talent. A robust man stood at the podium, flashing an unappealing smile at the competitors below. Of course, this excludes a certain city that had forced 5 seeded players into the competition, only to be utterly overwhelmed by a secondary warrior from a small town. This statement carried considerable weight, causing the faces of the members of Team 5 colors to darken immediately. Indeed, it was an embarrassment, as apart from Chu Bai, who had been defeated by Chun Mo, the rest had all made it to the top 16, successfully showcasing the might of offensive psychic warriors. Now, let us cease the jesting and proceed with introductions. I am He Lang, and you may call me Brother He. The reason for gathering you all here today is to announce something significant. Some of you may already have an inkling of what I am about to say. He Lang glanced at the expressionless Gu Feng before continuing. Reaching the top 16 signifies that you possess boundless potential. The purpose of hosting this national competition is to assemble children like you, brimming with great promise. Regardless of whether you win or lose in the upcoming matches, you have secured an opportunity for training in the South. What? Upon hearing the phrase Southern training, several seeded players stood up, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Please, take your seats and refrain from being overly exuberant. He Lang chuckled, gesturing for everyone to calm down. The sole aim of the Southern training is to thoroughly unleash the potential within you. Unlimited resources, boundless materials from the chaotic sea, and personal guidance from a 13th level master. These are not accessible to the outside world. During the time leading up to the school year in September, you are welcome to spend it in the Southern training. If you prefer not to, that is entirely your choice. However, I must clarify that should you forego this opportunity, accessing the Southern training in the future will not be as straightforward. Upon hearing He Lang's words, everyone began to murmur, except for Gu Feng and Yang Zhua. What exactly is this Southern training? Chun Mo pondered, utterly perplexed, as he had never heard of such training before. Could it possibly be some sort of summer camp? You're unaware? Gu Feng, having overheard Chun Mo's musings, moved a chair to sit beside him. Are we that familiar? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, curious as to why this prominent figure, Gu Feng, would choose to engage with him. Perhaps he has taken an interest? You will become familiar in due time. Gu Feng's reaction to Chun Mo was hardly surprising. The Southern Training Camp, as the name suggests, is an intensive training event held in coastal regions. The entire camp accommodates a maximum of 20 participants, with an average of 5 individuals assigned to each master-level mentor. An abundance of supplements and potions is readily available, limited only by one's capacity to consume and fully absorb them. However, the most precious resource is the materials from the chaotic sea, which are incomparable to those produced in the abyss. Even I possess only 12 weapons forged from chaotic sea steel. Are you attempting to flaunt your wealth before me? Chun Mo's expression darkened. It seemed as if this individual was engaging in a display of ostentation. Chapter 42. Advancing to the top 8. Moreover, the opponent I face today, Li Quan, wielded the same dual blades forged from chaos sea steel, which did not seem particularly precious to me. Chun Mo found himself somewhat perplexed. After all, the materials available to the contestants in the preliminary round could not be that rare. Gu Feng furrowed his brow and let out a derisive snicker. Those dual blades are at best an alloy of chaos sea steel. Pure chaos sea steel weapons are of considerable value to me. Not to mention, the training camp in the south offers not only chaos sea steel, but also materials of even greater worth. Before Gu Feng could finish his thought, the announcement signaling the impending commencement of the afternoon matches echoed through the venue. Let's connect as friends. We can continue this conversation later. Gu Feng retrieved his phone and displayed his QR code. All right, we can discuss it later, Chen Mo mused before deciding to add Gu Feng as a friend. Observing Gu Feng's demeanor, it seemed he was keen on forming a connection, and Chen Mo decided to oblige. Regardless of any tangible benefits it might bring, it would at least broaden his horizons. In the afternoon, the number of contestants in the arena dwindled to 16. Once today's tournament concluded, only 8 of them would remain. Each day brings new challenges, and the finals are just around the corner. Chen Mo surveyed his opponents, noting that only a handful posed a genuine threat to him. Including Yang Zhua and Gu Feng, there were merely 4 or 5 contenders. Shortly thereafter, the matchups for the round of 16 were displayed on a large screen. Gu Feng was to face Chu Qing, while Yang Zhua would contend against a late-stage level 4 warrior. Chen Mo, in turn, was matched against another late-stage level 4 warrior hailing from Fu City. Glimpsing the statistics of his opponent, Chen Mo felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. With less than 10,000 health points, but an attack power soaring to 1,800, he resembled a glass cannon, possessing high offense but low defense. The battles were once again held in pairs, and the pace of the afternoon matches was significantly swifter. After the elimination of the preliminary contestants, the duration of Gu Feng and Yang's fights evidently extended, with the two of them taking a full 3 minutes to conclude their bout. Quite a contrast to the 30 seconds they had spent against the preliminary fighters. Chen Mo, too, found himself engaged in a prolonged encounter with the warrior from Fu City. His initial assumptions proved correct. The Fu City contestant was a quintessential agility-based fighter, brandishing a dagger forged from abyss steel. This late-stage level 4 warrior from Fu City was remarkably swift, but unfortunately for him, he was up against Chen Mo, a force akin to a rampaging blood bowl. Under the relentless onslaught of Chen Mo, the Fu City warrior soon found himself on the defensive. After sustaining 2 of Chen Mo's powerful punches, he was promptly carried off on a stretcher, bearing injuries identical to those of Zhao Peinan, Chu Bai, and Li Quan, each sporting a significant dent in their chests. Thus, Chen Mo's moniker evolved from One Punch Brother to Beastly Chen Mo. His fighting style was undeniably ferocious, not only ruthless towards his opponents, but also merciless towards himself. Embracing an offensive-only approach, he traded blows in a manner that epitomized his unique combat philosophy. However, this style is exclusively suited to him, as others do not possess such high vitality and life regeneration. Taizhou, an unremarkable little city, has gained notoriety due to Chen Mo. Especially for Xiao Qifeng, many have begun to inquire about transferring to Taizhou's number 37 middle school. Nevertheless, Xiao Qifeng and Wei Zhen have decisively closed that avenue. While others may be unaware, they are acutely conscious of the truth. Chen Mo's prowess is primarily a result of his own formidable abilities, and their connection to him is minimal. Should this opportunity be allowed to open, it would not be long before Taizhou faces its downfall. At this moment, Taizhou's streets lay barren, save for the swirling dust. Even the students from Wugao have gathered in the multimedia classroom, awaiting the announcement of the top 8 in the national competition. When Chen Mo's name appeared on the list, jubilant cheers erupted throughout Taizhou, soaring to the heavens. Everyone was immensely thrilled. For the first time, Taizhou had achieved a significant victory. After years of being eliminated in the first round, the city would finally shed its reputation as one of the weakest in the nation. However, Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shuhua wore exceptionally grim expressions. Old Zhao, it's over for us. Zhou Shuhua's face was pale with fear. She and Zhao Dihai might be the only 2 in Taizhou who were not rejoicing. Regardless of Chen Mo's future victories or defeats, they could no longer hope to live peacefully in Taizhou. It's finished, utterly finished. As she spoke, Zhou Shuhua began to sob uncontrollably, causing Zhao Dihai great irritation. Stop crying. Zhao Dihai slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. You think I will just sit here and let this happen? Chen Mo, you are still too naive. Even if I do not end well, I will ensure you do not have it easy. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Dihai picked up his phone and dialed the number. Upon returning to the increasingly desolate hotel, Chen Mo finally relaxed. A knock at the door, however, shattered his good mood. After dismissing the representatives who sought to discuss special admissions with him, Chen Mo finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Right? I should ask about Gu Feng's training in the south. But just as he reached for his phone, a shocking headline burst into his view. Shocking. The beast Chen Mo is actually this kind of person. Incredible. The beast Chen Mo is the perpetrator of school bullying, while the victim remains unconscious in the hospital. The truth is actually like this. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Indeed, fame brings its share of controversy. Rumors spread like wildfire. Just then, Gu phone called. Chen Mo, did you see the news from the old Capital Daily? Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Chen Mo scoffed, as he could easily guess who was behind this. None other than the petty Zhao Dihai. Is what the news says true? Gu Feng was somewhat intrigued. Could it be that Chen Mo truly was the type to bully others with his power? What do you think? Chen Mo retorted. I find that unlikely. The source of this news, Zhou Shuhua, is a teacher at Taizhou No. 1 High School. I also looked into her reputation, which is rather poor, and she happens to be married to the principal of that school. So, did you perhaps offend them in the past? Do you need my assistance? I can make a call home, and this matter could be resolved. It was unclear why Gu Feng was so eager to help, but Chen Mo had no intention of relying on him for this issue. No need, I have my own ways. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Mo decided to inform Wei Zhan about the situation. Chapter 43. The Reckless Zhao Dihai in Truth. It required no prompting from Chen Mo for Wei Zhan to be acutely aware of the sensational news. Zhao Dihai. Oh, Zhao Dihai, I should not have hesitated. I should have dealt with you long ago. Wei Zhan was now seething with frustration. While Chen Mo valiantly fought for Taizhou, Zhao Dihai was stabbing him in the back. Had Wei Zhan not unraveled the reasons behind Chen Mo's expulsion from No. 1 High School, he might have fallen for Zhao's deceitful rhetoric. Quite simply, it was difficult for him to accept that a student he once deemed inferior had suddenly risen to the status of a hero in Taizhou. As Wei Zhan pondered how to confront Zhao Dihai, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a wave of annoyance washed over him. Mayor, I'm already aware of Zhao Dihai's slander against Chen Mo. Handle the situation as you see fit. I am in full agreement, the mayor sighed. Old Wei, do you think I'm not eager to deal with Zhao Dihai? When we dispatched personnel to confront him, he had vanished, leaving only Zhou Shuhua and Zhao Qian, who lies in the ICU. You all need to exercise caution. Zhao Dihai may devise some underhanded scheme against you. The mayor was now particularly concerned for Chen Mo, as he represented the pride of Taizhou. I will take charge of the rebuttal. I shall quell this matter. Your responsibility, Old Wei, is to ensure Chen Mo's well-being, shielding him from any external distractions during his competition. Do you understand? The mayor's tone was grave, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. I fully understand, but it would be prudent to resolve this expeditiously. Otherwise, it could adversely affect Chen Mo, Wei Zhan acknowledged, aware that he must shield Chen Mo from all external issues, allowing him to focus solely on the competition. Furthermore, the treachery of stabbing someone in the back was something Wei Zhan detested profoundly. Had he been in Taizhou, Zhao Dihai would have already been rendered incapacitated. I have begun leveraging some connections, and it seems the higher-ups are taking this matter seriously. A rebuttal article should be forthcoming shortly. After exchanging a few more words with the mayor, Wei Zhan ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than a fresh rebuttal article flashed across his screen. How could the principal of No. 1 High School personally dismiss a prodigious talent? What hidden secrets lie beneath? Campus bullying? Absolutely not. Chen Mo's actions are a form of anti-bullying. Shameless. The principal of a certain city's No. 1 High School brazenly slanders a national competition participant and then flees from justice. The avalanche of rebuttal articles began to circulate wildly online, quelling the momentum of the slanderous news before it could gain traction. Wei Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, hoping fervently that this incident would not hinder Chen Mo's performance the following day. After all, it was the quarterfinals and semifinals, and the pressure on Chen Mo was undoubtedly immense. Curse you, Zhao Dihai, may I never find you. The next day, as a new round of fireworks erupted, the 8 competitors entered the arena simultaneously. Aside from Chen Mo, the remaining 7 were all seeded contestants. Each contender possesses formidable strength, with an average warrior level in the late 4th stage, and each adeptly masters no fewer than 4 martial skills. Good morning, esteemed audience. The exuberant voice of the commentator resonates, electrifying the nerves of everyone present. Today marks the most exhilarating moment of this National Genius Youth Championship. After the quarterfinals, the battle for the final qualification commences. Let us anticipate who will reach the ultimate showdown and seize the championship title. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a large screen descends from above. It appears the list of matchups has been unveiled. So let us cheer for the nation's 8 most formidable prodigies. As the commentator silenced the microphone and took a sip of herbal tea, a backstage staff member approached with an A4 sheet, eager to convey the latest popularity rankings. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the paper had vanished from his grasp. Naturally, given the immense buzz surrounding this event, it was essential to have that information. Glancing at the popularity chart, the commentator was momentarily taken aback. Surely not. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the authenticity of the rankings. To his astonishment, Gu Feng, the strongest genius of the human race, ranked 3rd, while Yang's was surprisingly held the 4th position. The 2nd place was occupied by Ma Wanglin, who had been eliminated just yesterday, her popularity overwhelmingly eclipsing both Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng. As for the 1st place, are people truly casting their votes with their feet? The commentator found it perplexing. Amidst a sea of 4th and 5th level warriors, Chen Mo, a mere 2nd level fighter, had astonishingly claimed the top spot in popularity. Nevertheless, this development certainly sparked considerable intrigue. With a subtle smile, the commentator resumed his commentary for the impending arena battles. As anticipated, the matchups for the quarterfinals adhered to the previous strategy of tiered matchmaking. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo each faced a relatively weaker seed contestant, ensuring that their trump cards remained concealed until the finals. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was set to battle the last surviving member of the 5-color team, Chu Xian. The final confrontation featured a 5th-level early-stage warrior from Jingnan against a 5th-level early-stage warrior from Jinmen. Both adversaries were evenly matched, likely extending their clash for a considerable duration. Thus, the event organizers scheduled their bout as the final match of the morning session. As the whistle blew to signal the commencement of the competition, Gu Feng embarked on his battle. The supportive crowd from Taizhou remained fixated on Gu Feng's performance in the arena. Do you think my brother could defeat Gu Feng? Chen Yi, having transitioned from merely hoping for her brother to do his best, now entertained the notion that perhaps my brother could actually win the championship. I don't know, but I sense that Gu Feng is incredibly formidable, Su Lu replied, shaking her head. As an ordinary individual, she could not discern who held the upper hand. She only knew her son was the best. My son is no slouch either. After all, he has made it to the top 8. Chun-Li expressed unwavering confidence in Chen Mo. Let us not dwell on trivialities. At the very least, the Chun family's 3 members no longer harbor concerns for Chun Mo's safety. Your son, as if little Mo did not emerge from my womb. Su Lu playfully pinched Chun-Li, and their entire family know the entirety of Taizhou takes pride in Chen Mo. Indeed, my dear wife, your efforts are commendable. Chun-Li immediately donned a playful demeanor, beaming as he planted a kiss on Su Lu's cheek. How shameless, with so many people around. Su Lu hastily pushed Chun-Li away, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks. Ah, such affection, Chun-Li scoffed, finding the couple's display rather nauseating. It was not merely the Chun family of 3. The atmosphere among the friends and relatives from Taizhou was equally relaxed. The anxiety had dissipated. For Chen Mo's performance had instilled them with unwavering confidence. At the very least, Chen Mo would not falter before the semifinals. Chapter 44. The subtle use of endless hatred amidst the audience's fervent cheers and the commentator's impassioned narration. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo triumphed in both arena battles, as anticipated. Following their conclusion, the stage was set for the clash between Chen Mo and Chu Xian. Chu Xian rose and cast a glance at Chen Mo, saying nothing as he grasped his psychic weapon and ascended the platform with an air of arrogance. Amused by Chu Xian's demeanor, Chen Mo donned his abyssal steel gauntlets and stepped onto the stage, resolute in his declaration. I shall not become the 2nd battle-type psychic master to fall at your hands. Once on the platform, Chu Xian opened his weapon case, revealing a pair of sword hilts. Chen Mo had already witnessed Chu Xian's combat style in previous encounters. where he compressed his psychic energy into various weapon forms, simultaneously protecting his body while engaging in battle. "No, you will," Chinemo replied, shaking his head as he awaited the referee's signal to commence the match. "Here it comes." The commentator's exuberant voice resonated, instantly reigniting the audience's previously subdued enthusiasm. This battle felt like a fated confrontation, as the first appearance of the battle-type psychic master ended in defeat at the hands of the fierce beast, Chun-Mo. Now, as the last bastion of hope from Magic City, could Chu Xian seize victory against the ferocious onslaught of the fierce beast? Or would Chun-Mo solidify his reputation as the nemesis of battle-type psychic masters? Let's await the outcome. The commentator's fervor was palpable, and Chun-Mo could distinctly sense Chu Xian's rising tension. It felt as if they were but a step away from the boiling point. "You, a mere second-level warrior, have reached this stage." Chu Xian began to speak, but Chun-Mo interrupted him directly. "What is that? Is it a matter of pride for your battle-type psychic masters that your combat prowess is inferior to mine as a second-level warrior?" Chun-Mo arched an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "You." Chu Xian found himself momentarily speechless, for Chun-Mo's words rang true. In the entire Magic City Psychic Research Institute, aside from himself, the strongest was Chu Bai, who had indeed fallen to Chun-Mo, the second-level warrior. In subsequent matches, no matter how hard they tried, they could not shake off the disgrace of being defeated by a second-level warrior. "Rest assured, I shall rectify that shame today. This will be your final battle in the national competition. You ought to take your leave." With the referee's announcement marking the commencement of the match, Chu Xian's body began to levitate, and from his hands, two sharp swords emerged. "Wow, he can fly." Chun-Mo was taken aback. Chu Xian had not exhibited any flying capabilities in his previous fights. Only warriors of level 7 and above could achieve flight. Yet Chu Xian had managed to reach this level. One must admit, battle-type psychic masters possessed certain exceptional qualities. Otherwise, they would not have been granted 5 slots for participation. Even in a city like Yanjing, there was only 1 spot available, while Magic City had secured a total of 5. Prepare to meet your end. Chu Xian's speed was not particularly swift, but his agility was remarkable. His attacks were not particularly fierce, merely grazing Chun-Mo's skin. Yet despite this, Chun-Mo found himself utterly unable to counter his opponent. This fellow would touch him and then flee, engaging in a pure war of attrition. Such a style of combat hinges on endurance, determining whether Chun-Mo succumbs to his grievous injuries or if Chu Xian exhausts his mental energy, allowing Chun-Mo to unleash a flurry of blows. It all came down to which of the two could endure until the end. The commentators, witnessing this battle, were momentarily at a loss for words. After all, this was the first time airborne abilities had been showcased in the national competition. Presently, Chun-Mo appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage, yet he would not fall easily, though Chu Xian's combat style lacked elegance. It proved remarkably effective against an opponent like Chun-Mo, observing Chun-Mo on the arena, unable to retaliate and merely enduring the onslaught. The hearts of the supporters from Taizhou City raced with anxiety. Could it be? After triumphing in so many battles prior, was he truly to be defeated in this manner? As time slowly passed, the wounds on Chun-Mo multiplied. "Surrender. You will never lay a finger on me. If you persist, you shall undoubtedly be the one to lose, and it will be a pitiful defeat." Chu Xian initiated his psychological attack, attempting to persuade Chun-Mo to concede. However, Chun-Mo paid him no heed, focusing instead on the countdown of his passive ability, Endless Hatred. Although the passive ability activated only once every 5 minutes, its damage was substantial, 3 of his health, equating to 1140 points of damage. Furthermore, the passive ability could restore 2,850 points of health. Coupled with Chun-Mo's innate health regeneration, he could very well wear down Chu Xian. 3. Chen Montag silently counted. 2. 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Chu Xian, who had been soaring in the sky, stumbled. His expression visibly waned, and his hands, gripping the mental energy sword, began to tremble. What is happening? Chu Xian was bewildered, feeling as though something had just forcefully siphoned energy from him. Turning to look at Chun Mo below, he found him seated cross-legged on the arena, beckoning with a finger. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that the myriad of small sword wounds on Chun Mo's body had vanished. What kind of ability is this? Chu Xian had initially perceived Chun Mo as a mere reckless brute, but it now appeared that this individual was far more cunning than he had anticipated. He had not revealed his true capabilities in the earlier battles, instead opting to conceal his strength. Realizing this, cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Xian's brow. What is happening? Could it be that Chun Mo has already abandoned the fight? The commentator's puzzled voice echoed, equally baffled by Chun Mo's decision to sit down. Moreover, Chu Xian seemed to be in an unusual state. Was his mental energy on the verge of depletion? Gritting his teeth, Chu Xian realized he needed to accelerate the pace of the battle. He could not comprehend how Chun Mo had managed to injure him, but he was certain that the sensation of being drained moments ago was indeed the work of Chun Mo. Surely not. Could Chun Mo also be a mental practitioner? This thought once emerged in Chu Xian's mind. It became inescapable. After all, Chun Mo had remained utterly still since earlier, displaying nothing but his mental prowess. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xian accelerated his offensive tempo. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and Chu Xian had been mercilessly bitten 3 times by Wu Zhong, his health dwindling perilously low. The spectators, observing this bizarre confrontation, found themselves utterly perplexed. One stood motionless, enduring blows without retaliation, while the other staggered intermittently, his complexion increasingly pallid. Chapter 45. The unfortunate demise of Chu Xian. Chun Mo's health bar pulsated rhythmically every 5 minutes, barely diminishing to even 1/10 of its total capacity. In stark contrast, Chu Xian endured a relentless drain of 140 life points with each interval. With a total health pool of less than 5,000, after 4 such assaults, he was left with a mere 400 points. Chun Mo remained as steadfast as a mountain, while Chu Xian, suspended in midair, appeared ghostly pale, his form swaying precariously. What on earth has transpired? Why has the stalwart Chun Mo, without lifting a finger, reduced Chu Xian to such a state of desperation? This question lingered not only in the minds of the commentators, but also baffled the deans of various academies seated in the VIP section. A profound silence enveloped the arena, punctuated only by the occasional sound of Chu Xian's mental energy, sword striking in vain against Chun Mo. Yet, as his health dwindled, the damage Chu Xian could inflict became increasingly negligible, failing to keep pace with Chun Mo's innate life regeneration. Enough is enough, Chun Mo mused, glancing at Chu Xian's nearly depleted health bar as he rose to stretch his limbs. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown concluded, the passive ability, Endless Hatred, activated once more. An invisible force surged forth, ruthlessly siphoning the last remnants of life from Chu Xian, obliterating his health bar entirely. In a hushed manner, Chu Xian plummeted from the sky, landing with a soft thud on the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The strangeness of this battle was palpable. Even the professional referees were momentarily dumbfounded, requiring some time to gather their wits. They rushed to the stage to assess Chu Xian's condition before promptly summoning a team of mental energy practitioners and emergency responders to carry him away. I suppose this means I have triumphed, Chun Mo remarked, placing a reassuring hand on the referee's shoulder. The referee blinked in disbelief before announcing Chun Mo's victory. Still in a daze, returning to the competitor's bench, Chun Mo felt a tinge of gratitude that his adversary had been Chu Xian. The latter's high mobility, coupled with low damage output and moderate attack frequency, rendered him an ideal opponent to counter. In layman's terms, it was akin to an 11-level, 3-piece AD champion dueling against a tank with over 30,000 layers of steel heart. Merely the passive ability of Endless Hatred was sufficient to drain life from him. As the final 2 contenders emerged onto the stage for the quarterfinals, only 3 individuals remained in the competitors' area: Yang Zhu, Gu Feng, and Chun Mo. I hope we can meet in the finals, Gu Feng whispered as he moved closer. How could that be? Surely, I must face either you or Yang Zhu. Chun Mo replied, momentarily puzzled by Gu Feng's assertion. Did he not realize that the national competition's matchups were predetermined? Not necessarily, Gu Feng countered, shaking his head. It was evident that he possessed a far greater understanding of the tournament's structure than Shinemo. What if, and I emphasize if, Gu Feng hesitated, unsure whether to voice his concern. If I draw Yang Zhuo in the lottery, my chances of victory would be slim. Yet I shall exert every effort to compel him to reveal all his tactics, at the very least securing an advantage in information for those who follow. Are you unable to defeat him? Chunemo raised an eyebrow, surprised that Gu Feng would utter such a disheartening remark. It is not that I cannot defeat him, but rather that I wish to clarify certain matters first, Gu Feng replied, shaking his head. If you were to encounter Yang Zhuo, rest assured, I too shall give my utmost, Chunemo reassured him, patting Gu Feng on the shoulder. For he had little faith that Gu Feng would meet Yang Zhuo in the semifinals. Given the event organizers' proclivity for manipulation, it was highly probable that the draw would be rigged to ensure that Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng would meet in the finals. For Chunemo, this was of no consequence. He possessed the means to reach the finals regardless of his opponent. Such was his confidence. Such was the simplicity of his belief. Very well. I hope we may meet in the finals. Gu Feng nodded, returning to his seat. Ever since witnessing Chun Mo's match and grasping his combat style, Gu Feng had developed a deep admiration for him. His approach to battle was bold and unyielding, focused solely on offense. Gu Feng was certain that he and Chunemo would become very close friends, perhaps even comrades guarding a territory in the future. Due to his status, Gu Feng had never truly forged a heartfelt friendship, always surrounded by sycophants. Chunemo was different. Even upon learning of Gu Feng's identity, he showed no undue respect, which only heightened Gu Feng's sense of exhilaration. Should Chunemo become aware of Gu Feng's thoughts, he would undoubtedly experience a moment of clarity. This was indeed a manifestation of the CEO syndrome. Woman, you are playing with fire. I haven't seen the young master smile so joyfully in a long time. You are unlike other women. This flaw was colloquially referred to as an irritating affliction. Chunemo and the others observed the increasingly intense battle on the arena, yet none took it seriously. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were confident in their formidable abilities, dismissing either of their opponents as a threat. Chunemo, on the other hand, was contemplating how to capitalize on one of them to gain an edge. Half an hour passed, and as the clock struck 11, the match concluded with a warrior from Jinmen piercing the chest of a fighter from Jingnan. The quarterfinals had officially come to an end, and the list of the final four was announced. Yang Zhuo, Gu Feng, Chunemo, and Wei Guohao from Jinmen. The semifinals were set to commence promptly at 1 in the afternoon, determining the final two competitors for the championship. Wei Guohao was gravely injured, with a torn tendon in his left wrist and 60 of his organs compromised. It was evident that he would merely be able to make an appearance in the afternoon. Advancing to the finals was beyond his reach. As for Chunemo, his arrival at the semifinals was already unexpected. No one had anticipated that he would progress this far. Even the entourage from Taizhou, including the Chun family, were taken aback by this outcome, considering that Chunemo was merely a second-tier martial artist. Such prowess was abundant in national competitions. Taizhou was hardly a city rich in resources, and the emergence of a talent like Chunemo was indeed a remarkable feat. Chunemo did not bring disgrace to Taizhou. After all, it is the first time a second-tier martial artist has advanced to the semifinals since the inaugural National Talented Youth Championship. This achievement undeniably establishes Chunemo as a prodigy, with his lack of advancement attributed solely to insufficient resources. With this remarkable performance, Chunemo is free to choose any martial arts academy in the nation, and the benefits he would receive would be exceptionally favorable. As it stands, only Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng appear to be in contention for the ultimate championship. For contestants, please hold on. Just as Chunemo and the others were about to retreat to the rest area, the commentator's voice resonated once more. They turned to see the expansive arena suddenly crack open, from which a drawing box emerged from the depths below, in a decision made by the event organizers. The drawing ceremony, originally scheduled for the afternoon, would take place now. I understand that everyone believes the matchups for the semifinals have already been predetermined. However, this time is unlike any other. The semifinals will feature a completely random drawing. Let's see if the outcome aligns with the expectations of the audience. Chapter 46, Breakthrough. Level 3 Warrior. The words of the commentator went largely unheeded by the audience. Ultimately, it was evident that Gu Feng would face Wei Guohao, while Yang Zhuo would contend with Chen Mo. The finals would undoubtedly witness a clash between these two titans. It was a foregone conclusion. Everyone was eager to witness the battle between the foremost talents of the human race and the celestial beings. Ever since it became known that the celestial race was participating in this year's national competition, the attention towards human contestants, aside from Gu Feng and Chen Mo, had significantly waned. The populace was keenly interested in determining whether the celestial beings were inherently superior or if the human race could stand on equal footing. Should Gu Feng triumph over Yang Zhuo, it would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the human race. Even in the event of defeat, it would merely confirm the belief that humans were indeed inferior to the Celestials. Chen Mo and his companions ascended the arena once more, gathering around the drawing box. A robust elder with hair as white as snow approached the stage, declining the microphone offered by the staff. "Esteemed guests, I trust you all recognize this old man?" His voice resonated powerfully, clear enough for the entire stadium to hear. "I am Gu Ji, one of the 3 13th level masters tasked with guarding Yinjing. Today, I shall preside over the drawing." The appearance of Gu Ji was a surprise to all, even leaving Gu Feng momentarily bewildered as he regarded his grandfather. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Gu Feng began to approach with a question, only to be met with a piercing glance from Gu Ji that compelled him to retreat. "No questions. This is a directive from above." In a mere sentence, Gu Feng grasped the situation. "You have come this far with great difficulty. Regardless of the outcome of the draw, should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek me out." Gu Ji's voice remained unwavering, ensuring that all present, including those watching the live broadcast, heard his proclamation. In truth, this statement was directed primarily at Chen Mo and Wei Guohao. Yang Zhuo belonged to the celestial race, while Gu Feng was his grandson. It was the powerless Chen Mo and Wei Guohao who required his protection. These two youths had already garnered fame, and their future paths would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. A formidable backing was precisely what they needed. Gu Ji would serve as their future support. "Now, you 4 young men, proceed with the draw." His purpose for being there was twofold: to intimidate those who might wish to harm human prodigies and to ensure the fairness of the drawing process. Indeed, this drawing was entirely random, devoid of any underhanded maneuvers. This was also the directive from above. Continuous manipulation of the events was simply tedious. Simultaneously, Chen Mo and his companions reached into the drawing box. Chen Mo's slip was red, while Gu Feng's was blue. As for Wei Guohao, he held a red slip as well. This meant that in the afternoon's semi-finals, Chen Mo would face Wei Guohao. Gu Feng's opponent was thus clear. Upon witnessing this outcome, Gu Feng's expression darkened. "I shall do my utmost to draw out all his abilities. Let us strive forward." Gu Feng patted Chen Mo's shoulder, recognizing the necessity for him to adequately prepare for the impending battle against Yang Zhuo that afternoon. Gu Ji furrowed his brow, lamenting the ill fortune of his young prodigy. The results of the draw had been announced. In the semi-finals, Gu Feng was to face Yang Zhuo, while Chen Mo would contend with Wei Guohao. The audience, upon hearing this news, was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a cacophony of discussions. Had the true final arrived prematurely? Chen Mo was indeed fortunate to have advanced to this stage. With Chen Mo, the national competition's runner-up, representing Taizhou, the authorities would undoubtedly pay heightened attention to the region. Yet, it remained uncertain who would prevail between Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, which left everyone in eager anticipation. All had already concluded that Chen Mo would successfully progress to the finals, with no one believing that Wei Guohao could triumph against a fully prepared Chen Mo. Casting a glance at the grimacing Wei Guohao, Chen Mo turned and made his way to the rest area. In stark contrast to the despondent Wei Guohao, the entourage from Taizhou was in a jubilant uproar. No one had expected Chen Mo's remarkable fortune in facing a Wei Guohao who had lost his fighting spirit. However, there was a general consensus that Chen Mo would struggle in the final match, given the considerable skill disparity. The likelihood of Gu Feng defeating Yang Zhuo was already low, let alone Chen Mo. Nevertheless, This achievement was sufficient for a celebration, and each individual was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Indeed, Chen Mo had yet to face either Yang Zhuo or Gu Feng, yet everyone had resigned themselves to the notion that he would ultimately falter. Hearing the murmurs around her, Chen Yi frowned, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, she refrained from voicing her concerns, aware of the evident gap in strength. Casting a glance at the equally ecstatic Chun Li and Su Lu, all she could do was await the final result. She steadfastly believed that her brother, Chen Mo, would never lose. In the backstage lounge, as Chen Mo was having his meal, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "What brings you here?" Chen Mo lifted his gaze to meet Wei Guohao, noticing his immobile left hand. "I have decided to forfeit." Wei Guohao smiled at Chen Mo. "I have achieved my objective in this national competition. There is no need to push myself further. Even if I were to compete in the semi-finals this afternoon, the outcome would remain unchanged. It is wiser to withdraw gracefully, preserving some dignity." "Brother, give it your all," Wei Guohao encouraged, patting Chen Mo's shoulder with his still-functioning hand before reclining on the stretcher that had been prepared for him. Chen Mo watched as Wei Guohao was carried away, a bemused smile crossing his face. "Indeed, I will give it my all." He swallowed the rice in his mouth with determination, having made a resolute decision. Chen Mo was not deaf. He had heard the audience's discussions and their opinions of him. Everyone doubted his capabilities. Yet he was resolute in his ambition to seize the championship in this national competition. Challenge Task Phase 4 has been completed. Rewards have been distributed. The belated announcement from the system reverberated, and Chen Mo felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him. His physical strength has significantly increased. His senses have become remarkably sharper, and his total vital energy has reached an astonishing 5,000 points. He hardly felt any discomfort as he ascended from second-level warrior to a third-level warrior. Chen Mo understood why everyone regarded the third level as a formidable threshold. The transition from the first to the second level was merely an accumulation of vital energy, while the shift from the second to the third level signified a transformation of the body, stepping into the extraordinary. Just as Chen Mo was savoring the changes brought about by this metamorphosis, the voice of the system resonated once more. The final stage of the challenge quest has commenced. Objective: Champion. Task Reward: determined by the audience's astonishment level. Chapter 47. A surge in power. The semifinals commence. Yet again, a challenge of such classification? Chen Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although his previous performance had not reached its zenith, he was confident that this time he would secure an SSS-level reward. After all, who would believe that a martial artist of a second, no, third rank could prevail against a fifth-level prodigy of the celestial race? Merely winning the match would be astonishing, let alone the fact that Chen Mo intended to devise some clever tactics. As Chen Mo reached for his chopsticks to continue his meal, he suddenly realized that they had inexplicably snapped in his grasp. Had his strength increased so significantly? Chen Mo was taken aback and promptly opened his system panel to take a look. Name: Chen Mo. Health: 37,643. Vitality: 5,120. Attack power: 200. Defense: 200. How had he gained so much? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. His defense had risen by a full 90 points, and his attack power had seen a remarkable increase. Judging by his current attack power, the damage inflicted by his deliberate strikes had also improved considerably. Thus, attack power signified one's level of strength. Health represented the body's resilience. Vitality denoted the potency and frequency of martial techniques. But what about defense? Chen Mo replaced his broken chopsticks, pondering what defense truly represented. As he rubbed his arm, a realization dawned upon him. Defense seemed to signify his tolerance for pain. The higher the defense, the less he feared injury. So that was it. No wonder he was immune to damage below 200. It was as if he felt nothing at all. Chen Mo dismissed further thoughts, knowing he needed to conserve his energy for the finals tomorrow. Regardless of whether Yan Zhuo or Gu Feng emerged victorious in the semifinals, he was determined to claim the championship. Even if not for the reward from the challenge, he needed to prove that he was certainly not inferior to those prodigies. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the semifinals commenced punctually. The arena had also been transformed into abyssal steel alloy, which was at least 5 times stronger than the reinforced concrete arena. Such a platform could withstand the clash between 2 fifth-level martial artists. Additionally, protective barriers have been established around the perimeter. Otherwise, an inattentive spectator might face dire consequences. Good afternoon, esteemed audience. The exuberant voice of the commentator rang out, instantly igniting the fervor of the crowd. Everyone was cheering for Gaowu, and 3 massive banners emblazoned with the character Gu fluttered in the stands. Each individual eagerly hoped for Gaowu's victory in this battle, not merely for him as an individual, but to assert that humanity was not inherently inferior to the celestial race. The commentator was thoroughly pleased with the atmosphere, as the excitement was palpable. Next, the audience would witness an extraordinary battle between the prodigies of humanity and the celestial race. Would the celestial race prove their innate superiority, or would humanity demonstrate their unwavering strength? The outcome would hinge on the confrontation between Gaowu and Yanzhua. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Yanzhua and Gaowu ascended the arena simultaneously. It is worth noting that the initial match was supposed to feature the fierce beast Chun Mo against the competitor Wei Guohao. However, due to an injury, Wei Guohao withdrew from the competition, allowing Chun Mo to advance directly to the finals. Now that the trivial announcements are concluded, let us bear witness to this extraordinary battle. Thunderous fireworks erupted, elevating the atmosphere of the arena to a new zenith. Alas, how vexing! Chun Mo sat in the competitor's seat, clicking his tongue in displeasure. Yet, his irritation was futile, for no one believed he could rival either Gaowu or Yanzhua. Sighing, he shifted his focus back to the arena. On the abyss steel arena, Gaowu wielded a chaotic sea steel staff, gazing intently at Yanzhua across the platform. As anticipated, Yanzhua had replaced his decorative long sword with the long spear noted in the records. However, Gaowu could not discern the material of the spear, only sensing that it was far from ordinary. He hoped this battle would not conclude too swiftly. Yanzhua, maintaining a stoic expression, radiated a palpable combat spirit in his eyes. The previous opponents had been exceedingly dull, nearly lulling him to sleep. Yet, Gaowu was different. The aura he exuded sparked a flicker of excitement within Yanzhua, albeit just a flicker. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to depart the arena on your feet. Gaowu gripped the staff with both hands, the rich vitality igniting the ends of the weapon in an instant. You best make me fall. Yanzhua's demeanor shifted as he aimed his spear directly at Gaowu's throat. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? At the moment the staff ignited, the commentator erupted with enthusiasm. This is the signature vitality of the ancient Wu family, Crimson Flame Vitality. This unique form of vitality is of an exceedingly high temperature. A 7th-level warrior's Crimson Flame Vitality can melt steel. Gaowu, let us witness the might of the ancient martial arts family. The cheers surged like a tidal wave. Yet Gaowu remained undistracted, his full attention focused on Yanzhua. While the audience felt nothing amiss, Gaowu did. Only by confronting this celestial race could one truly grasp the insurmountable chasm between the human and celestial tribes. Both competitors took their positions. Ready, begin. Gaowu's muscles surged, veins coiling around him like serpents. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yanzhua, the fiery staff mercilessly cleaving towards Yanzhua's crown. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Yanzhua raised his spear to parry the blow. His sleeve quickly ignited under the searing flames, revealing his robust, yet not cumbersome arms. Such immense strength! Yanzhua's eyes gleamed as he forcefully pushed the spear, causing Gaowu to retreat. In an instant, the spear's tip flickered with electric brilliance, and Yanzhua transformed into a bolt of lightning, thrusting towards Gaowu's heart. Indestructible, Gaowu stood resolute and unyielding, his garments rent asunder, his entire being shimmering with a resplendent black-golden radiance. With a clang, Yanzhua's lance struck Gaowu's chest, yet it inflicted not the slightest wound. Indomitable. This is truly indomitable. The commentator, brimming with excitement, leapt from his seat. his feet firmly planted on the commentary platform as he narrated the unfolding battle with a fervor bordering on madness. This is one of the Gu clan's unique body refinement secrets. By harnessing one's vital energy, one can render their skin more resilient than steel. What say you? Celestial being Yangzhua? Faced with the indomitable Gu Feng, do you find yourself at a loss? Gu Feng grinned widely. He had awaited Yang's assault. The staff, in comparison to the lance, offered a significantly shorter range, and only with Yangzhua in close proximity did he see his opportunity. Fiery Staff. Chapter 48. The eager Chun Mo, accompanied by Gu Feng's furious roar, Yangzhua realized that he could not withstand the blow head-on. With a light tap of his toes, he evaded Gu Feng's strike like a butterfly flitting through flowers. However, this blow was merely a feint. Gu Feng's true lethal move lay in the subsequent assault. Tiger's Claw. Seizing the fleeting moment of Yang's evasion, Gu Feng's black gold hand morphed into a tiger's claw, ruthlessly lunging towards Yang's chest. With a tearing sound, Yang's shirt was shredded, and even his pallid skin was marred by 4 deep gashes that exposed bone. Blood streamed down his ashen skin as he touched the wound on his chest. A somewhat morbid smile crept onto Yang's face. Very well. You possess both the qualification and the ability to compel me to unleash my full power. With his spear aimed at Gu Feng, Yangzhua was enveloped in crackling lightning, the ground beneath him even exhibiting scorch marks. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. His indestructible physique could only withstand physical harm, proving less effective against this electrifying assault. Swiftly resolve this. Gu Feng thrust his staff forcefully, transforming into a blurred shadow as he charged toward Yangzhua. Divine technique, the body outside the body. Yangzhua's figure began to blur, and 3 identical silhouettes emerged on the arena. Cheating. This is cheating. The audience shouted in unison upon witnessing the 3 Yang's on stage. This is unfair. 3 against 1 is hardly a fair match. However, dear audience, do you recall the reason why the celestial race is referred to as such? The commentator's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. The celestial race inherently possesses a divine technique that places them above all other races. Currently, there are no records regarding Yang's divine technique, presenting a significant disadvantage for Gu Feng. All we can do is cheer for Gu Feng. Although the commentator favored the human race, his professionalism prevented him from uttering any inappropriate words. What? Gu Feng had considered many possibilities regarding Yang's divine technique, yet he could never have imagined its sheer monstrosity. With 3 Yang's attacking simultaneously, the all-encompassing assault left Gu Feng with no means of evasion. Indestructible, with no escape. Gu Feng braced for the blow, yet he did not forget the powerful move he had long prepared. Clang! Crackle! Dazzling sparks flickered across Gu Feng's form, his once black gold skin appearing precariously on the verge of collapse under the high-voltage shock. His body stiffened from the electric jolt, his movements slowing considerably. But Gu Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed the long-anticipated move. Great Sun's blazing fire staff. Explode. The temperature of the steel staff in Gu Feng's hand surged dramatically, causing the surrounding air to distort. With a sharp crack, this lethal strike accurately struck Yang's crown, splattering both red and white across the ground. Hit! The commentator, caught up in the excitement, rose to his feet, fixated on the events unfolding in the arena, momentarily neglecting his primary duties. No, this was not his true essence. At the precise moment Gu Feng struck Yangzhua on the crown, he realized this fact and swiftly turned to glance behind him. Alas, it was too late. The invulnerable barrier at his back had been shattered by the high-voltage surge, and Yangzhua's silver dragon spear effortlessly pierced through his chest. I have triumphed, Yangzhua remarked with a subtle smile, clearly satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Who told you that you have one? Gu Feng retorted, seizing the spear that had impaled him, as flames ignited once more around the chaotic steel rod in his grip. Boom! A terrifying surge of vitality coalesced within the chaotic steel rod, the immense pressure causing it to explode. Gu Feng's intention was simple. Even in defeat, he would ensure Yangzhua would suffer. The thunderous blast reverberated through the skies, and dust mingled with smoke enveloped the entire arena. What transpired? What is happening? Even the commentator struggled to comprehend the fleeting moment that had just unfolded, hastily activating the high-speed camera to review the scene. Soon, as the smoke dissipated, two figures still stood upon the stage. Gu Feng's entire arm had been reduced to mere bone, his once handsome visage now resembling a wasp's nest. How about that? Gu Feng's raspy voice emerged as he struggled to open his eyes and gaze at Yang's while across from him. He must be feeling the repercussions too, right? Yang's upper garments had been obliterated, his skin charred, with numerous fragments of the chaotic steel rod embedded within. Indeed, it is quite painful, he replied, spitting blood, yet smiling as he raised his head. Unfortunately, you still targeted the wrong opponent. What? Gu Feng was momentarily stunned, only then noticing a shadow looming behind him. Thud! The spear pierced through Gu Feng's throat, lifting him off the ground. You are strong, but your combat awareness is severely lacking. You never discern my true form. With that, he unceremoniously discarded the unconscious Gu Feng onto the ground and gradually descended from the arena. Today, I spare your life. Return when you have grown stronger to challenge me again. Silence enveloped the scene, a deathly hush. No one anticipated that the ultimate move from the human race's top genius would result in such futility. The atmosphere in the arena plummeted to an icy stillness, with only the paramedics and mentalists rushing onto the stage to assist Gu Feng. It seemed the champion had emerged. Let us cheer for contestant Yangzhou. The commentator's tone had grown somewhat despondent, as Gu Feng's desperate efforts had failed to inflict significant harm on Yangzhou, a monumental blow to humanity. The audience fell into a hushed silence, departing one by one for the Beijing Sports Center. Tomorrow's match held no significance. Chen Mo was certainly no match for Yangzhou. The outcome had been determined. Why engage in futile endeavors? It proves to be somewhat formidable. Chen Mo rubbed his chin, recognizing that such an opponent truly tests one's perception. Your ability to manifest clones could indeed be advantageous for me. A grin spread across Chen Mo's face. It would be most beneficial if Yangzhou could conjure forth several additional avatars, allowing him to strike more frequently. Furthermore, he scrutinized the hardened heart buff with great attention. Under its influence, the damage dealt would quintuple, and correspondingly, the maximum health increase would also experience a 5-fold enhancement. In other words, while in a state of a hardened heart, the benefits of a single strike will be 5 times greater than in a normal condition. With an increase of nearly 3,000 health points from just one hit, Chen Mo felt an exhilarating anticipation surging within him. Chapter 49. The finals commence. Host, please be advised that a rapid decline in audience attendance has been detected in the arena. It is anticipated that the number of spectators tomorrow will fall below 1,000, which will significantly impact the ultimate outcome of the challenge. What? Upon hearing the system announcement, Chen Mo felt a surge of urgency. This was indeed a matter of great importance concerning his final rewards. The preceding rounds of challenges had already catalyzed a substantial enhancement in his abilities, not to mention the significance of this final challenge. However, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Words felt inadequate at this moment. If he could ignite a glimmer of hope for victory in the hearts of the spectators through his performance tomorrow, they would undoubtedly return. One can only hope. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, realizing that the finals could not conclude too swiftly. He must prolong the contest until a sufficient number of spectators had gathered to witness the outcome. As for whether he could secure a victory, that thought had not even crossed his mind. With the boundless fury of his 10-second bloodlock and the steel heart buff that magnified his resolve tenfold, it was hard to conceive of a scenario where he could possibly lose, unless Yangzhou were to unleash a nuclear bomb. He needed to meticulously plan the combat sequence, employing clever maneuvers to draw the audience back in. In the hotel suite, Chen Mo found himself alone. His family had transitioned from their previous family suite to the opulent royal suite on the top floor. Son, are you truly going to fight Yangzhou tomorrow? Su Lu inquired with a hint of anxiety. Ever since witnessing Yangzhou's prowess in battle today, she harbored deep concerns about her son facing such a formidable opponent. Of course, do you lack confidence in me? Besides, I am now a level 3 warrior. It was only natural for me to defeat level 4 warriors when I was at level 2. Surely defeating level 5 warriors at level 3 is not unreasonable? Chun Mo smiled, understanding their lack of confidence. However, that Yang's divine ability allows him to summon clones, each possessing strength comparable to his own. Is it not a bit reckless to confront 3 level 5 warriors alone? Su Lu grasped Chun Mo's hand, her primary concern being her son's safety rather than his accomplishments. Dear, please do not affect our son's mindset before the competition. In contrast to Su Lu's apprehension, Chun-Li encouraged Chun Mo to take to the arena. Son, give it your all. Even if you lose, it is of no consequence. Chun-Li patted Chun Mo on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement, though a fleeting shadow of worry crossed his expression. Exactly. If it comes to it, just feign death using the turtle breath technique I taught you. As a level 3 warrior. Before Chun-Li could finish, he suddenly recalled an extremely significant detail that Chun Mo had just mentioned. You've reached level 3? It was only then that Chun-Li and Su Lu recognized the crucial information Chun Mo had casually disclosed. Do you have any idea how long it took me to ascend from level 2 to level 3? An entire year. Chun-Li grasped Chun Mo's arm, realizing that his newly acquired strength as a third-tier martial artist surpassed even her own seasoned prowess in the same rank. The nature of talent is indeed capricious. For these prodigies, their ascent seems as effortless as breathing or drinking water. Chun-Li sighed, contemplating that it would not be long before her younger brother surpassed her. Brother, remember, she said, firmly gripping Chun Mo's shoulder, her expression turning grave. You are merely a third-tier martial artist. Losing to Yangzhou is nothing to be ashamed of. If it comes to that, feign death using the turtle breathing technique, preserving your life is paramount. Do you understand? I have made my own decision, so do not worry. Chun Mo replied, gently removing Chun-Yi's hand and offering a smile to the 3 others. Get some rest, and don't forget to watch my finals tomorrow. With that, he returned to his room to rest. This child, Su Lu had already discerned that Chun Mo would undoubtedly not relinquish his pursuit of victory in the finals. All they could do now was cheer him on. Rest assured, you know what kind of son we have, Chun-Li murmured, holding Su Lu close in a comforting embrace. He would never gamble with his life. He rarely undertook ventures without certainty. Do not worry. Chun-Li shot a disdainful glance at the affectionate couple, pursed her lips, and retreated to her own room. Meanwhile, the support group from Taizhou was far from tranquil, with the finals looming the next day. Although the odds of victory seemed nearly non-existent, they could not allow Chun Mo's spirit to wane. He was their star from Taizhou, and even if no one else supported him, the people of Taizhou would stand by him until the very end. Prepare yourselves. There will likely be few spectators tomorrow, but our 100-strong group must project the spirit of 1,000. Wei Zhen declared to the assembled supporters. We cannot let Chun Mo feel disheartened. He is our hero from Taizhou. Do you understand? Understood. The Taizhou support group responded with fervor, united in their resolve not to let Chun Mo fight alone. The following day, at the Beijing First Sports Center, Chun Mo arrived early at the competitors' area, sighing at the sparse audience. As anticipated, there were not many attendees. Fortunately, no one would discard their tickets before the closing ceremony, and the live broadcast would continue. Otherwise, it would indeed be troublesome. As fireworks erupted, the commentary voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall witness perhaps the most predictable final in the history of the National Youth Talent Championship. Yesterday's battle between Gu Feng and Yang Zhu dealt a heavy blow to everyone, including the commentators. It appears that contestant Chun Mo possesses not only formidable strength, but also considerable luck. One can only hope that the fight does not conclude within a minute. Otherwise, it would be difficult to commentate. Chun Mo's expression darkened. Did this commentator truly lack faith in him? At the referee's signal, Chun Mo donned his abyss steel gauntlets and ascended the arena. On the opposite side stood Yang Zhu, wielding the silver dragon spear. A faint smile graced Chun Mo's lips. At least Yang Zhu did not underestimate him simply because he was merely a third-level warrior. Otherwise, this confrontation would have been rather unremarkable. At this moment, nearly 70% of the nation was gathered before their television screens. They were not solely there to witness the clash between Chun Mo and Yang Zhu. but rather to await the closing ceremony of the national tournament. Each year, the closing ceremony features captivating spectacles, which is one of the reasons the public eagerly anticipates the tournament. The referee glanced at Chen Mo, then turned to Yang Zhua. Are both competitors ready? No problem. Chen Mo nodded, prepared to activate the buff that steeled his resolve. Indeed, Yang Zhua replied nonchalantly. He held little anticipation for this battle. Carrying the silver dragon spear was merely a gesture of respect towards his opponent, not a sign that he perceived Chen Mo as a threat. Excellent. The referee began to retreat slowly. Take your positions. Prepare. Begin. Chapter 50. Absolute Violence. Temper my heart. With the referee's command, Chen Mo immediately activated the Tempering My Heart buff. Having observed the previous battle, he noted that Yang Zhua's every strike could inflict at least 6,000 damage, coupled with an extraordinarily high attack frequency. If he did not promptly activate the buff, he risked being obliterated in an instant. This stark contrast epitomized the disparity between the human race and the celestial beings. The moment the buff was engaged, Chen Mo's health surged tenfold. Vitality coursed through his veins, even augmenting his strength to a notable extent. With a staggering health pool of 376,000, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him, prompting him to clench his fists and gaze intently at Yang Zhua. Will you not concede? Yang Zhua cast a disinterested glance at Chen Mo, dismissing him as merely a third-tier martial artist, unworthy of challenge, even if he could fight above his level. Concede? Chen Mo chuckled, his veins resembling constricting serpents. Why would I concede before the fight has commenced? With that, he propelled himself forward, unleashing his speed. He resembled a flesh and blood tank, causing the abyssal steel arena to tremble beneath him. Yang Zhua's combat instincts were triggered, and he instinctively raised his silver dragon spear to shield himself. Clang! Chen Mo's fist struck precisely at the heart of Yang Zhua's heart of steel charging emblem, producing a delightful chime. Inflicted 47,000 damage. Maximum health increased by 640. Gasp! Fine cracks appeared in Yang Zhua's arm bones, as the overwhelming force coursed through the silver dragon spear and reverberated throughout his body. He was propelled backward, landing on the ground, barely managing to regain his footing. Chen Mo's punch not only inflicted injury upon Yang Zhua, but also shredded his shirt in the process. With muscles radiating strength under the sunlight, Chen Mo now embodied sheer power. Will you not concede? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, reveling in the astonishing benefits of the buff, which far surpassed his previous gains tenfold. He was determined to seize this opportunity for further fortification. This is truly unexpected. Yang Zhua wiped the blood from his lips, now re-evaluating the third-tier martial artist before him. You possess the merit to compel me to unleash my full strength. You are even more impressive than Gaowu, celestial divine art, external avatar. With his silver dragon spear crackling with energy, three identical figures emerged before Chen Mo. The commentator, who had been prepared to narrate Chen Mo's imminent defeat, now stood in stunned silence. Not just him, but also the sparse audience, including the friends and family of the Taizhou contestants and the Chen family, gazed wide-eyed at the spectacle unfolding in the arena. No, this is unbelievable. The commentator discarded his prepared script, stepping onto the control panel in astonishment. Chen Mo had actually injured Yang Zhua with a single punch, even compelling him to resort to celestial powers. Could it be? Could it be? Is it truly possible for the esteemed Chen Mo to vanquish Yang Zhua and seize the championship of this national competition? Let us rally behind Chen Mo. Fierce beast Chen Mo. Defeat Yang Zhua. Chen Mo's remarkable performance has rekindled hope in the hearts of all those observing the national contest. Do not linger in silence. Quickly, beat the drums and cheer. Wei Zhan brandished the drumsticks in hand, striking forcefully upon the taut drum before him. In the somewhat empty arena, the unified cheers of the Taizhou supporters resounded through the air. With a single punch, Chen Mo sent Yang Zhua reeling, blood spilling from his lips, a testament to a truly terrifying power. At this moment, the previously closed entrance reopened, revealing a figure shrouded in bandages, being pushed forward. It was Gaowu, who, after a night of treatment, had regained consciousness. Chen Mo, Give it your all. Gu Feng's hoarse voice strained from injuries. Fixated on the duel between Chun Mo and Yang Zhua. He was not alone. Several opponents whom Chun Mo had bested had also gathered at the arena, eager to witness whether the man who had defeated them could emerge victorious. Zhao Peinan, Chu Bai, Chu Xian, Wei Guohao, and even Ma Wanglin, who had lost a leg, found their way to the stands. They have arrived. A smile curled at the corners of Chun Mo's lips. This was precisely the effect he sought. To reignite the hope of victory and draw the audience back to the arena was one of the intentions behind his initial use of the Hardened Heart buff. Amid the synchronized cheers of the Taizhou supporters, Chun Mo beckoned Yang Zhua with a flick of his finger. This gesture dripped with provocation, instantly igniting Yang Zhua's fighting spirit. Damn, this kid is audacious. I like it. Even Gu Ji, seated in the VIP section, was swept up in the atmosphere, slapping his thigh and rising to his feet. Is this truly the extent of your celestial clan's prowess? Chun Mo arched an eyebrow, awaiting the appearance of charging marks on the two clones. Yang Zhua remained silent, instead charging toward Chun Mo with both clones in tow. Come at me. Chun Mo's eyes sparkled as he rushed forward to meet Yang Zhua. The shimmering silver dragon spear struck Chun Mo's skin with precision, yet failed to penetrate. Received electrical and physical damage. Health minus 18,000. How could this be? Yang Zhua's eyes widened in disbelief. He was unable to pierce even Chun Mo's skin against a health pool of 380,000. The damage inflicted by Yang Zhua was akin to mere tickling. Ding! Ding! The two clones simultaneously attacked Chun Mo's vital points, targeting his heart and throat. Yet, Chun Mo withstood the blows with an invincible stance. Received electrical and physical damage. Health minus 18,000. Received electrical and physical damage. Health minus 18,000. Are you merely tickling me? Chun Mo grinned, delivering a powerful punch to the charging attack mark of one of the clones. Bang! The life force of the clone was inherently inferior to that of Yang Zhua. With a single strike, it was pierced through the chest, inflicting a staggering 47,000 points of damage, while simultaneously enhancing the maximum life force by 5,640. Chun Mo, twisting his waist, unleashed a right punch, and another clone met the same fate, also having its chest penetrated. Once again, it sustained 47,000 points of damage, with a corresponding increase of 5,640 in maximum life force. In just 3 punches, Chun Mo's life force surged by over 16,000 points. Astonishing, astonishing. One punch after another. The commentator was so overwhelmed with excitement that he leapt from his seat, momentarily forgetting the art of commentary, his lips only able to utter these utterly meaningless exclamations. The news of Chun Mo's potential victory spread rapidly, drawing an increasing number of spectators back to the Yanjing First Sports Center. Chapter 51. Steel. Indeed, steel. They initially believed the outcome was predetermined. However, upon witnessing Chun Mo's performance, their perspective shifted. Perhaps, just perhaps, Chun Mo could truly vanquish Yang Zhua and claim the national championship. Amidst the resounding cheers, a faint smile graced Chun Mo's lips. His flamboyant opening had begun to bear fruit. Yang Zhua, gasping for breath, rose to his feet, struggling to comprehend that Chun Mo had managed to obliterate his external avatar with a single punch. Having lost 2 external avatars in succession, Yang Zhua found himself significantly depleted in both vitality and stamina. Yet, for a warrior, physical endurance and vitality are but minor factors in determining victory. It is the willpower that sustains a fighter to the very end. Now, Yang Zhua gazed into Chun Mo's eyes, which sparkled with a newfound appreciation, a sense of camaraderie born from mutual respect. You are formidable, even stronger than Gu Feng. Yang Zhua stood tall once more, somewhat astonished that Chun Mo had refrained from launching a sneak attack during his moment of recovery. Until now, I believed that among your kind, no peer could compel me to exert my full strength. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from Yang Zhua, the azure lightning coursing through it, igniting the abyssal steel arena into a blazing crimson. However, my perspective has shifted. You You are the one who can provoke me to fight with all my might. Celestial Arts, Ultimate External Avatar. Splitting into 8. In the blink of an eye, 8 identical figures encircled Chun Imo, each wielding a silver dragon spear, their presence no less formidable than Yangzhou himself. Currently, the utmost I can manifest is 8 external avatars, together with my original form, that amounts to 9 5th-level late-stage warriors. I wonder if you can withstand this. With that, Yangzhou, alongside his 8 avatars, charged at Chinemo. The silver dragon spears crackled with electricity. Even the surrounding air was disintegrated by the electric arcs. Come forth. Chinemo calculated that the 9 Yangs could inflict approximately 16,000 damage on him with each strike. Considering his endless wrath and deliberate punches, he could endure at least 4 rounds. Moreover, he could accumulate a significant amount of health. Whoa. Witnessing this scene on the arena, Gufeng was so excited that he began to tremble uncontrollably. He had thought that Yang's 2 avatars during their battle were his utmost limit. He never anticipated that Yangzhou had not even exerted himself against him. At this moment, Gufeng yearned to cheer for Chunemo, but his throat, punctured by a grievous wound, rendered him speechless. Just as Gufeng was in a fit of anxiety, Chu Bai beside him shouted with fervor, "Damn, Chinemo, if you can bring me to this state, you absolutely cannot lose to that celestial being. Otherwise, I shall mock you for the rest of your life." Zhao Peinan, also shouting at the top of his lungs, was more exhilarated than anyone else. That was a celestial being. If Chun Imo truly triumphed over the celestial race, he could boast that he had exchanged blows with Chun Imo. To have sparred with a warrior who defeated the celestial race would be enough for Zhao Peinan to brag about for a lifetime. Chun Imo, you cannot afford to lose. Eliminate him. At this moment, Chu Bai, Chu Xian, and Zhao Peinan have set aside their personal grievances, solely wishing for Chun Imo to triumph in this final match. Meanwhile, Ma Wanglin remains silent, her hands tightly gripping the bedclothes. Each spectator is filled with trepidation for Chun Imo, with some even closing their eyes, unable to bear the unfolding scene. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the arena is enveloped in a swirl of scorching smoke and dust. Even high-speed cameras fail to capture the events that just transpired. All await, anticipating the moment when the haze will dissipate. Suddenly, a crisp sound rings out from within the smoke. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 successive strikes, the veil of dust clears, revealing the state of the arena. Chun Imo is pierced by 3 silver dragon spears, droplets of blood cascading from his wounds onto the ground. Yangzhou is also in a dire condition. A mere clash has cost him 3 external incarnations. In his current state, he can no longer coalesce further external incarnations. With each loss, he diminishes. It hurts a bit. Chun Imo slowly rises. He was merely a moment too slow and received 3 strikes, losing 16,000 points of vitality. Extracting the silver dragon's spear from his chest, he gestures provocatively at Yangzhou. Shall we continue? Are you unable to proceed? Chun Imo's voice resonates in the ears of every spectator in the arena, rendering the space so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, a tremendous cheer erupts. Chun Imo, he has risen again. He has endured the first and most formidable wave of assault. Yangzhou has run out of opportunities. Yangzhou lacks the strength to coalesce further external incarnations. Chun Imo seizes the moment to defeat him. The commentator, overwhelmed with excitement, has eyes ablaze, the taste of iron filling his mouth. The supporters from Taizhou are even more fervent. Wei Zhen has even beaten his drum until it has burst. Come on, Chen Montak, defeat him. Yang's breathing is no longer steady. His rhythm is disrupted. He cannot comprehend why a 3rd-level warrior can remain standing after his full force strike. Even several of his 6th-level kin would lose their fighting capacity under such an attack. Could it be that Chun Imo possesses the ability to withstand a 6th or even 7th-level warrior with the body of a mere 3rd-level fighter? Unlike Yangzhou, Chun Imo's mind is not clouded with thoughts. He intends to conclude the match after the next wave of assault, glancing at the rapidly filling aura value. He spreads his arms, showcasing his solid chest. Are you truly this weak? You cannot defeat even a 3rd-level warrior like me? Yangzhou grits his teeth. If he cannot defeat Chen Mo with the next strike, however, the situation leaves no room for Yangzhou's contemplations. He can only launch an attack. Moreover, judging by Chen Mo's demeanor, he seems unable to endure for much longer. There is still a glimmer of hope for him. Yangzhou, accompanied by 5 external avatars, crouched low, with dazzling lightning swirling around his limbs. Subsequently, 6 figures charged toward Chen Mo from various directions. Chen Mo took a deep breath. He needed to seize this opportunity to strengthen his resolve, or he would be at a significant disadvantage. A bolt of lightning flared behind him, and the glinting tip of a gun pierced his back. Got you. Chen Mo retaliated with a punch, striking the mark of the charged attack with precision. Clang. Inflicted 49, 180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5, 900. There remained 4 external avatars and 1 true self. Chen Mo swiftly turned around, only to find 2 silver dragon spears materializing in his line of sight. Chapter 52, National Championship. Chen Mo, with a swift motion, 2 silver dragon spears pierced through Chen Mo's chest. Yet he seized the fleeting opportunity. Clang, clang. Inflicted 49, 180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5, 900. Inflicted 49, 180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5, 900. Only 2 remain. Yangzhu's explosive speed was simply too formidable. Even though Chen Mo's maximum velocity had reached 100 kilometers per hour, he could not keep pace with Yangzhou. It was only through this exchange of injuries that Chen Mo managed to create an opening for a decisive strike. Chen Mo's health had dwindled to less than half, yet his vigor was at its zenith. With but a few more blows, he could conclude the battle. Under the influence of adrenaline, Chen Mo felt no pain. Instead, he was engulfed in exhilaration, an extraordinary thrill. You must be nearing your limit, are you not? Another silver dragon spear appeared, this time descending from above Chen Mo's head. He could not guarantee that his mind would remain intact should his brain sustain injury, so he instinctively sidestepped. This half-step miraculously allowed him to evade Yangzhu's descending strike. Clang! Another charged attack, and Yangzhou lost yet another avatar. Victory was tantalizingly close for Chen Mo. He needed only one more strike to unleash a powerful blow that would vanquish Yangzhou and secure his triumph in the finals. Yet, it must be noted that had it not been for the extraordinary buff, Steel Will, Chen Mo might not have been a match for Yangzhou. Gritting his teeth, Yangzhou felt his stamina and health plummet. This attack would be his final gambit. No, there'd be no ifs. He absolutely would not be defeated by Chen Mo, a mere third-tier warrior. Resolutely, Yangzhou directed his last external avatar to charge at Chen Mo, while his true self, shielded by the avatar, surged toward Chen Mo's vital points. Through prolonged engagement, Chen Mo had gleaned Yangzhu's combat style. Almost instinctively, he threw a right hook, resulting in a resounding clang. Inflicted 49, 180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5, 900. As expected, Yangzhou continued to use his avatar for cover, concealing his true, lethal strike behind it. In a flash, a glimmer of cold light darted forth as Yangzhu's silver dragon spear successfully pierced Chen Mo's throat. Blood gushed forth, yet Chen Mo remained unyielding. Receive electric and physical critical damage. Health minus 36,000. A critical hit. Indeed, luck was on your side. Such a lethal blow to an ordinary person was but a trifling matter against Chen Mo's formidable vitality. The arena fell into utter silence, all spectators holding their breath. Even the commentators ceased their chatter, for the next moment would determine the victor. Alas, it was futile. A smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips as his aura soared. The white shield value rapidly filled his health bar, and a golden light coalesced around his form. Even when his physical strength and vitality were completely depleted, Yangzhu's innate combat instincts continued to function. These instincts warned him that the incoming attack was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Evading was imperative. Failure to do so would lead to his demise. I have been accumulating power for this strike. Here it comes. Intentional explosive punch. A blinding golden radiance erupted instantaneously. enhanced by the Blood Fury Fist and Charged Attack, rendering Chun Mo's punch devastatingly powerful, exceeding 6 figures in damage. Yang withdrew his Silver Dragon Spear in an attempt to block, yet the intentional explosive punch delivered true damage. Even a deity could not withstand it. The golden phantom of the striking fist erupted, enveloping an expanse of 100 meters in front of Chun Mo. The incredibly resilient Abyss Steel Arena crumbled under the impact of this punch, with a significant portion of it being obliterated. Along with the debris, Yangzhou was also propelled away, a gaping wound the size of a head carved into his chest, his eyes rolling back as he soared through the air. With a single punch, I sent you flying. The sound of Yangzhou hitting the ground resonated throughout the arena, accompanied by Chun Mo's victorious shout. Immediately, the entire Yinjing Sports Center erupted into a frenzy. The referee hastily climbed onto the shattered arena, assessed Yangzhou's condition, and summoned paramedics and psychic healers. After fulfilling his official duties, the referee swiftly returned to Chun Mo's side, raising his left hand high. The victor, Chun Mo, in the commentary booth. The commentators were overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes. To all the spectators present and those watching the live broadcast, the champion of this National Young Talents Championship has emerged. It is none other than Chun Mo from Taizhou. Let's cheer for him. He has accomplished an unprecedented feat, defeating a celestial from a higher tier at the same age. He is the pride of the entire Daxia, the strongest genius in history. At this moment, whether in the arena or watching from afar, every spectator rose to their feet, chanting Chun Mo's name in unison. Chun Mo, Chun Mo, Chun Mo, Chun Mo, Chun Mo, Chun Mo. Their voices resonated harmoniously, with some overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Oh my goodness, that is my brother. Did you see that? Chun-Yi, like a madwoman, seized someone and began shouting. My brother is the best in the world. The Celestials are no match for him. Ha ha. From now on, I can bask in my brother's glory. Chun-Li, on the other hand, held Su Lu, who had fainted long before in the midst of Chun Mo's bloody battle. Motionless, he too was elated, yearning to shout in jubilation, yet felt a palpable weight constricting his throat, rendering him speechless. That is my son. That is my son. He could only repeat this phrase incessantly until Chun Mo stepped off the arena and into the resting area. Yet even as Chun Mo vanished from sight, the crowd continued to chant his name. Almost simultaneously, major media outlets reported on Chun Mo's victory over Yangzhou. For at least the coming years, the name Chun Mo would be the talk of the town, and it will become a terrifying nightmare for those who have yet to participate in the martial arts examination and for every subsequent national competition contestant, an insurmountable dread they will never transcend. However, at the center of this storm, Chun Mo remained indifferent to such matters. He had just changed into a fresh set of clothes and settled onto the sofa, exhausted to the bone. Even with a staggering 37,000 health points, Chun Mo's stamina was not boundless. Nevertheless, he could not afford to rest just yet, for the haunting voice that lingered in his mind had just sounded anew. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing all challenge tasks. Upon receiving the rewards for the final round of challenges, additional rewards will be granted. Chapter 53. Abundant Rewards, Tremendous Surge in Power. Has it finally arrived? Chun Mo's lips curled into a smile, unable to conceal the excitement bubbling within him. After enduring an arduous 5 rounds of challenging tasks, he had successfully completed them. Overall, this challenge not only bestowed rewards from the system, but also the myriad benefits that the championship itself could offer. To say nothing of the fact that from this day forth, prestigious martial arts academies would treat him with the utmost reverence. Upon receiving the rewards for the final round of challenges, the system announcement resonated once more. Final round challenge rewards have been distributed. Unlimited Firepower Buff, 30 minutes, 3. Ascension Mode Buff 3, a 300 enhancement in all attributes for 5 minutes, alongside a 75 damage reduction and a 75 increase in damage dealt. Random Hero Ultimate Skill 1, Self-Selected Hero Ultimate Skill 1, Equipment Self-Selection 1. New buff shop has been unlocked. Please strive to elevate your martial arts level, as more diverse shops will be available in the future, not limited to games. What a thrill! Chun Imo slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Merely the equipment and ultimate skill selections were already a testament to his efforts during this period. Not to mention the two astonishing buffs, unlimited firepower and ascension mode, either of which could rival the might of Steel Will. However, the most significant aspect remained the buff shop. Judging by its name, it seemed to eschew the absurdity of random draws. Regardless of the exorbitant prices, at least he could purchase what he desired rather than being subjected to the unpleasantness of shoddy prizes. Opening the system panel, Chun Imo intended to take a glance at the buff shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a plethora of over 100 distinct buffs. The buffs were categorized into 3 tiers: prismatic, gold, and silver, akin to the categorization in the hextech system of the Convergence. Among them, the Steel Will buff, a gold tier from the Arena of Souls, was astonishingly categorized as prismatic in the shop, priced at a staggering 50,000 gold coins. Hiss! Chun Imo suddenly considered that perhaps the lottery wasn't so bad after all. At least it involved a modicum of luck. The prices for unlimited firepower and ascension mode were even more outrageous, at 88,888 and 99,999 respectively. Chun Mo's current savings amounted to a pitiful 500, a sum earned through relentless daily tasks over a considerable time. How disheartening. With a sigh, Chun Imo scanned the buffs within his financial reach. Most of the buffs he could afford were either silver or gold, with the sole purchasable prismatic buff being the Purgatory Contract, which fixed one's martial arts realm at level 7 and granted 100,000 gold coins. This was hardly a game. Only the most foolhardy would opt for such a self-sabotaging buff. Among the myriad buffs available, Chun Mo's preference undeniably leaned towards the prospect of leveling up. Upgrade. Training efficiency increased by 300, effects of elixirs enhanced by 300, lasting for 24 hours. The price is somewhat steep, a full 5,000 gold coins. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, it is remarkably favorable, especially considering that once sufficient resources are acquired, utilizing this buff will undoubtedly propel one to great heights. Contentment breeds happiness. Thus, it is wise to seek ways to earn gold. Chun Imo maintains an excellent mindset, viewing 5,000 gold as merely 100 days' worth of effort. For the freshly turned 18 Chun Imo, time is his most abundant resource. At present, Chun Mo's task is to select one piece of equipment and one ultimate skill. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the Tyrant Blood Armor. Following the conclusion of the Hardened Heart buff, Chun Mo's health had reached a rather terrifying figure. Name: Chun Imo. Health: 89, 920, Vitality 5, 120, Attack, 210, Defense, 200, replacing the Endless Resentment. Chun Imo equipped the Tyrant Blood Armor. Tyrant Blood Armor, 40 attack power, 500 health. Passive Dominance. Grants an additional 2 attack power based on your maximum health. Passive Retribution. Provides attack power based on the percentage of health lost. Up to 10. The moment he donned the Tyrant Blood Armor, Chun Imo could distinctly feel his strength surge by at least tenfold. It was as though he could move mountains and fill seas with just a gesture. Yet, Chun Imo understood that this was merely an illusion brought about by the explosive increase in power. Upon reopening his attribute panel, Chun Mo's attack power skyrocketed from 210 to 2,058. This means that a mere touch from him could severely injure even a second-tier warrior. Simultaneously, his charge punch received a substantial enhancement. The previous damage, which was 12 of his maximum health, has now risen to 15, though it seems a mere 3 increase. Such a value could easily obliterate a warrior of level 4 or below. The immense boost in attack power is also reflected in Chun Mo's physical strength. He resolved to find a suitable place to test his newfound muscle power. Relying on mere speculation would yield no accurate results. A professional assessment is necessary for precision. With the selection of equipment completed, it was time to choose the ultimate skill. Chun Imo had 2 target skills in mind, one being the Angel's ultimate ability and the other the Berserker Olaf's ultimate. The Angel's ultimate grants invincibility, whereas Olaf's ultimate provides prolonged immunity to control effects while significantly enhancing attack power. Chun Imo decided on Olaf's ability. The Brute's ultimate should suffice for the time being. as he already possesses ample means of self-preservation. After his encounter with Yangzhou earlier, Chun Mo has come to appreciate the value of Olaf's ultimate in granting immunity from control effects. Regrettably, he currently lacks sufficient skill slots to equip Olaf's ultimate. However, there is no rush. Skill slots are unlikely to be limited to just a few, and future quests will undoubtedly unlock additional slots. Having claimed the final round rewards, Chun Mo now turned his attention to the additional rewards. With a mere click, a golden orb materialized before Chun Mo. Congratulations, host, for unlocking an additional skill. Blink. This additional skill does not occupy a skill slot and can be equipped at any time. What? Chun Mo straightened up. Could this blink possibly be the same as the summoner's skill flash? Blink. Teleport to a specified location within range. Cooldown time, 300 seconds. Goodness. The skill of blink is already a pivotal mobility ability in the game. Transposed into the real world, it becomes an extraordinarily formidable power. Instantaneous movement without any wind-up or action, and the cooldown is a mere 5 minutes. Upon equipping Blink, Chun Mo concentrated his thoughts and instantly found himself 5 meters away from the massage chair. A maximum range of 5 meters is quite sufficient. As a melee warrior, the ability to teleport within 5 meters grants him an unimaginable advantage. Chapter 54. Yangzhou disqualified from the Celestial Clan as Chun Mo was engrossed in studying the divine skill of Flash. The arena outside was anything but calm. It was growing increasingly frenzied. Gu Feng, who had been brought in on a wheelchair, suddenly stood up and excitedly embraced the bewildered Zhao Peinan. Ma Wanlin, who had lost a leg, trembled with exhilaration, while Chu Bai and Chu Xian felt justified in their defeat at the hands of Chun Mo. At that moment, the support group from Taizhou was nearly in a state of ecstasy. Wei Zhan was laughing so hard that his jaw dislocated, yet he continued to roar with laughter. In stark contrast to the revelry surrounding them, Su Lu, now awakened, wept uncontrollably in Chun Li's embrace. Her tears were a mixture of joy and excitement, but predominantly filled with sorrow for Chun Mo. The closing ceremony commenced amidst the cheers of the audience, marking a nationwide celebration. This was the first time in history that a member of the human race had triumphed over a Celestial Clan's peer, and it was a clash of pure physical prowess. All the contestants who remained in Yanjing, regardless of their condition, attended the national competition's closing ceremony, except for Chun Mo, the main protagonist. After urgent care from a mentalist and the Celestial Clan's naturally rapid recovery, Yangzhou gradually regained consciousness. He gazed at the jubilant crowd outside, feeling a disorienting wave wash over him. You have lost. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Yangzhou. Father. Yangzhou, disregarding his severe injuries, knelt before the figure. His innate talent was formidable, an unreasonable strength that was purely exceptional. Yang Yin lowered his head and affectionately ruffled Yangzhuo's hair, lamenting Chun Mo's terrifying prowess. Yangzhuo, out of my care for you, I permitted you to train within the human realm. However, I never anticipated that you would be defeated by them. Upon hearing this, Yang's already pale face became even more ashen. You possess a unique celestial divine ability among the Celestial Clan, yet you still succumbed. According to our customs, a defeated member of the Celestial Clan would be disqualified. Father, Yangzhou was taken aback. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he had forgotten this rule of the Celestial Clan. After all, the vast majority of defeats within the Celestial Clan often resulted in death, and it was unprecedented for someone like Yangzhou to lose to a human. However, your extraordinary talent and the emergence of your divine ability within our clan are understandable, even in failure. Yang Yin smiled and continued. After careful consideration and a decision within the clan, we believe you should remain among the humans to continue your training. When you attain the rank of a 13th level master, we shall retrieve you back to the clan. But until you reach that level, you will be disqualified from the Celestial Clan, and you must strive to earn your resources in the human realm on your own. Of course, we will not prohibit you from using your celestial divine ability. Strive to grow stronger. I hope to see the day you return to our clan. With that, Yang Yin walked into the darkness at the end of the corridor and vanished from sight. Yang's was sat on the ground, rendered speechless for a long while. How could he possibly not understand? Though his father's words were sweet, they essentially stripped him of his identity within the Celestial clan. In this realm, one either perishes in battle or does not face defeat. He had been cast aside. No, I still have a chance. Yongs was strained to rise from the ground, returning to his room with his injured body. I shall grow stronger until all of you acknowledge me. The closing ceremony concluded amidst a fervent atmosphere, and Chen Mo was granted the freedom to reconnect with the outside world. As for his absence from the awards ceremony, no one uttered a word about it. Everyone was aware that Chen Mo had just emerged from a fierce battle and was in dire need of rest. The honors and rewards that belonged to Chen Mo were beyond dispute. No one could usurp what was rightfully his. Now, it was no longer just Gu Ji standing behind Chen Mo. He was supported by even greater scrutiny. Who would dare to provoke discord at such a critical juncture? That would be sheer folly. Exhausted from the intense conflict, Chen Mo lay soundly asleep on the grand bed of the hotel suite. During the closing ceremony held outside, he had utilized the random ultimate skill for the final round of the challenge task. The outcome of his draw pleased him greatly. It was the ultimate move of Modkasar. The skill, known as the Cycle of Despair, colloquially referred to as Iron Man's duel in the arena, was a pure one-on-one combat technique. It allowed him to seize 20 of the total attributes from any enemy drawn into the Cycle of Despair. Moreover, upon vanquishing an opponent, that 20 of attributes would be permanently claimed. In terms of growth potential and strength, the Cycle of Despair could be classified as a T1 level divine skill. However, it had a rather lengthy cooldown period and a slightly short duration. With a cooldown time of 3 full days and a mere 10 minutes of active duration, Chen Mo was nonetheless quite satisfied. After navigating the entire challenge task, his strength had increased significantly. However, just as Chen Mo was lost in a deep slumber, the door of the hotel suite swung open, and a throng of people poured in. Drowsily, Chen Mo opened his eyes, only to be tackled by a figure descending upon him. "Little brother, you are incredible." The figure was none other than Chen Yi, who was now perched on Chen Mo's bewildered stomach, cradling his face with both hands. "From now on, my sister will walk proudly at the Martial Arts Academy in Harbin City. Anyone who dares to provoke me will have my brother deal with them. I'll beat them so hard they'll regret it. Xiao Yi, can you show some restraint?" Little Mo has just finished his match, Su Lu interjected, stepping forward to pull Chen Yi away. She had noticed the bloodstains on the sheets beneath Chen Mo. Though his recuperative abilities were formidable, such penetrating injuries required a considerable time to heal. Chen Yi's earlier antics had inadvertently reopened Chen Mo's freshly scabbed wounds. "Mom, I'm fine," Chen Mo said, sitting up with a casual demeanor, despite blood seeping from his body. However, the scene before him was undeniably gruesome, resembling a murder scene. "I knew all along that you hadn't gone to the hospital for treatment." Liang Yongsheng furrowed his brows at the sight of Chen Mo, pondering how this child could be so neglectful of his own health. "It was fortunate that I had brought along the medical team and the mentalist. Otherwise, at this rate of blood loss, he would not have made it to the hospital. Director Chu, I appreciate your efforts." With that, the crowd parted, allowing Director Chu of the Magic City Mental Power Research Center to approach, accompanied by Chu Chi, who was pushing his wheelchair. Chapter 55. Is he a mutant warrior? Is it you, young man, who defeated those 2 children from our Mental Power Research Center in Magic City? Dean Chu's face was drawn, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo with a hint of disapproval. "Yes, it was me. So what?" Chen Mo replied, nodding confidently, unperturbed by Dean Chu's scrutiny. "Are you going to strike me again? Is this how one converses with a teacher?" Before Dean Chu could respond, Chu Chi, standing behind him, expressed his displeasure. "Never mind. These warriors have such tempers. If he didn't have a bit of spirit, I wouldn't have come to assist him in healing." Dean Chu raised his hand to halt Chu Chi's advance, smiling at Chen Mo. "Good lad, if all warriors possessed your temperament, there would be no traitors among the human race. Sit still, and I shall attend to your wounds." With that, Dean Chu's mental power transformed into threads, beginning to stitch together the wounds on Chen Mo's body, both externally and internally. As he worked, Dean Chu probed for any signs of mental power within Chen Mo. Completely devoid, though his expression was impassive, disappointment flickered in Dean Chu's heart. It was indeed true that those naturally endowed with mental power could not condense blood energy. Yet, why did this child, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, still possess the strength to retaliate? His lungs were ruptured, yet he could still breathe. His heart was nearly cleaved in two, yet he moved with ease. All of his internal organs, the liver, spleen, digestive system, and kidneys, were severely compromised, so why could he sit here, seemingly unscathed, awaiting treatment? Such catastrophic injuries would be fatal even to a level 3 warrior, let alone one at level 7, 8, or even 9. Could such terrifying injuries truly be sustained solely by sheer will? Could it be that this child is a naturally mutated warrior? Contemplating this, Dean Shu glanced at Chunmo and inquired, "Child, since you're already at level 3, what is your blood energy attribute?" Attribute? Chunmo was taken aback, uncertain of what was meant by blood energy attribute. Has your blood energy not begun to undergo transformation? Dean Shu was momentarily taken aback as well. This child was indeed remarkable in many ways. Normally, when a warrior breaks through to level 3, entering the realm of the extraordinary, their blood energy would undergo a transformation. For instance, Yang's was thunder and Gu Feng's blazing flames were manifestations of their blood energy attributes. However, you are distinctly different. Your blood energy remains pure and unaltered. This is why I inquired about your blood energy attribute. Chun Mo remained silent, a sense of unease brewing within him. His ascent to level 3 had not been through gradual cultivation, but rather a sudden reward from a system. Could the absence of an attribute be related to this? Do not fret. My research on blood energy is not particularly profound. Noticing Chun Mo's troubled expression, Dean Chu reassured him. Once you attend the training in the southern region, those esteemed masters will surely help you uncover the truth. Well, I have successfully healed your injuries. Please take care not to endanger yourself in such a manner again. Withdrawing the threads of spiritual energy, Director Chu signaled for Chu Chi to escort him away. Thank you, Director Chu. Wei Zhun bowed respectfully to Director Chu's departing figure, expressing his utmost gratitude. Chen Mo, are you aware of the fame you have attained? Once Director Chu had completely left, Tian Xingxing excitedly plopped down beside Chen Mo, exclaiming, "You are the champion of a national competition. This is the pinnacle among all the top talents in the Great Xia. Every martial arts academy across the nation will be vying for your enrollment. You are truly remarkable. Even the celestial race cannot contend with you." Indeed, I was filled with despair upon witnessing Chun Mo's injuries. I never anticipated. Tian Xingxing, who possessed a relatively lower emotional intelligence, unwittingly struck a nerve with Su Lu, who glared at him in silence. The atmosphere became awkward, rendering any further discussion of the victory banquet impossible. Ahem, well then, let us reconvene tomorrow. You all should rest well, as Chun Mo must be exhausted after such numerous matches. Liang Yongsheng coughed lightly, hastily ushering Tian Xingxing and the others out of the suite. Once everyone had departed, Chen Mo observed Su Lu, whose eyes were red from tears, and he instinctively recoiled. "How are your injuries?" Su Lu's tears streamed down her face, and she collapsed onto the sofa, sobbing. She was genuinely terrified. What mother would not feel heartbroken witnessing her son fighting amidst bloodshed? Chun Mo quickly descended from the bed and approached Su Lu, offering her a comforting smile. "Mother, see, I am perfectly fine. Look at these muscles, they're quite strong, and my skin is much softer than before." In contrast to Su Lu and Chun Li, who had never witnessed martial artists in battle, Chun Yi remained remarkably composed. Being a martial artist is a warrior's destiny. Did you ever consider us when you risked your life? If something were to happen to you, what would your father and I do? Is it worth sacrificing your life for a championship? Do you have any idea what I felt when I saw that Yang's would pierce you? I nearly. As Chun Mo approached, Su Lu, both pained and angry, struck Chen Mo's arm with force. "You must never play with your life again. Losing is preferable to losing your life." All right. I promise I'll be more cautious in the future." Chen Mo, unsure how to console his mother, could only respond to Su Lu's concerns in the gentlest tone possible. "Enough now, dear. Today has been quite joyful. Please do not cry." As a resolute man, Chun-Li had no inkling that his words would ignite a bomb within Su Lu's heart. "Chun-Li, I haven't even addressed you yet. Su Lu, seizing the opportunity, redirected her ire towards Chun-Li, unleashing her frustrations upon him. She could not bear to scold her son, but her husband was certainly fair game. Brother, you need not heed our mother's words. Chun-Yi, observing Su Lu's shift in focus, moved closer to Chun-Mo and patted his shoulder. As a martial artist, one must strive and engage in combat. After witnessing your battle, I have come to understand a certain truth. Have you, my young friend, never truly faced life and death struggles beyond mere sparring with others? Sister, did you perceive that? Chun-Mo chuckled. It was indeed true that he had never experienced a life or death confrontation with another. However, after the national competition, everything had changed. His battle with Yang Zhua had proven exceptionally enlightening, revealing to him many of his shortcomings. Of course, it was evident that in the past, he had relied solely on his physical strength, engaging in brute force without any grasp of combat techniques. Chun-Yi rolled her eyes and led Chun-Mo aside. Have you given any thought to which martial arts academy you wish to attend in the future? Chun-Yi inquired with an air of mystery, leaving Chun-Mo puzzled as to why such matters required secrecy. Chapter 56. Knowledge Beyond the Classroom. Chun-Mo pondered for a moment before swiftly selecting 3 of the most prestigious martial academies in the Great Xia: the Magic City Martial Academy, the Yanjing Martial Academy, and the Deep City Martial Arts Institute. Good. As long as you are aware, Chun-Yi nodded, recognizing that her younger brother had matured. Not only was his strength formidable, but he also had aspirations for the future. However, I must make it clear that there are 3 primary sources for martial practitioners. Some knowledge cannot be acquired in school, such as what I am about to impart. The first is the Martial Arts Academy, which serves as the most common training ground. The second consists of the various military districts, which also cultivate their own martial artists. You are aware that your sister is currently at the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy under the Northern Frontier Military District. The third source is the family. Like the Gu family, which belongs to an ancient lineage of martial arts and trains its own disciples. Overall, I still recommend the Martial Arts Academy, as it is relatively safe and resource-rich. Families seldom recruit outsiders, and military districts are fraught with peril, given your talent. There is no need for you to venture into the military. Chun-Yi glanced at Chun-Li and Su Lu, who stood nearby, and led Chun-Mo a bit farther away. Moreover, do you understand who the enemies of humanity are at present? Aren't they just the abyssal beasts and sea beasts? Chun-Mo replied, momentarily taken aback by his sister's sudden inquiry. No, it is not merely them. A flicker of disdain crossed Chun-Yi's face before vanishing. The abyssal rift is much larger than you might imagine. The rift in Taizhou is even more expansive than all of Great Xia combined. What? Chun-Mo was unaware of this fact, having assumed that the abyssal rift was similar in size to Taizhou. You have been to the abyssal rift, Chun-Yi stated with a serious expression, indicating that she was about to reveal something of immense significance. Beyond the outer regions teeming with abyssal beasts, the deeper layers of the rift harbor a species known as abyssal beings, which closely resemble humans yet possess great strength. Each abyssal being is at least level 5 or higher, and the same goes for the sea beasts. The depths of the ocean conceal even greater threats. What has been made public is merely the surface. Should the entirety be disclosed, it would incite widespread panic. Furthermore, there are traitors among humanity who will stop at nothing to join the abyss and the chaotic seas, so you must exercise utmost caution. The revelations Chun-Yi shared were unlike anything Chun-Mo had ever heard. He likely would not come to know such matters until he entered the martial academy. As she unveiled various unknown realities, the world gradually became clearer in Chun-Mo's eyes. Simultaneously, he recognized a profoundly crucial truth. Humanity's current predicament was perilous, and only by growing stronger could one hope to survive in this world. Press on, dear brother. With your aptitude, you are destined to become a master in the future. Chun-Yi embraced Chun-Mo, glancing at the diminishing daylight, signaling her intention to bathe and prepare for rest. Tomorrow, a celebration banquet awaits her family, and it is anticipated that numerous distinguished guests will attend. Chun-Mo also entered the bathroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. Although his wounds had healed, the blood scabs remained. A good wash would grant him a more comfortable night's sleep. As night fell, a tall figure suddenly appeared at Gu Feng's bedside. "Grandfather." Gu Feng's somewhat hoarse voice emerged, instantly recognizing the visitor as Gu Ji. "Rest well. I am here to discuss something with you." Gu Ji waved his hand, unperturbed by Gu Feng's defeat to Yang Zhua. In fact, it was Chun Mo's victory over Yang Zhua that surprised him even more. "Have you not discerned the methods of that boy, Chun Mo?" Gu Ji seemed to be speaking to himself, yet also addressing Gu Feng. He utilized his vital energy only once throughout the fight. The remainder of his combat prowess stemmed solely from his formidable physique. "I suspect this boy is a naturally gifted aberrant martial artist, possessing the most powerful physical mutation. Thus, Chun Mo shall be your finest companion on your martial journey. During the upcoming training camp in the south, ensure you are grouped with him. This southern training session will mirror the previous ones. 1 month of training followed by 15 days of practical combat. Remember, do not act recklessly. Now, focus on your recovery and do not fall too far behind." With that, Gu Ji vanished from Gu Feng's hospital room. In the next moment, Gu Ji reappeared, but this time within Yang's hospital room. "Young man, I am aware of what has transpired with you." Gu Ji regarded the pallid-faced Yang Zhua, whose eyes still gleamed with fighting spirit. "Without the assistance of others within the human realm, you would undoubtedly struggle to advance. Not only is achieving the 13th rank of Master a challenge, but merely surviving poses a significant issue. You understand that your invincible resolve has developed cracks. Only in Chun Mo's presence do you have a chance to mend those fractures. I have arranged your identification documents. As for the path ahead, that is up to you." After placing the completed identification and various documents beside Yang's bed, Gu Ji turned to leave. Yang Zhua remained silent, clutching the identification and papers tightly in his fist. "Chun Mo, I will defeat you." The night swiftly passed, and early the next morning, Chun Mo was roused by a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. "Who is it?" Still groggy, Chun Mo dressed and exited his room. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by the sight of representatives from various martial academies. "Champion Chun, please consider our Yangcheng Martial Academy. We will offer you the most generous conditions, and we will also arrange a stable job for your parents. Classmate Chun, our Jiqing Martial Academy is filled with sincerity. Whatever you request, we will strive to accommodate. Classmate Chun and we." Listening to the relentless self-promotions of the academy representatives, Chun Mo felt a surge of headache. "Silence." With a formidable shout, Chun Mo commanded silence among the crowd. "Have the representatives from the Magic City Martial Academy, Yanjing Martial Academy, and Deep City Martial Academy arrived?" He rubbed his temples, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly of Martial Academy representatives. Indeed, they had arrived. The three stood in unison, responding in harmonious accord. "Very well, you three shall remain. The rest may take their leave." Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, intent on selecting only the finest, disregarding the mediocre. However, the representatives from the other martial academies still sought to resist, yet upon receiving a fierce glare from Chun Mo, they obediently exited the premises. Chapter 57, Premium Treatment. "Please, take a seat." Chun Mo settled into the sofa, exuding an air of composure as he regarded the three representatives from the martial arts academies. "Allow me to introduce myself first." In this scenario, it was entirely Chun Mo who would make the choice among the three esteemed martial arts institutions, rather than them selecting him. Naturally, this made him the one in command. "Greetings, Chun Mo. I am Su Changhong, the Director of Admissions for the Moda Martial Arts Academy." "Hello, Chun Mo. I am Chi Yong, the Director of Admissions for the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy." "Good day, Chun Mo. I am Eugene, the Director of Admissions for the Shunqing Martial Arts Academy." The three men introduced themselves with great politeness, uniformly producing their business cards to present to Chun Mo. "You must be aware of why I have requested your presence today." Chun Mo took a sip from a can of cola, reclining nonchalantly against the sofa as he scrutinized the three. "Of course, we understand. The martial arts academies of Modu, Yanjing, and Shuncheng represent the pinnacle of martial arts education in the entire Great Xia. The resources and training we offer are unparalleled by those of ordinary institutions. Clearly, Eugene from the Shuncheng Martial Arts Academy demonstrating superior acumen, interjected before Su Changhong and Qi Yong could respond. I am indifferent to resources. My primary focus lies in combat. Chun Mo straightened his posture, emphasizing that his foremost criterion for choosing a martial arts academy was the opportunity to enhance his combat abilities. Everything else was secondary. If you're passionate about combat, our Yinjing Martial Arts Academy can fully meet your expectations. Qi Yong seized the opportunity, advancing slightly to make his case. There are a total of 36 abyssal rifts throughout the Great Xia, with the largest located within the campus of Yinjing Martial Arts Academy. There is no need to worry about safety. Both of our Academy's deans are level 12 martial artists of the 4th rank, and we have a 13th level master overseeing our operations. Moreover, the resources at Yinjing are among the best in the nation, certainly on par with those of Xincheng and Modu. Chun Mo nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze toward the representatives from the Modu and Xincheng academies. Our Xincheng Martial Arts Academy is situated near the Chaotic Sea, and we organize annual expeditions for students to eradicate sea beasts within those tumultuous waters, which provides an exceptionally high intensity of combat experience. In terms of faculty strength, we match Yinjing and Modu, boasting 2 level 12 martial artist deans of the 4th rank and a 13th level master in residence. Furthermore, should you choose to join our Xincheng Martial Arts Academy, your parents will be arranged stable positions within the system, and we will handle all future affairs, allowing you to pursue martial arts with peace of mind. And you? Chun Mo inquired, directing his attention to the representative from Modu who had remained silent thus far. Chun Mo, since you favor combat, why not choose Modu Martial Arts Academy? Su Changhong adjusted his glasses, exuding confidence as he posed the question. Our Modu Martial Arts Academy also has an abyssal rift within our premises and is similarly situated near the Chaotic Sea. If you find the prospect of battling beasts of mere rudimentary intelligence rather tedious, you may be intrigued to know that one of the deans at our Martial Arts Academy also serves as the Deputy Director of the Martial Affairs Bureau in the Magical City. You may have heard of the Bureau's role. It is specifically tasked with addressing human traitors and cultists. These individuals are certainly perilous and will undoubtedly satiate your thirst for combat. As for the matter of compensation, Su Changhong's lips curled into a confident smile, suggesting victory was assured. Upon your enrollment in the Martial Arts Academy of the Magical City, we will provide you with a private villa located within the city, along with a stable position for your parents within the system. Furthermore, we shall alleviate any concerns you may have. You need not worry about resources either, as our Magical City boasts both a martial research center and a psychic research center. Should you require assistance, we can readily provide the necessary resources. With that, Su Changhong produced a special recruitment agreement from his briefcase, clearly delineating all the terms we are able to offer. Chun Mo squinted slightly. He had to concede that the conditions presented by the Martial Arts Academy were indeed the most advantageous. Regrettably, I must decline to sign at this moment. Chun Mo shook his head and pushed the recruitment agreement back. You 3 may compile your proposed conditions and benefits into a written document for my consideration, and I shall make my final decision after careful deliberation. It was not that Chun Mo was indifferent to such favorable terms. Rather, he had just received a message on his phone. The list for this year's Southern Training Camp had been released, and he would be forming a team with Gu Feng, Yang Zhuo, and Ma Wanglin. Additionally, a mysterious individual would be announced upon their arrival at the Southern Training Camp. Chun Mo's intention was straightforward, to ascertain which martial arts academy Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin intended to attend. Very well, if you have any dissatisfaction with the terms, Chun Xiong, we are more than willing to modify or enhance them. The trio was unsurprised by Chun Mo's refusal, instead presenting their highest possible offers before him. After exchanging pleasantries, they departed the suite. Picking up his phone, Chun Mo called Gu Feng. Are you coming over now? All right, I'll wait for you. Following a brief exchange, Chun Mo tucked away the special recruitment agreements from the 3 martial arts academies. Soon, there was a knock at his door, and an elderly gentleman wheeled in Gu Feng, who was seated in a wheelchair. Congratulations on claiming the final championship, Gu Feng's raspy voice echoed, accompanied by a smile directed at Chun Mo. I truly did not expect that you would defeat that monster, Yang Zhuo. Oh, it was merely luck, Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the subject. By the way, the event committee will deposit your prize money into your account tomorrow, along with the entry credentials for the Southern Training Camp. Gu Feng, discerning Chun Mo's intent, shifted the topic. How much is the prize? Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a prestigious competition undoubtedly promised substantial rewards. The prize money, though modest at 20 million in cash, was not to be underestimated. Gu Feng shook his head, clarifying that the national competition's rewards were inherently limited, with the true benefits lying in the prestige and opportunities that accompanied victory. Do not underestimate the monetary value. With your current reputation, merely endorsing a couple of advertisements could yield significant fortune. Noticing Chun Mo's silence, Gu Feng assumed he was dissatisfied with the prize and hastily offered further explanation. 20 million, Chun Mo mused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he contemplated the wealth it could afford in terms of health potions. Clearing his throat, as if realizing he had momentarily lost composure, Chun Mo composed himself and redirected his gaze to Gu Feng. Let us set aside the matter of prize money for now and discuss the important issue at hand. Which martial arts academy do you intend to attend? Chapter 58, Precision Data Testing Center. I have no idea where you're going. I'll go wherever you do. Gu Feng shook his head. In truth, he wasn't particularly concerned about which martial arts academy to attend. Given his family's resources, the choice of academy was inconsequential. It merely varied by distance from home. Forget it. Asking you is futile. Chun Mo sighed, regretting his inclination to seek the thoughts of this young master. Do you have Ma Wangling's phone number? I'll give her a call. Pulling out his phone, Chun Mo inquired of Gu Feng. I don't know. I'm not familiar with her, Gu Feng replied, shaking his head again. Aside from his interactions with Chun Mo, he hardly knew anyone else. Chun Mo himself was uncertain why he had summoned Gu Feng, who seemed equally oblivious. Well, I came to discuss the training process in the southern region, Gu Feng said, sensing Chun Mo's discomfort and awkwardly shifting the topic. In 10 days, the selected trainees should be mostly healed, and we'll gather in Yanjing for a unified departure. The first month is for training, followed by 2 weeks of practical combat. This is the standard procedure for each southern training session: team formation, training, and combat. That month must be utilized effectively, even though my family lacks the necessary training facilities. Gu Feng meticulously outlined the training process, emphasizing the importance of the latter half dedicated to practical combat. Performance during this combat training would yield points, which could be exchanged for all manner of potions, materials, and weapons available on the market. The resources provided during training could only be used on-site and could not be taken away. However, items obtained through point redemption were entirely one's own. Moreover, this training session will also serve to test a new combat methodology, which will be introduced to us upon arrival at the training site. Like Chun Mo, Gu Feng was quite eager for the southern training. By the way, I've scheduled your visit to the Precision Data Testing Center, as you mentioned earlier. You can go this afternoon or tomorrow at your convenience. After discussing the training, Gu Feng handed Chun Mo a pass. Have you never undergone data testing before? I thought everyone did it monthly. All right, enough with the show of wealth. Hurry back to recuperate. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. That precision data test was worth millions. It was beyond the means of someone like him. Oh, once you've decided which martial arts academy to attend, let me know, and I'll enroll in the same one. Gu Feng gestured to Chun Mo as he was led away by an elder behind him. After Gu Feng departed, Su Lu and Chun Li emerged from their rooms. They had wisely left during Chun Mo's serious conversation, as they had little valuable advice to offer. So, we have already discussed the celebratory banquet with Director Wei. Chun Li sat beside Chun Mo and remarked, once you have completed your affairs, we shall return. The celebration banquet will be held in Taizhou. You are the star of Taizhou, and the mayor himself will come to welcome you. The mere mention of the upcoming celebration banquet stirred excitement within Chun Li. His son had already achieved remarkable success, prompting even the mayor of Taizhou to personally greet him. Moreover, the city had arranged official positions for both his wife and him, with commendable ranks. You are aware of that villa district in the city center, right? The largest villa there is already registered in your name. As Chun Li continued to speak, his enthusiasm grew, until Chun Mo produced 3 special recruitment agreements. Father, do not rush to agree to their terms. Observe, these 3 martial arts academies offer far superior benefits than those in Taizhou. I understand your sentiments. I do not lack affection for Taizhou. The benefits gained from securing first place in the national competition will be substantial, at least over 30 billion, when converted to monetary value. And yet, they attempt to placate me with such superficial rewards? Upon hearing the meager compensation from Taizhou, Chun Mo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had fought valiantly on the competition stage, only to be met with such a trifling reward from Taizhou. It was absurd. Son, allow me to finish, Chun-Li urged. Noticing Chen Mo's displeasure, he quickly clarified, what I mentioned earlier were merely personal rewards from the mayor for you and our family. The actual compensation is significant and requires an extensive process to be approved. The city must also consider the development of young martial artists. So your reward may take some time to materialize. Overall, the city has assured that all rewards will be delivered before your school begins. Taizhou is not as miserly as you perceive. Those were just personal gifts from the mayor? Chun Mo blinked, pondering whether he had misjudged Taizhou. He decided to set this matter aside until they returned to Taizhou. He had plans to visit the Precision Data Testing Center that afternoon. You all should rest well at the hotel. If you wish to go out and enjoy yourselves, feel free. We shall depart for Taizhou tomorrow. After arranging the afternoon schedule for the Chun family, Chun Mo boarded the luxurious car provided by the hotel en route to the Precision Data Testing Center. The Precision Data Testing Center was located on the outskirts of Yanjing, nearly 100 kilometers from the hotel. Mr. Chun, we have arrived, the polite driver stated as he opened the car door, softly reminding him. All right, please wait for me here. Chun Mo nodded, taking his pass as he approached the grand entrance of the Precision Data Testing Center. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed several elderly gentlemen with bald heads standing around, scanning the area. As soon as they spotted Chun Mo, their eyes lit up like searchlights. You must be Chun Mo, correct? Welcome, welcome. We were aware of your impending arrival yesterday. Oh dear, if you wish to assess the intricate data of your physique, why squander your resources in such a manner? We eagerly await your participation in this examination, as it will aid us in comprehending how you managed to achieve a Level 3 performance against a Level 5 challenge. Observing these enthusiastic elderly gentlemen, Chun Mo suddenly felt as though he might soon be transformed into a subject for experimentation. Surely, they would not resort to slicing him for analysis? Young man, fret not. We merely aim to gather data regarding your physical condition, devoid of the chaotic experiments you might envision. The chief of the center stepped forward and clasped Chun Mo's hands firmly. Chapter 59, Steel Skin, Steel Blood. And steel bones come, young man, follow me. We shall first conduct blood tests and a bone marrow extraction. By the way, I am Zhou Xiangwang. You may call me Uncle Zhou. Zhou Xiangwang displayed an exuberant warmth towards Chun Mo, so fervent that it instilled a sense of trepidation in Chun Mo. He could not shake the feeling that the elderly gentlemen observing him harbored some ulterior motive, as if they were eager to slice him open for research. Uncle Zhou, perhaps we could discuss this later? Chun Mo suddenly felt that whether or not he underwent the test paled in comparison to preserving his own life. Rest assured, we operate as a legitimate and law-abiding testing center. We would never engage in any illegal activities, Zhou Xiangwang assured him, thumping his chest. Young Chun, please take a seat here for your blood draw, and once that is completed, I will escort you for the bone marrow extraction. But why must I provide blood and bone marrow when I am merely here for a physical data assessment? Chun Mo protested, somewhat resistant. It was the first time he had heard that such samples were necessary for such tests. Blood and bone marrow are essential for assessing your vitality, Zhou Xiangwang clarified, realizing he had not adequately explained the procedure to Chun Mo. The physical data will be evaluated in the underground testing facility afterwards. Oh! Chun Mo regarded Zhou Xiangwang with a peculiar expression, increasingly convinced that the staff here bore him ill intentions. Yet, he was not overly concerned for his own safety. Given his prominence and reputation, anyone daring to harm him would be courting death. A nearby nurse flashed a brilliant smile at Chun Mo as she brandished a blood extraction device resembling a power drill, aiming it at the vein in his arm. With considerable effort, The perspiring nurse successfully extracted 15 milliliters of blood, carefully storing it away. Mr. Chun, you may now lie face down on the bed. We will proceed with the bone marrow extraction. As she spoke, the nurse produced a larger electric drill, its bit glinting ominously. Chun Mo's apprehension grew. Was this imposing instrument truly going to be used on him? Nevertheless, in pursuit of precise data, he gritted his teeth and resolved to endure. 10 minutes later, Chun Mo, feeling the small puncture in his lower back, let out a sigh. He found himself unexpectedly admiring Gu Feng. Indeed, Gu Feng, this second-generation martial artist, underwent such examinations monthly. Chun Mo realized he would likely find it unbearable. The wealthy, too, have their own burdens. Young Chun, the results of your blood and bone marrow tests will take 24 hours to process. Let's add each other as friends, and I will send you the results directly when they are ready. Zhou Xiangwang ushered Chun Mo into a shuttle vehicle. For traversing this expansive testing center on foot would be exceedingly slow. Very well, Chun Mo nodded. Having more connections could only serve to benefit him. Hold on tight. I will now take you to the underground testing facility. Zhou Xiangwang gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, causing the electric shuttle to surge forward. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's blood and bone marrow were divided into 2 samples, one retained at the testing center for analysis. Another report was sent to the Central Research Institute for DNA testing. The human race now faces not only external threats, but also significant internal issues. There are even abyssal creatures masquerading as humans, lurking within society like ticking time bombs. Conducting a genetic test on Chun Mo is primarily a matter of safety, especially since plans are already in motion to cultivate him at the highest level in the future. If he were to be hastily trained without proper examination, and if he turned out to be an infiltrator from another race, it would mean nurturing a formidable enemy for humanity. At level 3, he can contend with a late-stage level 5. What would happen if he reached level 5 himself? Could he potentially challenge a level 7? At level 12, he could sweep through the entire human race. Thus, for the sake of security, some essential tests must be conducted. Soon, under the guidance of Zhou Xiangwang, Chun Mo arrived at the underground testing facility. Little Chun, this is the underground testing ground I mentioned, and it is where you'll be tested shortly. Zhou Xiangwang's face bore a hint of pride. This place was the very foundation of their presence in Yanjing. The entire testing area spanned 1 square kilometer, equivalent to 1 million square meters, and was impressively expansive. It was equipped with various facilities not found in the market, entirely modeled after the testing equipment used in southern training camps. Let us proceed in order and begin with testing your vitality. Zhou Xiangwang parked the shuttle in front of a capsule-like apparatus. This vitality testing device was unlike any Chun Mo had encountered before. It could not only measure one's vitality, but also assess the integration of vitality with skin, muscles, and bones. By the way, little Chun, how is your steel skin refining progressing? Zhou Xiangwang mentioned several terms that Chun Mo had never heard of: vitality integration, steel skin. What were those? Adhering to the principle of seeking knowledge through inquiry, Chun Mo asked, "What is that?" Huh? Zhou Xiangwang was momentarily taken aback, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chun Mo. Little Chun, are you not yet a level 3 warrior? Yes, Chun Mo nodded. Was being a level 3 warrior unusual? Did you not know that refining the body begins at level 3? Zhou Xiangwang frowned sharply, realizing that Chun Mo's teacher had been somewhat negligent. How could such essential information not have been conveyed to him? Level 1 and Level 2 warriors focus on accumulating foundational vitality, while Level 3 and Level 4 warriors utilize the vitality amassed to refine their skin and blood. Hence, Level 3 is also referred to as the Steel Skin Realm, while Level 4 is known as the Steel Blood Realm. Has no one ever informed you of this? How did you manage the foundational refinement from Level 2 to Level 3? I'm not sure. I just practiced and found myself at Level 3. Chun Mo scratched his head, reluctant to admit that he had advanced through system rewards. What a waste. Zhou Xiangwang grew increasingly indignant. A warrior with such innate potential to undergo transformation had not received proper guidance. It was a complete squandering of talent. Shout, Chun. Remember that starting from the 3rd level, you must begin to integrate your vital energy and physical body. Out of a sense of responsibility, Zhou Xiangguang began to enlighten Chen Mo about the tasks that await a third-level martial artist. Once you have refined the entire surface of your body, you will ascend to a fourth-level martial artist. The fourth level involves refining the blood. The fifth level focuses on the bones, the sixth level on the bone marrow, and the seventh level on the internal organs. The eighth level marks the commencement of sealing the body to establish a perfect internal circulation. These are the endeavors required of those at the lower and intermediate fourth levels. Upon completing all refinements and fully sealing your body to create an internal cycle, your vital energy will become boundless. At that moment, you will be poised to strive for the ninth level, which represents the pinnacle of the upper fourth tier. Chapter 60, Danger. Crisis Mission Issued. Chen Mo blinked, seemingly realizing that no one had ever mentioned such matters to him. It turned out that martial artists were not merely devoted to accumulating vital energy. There were numerous responsibilities to undertake. Fortunately, as a newly advanced level 3 practitioner, it was not too late to begin tempering his skin. Zhou Xiangguang exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he delayed any longer, this prodigious talent would have been squandered. Come now, let us begin with the test. Do remember to consult those masters for guidance on skin tempering when you attend the training camp in the south, Zhou encouraged. Chen Mo nodded and stepped into the capsule-type vital energy testing device. 5 minutes later, the data appeared on the tablet in Zhou Xiangguang's hands. Vital energy 5210. Skin tempering degree 0, blood tempering degree 0. Yet, the overall density was not inferior to those who had undergone tempering. Was this the hallmark of a natural genius? Zhou could not help but marvel. Even without having tempered his skin, Chen Mo's physical prowess surpassed that of the vast majority of level 3 and level 4 martial artists. However, in terms of bone density and strength, he fell short of level 5 practitioners. What am I thinking? Chen Mo is merely a level 3 martial artist, and such data is already astonishing, Zhou mused, shaking his head as he powered down the testing device. And Chen Mo emerged from within. Little Chen, you must remember to temper your skin. Once you do, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Currently, your skin can withstand slashes from cold weapons below level 3 and gunfire from bullets under 9 millimeters, based on the current data. Once your skin is fully tempered, you will be capable of withstanding slashes from cold weapons below level 6 and shots from standard sniper rifles. The benefits of tempering your body are boundless. Do not take them lightly. Chen Mo nodded, acknowledging Zhou's wisdom. Indeed, Zhao Peinan's strikes were utterly ineffective against him. Yet Li Quan's dual blades could penetrate his skin and inflict harm. Now, let us proceed to test your speed and strength. But refrain from utilizing your vital energy during the tests. Seeing that Chen Mo was receptive, Zhou led him to a nearby testing area. The tests continued until 8 in the evening, and all of Chen Mo's data had been assessed. His strength had reached a staggering 10 tons in both arms, and his maximum speed had soared to 30 meters per second. Yet, these were not the most formidable aspects of Chen Mo. His vitality was truly remarkable. In this world, there was no concept of health points or specific numerical values, but it was evident that his vitality rivaled that of a level 6 practitioner. Chen Mo declined Zhou Xiangguang's repeated invitations to remain, as he had no intention of lingering in such an environment. The gazes of the elderly men sent shivers down his spine, as if he were on the verge of being dissected for research. He boarded the vehicle prepared by the hotel and returned to his accommodations. After a brief wash, Chen Mo lay upon his bed, ready to rest. He would set off back to Taizhou at 8 in the morning, determined to present himself in perfect spirits to embrace the accolades that awaited him. Chen Mo is, after all, a person who values his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to secure the championship in the national competition. However, just as his head touched the pillow, the system, which had been silent for 2 days, suddenly activated. Detected crisis mission, now dispatched. Danger is imminent. Please ensure the safety of those around you. Any fatalities will result in mission failure. Successful completion rewards a 3rd skill slot. Chen Mo bolted upright, his eyes wide as he gazed at the crisis mission before him. Imminent danger? What sort of peril could this be? Could it be that some misfortune awaited him on the road tomorrow? At this moment, Chen Mo was no longer concerned about the nature of the crisis mission. He He was solely focused on identifying the source of the impending danger. No, I need to seek external assistance. Chen Mo could not guarantee that he alone could protect his friends and family in Taizhou. He had to ensure that he had sufficient strength by his side to withstand this crisis. Liang Yongsheng was merely a first-tier martial artist, while Tian Xingxing was only a second-tier. The strongest in their group was Wei Zhen, yet he was only a fifth-tier martial artist. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo picked up his phone and dialed Gu Feng's number. Upon hearing that Chen Mo needed assistance from his esteemed elder, Gu Feng did not ask further questions and promptly agreed to help. Gu Ji had once stated that he was the pillar of support for Chen Mo and his companions, and naturally, he would not refuse a request for aid. Furthermore, as one of the few masters in the country, Gu Ji was privy to certain information. After hanging up, Chen Mo still felt a twinge of unease, but there was little he could do aside from preparing to the best of his ability. Indeed, while he could remain carefree in Yanjing, his parents, Chen Yi, and the friends in Taizhou could not perpetually seek refuge there. I shall see who dares to lay a hand on them. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Anyone who threatened his family was courting death. He would risk everything to eliminate those who dared to harm his loved ones. The following day, everyone except Chen Mo boarded the vehicle with cheerful spirits. "What's wrong, son? You seem a bit down," Chun Li remarked, noticing Chen Mo's tension as they settled into the off-road vehicle bound for Taizhou. "I'm fine. It's not that I'm unhappy, just didn't rest well yesterday," Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. Today, in anticipation of the crisis mission, he had deliberately chosen to sit in the lead vehicle. This way, should danger arise, he could respond as swiftly as possible. "Our journey back to Taizhou will take about 8 hours. You should get some good rest in the car," Chun Li suggested, nodding in understanding and refraining from further conversation, wary of disturbing Chen Mo's rest. "Mom, where's my sister?" Chen Mo inquired, having searched around but finding Chen Yi absent, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Your sister was taken away. A company commander from the northern border personally came to fetch her." Su Lu chuckled at the thought. Had it not been for Chen Yi boasting to her military friends that her brother was this year's national competition champion, she might not have been retrieved at all. As Chen Mo furrowed his brow, he contemplated the presence of formidable military figures on his sister's side, assuring him that no complications should arise. The source of potential peril, however, was glaringly apparent. There was a significant likelihood that an ambush awaited the convoy from Taizhou along the route. He remained uncertain about the reliability of that old man Gu Ji, as his absence was conspicuous thus far. "Do not worry, young lad. I'm in close proximity." Suddenly resonated Gu Ji's voice in Chen Mo's ear, though his figure remained unseen. "No need to search for me. I'm 300 meters above you. Rest assured, as a 13th level master, I can certainly safeguard you and the over 100 individuals under your care." Chapter 61. The Abyss Sect, the 13th level Master's Ambush. Indeed, masters possess the ability to fly. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten this aspect. Once a martial artist completes the closure of their body and establishes an internal cycle, they gain the capacity for aerial flight. However, before achieving this internal cycle, martial artists below the 9th level can only manage to walk upon the air. Moreover, do not refer to me as old man again. Address me as Master Gu. This was the first instance someone had called him old man to his face, and Gu Ji had not anticipated that Chen Mo would be so disrespectful. Not only was he disrespectful, but he was also particularly ruthless towards women, specifically targeting their chests. After Chen Mo's punch, Zhu Bai, whose original figure was tall and alluring, had her physique transformed into something resembling basins. "Oh, Master Gu." Chen Mo felt a tinge of embarrassment. He hadn't meant for his casual remark to be overheard. "You should depart now. I will accompany your convoy." Gu Ji had no intention of holding a grudge over such trivial matters, planning instead to properly discipline him once they reached the southern training camp. "With my presence, I assure your safe return to Taizhou will be unproblematic. However, I can only escort you back to Taizhou. I must personally guard the Abyss Rift in Yanjing." "Thank you, Master Gu." Chen Mo was genuinely grateful for Gu Ji's assistance. After all, he was a master. The entire realm of Daxia had fewer than 100 masters, most of whom were stationed in perilous locations. That Gu Ji could spare time to protect them was a considerable honor. Let us go, Director Wei. Chun Mo patted Wei Jun, who was in charge of driving. Very well. Wei Jun felt a surge of excitement. Starting next year, Taizhou would receive a substantial influx of resources. The teaching faculty would see a significant enhancement, which was nothing short of a monumental blessing for him as the head of the Martial Education Bureau. He no longer aspired to climb higher. His current objective was to elevate Taizhou into a renowned bastion of martial arts, both nationally and globally. The road ahead was long and arduous. With an excited heart, Wei Jun pressed the accelerator, leading the Taizhou entourage toward home. At this moment, on the path that the Taizhou entourage must take, a figure that had vanished for some time suddenly reappeared. Chen Mo, you have caused my family to be shattered and my career to be ruined, while you have become a peerless genius, the center of attention. Clad in a black robe, with a peculiar mark on his face, Zhao Dihai materialized 300 kilometers along the Jingtai Expressway. Ha ha ha! If I cannot have peace, neither shall you. Even if I cannot kill you, I will ensure that your family perishes before your very eyes. What are you muttering about? As Zhao Dihai spoke to himself, a purplish-red rift suddenly appeared behind him. Several figures emerged from within, each shrouded in black robes. Nothing of consequence. I was merely offering prayers to the abyss, Zhao Dihai replied, shaking his head. Are you certain that Chun Mo will pass this way? A clear, melodic voice inquired, prompting the black-robed individuals around to immediately kneel on one knee. Your Excellency, the Archbishop. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, a few beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Dihai's forehead. Yet almost immediately, a smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. This individual was none other than the bishop of the abyssal sect in the southern region, a master of the 13th rank. No matter how formidable Chen Mo might be, he would be annihilated in an instant by such a master. Undoubtedly, this was a crucial route for their return, and no one was aware of my resurgence in the abyss. Zhao Dihai spoke with his head lowered. It is imperative that we do not allow such a prodigy to develop, for his existence could wreak unimaginable havoc upon our noble cause. The Archbishop nodded in agreement, highly satisfied with Zhao Dihai's demeanor. However, as the national competition champion, it was certain that efforts would be made to nurture Chen Mo viewed in this light. It was quite plausible that he had a master protecting him. A cloaked figure timely voiced his concerns. Can you conceive of this? Do you think I cannot? The Archbishop smiled subtly, reaching into a nearby crevice to retrieve something. This time, I have brought along the revered beast of the sacred. If indeed there exists a master safeguarding Chen Mo, it would ensure his journey is one way. The loss of a master warrior among the human race would, in fact, be advantageous for us. Upon hearing the Archbishop's words, a shiver ran through the crowd. Clearly, the church regarded this operation with utmost seriousness, dispatching not only the Archbishop of the southern region, but also bringing forth a sacred beast. This was unequivocally a lethal trap. Prepare yourselves. Allow not a single soul to escape. A cruel smile adorned the Archbishop's face, for he relished in extinguishing the so-called hopes of humanity. Indeed, including Zhao Dihai, all cloaked figures concealed themselves in the surroundings, poised for action. For hours later, after enduring the monumental traffic jam in Yanjing, the convoy from Taizhou finally exited the city. My back aches. Chun-Li wore an expression of fatigue, the cacophony of horns still ringing in his ears. We left too early. Had we departed tomorrow, there would likely have been fewer people. Wei Jun sighed, noting that they had coincidentally chosen the day when spectators were leaving Yanjing after the national competition. Fortunately, the Jingtai Expressway was not congested, with only their convoy traversing the road. It will be quite the ordeal. In a few days, the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy will open for public visits, and the crowds will be even greater then. Chun-Li shook his head, resolute that unless a significant event occurred, he would never return to Yanjing again. Although Taizhou was somewhat smaller and less affluent, it offered a far more comfortable living experience, devoid of the suffocating crowds. All right, once we hit the expressway, we'll pick up speed. It will take us another 8 hours to reach Taizhou. Su Lu glanced at her phone for navigation, noting that they had precisely 800 kilometers remaining. Buckle up. The seasoned driver shall lead you on a thrill ride. Wei Jun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator, causing the off-road vehicle to surge forward with impressive velocity. Back in the day, during his military career in the suppression forces, Wei Zhan had acquired considerable driving skills, and his driving habits were a reflection of those experiences. Transporting people and goods required distinctly different driving techniques. My comrades possess bodies and wills as resilient as steel, relentlessly pressing the accelerator to its limit. However, the Baikai is different. Any mishap would lead to repercussions. After more than 2 hours on the road, Chen Mo felt increasingly drowsy. His lack of adequate rest the previous night, compounded by heightened mental tension, left him in a less than optimal state. Chen Mo, pay attention. There are ambushers ahead. At that moment, Gu Ji's grave voice resonated in Chen Mo's ear. Stop the car. Chen Mo commanded decisively, immediately calling out to Wei Zhan. In a reflexive response, Wei Zhan slammed on the brakes, and the Taizhou City convoy came to an abrupt halt. This is dire. 2 13th level masters and several 4th-tier warriors. Trouble awaits. Gu Ji's perceptive instincts kicked in, and he quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. I will do my utmost to engage them, but I cannot guarantee that I will be able to hold them all off. Gu Ji descended from the sky, landing in front of the off-road vehicle. I told you to run the moment I gave the signal. Floor the accelerator and do not look back. Do you understand? Chapter 62. Protecting my parents. They are entrusted to me. Chen Mo, suddenly alert, was no longer fatigued as he focused intently on his surroundings, including Wei Zhan. The entire entourage from Taizhou appeared utterly bewildered. How could Master Gu appear here? Tian Xingxing descended from the vehicle behind, intending to inquire about the situation, but was promptly rebuked by Chen Mo's loud command. Get back in the car, it's dangerous. Despite being a seasoned veteran, Tian Xingxing swiftly returned to the vehicle. Son, what's happening? Su Lu began to tremble, acutely aware of the tense atmosphere, even as an untrained woman. Don't worry, Mom, it's going to be fine. Chen Mo reassured Su Lu, exchanging his iron-plated boots for the Staff of Time. Simultaneously, he removed the intentional strike and equipped the unbreakable shield of brawn. In an instant, a refreshing clarity enveloped Chen Mo's mind, an experience he had never encountered before. So this is the essence of mental power. At present, Chen Mo had no time to delve into the intricacies of mental prowess. He donned the Staff of Time and bronze unbreakable shield purely as a precaution. Gu Ji, it has been many years, yet your perception remains remarkably keen. Just then, a purplish-red rift materialized before the convoy, as the Archbishop emerged alongside several cloaked figures. Behind them, a colossal rift manifested, emanating waves of terrifying power. However, considering your current age and the latent injuries from the past, how much strength can you truly muster at the 13th level? Leave that to me, Gu Ji retorted with a cold snort, producing a gleaming long knife. The Abyss Cult. Since you dare to come today, be prepared for a one-way journey. Without further ado, Gu Ji unsheathed his blade and lunged forward, swiftly beheading a 9th-level warrior. Now, hurry and leave. I have notified the governor of Zhujiang to come to your aid. He will arrive within an hour at most. I will do my utmost to hold him off, so run. Gu Ji shouted, and at that moment, Wei Zhan received the directive, flooring the accelerator. The engine roared as the entire Taizhou convoy sped towards safety under Gu Ji's protection. Go pursue them. The Archbishop knew that Gu Ji would never allow him to catch up. Yet, could he obstruct both himself and the Holy Beast? Could he truly stop all those 7th and 8th level cultists? The cultists surged forth at the Archbishop's command, racing toward the Taizhou convoy with astonishing speed. Not a chance. Gu Ji swung his long knife, unleashing a fierce blade aura that severed 3 8th level warriors in half. To Gu Ji, these superhumans were as fragile as glass, shattering at a mere touch. Old man, your opponent is me. The Archbishop unleashed a powerful palm strike, a torrent of blood energy instantly halting Gu Ji, leaving him unable to attend to the warriors pursuing Chen Mo. Damn it, I was careless. Gu Ji's forehead was marred by prominent veins, revealing his incomplete intelligence. He had never anticipated that the Abyssal Church would unleash one of their 3 sacred beasts, the Abyss Tiger. The governor of Zhujiang province, you Jinling, is it? The Archbishop smiled faintly. Shall we engage in a wager? After all, you cannot evade me and the Abyss Tiger. Within the hour, will Chen Mo and his family be slaughtered, or will that woman, Eugene Ling, arrive first? Interested? Not a chance. Gu Ji would not waste his breath on the Archbishop. His vitality surged through his limbs. Should anything happen to Chen Mo, I will obliterate your abyssal church. In the vehicle, Chen Mo was drenched in cold sweat. He had just glimpsed the Archbishop's stats, which were so staggering they bordered on disbelief. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 13 billion in vitality. He was nothing short of a monster. His attack power also exceeded 7 digits. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. It seemed he had not amassed enough steel. To withstand a single blow from a 13th level powerhouse, he needed at least tens of millions of health points. Damn it. I need to return and fortify my steel at the abyssal rift. Suddenly, a crimson blade of light sliced through the top of the bus, transforming it into a convertible. Fortunately, the occupants reacted swiftly, ducking down just in time to avoid danger. They're pursuing us? Chen Mo's heart tightened. That old man Gu Ji was unreliable. Wasn't he supposed to intercept them? Glancing at the time, only 15 minutes had passed since the earlier event. At least another 45 minutes remained before the governor of Zhejiang could arrive to provide assistance. Old Chen, you drive. I'll hold him off. Wei Zhen inhaled deeply, determined that even if he were to perish today, he could not allow Chen Mo to come to harm. All right. Chen Li, too, was decisive, recognizing the urgency of the situation. No, Director Wei, you drive. Chen Mo shook his head, eyeing the skills in his arsenal. Endless fury and unbreakable. What are you planning? Wei Zhen, unperturbed by the ambush, felt alarmed upon seeing Chen Mo's determined gaze. They are targeting me. You must take everyone and flee. Chen Mo kicked open the door, vaulting onto the roof of the vehicle. Chen Mo, get down immediately. Wei Zhen was frantic. This young man had already discerned that the Abyssal Church's target was him. Why would he recklessly charge into danger? Those were 2 7th-level warriors. Even if Chen Mo could contend with a 5th-level fighter, he stood no chance against them. I'll hold them off. You all must escape. Wei Zhen had already thrust the steering wheel into Chun Li's hands. As the only 5th-level warrior in the close circle of Taizhou City. If he did not step up now, when would he? You can't even defeat me, let alone them. Chen Mo firmly grasped Wei Zhen, insisting, protect my parents. If anything happens to them, I will not spare you. I am quite resilient. I won't perish easily. Having spoken, Chen Mo leaped from the roof of the car, soaring towards the bus behind. Chen Mo, get your ass back here. Wei Zhen's eyes were ablaze with fury. He could not allow the shining star of Taizhou to come to harm. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, it would be worth it. I said, let's go. Standing atop the vehicle, Chen Mo gazed intently at the 2 7th-level martial artists, who were closely adhering to the bus 100 meters away. Chapter 63. Ascension Buff. Activate. The disparity is immense. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, noting that one of the 2 7th-tier warriors boasted a staggering 190,000 health, while the other possessed 210,000. Both of their life points had reached a terrifying 300,000. Fortunately, only one was armed, wielding a formidable attack power of 500, while the other was merely 700, still inferior to his own. The probability of him vanquishing these 2 was non-existent. Yet he was confident he could withstand for 40 minutes. So you wish to kill me? Chen Mo bellowed, leaping towards the 2. Let's see if you can slay me before the governor of Zhejiang arrives. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided not to conserve his buffs in this dire situation. You have delivered yourself to us. Do not blame us for what ensues. The 2 7th-tier warriors erupted in laughter, astonished that their prey had presented itself so readily. This fool cannot possibly think that a 3rd-tier warrior can withstand 2 7th-tier warriors. What a simpleton. The infinite firepower buff was of little use to Chen Mo at this juncture. Thus he decisively opted for Ascension mode. A golden radiance erupted, amplifying all his attributes by 300. Name: Chen Mo. Health 270, 960 vitality, 15, 600 attack power, 6, 174 defense, 600 mental power, 200 with a powerful fist. He struck, and the expressions of the two seventh-tier warriors, still indulging in laughter, transformed dramatically. How was this possible? Clang. Dealt 544 damage. Maximum health increased by 877. This damage reflected a 75 increase. Without this buff, the impact of his fist would have been negligible. Chun Mo's fist accurately struck the armed 7th-tier warrior, the terrifying force shredding his garment into tatters. The warrior's chest caved in, metallic ribs protruding from beneath his skin. No, this lad is certainly not a mere 3rd-tier warrior. That blow had stripped nearly a fifth of the armed warrior's health, qualifying as a significant injury. He was a 7th-tier warrior, honed with steel skin, bones, and marrow, yet was so easily breached. Before they could react further, Chun Mo retaliated with another punch directed at the second 7th-tier warrior. Clang. Dealt 544 damage. Maximum health increased by 877. Let's not discuss anything else. First, let's breach their defenses. Chun Mo's onslaught continued unabated, each punch delivering no less than 6,000 damage. This was in light of the two 7th-tier warriors having refined their steel-like resilience. Had they been 5th-tier warriors, they would have already succumbed to his relentless assault. How infuriatingly resilient. Chun Mo could feel the searing pain in his fists. Striking them felt akin to hammering against iron. Enough. The 7th-level warrior, wielding a weapon, bellowed fiercely. His long blade, striking mercilessly upon Chun Mo's crown. Sustaining slashing damage, health minus 15,000. So swift. Chun Mo barely had a moment to react before the blade was lodged within his skull. Fortunately, the 75 damage reduction effect mitigated the blow. Otherwise, it could have severed half of his head. Was this man's skull forged from iron? The 7th-level warrior also felt the impact, sensing that his strike had not met flesh, but rather a solid mass of iron. Realizing that the blade was firmly embedded in his head, Chun Mo decided to charge forward once more, undeterred. The Ascension mode buff lasted only 5 minutes, a time frame ample enough for the convoy to distance itself from this perilous location. Once they had retreated, he would merely need to flee with all his might. Leaving aside other considerations, Chun Mo harbored unwavering confidence in his speed. 3 kilometers away, Su Lu delivered 2 resounding slaps to Chun Li's face. You just abandoned your son and fled. You scoundrel. If anything happens to Xiao Mo, you might as well not live. Tears streamed down Su Lu's face. Had it not been for Chun Mo pressing her down in the back seat, she would never have allowed him to undertake such a foolish venture. It's my fault. My fault. Chun Li could utter no more than these 3 words, yet he firmly believed that Chun Mo would not perish. After all, he was his son. Moreover, in that moment, he realized that their presence would only hinder progress. Perhaps by leaving, they could afford Chun Mo a sliver of hope. Why? Why do I feel so powerless? I am a failure. Even more distraught than Chun Li and Su Lu was Wei Zhan, who clutched his hair tightly. His eyes bloodshot. He deeply regretted not insisting upon a different course of action. He had allowed a child to take their place in peril. In that moment, it should have been him who faced death, not Chun Mo, the beacon of hope. His martial path had reached its end, a position bestowed upon him as a reward for his merits. Just as everyone wallowed in self-reproach, a military helicopter approached from the southwest. Was it the convoy from Taizhou, where Chun Mo was? A stern male voice emanated from the radio, and Wei Zhan paused, suddenly recalling the familiarity of the voice. Third brother. That's it. Don't ask. Hurry and save my younger brother. Chun Yi's voice rang out suddenly. She had come with the Northern Army to the rescue. While Gu Ji was entangled with the Archbishop and Yuan Hu, he had still found time to dispatch messages to several military units nearby. However, the closest was the Northern Army, which had set out not long ago. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to the scene in a helicopter. Xiao Yi, your brother is behind. Hurry to save him. Su Lu lunged at the radio, not caring whether Chun Yi could hear her, and cried out fervently, Mom. Chun Yi's initially tense demeanor eased slightly. At least his parents were currently safe. I understand. You all proceed ahead. The governor of Zhejiang province will be there to assist you. A stern male voice echoed once more. Chun Mo will have our support. These mere 2 7th-level human traitors shall be eliminated by me. After this declaration, the voice known as Third Brother fell silent, and the military helicopter sped toward Chun Mo's location. Splendid Su Lu clutched her chest tightly, reassured by the presence of the Northern Military's personnel. Little Mo would undoubtedly be safe. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, though uncertainty lingered about whether the Northern Military could arrive in time to rescue Chun Mo. After all, these were 2 7th-level warriors, formidable beings capable of annihilating an entire city. Hurry, Third Brother. If anything happens to my brother, I will not spare you. Chun Yi gripped his axe, exuding an aura of imminent danger. Do not fret. I am currently scanning for fluctuations in vital energy. Third Brother, unperturbed by Chun Yi's urgency, was focused on the helicopter's blood radar, searching for energy fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius. Found it. This Chapter 64. The 7th-level warrior, a human nuclear bomb. Coordinates have been confirmed, with an estimated time of arrival in 7 minutes. Upon ascertaining the coordinates, the pilot engaged full throttle towards Chun Mo's location. As time passed, the ascension buff enveloping Chun Mo dissipated, prompting him to hastily switch from his blood armor to iron boots and make his escape. Damn it, this little brat has become unexpectedly formidable. 2 battered 7th-level warriors pursued him, cursing vehemently, while one of them bore a large knife lodged in his head. Chun Mo's previous state could be described as fearlessly reckless, and the attacks directed at him had not inflicted significant damage. However, in a sudden turn, the once ferocious Chun Mo abruptly bolted, his speed nearly matching that of his pursuers. Upon closer inspection, the golden aura surrounding him had vanished, likely indicating that some effect had worn off, and his strength had reverted to its prior state. Stop right there. The 2 7th-level warriors yelled in frustration, but having lost their weapons, they were deprived of their ranged assault capabilities. With the aid of the iron boots and the urgency of the situation, Chun Mo's speed surged to an astonishing 140 km/h, leaving the 2 warriors struggling to keep pace without being thrown off. Quit chasing me. Reinforcements are on their way, and with a single slap, I could crush you. Chun Mo glanced back, witnessing the 2 7th-level warriors, their eyes blazing with fury, relentlessly pursuing him. Roared one of the warriors, whose vitality was slightly higher, as he suddenly accelerated, his palms infused with potent energy. Tearing claw. Chun Mo felt a sharp pain shoot through his lower back as he received physical damage, losing 37,000 health points. Damn it, he gasped, sensing a fiery ache in his waist, as if a kidney had been clawed out. Lowering his gaze, he saw a large chunk of flesh torn from his side, with his kidney hanging precariously, tethered by a single vein. My poor waist. Chun Mo's heart raced, propelling him to increase his speed, making it even more challenging for the 2 7th-level warriors to keep up. As time wore on, the stamina of the 2 warriors began to dwindle. Yet Chun Mo's own endurance was nearly depleted as well. His health was nearing its limits under the relentless attacks of the warriors, and if it reached 0, his life would come to an end. It's over. I overestimated myself. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, utterly unwilling to reduce his speed. Even if his heart felt as though it might explode, he would not halt his flight. This brat can really run. The 2 7th-level warriors were panting heavily, their breaths becoming erratic. Chun Mo's back was riddled with wounds, revealing glimpses of white bone and the frantically beating heart within his chest. Something's off. A typical 3rd-level warrior would have succumbed to such injuries long ago. How is he still going as if nothing is amiss? His resilience is astonishing. Bro, how about we negotiate? Maybe you 2 should stop chasing me. Chun Mo called over his shoulder to the 2 breathless pursuers. Why don't you look up and see what is flying above your heads? The 2 individuals were taken aback by the comment and instinctively glanced upwards. They were met with the sight of a sleek, black military helicopter approaching them at an alarming speed. The chopper's door swung open, revealing 3 or 4 ominous figures radiating an aura of terror, fixating their gaze upon them. Hang in there, little brother. Your sister is bringing reinforcements to rescue you. Upon realizing that Chun Mo was still alive, Chun Yi's tension dissipated, and she reverted to her usual carefree demeanor. Then hurry up. I'm running out of strength. Chun Mo dared not halt. Yet if he did not stop, the helicopter would not catch up to them. Oh no, it's the military. The two 7th-level cult warriors widened their eyes, their pace quickening significantly. They were acutely aware of the military's ruthless methods. Being captured by them could only be described with one phrase: worse than death. They understood that given their current state, escape was futile, and they were no match for the military. Damn it, we must at least take one with us. The two 7th-level Abyss cult warriors felt their chi surge violently, a frenzied energy flooding every corner of their bodies. Run, Xiao Mo. They are going to self-destruct. The power of a self-detonation could severely injure an 8th-level warrior. If caught in the blast, his demise would be inevitable. Chun Yi sensed the violent surge of chi and immediately grasped the intention of the two cultists. The self-explosion of a 7th-level warrior was indeed terrifying, capable of gravely wounding even an 8th-level warrior. What on earth? Chun Mo was exasperated. Why were these individuals relentless? First, they unleashed a barrage of martial techniques aimed at his back, and had it not been for his robust vitality, he would have long since perished. Now, these two were intent on blowing themselves up to finish him off, leaving Chun Mo bewildered as to how he had offended them so gravely. For the Abyss. The two 7th-level Abyss cult warriors exhibited visible fissures across their bodies, crimson light emanating from their orifices. By heavens! Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo activated Belong's indestructible shield. A colossal ice barrier, 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and half a meter thick, materialized before him. With a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud ascended, causing the ground to tremble violently. A human nuclear bomb. Chun Mo peered from behind the ice shield, marveling at the enormous crater, easily measuring several dozen meters in diameter. Are you all right, little brother? Chun Yi leapt from the helicopter, yet she could not find Chun Mo. All she saw was the imposing ice shield standing firm. Xiao Mo, where are you? Panic surged through Chun Yi. Surely her beloved brother had not been killed in the explosion? I'm fine. Chun Mo emerged from behind the ice shield, waving reassuringly at Chun Yi. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Chun Yi sighed in relief, but her heart nearly faltered upon seeing Chun Mo's injuries. Sis, could you do me a favor? Chun Mo felt rather numb, as if he had become desensitized to pain. Please assist me in removing this knife from my forehead, as if I were competing in a duel. Chapter 65. Do you possess mental power? Chun Mo pointed to the long knife embedded almost entirely into his skull. The severity of his injury elicited a sharp intake of breath, even from the seasoned warriors of the military. This was too deep. It required the attention of a mentalist to avoid potential damage to the brain. Chun Yi examined the imposing blade atop Chun Mo's head and the wounds he bore, shaking his head in sorrow. You are gravely injured. Your kidney has even fallen out, Chun Yi remarked. Chun Mo turned to glance, retrieving the kidney that had dropped to the ground. It should still be reattachable, right? Although the medical advancements in this world were remarkable, no one could guarantee the restoration of a kidney once it had touched the soil. Let us have the military's mentalist take a look. Given your condition, it's uncertain what the outcome will be. Chun Yi conceded, unable to make a definitive judgment and waiting for the mentalist from the helicopter to arrive. Soon, the helicopter descended nearby, and 4 tall, robust men in military attire approached, accompanied by a petite girl. Gasp! Upon witnessing Chun Mo's injuries, the group collectively inhaled sharply. The fact that Chun Mo could still engage in light-hearted conversation with Chun Yi was astonishing. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to such injuries. Xiao Xiong, quickly assist Chun Mo with his wounds, the third brother exclaimed, hastening to summon Xiao Xiong, who promptly crouched beside Chun Mo, ready to tend to his injuries without delay. A look of confusion slowly crept across Xiao Xiong's delicate features as she turned her gaze towards the ice shield, which showed no signs of melting. Classmate Chun, did you create that ice shield? Uh-huh. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten about it. This was problematic. How could he explain that his vitality lacked any elemental attributes? It was implausible to claim it was his own skill. Could it be? that the ice shield was a result of manipulating moisture in the air with mental power? Xiao Xiong's eyes sparkled with realization, only to be replaced by doubt. But you're a martial artist, right? How do you also possess mental power, and quite significant at that? Chen Mo remained silent, pondering a more suitable excuse. It vanished. Indeed, it was an ice shield formed by the manipulation of water molecules with mental power. As the impervious shield's duration concluded, it disappeared in an instant, further convincing Xiao Xiong that Chen Mo possessed both vitality and mental power. Classmate Chen, you need not be anxious. This is a remarkable development. Xiao Xiong's eyes gleamed with excitement, even forgetting to administer anesthesia while stitching Chen Mo's wounds, opting instead for a direct approach. This constitution is unprecedented among humanity. A truly unique existence. Would you mind if I reported this matter? Though she was eager to inform the research facility above, she still considered Chen Mo's personal wishes. Could we perhaps delay the report? Chen Mo sighed. Once this information became public, it would be difficult for him to replace his time staff. His concerns were not about anything else. Gifted individuals would only be better protected and favored with more resources. However, the passive ability of the Staff of Time was indeed invaluable. After 10 consecutive days of equipping it, one would unconditionally level up. If one day, Chen Mo found himself at the end of the martial path with no way forward, the Staff of Time would be the most effective means to unlock new avenues. If you wish to keep this under wraps, we can assist you, said third brother earnestly as he squatted before Chen Mo. You are Xiao Yi's brother, hence our brother too. In the future, should any matters arise, simply call me. Third brother tore a sheet from his notebook and inscribed his contact information. I can assure you that no one outside our circle will know for a month. But after that, I cannot guarantee anything. All right, a month is sufficient. Chen Mo nodded. A month's time was ample for him to amass 800 gold coins for a draw. Should he fail to obtain equipment with blue attributes, he would not squander the passive ability of the Staff of Time. At most, he would claim it was a misunderstanding. As long as he did not admit it, others would have no recourse against him. Moreover, he would soon head to the southern training camp, allowing him to not worry about any issues until the training concluded. Inform Sister Yu to directly assist Master Gu. We have already rescued Chen Mo, third brother said to the pilot of the helicopter upon receiving Chen Mo's agreement. Let us return to Taizhou. We must first take you to the hospital for treatment. Your injuries are severe, and without the aid of medical facilities, you may easily suffer lasting repercussions. Xiao Xiong helped Chen Mo to his feet and assisted him into the helicopter. Just give me your kidney. I will maintain its vitality with my mental energy. After some contemplation, Chen Mo handed over his kidney to Xiao Xiong, leaning back against the rigid seat to rest. As he began to relax, he felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him. This attack had made Chen Mo acutely aware of his own inadequacies, having been so thoroughly bested by 2 7th-level martial artists. Without the aid of the Ascension Mode buff, he would scarcely have lasted 3 minutes. A trip to the Abyssal Rift to enhance his strength seemed imperative. Clenching his fists, Chen Mo acknowledged that his stats were still too low. Upon learning that Chen Mo was safe, the group of friends and family in Taizhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chun-Li slumped in the driver's seat, beads of sweat trickling down his back. It's all right, Xiao Mo is unharmed. Su Lu shared a similar relief with Chun-Li, while Wei Zhen let out a deep breath. By the way, where's that child now? Suddenly, Wei Zhen recalled a crucial detail, where Chun Mo was located. He was taken to the first hospital of Taizhou, accompanied by a military mentalist for treatment, murmured Chun-Li, slumped in his seat. Old Chun, you go ahead. I'll drive. Let us hurry and see how Chen Mo is doing. The recent phone call merely informed them that Chen Mo was safe and sound. Yet it failed to mention the multiple injuries he sustained. After all, he had been pursued by 2 7th-level warriors, not to mention the terrifying blood-red mushroom cloud. Wei Zhen had experienced the devastating power of a 7th-level warrior's self-detonation firsthand. He had fallen from the 6th to the 5th level precisely because of those abyssal sect scoundrels' explosions. Indeed, they needed to hurry and check on Xiao Mo's condition. Chun-Li nodded vigorously, but the prolonged tension rendered him unable to move. Consequently, Wei Zhen had to shift Chun Li from the driver's seat to the back, taking the wheel himself and pressing down hard on the accelerator. Chapter 66. The Reward of Taizhou City. 15 billion. Inside the first hospital of Taizhou City, Little Bear removed her mask and declared the surgery complete. With her unwavering cooperation alongside the hospital, Chun Mo's healing process was momentarily concluded. Henceforth, all that Chun Mo needed was a period of rest. As a martial artist, his recovery capabilities were already remarkable, and considering his extraordinary innate self-healing prowess, he would fully mend within 3 days at most. It is worth mentioning that Little Bear had successfully reattached his kidney, which functioned perfectly. As for the other injuries, it would be up to Chun Mo to assess them himself. In the hospital room, Chun Mo lay on the bed, swathed like a mummy. After enduring the relentless pursuit of 2 7th-level martial artists, 75 of his bones were shattered, over 70 of his organs were damaged, and he had lost 90 of his blood. His muscular and skin tissues had also suffered significant loss. However, these could all be restored through recuperation. Pain. Lying on the hospital bed, that was the only thought occupying Chun Mo's mind. I've arranged for a pain relief pump for you. Just hold on a little longer, Chun Yi said, sitting beside him, tallying the medications and supplements Chun Mo would require during his recovery. Oh, I didn't sustain such severe injuries during the national competition. This time, it's all hit at once. The crisis mission has been completed. Rewards have been issued. The third skill slot has been unlocked. Please arrange your skill combinations at your discretion. It appeared that he was finally safe. Upon hearing that the mission was accomplished, Chun Mo relaxed, which subsequently heightened his sensitivity to pain. Hiss. It hurts. 3 days later, due to the assassination by the Abyss cult, the celebratory banquet originally scheduled for 3 days prior was postponed. The losses incurred from this attack were tremendous. Master Guji single-handedly annihilated everything within a 50-kilometer radius while battling 2 13th-level masters. Fortunately, Chun Mo and his companions managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, a mere brush with the remnants of the master's power could have proven fatal. Nonetheless, this incident made the world acutely aware of the dangers posed by cults, simultaneously showcasing the terrifying combat prowess of masters akin to humanoid nuclear bombs. Naturally, the notoriety was not confined solely to Master Guji. Chun Mo, the national champion who withstood the assault of 2 7th-level martial artists for nearly 20 minutes, once again garnered widespread acclaim. This attention does not bode well. Nearly fully recovered, Chun Mo sat at the edge of his hospital bed, perusing the incessantly headlining news with a throbbing headache. National champion defeats 2 opponents, toying with 7th-level martial artists at a 3rd-level realm. Indeed, this was decidedly not a good omen, as he absorbed the overly glorified portrayal of himself in the news. Wei Zhen's voice echoed at the door of the ward. Now you've made quite a name for yourself. I predict you will become a primary target of the Abyss cult for quite some time. You've caused them significant embarrassment and given their modus operandi. They will not let you off so easily. As he spoke, Wei Zhen placed a small bag before Chun Mo. These are the rewards I had promised you earlier. A spacious apartment in the city center, 10 million in cash, and 5 level 3 vitality pills. The mention of the level 3 vitality pills caused Chun Mo's eyes to widen, eclipsing his interest in the other 2 items. A level 1 vitality pill is worth several hundred, a level 2 over 10,000, while the price of a level 3 pill exceeds 1 million. Furthermore, these pills are typically prohibited from sale. Only level 3 warriors are granted a monthly purchase quota. Wei Zhen's generosity in providing 5 at once was indeed remarkable. Thank you, Director Wei. You are exceedingly gracious, Chun Mo expressed, accepting the items with a semblance of polite gratitude. Moreover, Chun Mo, Wei Zhen continued, closing the door behind him, a hint of anxiety flickering across his face. I would like to inquire about something. If you prefer not to answer, simply shake your head. I shall not press the matter. What is it? Chun Mo, still enveloped in the exhilaration of the 5 level 3 vitality pills, remained oblivious to the change in Wei Zhen's demeanor. I have heard that you possess both vitality and mental power? Wei Zhen rubbed his hands together, pondering the implications. If this were true, Chun Mo's protective status would significantly escalate. Chun Mo, having just taken a sip of water, sputtered it out in surprise, staring at Wei Zhen in bewilderment. Director, who told you this? Your sister Wei Zhen chuckled awkwardly, recalling how he had explicitly instructed him not to disclose this information. Yet he couldn't help but inquire. That blabbermouth. Chun Imo sighed in resignation, realizing that the secret was indeed out. Yes, I do possess mental power, but I only discovered it while being pursued. Ah, splendid. As long as you have it, Wei Zhen exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Such an extraordinary revelation was indeed true. Director, please refrain from reporting this to higher-ups for the time being. Consider it a personal favor. Chinimo understood that such matters could not be concealed indefinitely, but he wished to wait until he acquired a replacement for the time staff. Very well, I will hold off on reporting until you are ready, Wei Zhen nodded, recognizing the brilliance of their Taizhou's prodigy. Who else would safeguard him, if not they? By the way, the City S rewards will be announced in 15 days. Your parents will be directly employed at the Martial Education Bureau. Dual positions, comprehensive insurance, and medical expenses fully covered, with hours from 10 to 3. As for you, your personal reward consists of 50% of the resources allocated by the city next year, convertible into a sum of 150 billion in cash. However, I advise against converting into cash, as many of the allocated resources are invaluable and cannot be purchased. Wait. I have to wait until next year to receive my reward? Chinemo paused, voicing his dissatisfaction. Indeed, you will have unrestricted access to that 150 billion worth of resources starting January 1st next year. Wei Zhen confirmed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, aware that Taizhou currently lacked substantial rewards to offer. Very well. Chinemo sighed once more. Half a year may seem swift, yet he was not particularly pressed for time. My purpose today is to address a few matters with you, so I shall not intrude upon your recuperation. Having conveyed what needed to be said and inquired, Wei Zhen rose to take his leave. After Wei Zhen departed, Chun Imo opened his attribute panel, intending to reorganize his skills. Name, Chun Imo, Health, 100,174, Vitality, 5,308, Attack Power, 220 Defense, 220 Middle Power, 600. The attack power is quite low after switching out the Overlord Blood Armor. Chun Mo pursed his lips, removing the time staff he had equipped for 3 days and donning his beloved Overlord Blood Armor instead. Chapter 67. Organizing equipment and skills. After meticulously finalizing his optimal equipment choices, Chun Mo nodded in satisfaction. First equipment, Heart of Steel. Second equipment, Tyrant's Blood Armor. Third equipment, Iron-plated boots. It was time to adjust his skills as well. After all, his foray into the Abyssal Rift would primarily revolve around combat. Chun Mo pondered for a moment and replaced his current skills with the most practical ones he possessed. Passive skill, Fury of the Berserker. First skill, Intentional Hammer Fist. Second skill, Endless Wrath. Third skill, Cycle of Despair. So it is true. The release of skills is not without its limitations. Chun Mo began to grasp that those skills requiring mana actually demanded mental fortitude. Fortunately, he had luck on his side, for the skills he frequently employed were all devoid of mana costs, albeit with somewhat lengthy cooldowns. As for his choice of Cycle of Despair over Twilight of the Gods, Chun Mo had his own rationale. Should he vanquish an opponent while in the Cycle of Despair, he would permanently acquire 20 of their total attributes, maximizing his growth potential. However, Chun Mo did not intend to rely solely on equipment and skills. He had not forgotten the importance of physical refinement in martial arts. Yet, he planned to postpone his physical training until he attended the training camp in the south, as having guidance made all the difference. Time was drawing near. Stretching languidly, Chun Mo removed the last piece of bandage from his body. TSK, a scar remained. He grimaced, noting the numerous gruesome scars that marred his back. The techniques of those two 7th-level martial artists had cost him dearly in terms of tissue, and even after healing, many scars would remain. Oh well, what martial artist is without a few scars? Chun Mo took it in stride. For a warrior, scars could be considered a form of honor. Besides, once the steel skin refinement was completed, these scars would vanish, so a few more days made little difference. Rising to gather his belongings, Chun Mo pushed open the hospital door and stepped outside. It had been some time since he returned home, and he wondered if his parents had worried about him. Standing before the securely locked door, Chun Mo fell into contemplation. Where's everyone? Why is there not a soul at home? Rubbing the back of his head, he retrieved his phone and dialed his father. How are you, son? Chun Li's excited voice came through, a hint of anxiety evident. During this period, everyone had been prohibited from visiting Chun Mo, and he and his wife had been quite concerned. I'm fine. I've been discharged from the hospital. Chun Mo paused before inquiring. Where are you two? Why is no one home? Huh? Didn't Director Wei tell you? He was supposed to visit you today. Chun Li replied, caught off guard and bewildered. What do you mean? Chun Mo was equally perplexed, unsure how this related to their absence. We're currently at our new home in the city center, Building 1, Seaside Garden, 33rd floor. Chun Li noticed that Chun Mo was entirely unaware of his recent move, so he had no choice but to explain briefly. Chun Mo's face darkened. How could such a significant matter have been kept from him? All right, I will head over immediately, he declared before hanging up the phone and shouldering his belongings as he descended the stairs. The Binhai Garden was nearly 30 kilometers away from his old neighborhood, and running there would undoubtedly be swifter than taking a vehicle. Securing his prize sword, Chun Mo set off with long strides. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Gu family in Yanjing, an air of anticipation filled the atmosphere. Has Chun Mo's genetic testing been completed? Several pairs of eyes turned toward Gu Ji, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Yes, Gu Ji replied, producing a document and placing it squarely in the center of the table. The individual who had posed the question took the document, and upon reviewing the results, he exhaled a sigh of relief. A pure-blood human, likely a mutated warrior, or perhaps possessing multiple advantageous mutations, he noted. Excellent. He can be groomed with focus training. With the confirmation that Chun Mo was indeed not a foreign spy, the gathering shifted its discussion toward the special treatment he would receive. By the way, Gu Ji, you had a confrontation with that archbishop from the Abyssal sect a few days ago, did you not? The initial questioner leaned closer, taking a seat beside Gu Ji. How skilled was he? Do we stand a chance at eradicating them? Impossible, Gu Ji responded decisively, shaking his head. We haven't even located their stronghold, let alone contend with their ability to traverse the abyssal rifts at will. He emphasized that finding their base was imperative for any attempt to eradicate the parasitic abyssal sect. Moreover, numerous warriors from the sect were currently embedded within society. Should they be triggered, it would spell chaos for social order. Very well, the figure sighed. How will this year's Southern training be arranged? Gu Ji shifted the topic, unwilling to delve deeper into the abyssal sect's affairs. He had sustained minor injuries in the previous battle, but the Archbishop and Abyssal Tiger were not unscathed either. As a seasoned master, Gu Ji possessed formidable strength, capable of facing two opponents simultaneously. This year, we shall primarily advance the new team formation, 1 psychic as support and 4 warriors as the action squad. The new communication tools can now be mass-produced. If the results of the Southern training prove satisfactory, we can commence widespread implementation. The figure pondered for a moment before responding. Finally, we have technological means that can be utilized within the abyss. Gu Ji couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But do not celebrate too soon. This new communication device requires energy stones as a foundation. Otherwise, why do you think it can function in the abyss? The figure's voice carried a hint of melancholy. The energy stones posed a significant challenge, as these extraordinary minerals could only be found in the chaotic sea caves and abyssal rifts, and their yield was exceedingly low, making the sources difficult to locate. Moreover, the majority of energy mines have been occupied by abyssal warriors or are fiercely guarded by formidable abyssal beasts, rendering both extraction and discovery exceedingly challenging. This has consequently led to the persistent escalation of energy stone prices. Should I go take a look? Gu Ji furrowed his brow. It was truly absurd that such new technology was constrained by energy stones. No, you must remain to guard Yanjing. Your unauthorized departure this time is already a violation. A stern voice firmly dismissed Gu Ji's notion. I will find a solution regarding the energy mines. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Very well, Gu Ji nodded, acknowledging that the abyssal rift in Yanjing indeed required his vigilant oversight, and that venturing recklessly could lead to serious consequences. Continue your meeting. I shall first check on my grandson. Guji stood, bid farewell, and then exited the conference room. Chapter 68. Re-entering the Abyssal Rift after sending his belongings home and exchanging simple greetings with Chun Li and Su Lu, Chun Mo descended the stairs, clutching his spoils, a longsword. With little else to occupy his time at home, he thought it far more exhilarating to venture into the Abyssal Rift. Perhaps he could engage in some training and see how many layers he could conquer. As he walked, Chun Mo cast a glance at the longsword in his hand. His original abyssal steel gauntlets had been rendered useless in a battle against Yang Zhua and two 7th-level warriors, leaving him with only this trophy as a weapon. Aside from his own fists, the longsword boasted commendable attributes, augmenting his attack power by a staggering 500 points. This meant that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could dispatch a 2nd-level warrior with ease, and it would pose no challenge to pierce through a 4th-level warrior. At the entrance of the Abyssal Rift, Chun Mo noticed a throng of seekers, at least 3 times more than usual. However, the strongest among them were merely the hunting teams, led by a few 3rd-level warriors. After presenting his warrior's credentials for registration, Chun Mo approached the gate, preparing to step into the rift. Just then, a somewhat sweet voice called out from behind him. "Excuse me, are you Chun Mo?" A girl with a curvaceous figure and a doll-like face scrutinized him with a hint of trepidation. "Is there something you need?" Chun Mo turned around, gripping his long sword with heightened vigilance. The lurking minions of the Abyssal Sect could emerge from anywhere, ready to strike. Hi. My name is Su Jiaoer. May I join you in hunting abyssal beasts?" Su Jiaoer, his ears flushed crimson at the prospect of meeting the legendary beast Chun Mo, the champion of the national competition. "Not a chance. I'm busy," Chun Mo replied decisively. Given his pace, it was clear Su Jiaoer would struggle to keep up, rendering her a burden. "I can help carry the spoils." Su Jiaoer persisted, unwilling to give up. After all, this was a legendary figure from Taizhou, a powerhouse rivaling 5th-level warriors. Missing the opportunity to ally with him was unthinkable. "No need, I can manage." Chun Mo hesitated momentarily. "Can you handle the corpses of the abyssal beasts?" "Yes. In my previous team, I specialized in logistics." Su Jiaoer eagerly nodded, her enthusiasm evident. The vigor of her nodding made her chest bounce like waves. "Fine, keep up with me. You will handle the spoils, and we'll split the rewards, 90% for me and 10% for you." Chun Mo nodded. His skills in processing the spoils were rather crude, often diminishing their value. Thus, having someone adept in this regard was indeed necessary. "Great." Su Jiaoer continued to nod vigorously, her doll-like face flushed with excitement. However, just as the two had finalized their plans to enter the Abyssal Rift, bystanders began to recognize Chun Mo in rapid succession. "Chun Mo, that's Chun Mo. No way. Is that really him? Champion Chun, can I have your autograph?" "Me too. It's on my backside." As the crowd around them swelled, even Chun Mo found it somewhat overwhelming. "We must hurry," he exclaimed, swiftly hoisting the crouching Su Jiaoer, who was shielding her head, onto his back and leaping into the abyssal chasm. "Oh, where are we going?" she lamented. "What a pity. I was hoping for Chen's signature on my backside. Who was that woman he just carried away? Lucky her, to be embraced by such a strong figure. Wasn't she Su Jiaoer from the logistics team? I recall she was expelled from the squad, didn't I? How fortunate indeed. I too wish to be lifted by Chun Mo." The surrounding warriors expressed a mix of envy and regret, while a few seethed with indignation. Why did that airhead cow get to accompany Chun Mo? A particularly bitter woman, the vice-captain of the garden team, Ji gritted her teeth. "Oh, don't be angry. Rue. What storm can those two stir up? Even if he has defeated 5th-level warriors, he is merely a fledgling." A robust man draped his arm around Ji Rue's shoulders, scoffing. This wave of energy has brought forth resources that are beyond their reach. Even if Chun Mo is a national champion with combat prowess surpassing that of 5th-level warriors, what of it? Does he know how to harvest medicinal herbs? Even if he could the two of them escape the guardians of those resources? The man was acutely aware of his own limitations, yet felt the need to impress his partner. "Go." Ji Rue's eyes sparkled. She was indeed enchanted by the legendary super invincible love-struck brain. The remaining squad members began contemplating their exit from the team. "Come, Go, let us amass great wealth." Lu Shirhan said, wrapping his arm around Ji Rui as they stepped together into the chasm. In the abyssal chasm, level 1 zone, Chun Mo inhaled the air, tinged with the stench of decay, and felt a sense of nostalgia for the sights and smells of this place. Ch Chun. Su Jiaoer stammered, unsure of how to address him. It felt impolite to simply use his name. Just call me Chun Mo, he replied, sensing her hesitation and waving it off. Don't you need a gas mask? Su Jiaoer asked, pulling a pristine mask from her large backpack. I have no use for such a contraption. It obstructs my vision. Chun Mo declined her offer, stepping purposefully toward the source of the putrid odor. Based on prior experience, areas with an intense stench of decay typically harbored carrion-eating abyssal beasts. Such creatures possess several characteristics. Their combat abilities are feeble, allowing even an ordinary person a chance to defeat them, and they usually gather in groups, meaning that if one appears, a whole swarm is likely to follow, often numbering 5 or 6. This is the primary reason why most first and second level warriors are reluctant to encounter them. Chen Montak, it seems there is a congregation of scavenging crows ahead? Su Jiaoer inquired, gently tugging at Chun Mo's sleeve while peering through her binoculars at the distant scene. Indeed, it is a gathering of scavenging crows, Chun Mo affirmed with a nod, having already detected the distinct odor that emanated from the flock. However, we are but 2 in number, might it be? Su Jiaoer hesitated, aware that a typical gathering of scavenging crows comprises at least 3 individuals, posing a considerable threat to her. Remain here. Do not move. I will call for you when necessary. Chun Mo stretched his limbs and, with a swift push of his feet, charged towards the location of the scavenging crows. Chapter 69. The Steel and the Exquisite. Before Su Jiaoer could articulate her thoughts, she was met with a scene that would be etched in her memory for eternity. Chun Mo lunged into the swarm of carrion crows with the ferocity of a tiger. Yet those crows burst apart like fragile bubbles beneath the onslaught of his long blade. Inflicted 20 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 442. Indeed, they exploded. It was hard to fathom that a single individual could wield a weapon with such devastating precision. Those carrion crows were dispatched with brutal strikes from Chun Mo's blade. Having completed the task, he brushed off the splattered remnants of flesh from his attire and gestured towards Su Jiaoer with a slight lift of his chin. Go on. Let me witness your prowess in handling the spoils. Su Jiaoer's large eyes brimmed with confusion. How could she process the remains when they had been reduced to a mere pulp? Was she expected to sift through the ground meat for anything of worth? It seemed utterly nonsensical. Ahem, Chun Mo, these carrion crows are beyond salvage. She coughed lightly, yet she approached in search of anything valuable. You were too forceful. Aside from serving as fertilizer, there's nothing of worth left after your onslaught, she concluded after rummaging for a while. Don't blame me. These crows were simply too weak. Chun Mo shrugged helplessly. He had merely exerted a bit of strength. The crows had burst on their own accord. Alas, the reward is meager. After slaying the 5 carrion crows, his health had only increased by 212 points. It was the thrill of fortifying his heart that truly exhilarated him. Let's proceed deeper. Chun Mo beckoned, for the overwhelming stench of decay had dissipated in the vicinity, suggesting that even if abyssal beasts lurked nearby, they would be few and far between. It would be more fruitful to seek a larger congregation for a more gratifying encounter. Wait, just as Chun Mo was about to step forward, Su Jiaoer suddenly called out to him. What is it? He turned to see her rummaging through a heap of decaying corpses. Could it be purple stem grass? Su Jiaoer skillfully extracted a vibrant flower from the pile. The flower boasted a purplish-red stem and bright green petals. Why would a second-tier herb appear in a first-tier area? Su Jiaoer paused momentarily, her expression shifting dramatically. Chun Mo, we must leave at once. An energy tide is approaching. After securing the purple stem grass, she seized Chun Mo's arm, eager to escape. What is the commotion about? However, Chun Mo was not one to be easily pulled by Su Jiaoer, a peak-level first-tier warrior. He effortlessly hoisted her up by her backpack. I understand now why so many teams have entered the abyssal rift today. An energy tide is imminent. Su Jiaoer explained hastily, though her anxiety was palpable. Under the influence of the energy tide, herbs that typically thrived in the deeper abyss would manifest in the shallower depths, ranging from first-tier to fourth-tier zones. However, the tidal energies will also compel the abyssal beasts from the depths to ascend to the shallower layers, significantly heightening the dangers of the upper abysses. Although risks and rewards are proportionate, it would indeed spell trouble for the two of us should we encounter an onslaught from these beasts. Su Jianer's words flowed rapidly, yet remained coherent, and Chun Mo grasped the gravity of their situation entirely. Each team should ideally consist of no less than 5 individuals to ensure a viable escape in the event of an ambush by abyssal creatures. Moreover, Su Jianer bit her lip, retrieving a sprig of purple stem grass from her pack and casting it onto the ground. Oh, why waste it? Chun Mo swiftly picked up the purple stem grass, brushing off the dust before attempting to stow it in Su Jianer's large backpack. No, absolutely not. We cannot carry medicinal herbs. Su Jianer grasped Chun Mo's wrist with both hands, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum. This second-tier herb emits a unique aroma that would undoubtedly attract abyssal beasts. It is far too perilous to keep on our person. We must discard it and retreat. Please, hold your tongue. After hearing Su Jianer's explanation, Chun Mo suddenly perceived the energy tide as a fortuitous phenomenon. Rubbing his chin and deep in contemplation, he arrived at a momentous decision to leverage the energy tide to attract more abyssal beasts for steel stacking. Rest assured, nothing will go awry with me around. Chun Mo affectionately ruffled Su Jianer's hair and tucked the purple stem grass into her backpack. Yet, Su Jianer wished to voice further concerns, but upon reflection, decided against it. It was impossible for her to return alone. As a support personnel, without protection from combatants, she would likely become an easy target for the abyssal creatures. Very well, Su Jianer sighed, resigned to the fact that she had boarded Chun Mo's ship of mischief. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Chun Mo and Su Jianer had ventured deep into the fringes of the third-tier zone. Chun Mo, another 35 kilometers ahead, lies the fourth-tier zone. Shall we proceed? Su Jianer, now sporting a new gas mask, turned to the bloodied Chun Mo and inquired. Let us continue. We shall turn back once we reach the edge of the shallow abyss. After days of battle, Chun Mo's shirt had become utterly filthy. The shallow abyss, devoid of any water source, compelled him to abandon his upper garment. All right. Su Jianer adjusted her sizable backpack and cheerfully followed in Chun Mo's wake. 160,000. Let us stack another 20,000 before retreating. Despite the swift nature of their recent battles, which typically ended with a single strike, Chun Mo found his stamina considerably depleted. He was not a perpetual motion machine. Even with his health intact, his energy required restoration. Currently, the shallow abyss housed approximately 16 billion abyssal beasts, yet the fissures were so vast that even when actively seeking them, he had encountered only over 50, predominantly first and second-tier creatures, with merely one third-tier beast. Suddenly, a rumble shook the earth, and thick plumes of smoke began to rise from the distant boundary. What on earth is that? Chun Mo squinted as he gazed into the distance. He beheld dozens of warriors, each clad in varying armaments, frantically fleeing as if pursued by something exceedingly terrifying. As the figures drew nearer to Chun Mo, he finally discerned the nature of the creature chasing them. It was a colossal rhinoceros, standing at least 6 meters tall, the formidable Horn King of the fourth tier's late stage. Su Jiao also caught sight of the beast, her hair standing on end in fright. Fourth tier late stage? Chun Mo adjusted his shoulders. Surely a fourth-tier late-stage creature could withstand a few blows, couldn't it? Was it valuable? Yet, it wasn't merely a matter of value, the Horn King. Su Jiao attempted to elaborate, but Chun Mo interrupted her abruptly. Just tell me, are the components of the Horn King worth anything? Indeed, they are exceedingly valuable. Every part of its body is a treasure, and its horns are among the primary materials for crafting third-tier blood essence pills. Xuya nodded, though she remained puzzled as to why Chun Mo inquired about such matters. Did he not know that the fourth-tier late-stage Horn King had previously slain warriors of the fifth tier's early stage? As long as it is valuable, that's enough. Find a place to hide. I shall return shortly. With that, Chinamo hefted his long blade and charged forward. Chapter 70. The Cycle of Despair. Focusing his attention on the Horned King, its attributes materialized before Chunmo's eyes. Horned King, Lord-level Abyss Beast, Health 120,090, Attack Power 1108, Defense 6,000. Good heavens. No wonder it can slay 5th-level warriors. It's tougher than I am. Chinamo couldn't help but marvel at the Horned King, which truly resembled an exquisite steel target. His current steel-infused damage stood at 20040, and after deducting 6,000 for defense, he was left with 14040. This creature would allow him to stack his steel technique at least 9 times. How exhilarating! In stark contrast to Chunmo's delight. The warriors relentlessly pursued by the Horned King were on the verge of collapse. This beast had been chasing them for 6 hours straight. Not even a nuclear-powered donkey could maintain such stamina. If this continued, they would exhaust themselves before the Horned King could trample them to death. "Lu Shirhan, damn you!" shouted a scar-faced man, his voice hoarse from yelling. "Throw away the herbs guarded by that beast. Do you want us all to perish with you? Chu Zhong, don't you dare blame me. You got some on you too, don't you?" Lu Shirhan retorted, panting heavily and frothing at the mouth. "To hell with you. I found them first. If it weren't for you bringing those idiots along, I would have escaped with the herbs long ago." The scar-faced man, Chu Zhong, seethed with rage. Had it not been for Lu Shirhan's foolish companion, they would never have attracted the Horned King's attention. "Luga, wait for me," gasped Ji Yingying, breathless and clearly running on empty. "Get lost. If it weren't for your theatrics, I wouldn't have drawn the Horned King's gaze." Lu Shirhan punched Ji Yingying squarely in the face, driving her nose into her skull. Blood erupted, and Ji Yingying's vision darkened as she collapsed to the ground. She could feel the tremors of the earth intensifying. It wouldn't be long before the Horned King crushed her into a pulp. Luga, Luga. Even now, Ji Yingying, lost in her romantic fantasies, still hoped for Lu Shirhan's rescue. Suddenly, a figure darted past her, and the tremors ceased abruptly. Bang! A resounding crack echoed through the air as the Horned King, towering at least 6 meters, was sent hurtling backward. Ugh, what a hard forehead! Chun Mo shook his aching fist. He should have struck with his sword. A charging indicator appeared on the Horned King's forehead, and instinctively, Chun Mo collided his fist with its skull. Dealt 14040 damage. Health increased by 1685. Received recoil damage. Health minus 800. What the hell? This creature even has built-in counter damage? Chun Mo regarded his bleeding fist, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. Indeed, how could a battle devoid of pain be considered a true battle? Gulme, today, I shall face you head-on. As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Mo thrust his long blade into ground and charged barehanded towards the King of Rhinos. The recent punch had left the beast dazed, and after shaking its head, it finally discerned the small creature that had dared to attack it. Upon recognizing Chun Mo's figure, the King of Rhinos erupted with fury. It could not believe it had been sent flying by such a diminutive insect. With a bellow, the King of Rhinos planted its feet firmly and lowered its head to charge at Chun Mo. With a thunderous impact, Chun Mo's muscles swelled, veins writhing beneath his skin like venomous serpents. Did they truly think that my attack power of over 2,000 was merely for show? Veins bulged on his forehead as he clasped the massive horns of the King of Rhinos with both arms. The beast's eyes burned red as the ground beneath it began to sink. Chun Mo, too, was rooted in place, his legs like stakes driven into the earth. The two engaged in the most primal struggle of strength. Chun Mo's power was double that of the King of Rhinos, yet the beast's weight was no trivial matter. Lift! Chun Mo summoned all his strength, astonishingly hoisting the King of Rhinos from the ground. With a resounding thud, Chun Mo, whose size was merely a fraction of the beast's, executed a perfect shoulder throw. The onlooking warriors, who had been fleeing moments before, nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief as they witnessed someone grappling with a Lord-level Abyss beast and gaining the upper hand. Was this creature even human? The impact was not kind to the King of Rhinos. The excruciating pain elicited a haunting roar. Dealt 18,000 points of blunt damage. Good heavens! Was it truly that painful? Chen Mo paused for a moment, then began to feel a pang of regret. What a waste of steel. With a smirk, he engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish with the King of Rhinos. Whenever his heart of steel cooled down, he would dart in to deliver a punch to the beast's forehead. The King of Rhinos, being so large and lumbering, found itself utterly helpless against Chen Mo, who was equipped with iron-plated boots, merely watching in impotent rage as the small insect danced around it. As its stamina drained away, the King of Rhinos' movements gradually slowed and its health dwindled. With a resounding clang, another charged attack echoed, leaving the King of Rhinos with just over 10,000 health remaining. It was time to test a new skill. Through the gate of darkness, Chen Mo licked his lips as an invisible force surged from his palms, causing the ground around him to ignite with eerie green flames. Cycle of despair. The sky darkened, and all matter was shrouded in a layer of sinister green light. Chen Mo's fists ignited with ash-green flames, a manifestation of the 20 of all attributes he had siphoned from the King of Rhinos through the cycle of despair. In that moment, the once mighty Lord-level Abyss Beast quivered, stripped of its ferocity, as it beheld the bizarre scene unfolding around it. With the cycle of despair activated, Chen Mo resembled a king of life and death, commanding everything within his realm. One incredible sensation. Chen Mo stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed to crush all in its path. The King of Rhinoceros let out a mournful cry as Chen Mo delivered a powerful punch, shattering the crown of its skull. White brain matter and crimson blood splattered across Chen Mo's face, adding an unsettling aura to his presence. Target eliminated in the cycle of despair. 20 of all attributes have been plundered. Plundered attributes: Health 24018, Attack Power 221, Defense 1200. Withdrawing his fist from the King of Rhinoceros's cranium. The surge of strength acquired from the plunder filled Chen Mo with exhilaration. In the distance, the exhausted Lu Shihan and Chu Zhong paused, collapsing onto the ground as they gasped for breath. Lu Shihan retrieved a potion from his backpack and consumed it, feeling the gradual healing of his wounds. Who is that? How incredibly fierce. Chu Zhong also took a potion from his own backpack. Seated on the ground as he observed the fierce clash between Chen Mo and the King of Rhinoceros. Chapter 71. The Weariness of Lu Shihan Chen Mo. The champion of a national competition. Lu Shihan clenched his teeth. Throughout his life, he had always found those genius-like prodigies most irksome. No wonder the national champion was so formidable. It was to be expected. Upon learning that the fierce opponent of the Rhinoceros King was Chen Mo, Chu Zhong immediately felt at ease. After all, he was a national champion, a ruthless individual who emerged from over 200 talented competitors nationwide. How could he not be strong? Yet, Chu Zhong found it peculiar that such a distinguished champion would descend into the abyssal rift to hunt. Were their resources not limitless? After a brief pause, Lu Shihan turned and spotted Su Jiaoer, who was stealthily observing from a distance. The scent of high-grade medicinal herbs wafted through the air. How had this woman acquired so many? A desire, tinged with greed and recklessness, surged within Lu Shihan. Su Jiaoer was merely a peak first-level warrior, a novice specializing in logistics. Judging by the Rhinoceros King's situation, it would take a considerable time to subdue it. Even a national champion would have to navigate carefully in the presence of a lord-level abyssal beast. Time was on his side. He could easily wait for his strength to recover and seize Su Jiaoer's goods before fleeing. Once out of the abyssal rift, even if Chen Mo pursued him, it would matter little. He doubted Chen Mo would dare to kill outside. With that thought, Lu Shihan retrieved a long-prepared potion from his inner pocket. This was a blood-replenishing elixir he had purchased for a hefty sum of 160,000, capable of restoring stamina at an astonishing pace. However, this potion came with side effects. It could only be consumed when the body was stable, lest one risk cardiac arrest. Chu Zhong, witnessing Lu Shihan consuming such an expensive potion, immediately grasped his intentions. You better not be reckless. If Chen Mo kills the Rhinoceros King, you'll be the next to perish. Mind your own business. If you keep talking, I might just take you down with me. Lu Shihan snorted disdainfully. Chu Zhong was utterly oblivious, failing to seize such a prime opportunity. What a shameless wretch. Had it not been for Chun Mo restraining the Rhinoceros King, you would be nothing but a pile of flesh right now. Chu Zhong held a deep disdain for such sordid actions and had already drawn his long knife, prepared to confront Lu Shihan. Just lie there quietly. A cunning smile crept across Lu Shihan's face as he plunged a fine needle into Chu Zhong's skin. The paralyzing toxin took effect almost instantly, causing Chu Zhong to collapse to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. 2 minutes later, Lu Shihan's stamina was fully restored. He rose, brandishing his dagger, and charged towards Su Jiaoer, who remained blissfully unaware, anxiously watching Chun Mo engage in a fierce battle with the Rhinoceros King. "Don't move," he commanded, pressing the sharp blade against her carotid artery. "Make a sound, and I could easily sever your artery." Su Jiaoer, recognizing Lu Shihan, was instantly filled with revulsion. "Stay still. I only wish to take the medicinal herbs. Your life is not my aim," Lu Shihan replied with a chuckle, deftly slicing through the straps of her backpack. The enormous backpack thudded to the ground, and upon seeing its substantial weight, Lu Shihan's eyes gleamed with greed. "No, I cannot allow you to have it." Su Jiaoer seized the frayed strap of the backpack, for it contained the treasured spoil she had gathered alongside Chun Mo throughout their journey. How could she simply let it be taken away? Observing Su Jiaoer's unwavering grip, a flicker of rage crossed Lu Shihan's eyes as he delivered a brutal kick to her chest. With a muffled thud, Su Jiaoer's chest caved in. Blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Yet, despite the agony, she clung tenaciously to the strap. "You wretched woman, are you forcing my hand to kill you? I cannot allow you to have it." Su Jiaoer's vision began to blur, her grip on the strap weakening. Moments later, she succumbed to unconsciousness, yet her fingers remained clenched around the strap. Lu Shihan forcefully wrenched free her 10 fingers before finally extracting the strap from her grasp. "You have no use for these belongings. Chun Mo possesses ample resources from above, so I shall take them." With that, Lu Shihan hoisted the backpack and fled, while the other warriors, too exhausted to intervene, could only watch helplessly as he escaped. That scoundrel! He was rescued, yet dared to rob. Such a beast! This rascal hails from another city. Once he completes this heist, he will vanish to another locale, and even if we were to capture him, it would be futile. Let him be for now. We must attend to that young girl before it's too late. Though martial artists often vie against one another, their relationships remain cordial, and Lu Shihan's despicable actions would earn him the contempt of all. One warrior, struggling to rise, limped over to Su Jiaoer's side. He produced a life-saving pill and, channeling his own vitality, administered it to her before finally exhaling in relief. Her life was preserved, but her injuries would likely take considerable time to mend. Just then, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, landing not far from the beleaguered warriors. "Xue, come forth to deal with the spoils." Chun Mo, his fists stained with blood, stood atop the corpse of the Rhinoceros King, calling out toward the large rock behind which Su Jiaoer was concealed. When she did not emerge after a considerable time, Chun Mo furrowed his brow in concern. Leaping down from the carcass, he finally spotted the gravely injured and unconscious Su Jiaoer. "Brother, Lu Shihan has not only stolen your belongings, but has also severely wounded this girl." The warrior who had aided Su Jiaoer in her recovery lowered his head in shame, acknowledging his inability to assist her further. "I am sorry." "Ha!" Chun Mo let out a bewildering laugh. "While I was preoccupied with the Rhinoceros King, he chose to seize my possessions and assault my ally. Truly, he has no regard for me." And all the onlookers turned to Chun Mo, observing the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly indicating his fury. "You must remember that you have never encountered an individual named Lu Shihan. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately grasped that Chun Mo was about to take decisive action, and they nodded in agreement, indicating their comprehension. "Furthermore, make use of any available potions for her. I shall cover the expenses. Su Jiaoer has accompanied me throughout, and all the prey and medicinal materials have been managed by this girl. So Chun Mo would certainly not be stingy in this matter." After uttering these words, Chun Mo propelled himself forward with an unparalleled and terrifying velocity. Meanwhile, Lu Shihan, who had already fled several kilometers away, could not contain his uproarious laughter. I'm striking it rich this time. 11 second-tier medicinal herbs. For third-tier herbs and an abundance of abyssal beast materials. These two fools have indeed gathered a bountiful haul. Alas, it is unfortunate that the abyssal rift in Taizhou cannot be traversed any longer. A change of location is necessary. Just as Lu Shihan joyfully counted his spoils, an icy voice laced with fury resonated from behind him. Is that so? Then allow me to escort you to a splendid destination. Chen Mo's voice echoed behind Lu Shihan, startling him into a stumble, nearly sending him sprawling. Chapter 72. Why is this thing so valuable? How did you manage to slay the Rhinoceros King so swiftly? Lu Shihan gazed at the menacing Chen Mo before him, a cold sweat instantly breaking out. You enjoy pilfering my possessions, do you? Chen Mo silently counted in his mind, awaiting the activation of his Heart of Steel's charged attack indicator. I shall return your belongings. I will also give you mine. Spare me. At that moment, Lu Shihan realized the gravity of the trouble he had stirred. The individual before him was evidently a monster. It was too late. Chen Mo advanced towards Lu Shihan, the charged symbol of his Heart of Steel glowing brilliantly. Damn! As Lu Shihan witnessed Chen Mo's relentless approach, he swiftly drew the handgun concealed on his person and aimed it at Chen Mo's forehead. This firearm had cost him a fortune on the black market. Killing a third-tier martial artist would be a trivial matter. Unfortunately, he was up against Chen Mo, a warrior capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Rhinoceros King. How could he possibly fear such a large-caliber handgun? Bang! Sparks erupted as Chen Mo's head jerked back violently. Did I kill him? Lu Shihan's heart leapt with joy. It seemed the national championship title was no match for a handgun. But when he beheld Chen Mo's bright eyes and the bullet lodged in his mouth, despair engulfed Lu Shihan. Please, I beg you, I can offer you money, lots of it. I possess numerous energy stones, just spare me. Clang. Dealt 21, 860 damage. Maximum health increased by 2, 623. Pathetic, even at the late third-tier stage. Relying on such a firearm is laughable. Chen Mo scoffed, finding Lu Shihan utterly inept. A single punch from him could obliterate the upper half of his body. Discarding Lu Shihan's half-dismembered corpse aside, Chen Mo retrieved both Lu Shihan's and his own backpack, making his way back to where he had initially arrived. He harbored no worries about the body being discovered. The low-tier abyssal beasts wandering the shallow depth served as the finest cleaners. Moreover, the blood mist that ensued from his punch would soon attract scavenging ravens or certain carrion-eating abyssal beasts. Moments later, Chen Mo re-emerged before the crowd. Observing the two backpacks in his possession, the onlookers instantly comprehended the situation. Lu Shihan was undoubtedly dead. At this juncture, Su Jiaoer remained in a comatose state, and Chen Mo intended to carry her away. Wait! As the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Chu Zhong suddenly sprang to his feet. What is the matter? Chen Mo furrowed his brow. He had no qualms about unleashing another wave of violence. What about the leader-tier Rhinoceros King? Unlike Lu Shihan, Chu Zhong would only claim what was his. He would not touch what belonged to another. Who among you can handle the carcass of the abyssal beast? Chen Mo pondered. It seemed a waste to simply discard such a large creature. I can. A logistics warrior stepped forward and addressed Chen Mo from a short distance away. Will an hour suffice to process the Rhinoceros King? Chen Mo assessed Su Jiaoer's condition. Her breathing was steady, indicating she was out of danger. That will be sufficient. The logistical warrior nodded, deftly beginning the process of dismantling the corpse of the Rhinoceros King. Chen Mo gently placed Su Jiaoer on the ground and settled himself nearby, choosing not to disturb the diligent warrior at work. The assembled warriors remained silent, each feeling a twinge of guilt. The logistical warrior worked with remarkable speed, completing the disassembly of the enormous Rhinoceros King in less than half an hour. After removing the materials from the beast's body and handing them to Chen Mo, the massive carcass was finally dealt with. Chen Mo produced a square piece of Rhinoceros King hide, measuring 1 meter on each side, and turned to toss it to the warrior who had just rescued Su Jiaoer. No. You have saved our lives. How could I possibly accept anything from you? The warrior was taken aback, realizing the immense value of the hide, far exceeding the worth of his life-saving pill. Take it. I refuse to owe anyone a debt. Chun Mo replied, not wishing to elaborate further. After handing the piece of hide to the warrior, he turned to leave. Observing Chun Mo's retreating figure, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Are we not a bit ashamed? One remarked. Indeed, at our age, we are outdone by a mere child, another lamented. You are overthinking it. That is the national champion. Do you really think we can challenge him? A third interjected. It is indeed embarrassing. He vanquished the Rhinoceros King while we failed to protect a young girl, came the resigned response. After departing from the Abyssal Rift, Chun Mo did not hasten to convert his gathered materials into currency. Instead, he first took Su Jiaoer to a hospital located near the entrance. This hospital catered exclusively to warriors, so no one was particularly astonished by Su Jiaoer's injuries. Once the payment was settled, Chun Mo proceeded to the recycling center, laden with an array of materials. 11 second-tier medicinal herbs, 4 third-tier herbs, 35 kilograms of second-tier Abyssal Beast materials, and 20 kilograms of third-tier Abyssal Beast materials. The attendant stated, Mr. Chun Mo, the total value of these materials amounts to 3,170,000. The funds have been credited to your account. Chun Mo nodded, preparing to leave with the Rhinoceros King's materials in tow. Wait, is this the horn of a Lord-level Rhinoceros King? The attendant exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Are you not planning to recycle the materials from the Rhinoceros King as well? The rarity of materials from Lord-level Abyssal Beasts, particularly one as formidable as the Rhinoceros King, was a significant point of interest. Isn't it true that you only recycle materials of third tier or lower? Chun Mo inquired, momentarily taken aback as he pointed to a nearby sign. Is there not a designated point for recycling materials of fourth tier and above? I can simply go there. As Chun Mo attempted to depart, the attendant called him back. Mr. Chun Mo, look, it's no longer displayed. The attendant promptly removed the sign, stating only recycling Abyssal Beast materials and herbs of third tier and below, beaming with enthusiasm. Very well. Please help me assess the value of this item. Chun Mo conceded, placing the substantial pile of materials onto the recycling counter. Please wait a moment. I will assist you in calculating. The staff began to assess the value of the materials belonging to the Rhinoceros King. With the aid of a small cart and a crane, he managed to ascertain the worth of these materials in just 20 minutes. One horn from the Rhinoceros King, 160 kilograms of hide, a complete set of skeleton, 2 liters of blood. Mr. Chun Mo, the total value of these materials amounts to 11,350,000. Would you like me to transfer this directly to your account? Chapter 73. Protection, not oppression. Well, just deposit it directly into my account. Chun Mo nodded, appearing calm on the surface while internally brimming with excitement. This was cash, real cash. Unlike the 15 billion reward from Taizhou, this money was immediately accessible to him. Thank you, Mr. Chun Mo, for your contributions to humanity. The staff were equally exhilarated. With the materials from the Rhinoceros King, they could attract more third-tier warriors to station in Taizhou. As one of the cities with abyssal rifts, risk and reward were forever intertwined. Previously, Taizhou had far too few warriors above the third tier, which hindered the development of the abyssal rifts. The failure to develop the shallow abyss meant that increasing numbers of warriors departed, leading to a decline in Taizhou's combat strength. This was one of the reasons they had fallen into a vicious cycle of resource scarcity. Chun Mo paid little heed to the staff's words. He felt indifferent about making contributions. He had received what he was entitled to while inadvertently helping Taizhou resolve a significant issue, an outcome beneficial to both parties. TSK, I should save this money for now and first take advantage of the training camp in the south. I expect to save quite a bit. For the time being, Chun Mo had no intention of spending this sum, especially since he would be attending the southern training camp in 10 days, where countless resources would be at his disposal. Spending his own money now seemed unwise. It was far more gratifying to reap benefits. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Thanks to the diligent treatment at the hospital, Su Jiaoer had successfully regained consciousness. The hospital room, already small, was now crowded with the warriors who had been pursued by the Rhinoceros King for several kilometers that day. Overcome with guilt towards Su Jiaoer and gratitude towards Chen Imo, they had come collectively to visit her. Thus, the items were left behind, and the 30 or so individuals squeezed into a mere 10 square meter room. Chen Imo rubbed his temples. The faces of these rugged men bore smiles, yet there was something about those smiles that unsettled him. All right, Brother Chu Zhong, you stay. We'll take our leave." The warriors, demonstrating their sense of propriety, left the hospital room after leaving behind the supplements. "Aren't you leaving?" Chen Imo turned a glance at Chu Zhong, who had remained silent. "I have a question I wish to ask," Chu Zhong replied, shaking his head. He had been pondering this matter for days. "What do you wish to inquire?" Chen Imo raised an eyebrow, curious to hear what Chu Zhong had to say. "I would like to know, why did you choose to help us?" Chu Zhong hesitated before voicing the question that had been on his mind for 3 days. "I know you're strong, yet you could have waited until the Rhinoceros King had killed us all before intervening. You would have gained far more, as we carried considerable rewards ourselves." He could not fathom why someone would disregard personal gain to assist others. "Want to hear the truth?" Chen Imo took a bite of an apple. Of course, he would not disclose that he was motivated by the Rhinoceros King's tough hide, which could yield more than a few blows. "Yes." Chu Zhong nodded vigorously. "Let me pose a question to you." Chen Imo set down the apple, now reduced to its core, and gazed into Chu Zhong's eyes. "What compelled you to become a martial artist, to aspire for a higher realm?" Chu Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He had truly never contemplated this question. Was it for wealth? For fame? For status? It seemed to encompass all these desires, yet simultaneously, none of them. "My purpose as a martial artist is rather simple, to protect my family and friends, and perhaps earn a modest income along the way. However, if a person grows stronger only to become increasingly selfish, would that not betray the resources they have consumed? My thoughts are straightforward. By vanquishing the Horn King, I can benefit while also saving your lives. You belong to the most fundamental class of martial artists, and your duty is to protect those ordinary individuals who lack martial prowess. Thus, I do not merely protect you. I safeguard those who are even weaker than you. To put it succinctly, that is the essence of what a martial artist ought to do." Chen Mo's declaration resonated with a sense of righteousness, leaving Chu Zhong and Su Jiaoer momentarily stunned. In their eyes, Chen Mo seemed to radiate an extraordinary brilliance. So, this is the reason Chu Zhong appeared to have unraveled the confusion within his heart, and his demeanor underwent a significant transformation. Is this what has been motivating your pursuit of strength? I understand now. I comprehend my purpose. Thank you, Brother Chen, for illuminating the path I should follow. I shall keep the things I brought, so please do not refuse. Placing the tote bag on the ground, Chu Zhong turned and departed the hospital room. Should he perhaps consult a psychiatrist? Chen Mo pondered, bewildered. How did he manage to grasp my words? Was it the grandiloquent rhetoric that inspired him? Protecting the weak, even Su Jiaoer, lying on the adjacent bed, wore a contemplative expression. Chen Mo began to doubt whether he had awakened some extraordinary talent known as verbal prowess. Surely, he could not take my boastful words too literally. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yet, there was a silver lining. At least his image had been elevated, no longer perceived as the ruthless beast he once was. "How is your health?" Chen Mo turned to Su Jiaoer, who appeared lost in thought. "Ah, it's nothing serious. I will be discharged in a week." Su Jiaoer smiled at Chen Mo, though her still swollen eyes looked rather comical. "I have transferred the money into your account, a total of 3,500,000. Chen Mo had not adhered to their previous agreement of a 90-10 split, instead generously granting Su Jiaoer a larger sum. "Ah, that is too much. Did we not agree that I would only take 10%? Su Jiaoer attempted to decline, but upon meeting Chen Mo's gaze, she obediently fell silent. "I shall give you what I deem appropriate. Refrain from arguing." Chen Mo placed a neatly sliced apple beside Su Jiaoer's bed, then rose, ready to depart. "This collaboration has been delightful, and I sincerely hope we have the opportunity to work together again in the future. I shall depart in 7 days, and you may consider joining Chu Zhong's hunting team. The members are quite amiable. At the very least, they will not betray you, nor are they overly romantic. Do you not intend to return Taizhou?" Su Jiaoer inquired, a hint of melancholy in her voice. She was well aware that having Chun Mo accompany her on a hunt was already a stroke of fortune. She did not expect to form a permanent team with him. However, Chun Mo's departure was so abrupt, leaving her uncertain if he would ever return. Of course, I will return. What nonsense are you speaking? Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of doubt regarding Su Jiaoer's mental state. My parents reside in Taizhou. This is still my hometown. How could I possibly not return? Focus on your recovery, and I shall arrange for the doctor to conduct a thorough examination of your brain. It may well be a consequence of excessive blood loss. Why do I feel as though you've become rather dim-witted? Chapter 74. Preparing to depart for Southern Training. In the 7 days leading up to his journey to Yanjing for the Southern Training, Chun Mo was far from idle. Beyond his regular daily tasks, he immersed himself in a shallow abyss for the entire week. Unfortunately, since the conclusion of the recent surge of energy, the abyssal beasts had significantly dwindled in number. After tirelessly accumulating steel for an entire week, he had only managed to increase his vitality by a mere 60,000 points, which left Chun Mo feeling rather disgruntled. Wasn't it said that there would be a beast wave? Why haven't I encountered one? After tossing the tattered materials from the abyssal beasts into the recycling center, Chun Mo clicked his tongue in irritation. Mr. Chun Mo, how did your materials end up in such condition? The recycling value will be considerably reduced. The staff member looked exasperated at the array of damaged materials before him, none of which were intact. It's a miracle I managed to bring anything back at all. I was still holding back. Chun Mo refrained from elaborating much, as no one in Taizhou would dare to shortchange him. The amount due was precisely what he expected. It would simply be credited to his account. Oh, and please recycle this broken knife for me as well. It's utterly useless. Chun Mo grimaced. Having never learned the art of weaponry, keeping the knife served no purpose. Selling it for some money was a far better option. Once he found a weapon that suited him, he could always purchase a new one. Perhaps during the Southern Training, he would discover a weapon that felt just right in his hands. Moreover, the weapons provided during the Southern Training would undoubtedly surpass this broken knife and would cost him nothing. All right, one abyssal steel long knife, weighing 6.5 kilograms, valued at 60 million. The staff member nodded and collected the long knife. Your total earnings amount to 6,150,000, which has already been credited to your account. After glancing at his account balance, Chun Mo departed from the abyssal recycling point. Upon returning home, Chun Mo organized the items he intended to take for the Southern Training. 2 sets of clothes and a set of toiletries were all he packed. He had no intention of bringing any potions or blood recovery pills, as they would be provided free of charge for the month leading up to the training. He merely needed to focus on eating heartily, ensuring that his own supplies remained intact. Xiao Mo, you're leaving tomorrow. Will there be any dangers on the road? Su Lu pushed open Chun Mo's door, her face tinged with concern. Don't worry, Mom. This time, Governor Yu from Zhujiang is personally escorting me, Chun Mo replied, looking up from his belongings. That's good to hear. Su Lu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Xiao Mo, please prioritize your safety during the training. Do not act recklessly. Also, be mindful during sparring sessions, especially with the girls. Do not focus solely on their chests. At this rate, you won't find a girlfriend. A question mark gradually appeared above Chun Mo's head. How had he ever focused on women's chests? Could he really be blamed for that? Who would allow the emblem of the heart of steel's charge attack to appear upon a chest? He is not a pervert, after all. It is inconceivable that he would focus his strikes there. Furthermore, the impact inflicted upon the chest is significantly inferior to that delivered to the nape or the temple. Given the choice, he would certainly prefer not to strike the chest. I understand, Mother. Rest assured. With a sigh, Chun Mo found himself unable to elucidate the matter to Su Lu and opted instead to deflect her inquiries. Should we perhaps accompany you to take a look? What if? Su Lu continued to prattle on, but Chun Mo decisively ushered her outside. Mother, I have been weary for several days. Could you prepare some braised spare ribs for dinner, and perhaps procure some roast goose as well? I shall take a nap first. Very well. I shall instruct your father to fetch the roast goose immediately. Su Lu nodded and promptly set about making the braised spare ribs for Chun Mo. Once alone in the room, Chun Mo finally exhaled in relief. Reclining upon his spacious bed, He opened the system panel to glance at the 800 gold coins he had recently accrued. I hope to draw an item that grants mana. Drawing a deep breath, Chen Mo hesitated not and clicked on the equipment lottery. The spinning wheel of fortune whirled for several moments before gradually coming to a halt, ultimately landing on a white piece of equipment. Magic Sect, 35 attack power, 500 mana, converted to spirit power, 15 cooldown reduction, passive skill. Grants additional attack power based on mana. Passive skill, mana flow, increases spirit power cap when skills are used or when striking an enemy. Once the provided spirit power cap reaches its maximum, 200, this item will transform into Magic Cut. Note: after the Magic Sect evolves into Magic Cut, it can be materialized with gold coins and wielded as a weapon. How many coins are required for materialization? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time the system had offered something tangible. 167, 500 gold coins required to materialize Magic Cut. Chen Mo fell silent. The entirety of his possessions scarcely equated to 167, 500 coins. Never mind. I shall consider it when I have an abundance of coins in the future. Although the cost of materializing the Magic Cut was staggering, Chen Mo was at least fortunate enough to have drawn an item that provided mana and was particularly suited to him. After removing his iron-plated boots and donning the Magic Sect, the refreshing sensation returned to his mind. One must admit, the clarity of the entire world was truly intoxicating. By the way, system, can multiple footwear items be equipped simultaneously? Chen Mo suddenly recalled this question. If multiple pairs of shoes can be worn, then his speed would be. Shoe-type equipment can be equipped simultaneously, with attributes taking effect concurrently. The system's response confirmed Chen Mo's conjecture, intensifying his desire to unlock several more equipment slots. Please strive to grow stronger. Additional challenge and daily tasks will unlock after you complete the steel skin tempering. With those words, the system reverted to its previous silent state. Steel skin and steel bones, steel blood and steel marrow. Once I arrive at the southern training camp, I shall commence the forging of my physical form. At the same moment, Yang Zhua, fully recovered from his injuries, made his appearance within the Gu family. Gu Feng and Yang Zhua stared at each other, both rendered speechless as if struck dumb. Xiao Feng, you should have been aware that Yang Zhua would also be participating in this southern training camp, Gu Shuo remarked, seated beside the two, feeling a wave of exasperation at their silent standoff. Chapter 75. Born of steel, blood, and bone, I have no objections to the arrangement of our team. But why is he appearing in our home? Gu Feng expressed his displeasure with a slight pout, reclining on the sofa as he scrutinized Yang Zhua. Yang Zhua maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, sitting upright and appearing quite proper. However, his tattered clothing and grimy face rendered him somewhat comical. You are aware that Yang Zhua has been disowned by the Celestial Clan. For the past few days, he has been wandering around Yanjing. Aside from a few days spent in the hospital, he has gone without food for the remaining 8 days. Do you know the bridge hole at Salmon River? He has been residing there. Gu Shuo himself found it perplexing. As a prodigy of the Celestial Clan, how could Yang Zhua lack the ability to sustain himself without their support? What? Gu Feng was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Yang Zhua had fallen into such dire straits. A 5th-level martial artist. Surely he wouldn't starve even if he were out hunting monsters in the Abyss Rift for money, right? My identification card was stolen. Yang Zhua's face momentarily darkened. That person was exceptionally skilled at concealing their presence. Even I did not notice. I only realized something was amiss when I felt a chill at my backside. Gu Feng and Gu Shuo exchanged puzzled glances. Given Yang Zhua's account, could it be that he had encountered a pickpocket? But that seemed unlikely. There hadn't been pickpockets in Yanjing for many years, and this young man certainly had his share of misfortune. Forget it, Xiao Feng. Yang Zhua will stay just for tonight. Tomorrow, he will join you on your journey to the southern training camp. Gu Shuo understood that his son had been somewhat dissatisfied since Yang Zhua had bested him, and he felt it best to mediate between the two. Sure, actually, I don't mind how long you stay. Gu Feng nodded, glancing at the somewhat disheveled Yang Zhua. Thank you. Although Yang Zhua lacked social acumen, he could still perceive the kindness of others. After all, both of them were merely 17 or 18 years old, harboring no deep-seated grudges. Gu Feng naturally did not harbor any strong aversion toward Yangzhou. All right, everyone should rest now. We shall depart for the southern training camp promptly tomorrow. Gu Shuo, seeing that Gu Feng had accepted Yangzhou, took him to wash up and have a meal. The following morning, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of his home with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Last night, he had spoken with Governor Yu on the phone, who mentioned he would arrive at their rooftop at 6:30 in the morning to pick him up. What could it be, arriving by plane? Chen Mo sat at the edge of the building, gazing vacantly at the morning sky of Taizhou. The plane is too slow. I'll take you personally. It's much quicker. Just then, Yu Jinling's silhouette appeared above Chen Mo. Take you personally. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned before he felt himself being pulled skyward by an immense force. Of course, a master-level warrior can fly. Compared to the convenience of a helicopter, a Master's flying speed is swifter and more discreet, ensuring Chen Mo's safety even further. Kid, make sure to bring some glory to your old lady at the southern training camp. Yu Jinling nestled Chen Mo under her armpit, channeling her vitality to soften the surrounding airflow, especially at this pivotal third level. It was crucial to make optimal use of the unique equipment found in the southern training camp. If one's talent was sufficient, it was conceivable to refine both steel skin and steel blood within a month, thereby conserving a significant amount of resources for steel bones and steel marrow. Could I perhaps refine steel skin, steel blood, steel bones, and steel marrow all within a month? Upon hearing Yu Jinling's words, Chen Mo immediately realized how precious this opportunity at the southern training camp was. Typically, a third-level warrior would require at least 6 months to refine their entire skin into steel skin, yet at the southern training camp, one could potentially achieve both steel skin and steel blood in just a month. Do not entertain such fanciful thoughts. An accelerated pace could jeopardize your foundation. Steady progress is the righteous path. Yu Jinling understood Chen Mo's mindset. It was not uncommon for the youth to harbor a hint of radical ambition. However, you do have the chance to begin refining steel bones, which corresponds to reaching the 5th level. Now, do not get lost in your thoughts. As I have matters to instruct you on, do not think of the southern training camp as merely a reward. It serves as both a reward and a trial. The danger level is not lower than that of the national competition, and there are even fatal quotas. Be exceedingly cautious, especially during the combat sessions in the latter half of the month. Do not sacrifice your life for points. Do you understand? Chen Mo nodded, yet his heart was already eagerly anticipating the combat of the latter half of the month. His inner steel could only surge significantly during real combat, which was also when his strength increased the most. Currently, Chen Mo's life force had reached an astonishing 228,396. With an attack power soaring to 4,308. With his current foundational stats, he could easily confront a 5th-level warrior, that is, a Steel Blood Realm warrior, or engage in prolonged skirmishes with a 6th-level Steel Bone Realm warrior without issue. Hey, you little rascal, I'm talking to you. Noticing Chen Mo staring blankly into the distance, Yu Jinling tapped him lightly on the forehead. Ouch! Chen Mo grimaced in pain, casting a displeased glance at Yu Jinling. Yu Jinling felt Chen Mo's forehead and sensed something was amiss. It did not feel like that of someone whose skin had never been refined. Have you refined your skin? Yu Jinling asked, surprised. Could it be that this child is naturally endowed with steel skin? No, I haven't refined my skin at all, Chen Mo replied, perplexed by Yu Jinling's sudden inquiry. Then that must mean you're inherently blessed with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Yu Jinling's hands roamed over Chen Mo's body, assessing his physical strength through touch. No wonder you could hold off 2 7th-level warriors and nearly defeat Yangzhou. What does it mean to be born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones? Chen Mo was taken aback. Could his extraordinarily high life force be perceived as a special talent? I have also perused your previous numerical report, noting that your physical strength approaches the 5th level of the Steel Bone realm, and your vitality rivals that of the 7th-level Steel Marrow realm. Throughout the entirety of the national competition, I observed your performance, recognizing that your combat style lacked any semblance of technique. It was merely a display of your considerable strength and resilience. However, these 2 attributes are precisely what a martial artist strives for. which led me to speculate from the outset that you might possess an innate constitution of steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. As Eugene Ling paused momentarily, a flicker of envy glimmered in her gaze. To be candid, I find myself rather envious of you. You are indeed endowed with an inherent toughness. Should you undergo further tempering, it would constitute a second refinement. Should you successfully achieve this second refinement, you may very well surpass even the most formidable 7th-level martial artists. Chapter 76. Chen Mo, a prodigy endowed with both vitality and mental prowess. Eugene Ling paused momentarily, as if struck by a thought. Naturally, compared to ordinary martial artists, your innate attributes of iron skin, iron blood, and iron bones will complicate your refinement process significantly. Therefore, it is imperative that you seize this opportunity during the Southern training session, making the most of the specialized equipment available there to aid in your refinement. This is indeed your finest chance to grow stronger. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mo's expression turned solemn. Could it be that possessing such high vitality would genuinely hinder his physical refinement progress? There are sacrifices to be made. What one gains often comes at a cost. Nevertheless, Chen Mo remained unfazed. Even if his martial path stagnated at the 3rd level, he could still rely on the overwhelming power of his heart as steel. Should he draw the coveted candle of the Inferno for infinite attack speed, or the cursed stone for boundless defense and spell strength, yet these were merely daydreams. After all, the odds of drawing these two from a pool of 840 skills were akin to finding a desired character in a chaotic game. You're surprisingly composed, Eugene Ling remarked, somewhat taken aback by Chen Mo's mature mindset at such a young age. You are destined to become a master in the future. 2 hours later, Eugene Ling and Chen Mo arrived at Yanqing International Airport. They traveled safely without encountering any threats. Go ahead and make sure to grasp this opportunity, Eugene Ling encouraged, giving Chen Mo's shoulder a reassuring pat before watching him enter the VIP lounge and turning to leave. Ah, you've arrived. Gu Feng spotted Chen Mo immediately, waving at him. Beside him sat Yang Zhuo and Ma Wanglin, the latter still dealing with her unhealed leg. What are you planning to do about your leg? Chen Mo inquired as he sat next to Ma Wanglin, eyeing her leg where the wound had healed but remained severed. It's fine. My teacher said the mentalist at the Southern training session will assist in reattaching it, she replied, lifting her chilled medical box to show the others her severed leg. Even Yang Zhuo was at a loss for words, staring at the leg in the box in stunned silence. Ahem, it's time. S-board, Gu Feng interjected, sensing the awkward atmosphere, and led the trio toward the boarding gate. This time, they were not aboard a regular commercial flight, but rather a military transport aircraft. Including Chen Mo's team of 4, there were a total of 16 participants in the Southern training session, all adolescents at the prime of their youth. As for the divisions, it appeared they were categorized based on combat styles and methods. Chen Mo's team shared a remarkably similar combat philosophy. Life and death were trivial, and they would fight fiercely against any challenge. Are we not headed for the Southern training? Why are we on a military transport? Ma Wanglin, who had previously shown no signs of anxiety even with her injury, now appeared nervous as she clutched her severed leg. Indeed, the Southern training site only has military airports. There are no civilian ones. The destination shall not be. Ma Wanglin recalled the renowned all-weather military city, Dawn City. Yes, indeed, it is Dawn City. Gu Feng nodded, admitting that he too felt a twinge of anxiety. Dawn City is situated on a vast island in the southernmost part of the Great Xia, covering an area of 760,000 square kilometers. This island enjoys a perpetual summer, bustling with vitality. Simultaneously, it serves as the foremost line of defense for Great Xia against the incursions of the chaotic sea beasts, with large-scale battles occurring almost daily. For newcomers like them, who have yet to witness such grand conflicts, Dawn City presents an exceptional training ground. Until the aircraft took off, no one else appeared aside from the 16 of them, as if they had been left to their own devices. Ahem, can you hear me? Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, an announcement crackled through the plane-s speakers. The destination for this Southern training session is Dawn City, with the first month designated for training and the latter half for real combat. There are 3 slots for fatalities in this southern training, though I sincerely hope none will be utilized. Please fasten your seatbelts. We shall land punctually in 3 hours. Chun Mo and his companions hastily secured their seatbelts, acutely aware of the differences between a transport plane and a commercial aircraft. That voice, where had he heard it before? Chun Mo furrowed his brow, the voice sounding vaguely familiar. Was it merely an illusion? You must recognize it. That was Director Chu from the Shanghai Institute of Mental Energy Research, who is accompanying us to Dawn City. Gu Feng seemed well-informed and began to elucidate matters to Chun Mo and the others. Recently, a new real-time communication device has been developed, operable within the realms of the chaotic sea and the abyssal rift. However, this device comes with a limitation. Practitioners can only receive information, and for two-way communication, the assistance of a mentalist is required. Our training session also aims to test this innovative communication device. As Gu Feng spoke at length, Director Chu, seated in an electronic wheelchair, was pushed out by Chu Chi. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Director Chu chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Feng. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gu Feng scratched his head. The confidentiality of this matter was quite high, and disseminating it before reaching Dawn City was strictly prohibited. You have hidden quite well. Nevertheless, Director Chu's primary focus was not on Gu Feng. Eventually, the new communication device would be unveiled, whether sooner or later. However, the young Chun Mo perplexed him. What means had this lad employed to shield himself from his prior inquiries? At that moment, I was uncertain of your intentions. It was imperative not to reveal myself. What if that old man harbored ulterior motives towards me? I was gravely injured at the time, lacking the strength to resist. Chun Mo wore an expression of innocence, which only served to amuse Director Chu further. Very well, you are indeed a talent. I shall ensure that those esteemed masters look after you. As for the Celestial Clan, do you comprehend the disparity between you and Chun Mo? Dean Chu turned to Yang Zhua and inquired. His physical prowess and willpower surpassed my own. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Zhua replied, "This is merely one aspect. There is something that you all remain oblivious to." Dean Chu regarded Chun Mo with a bemused expression, pondering how this audacious lad could conceal such a gift. Chun Mo possesses both vital energy and mental strength. What? Not only Gu Feng and his companions, but even the remaining 12 gasped in astonishment. How is it possible that there truly exists someone with both mental power and vital energy? Even Chu Chi wore a look of disbelief, as this was utterly beyond comprehension. Chapter 77. Chun Mo, on the brink of self-destruction, what do you think was the cause of that astonishing punch that sent the arena flying? Dean Chu gazed at Chun Mo with an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it all along," while slightly lifting his chin. This exemplifies the tremendous enhancement born from the fusion of mental strength and vitality, which is precisely what I have been striving to attain. You rascal. You had the audacity to deceive me before. How truly vexing. You caught me. Chun Mo chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, appearing sheepish at having been seen through. In reality, his heart was brimming with joy, for now he could freely utilize the skills he had drawn. With such a distinguished figure in mental strength research backing him, he need not fear scrutiny from others. He could simply attribute it all to the combination of mental strength and vitality. I must say, Dean Chu possesses an impressive imagination and capacity for inference. He has already concluded that Chun Mo's abilities are a product of the synergy between vitality and mental strength. You need not conceal anything from now on, but there is one condition. Dean Chu's gaze was piercing as he looked at Chun Mo, reminiscent of the scrutinizing eyes of the elderly gentleman from the Precision Data Testing Center. Should I require your assistance in my research? I hope you will lend me your hand. Certainly, as long as you don't intend to dissect me. Chen Montauk nodded, confident that any research would yield little of significance. Thus, he was indifferent. Very well, your willingness is sufficient. When you attend the training in the South, make sure to seize the opportunity to hone your body, but do not neglect the development of your mental strength. With that, Chu Chi guided Dean Chu back to the front cabin. Do not look at me like that. I only learned of this matter recently as well. Chun Mo felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gaze of Gu Feng and the others, as if they were intent on dissecting him for study. What a monster! Ma Wanglin could not help but lament how she felt overshadowed in the presence of these three. Who would have thought, Chenemo, that you also possess mental strength? Gu Feng exclaimed with palpable excitement, inching closer to Chenemo, inspecting him from head to toe. This will make refining your steel like skin, blood, and bones considerably easier. You need the assistance of a mentalist, as you can handle it yourself. What does refining my body have to do with a mentalist? Chenemo paused, perplexed. That's not quite it. It's merely that having a mentalist as assistance makes the process much smoother, Gu Feng clarified, shaking his head. A mentalist can guide your vitality into a rapid refining state through their mental strength, eliminating the need for you to painstakingly discover the sensation of refinement on your own. TSK, what a privileged individual, Ma Wanglin remarked with a hint of annoyance. She had not enjoyed such advantageous conditions in her own journey, having relied solely on her own exploration for body refinement. Despite the lack of combat prowess, hiring a rare but sufficiently skilled mentalist comes at a steep price. For an ordinary family, even a wealthy second-generation heir might struggle to afford one. In Zomari, Chen Montak, your progress in refining your body through the four realms will be remarkably swift. Gu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared that Ma Wanglin harbored a considerable prejudice against him. The utility of mental energy took him by surprise. Chenemo pondered for a moment. He had always believed that mental energy was solely for the execution of skills. Yet Gu Feng's remarks expanded Chun Mo's perspective. Simultaneously, they sparked a newfound curiosity within him. Noticing Chun Mo's silence, the others began to close their eyes and rest. As he savored the refreshing sensation in his mind, Chun Mo endeavored to control it. Gradually, he sensed that refreshing feeling begin to morph slowly, akin to a snail traversing within him. As that sensation grew increasingly distinct, Chun Mo's mastery over his mental energy became more adept, evolving from the pace of snail to that of tortoise. About an hour later, Chun Mo finally guided his mental energy into the flowing meridians filled with vital blood. However, the moment his mental energy collided with the vital blood, a terrifying, tingling sensation permeated Chun Mo's entire being. It felt as though his meridians had been punctured by the mental energy, causing the vital blood to leak out at an alarming rate. Gu Feng, noticing something amiss with Chun Mo, was at a loss as to what the issue might be. Observing Chun Mo's anguished expression and the eruption of vital blood, Gu Feng comprehended what Chun Mo was attempting. Is he refining his body? What sheer folly! Who begins refining right away? Chun Mo, stop! Gu Feng sprang to his feet and vigorously shook Chun Mo, whose eyes remained tightly shut. Yangzhua, stop daydreaming and hurry to summon Director Zhu. Chun Mo is in trouble. He is toying with his mental energy to the brink of disaster. Yangzhua hesitated for a moment, then wordlessly unbuckled his seatbelt and headed toward the cockpit. Chun Mo awakened, seeing that Chun Mo still exhibited no response. Gu Feng grew increasingly anxious and delivered a punch to Chun Mo's face. Yet, even this failed to rouse Chun Mo. What to do? Gu Feng paced in circles, for Chun Mo was the only individual he could genuinely call a friend. Just then, Zhu Qi wheeled in Director Zhu. The director was equally distressed. If anything were to happen to this rare gem possessing both vital blood and mental energy, what would he do? After assessing Chun Mo's current condition, Director Zhu closed his eyes and let his mental energy weave into strands, commencing the repair of Chun Mo's damaged meridians. What on earth happened? It seems as if his meridians were blasted apart like firecrackers. While he mended the injuries to Chun Mo's meridians, Director Zhu muttered in confusion. After a while, Chun Mo regained consciousness. Director Zhu, what brings you here? Chun Mo asked, taken aback by the elderly man's darkened visage. What brings me here? Director Zhu was almost amused by his own frustration. Were it not for his paralysis, he would have stood up to deliver a kick to Chun Mo. Do you realize you've ruptured your meridians by meddling with your mental energy? With no guidance. How could you dare to use such an immense amount of mental energy to probe your meridians? Do you understand how perilous this is? Without me here, you would have wasted away from the dispersal of your vital blood. Upon hearing that Chun Mo had encountered trouble due to his mental prowess, Gu Feng's countenance grew somewhat awkward as he cautiously returned to his seat and fastened his seatbelt. I find it tolerable, Chinamo remarked, rubbing his nose. His vitality had diminished by less than 1/10, and his blue energy had merely decreased by 200 from 500. Resilient, indeed. Director Zhu's forehead bulged with veins, as this was the typical reaction he received whenever he elucidated safety protocols to these martial artists. Let me make this abundantly clear. Until we reach Dawn City, you are prohibited from utilizing your mental abilities. Once we arrive, I shall personally instruct you on their proper application. Do not jeopardize your life further. Do you comprehend? The veins on Director Zhu's neck were visibly engorged, indicating his considerable anger. Oh, understood. Chinamo recoiled slightly. This old man possesses quite the temper. Chapter 78, Blood Sickle. Songbin. Remarkably, he has swiftly discerned the method for consolidating spiritual energy. This lad possesses quite an astute mind. After murmuring this, Director Chu allowed Chu Chi to push him back in the cockpit, realizing that mastering spiritual energy was no simple feat. Chen Mo became considerably more subdued during the subsequent journey. At the very least, he refrained from recklessly using his spiritual energy to rupture his own meridians. After nearly 4 hours of flight, the group successfully landed at the military airport on South Island. As the cabin door opened, a wave of scorching heat rushed in. Goodness, it's sweltering. Chun Mo found himself squinting against the blast of hot air. The temperature on South Island was at least 50 degrees Celsius. Indeed, it was the height of summer on South Island, hence the heat. Gufeng retrieved 4 pairs of sunglasses from his bag, distributing them among Chun Mo and the others. Even in winter, the temperature here hovers around 40 degrees, and we haven't yet reached the peak of the heat. We were fortunate to arrive before hurricane season. Soon, it would be as if boiling water was pouring down every day. Enough of this chatter. Let us hurry and board the shuttle bus. Chun Mo and his companions disregarded Gufeng's rambling and surged into the waiting shuttle. Are you the young trainees for this southern training session? The driver, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, inquired. Yes, my name is Gufeng. May I ask how to address you? Being the most knowledgeable among the 16, Gufeng took the initiative to communicate with the driver. You can call me Uncle Song. Songbin's smile was remarkably approachable, and seeing it, everyone relaxed. Uncle Song, have you always been driving the shuttle here on South Island? Chen Mo, displaying a friendly demeanor, sat beside Songbin and inquired. Not all. I was only transferred here last month. Songbin shook his head, scrutinizing Chen Mo from head to toe. You're the one whose sister you spoke of, the one with innate steel skin, blood, and bones? That would be me. Chen Mo chuckled, surprised that Eugeneling's call had reached this far. Wait, sister you? To use such an endearing term for a provincial governor indicates that Songbin's status is likely quite significant. You are quite impressive. I will personally guide your team. Songbin smiled, falling silent thereafter, as he drove the shuttle toward the southern training camp. Personal guidance. Chen Mo and Gufeng exchanged glances, instantly recognizing Songbin's identity. He is one of the 4 grandmasters prepared for this southern training camp. Songbin Song. Gufeng suddenly had a realization. The previously unbearable heat seemed to cool. This name, coupled with his recent transfer to South Island, confirmed it. He is the newly appointed governor of South Island, the Blood Sickle. Songbin. Despite Songbin's gentle smile, his achievements are quite formidable. He has slain 100,000 Abyss warriors single-handedly, fought 4 deep Abyss grandmasters, killing 1 and wounding 3. This individual ranks among the most powerful in the entire Great Xia. Ah, have you recalled who I am? Songbin turned around and cast a glance at Gufeng, offering a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I have already spoken with your esteemed father, and I shall guide you diligently. By the way, he also requested that I rectify some of your less desirable habits. His previously gentle smile suddenly transformed into an icy demeanor, leaving Gufeng to awkwardly chuckle and remain silent. Half an hour later, Songbin halted the shuttle in a spacious courtyard. Children, disembark. We have arrived. After distributing the team roster, he cleared his throat before the 16 young men and women assembled before him. Your dormitory assignments for the next month and a half have been finalized, organized by your respective teams, with 4 individuals per room. A few of the girls in the group gasped in astonishment. Are we sharing rooms with boys? Can't the girls stay together? Absolutely not. Although Song Bin's tone remained gentle, an unmistakable authority resonated in his voice. As warriors, the distinction between genders is of little significance. Would you show leniency simply because your opponent is a woman? Chen Mo exemplifies this perfectly. Regardless of how beautiful his adversaries may be, he has never shown mercy. Am I right? Yes, Chen Mo replied, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as the implications of his reputation began to dawn on him. Very well, you are dismissed. Go and rest. Song Bin clapped his hands, prompting the group to gather their belongings and disperse. We're in room 101, right? Chen Mo glanced at the team roster, noting that their group was assigned to the foremost room, 101. Will it be inconvenient to live together? He asked, turning back to Ma Wanglin as they entered the dormitory. What inconvenience could there be? You merely have a few more appendages than I do, Ma Wanglin responded swiftly, placing her luggage in the cupboard and sitting on her bed. Ah, and I have 2 less lumps of flesh, she added with a smirk. Chen Mo and the others quickly recognized Ma Wanglin's fortitude. It seemed the next month and a half would pass without any embarrassing situations, at least not for her. Once their belongings were organized, Chen Mo and the others sat at the desk, exchanging glances of uncertainty. So what shall we do now? Ma Wanglin inquired, clutching her injured leg and surveying her companions. Do not rush. The coming days will be quite challenging, Gu Feng sighed, beads of cold sweat forming at the thought of having Song Bin as their mentor. Our mentor is Uncle Song, a 13th level master and a practical combat expert. Under his tutelage, we are likely to face a grueling experience. How so? Chen Mo's interest was piqued, clearly intrigued by the formidable reputation of Song Bin. Uncle Song hails from a military background, adopting a style characterized by unyielding strength and ferocity, which suits us well, Gu Feng explained. At this point, he paused as a realization struck him. It became evident why Song Bin had been designated as their mentor. After all, he embodied the very essence of relentless strength, while Ma Wanglin was audacious enough to embrace her reckless side. Chen Mo possesses a naturally resilient constitution, well suited to the vigorous approach of Song Bin. As for Yang Zhua, perhaps the higher-ups believe that the camaraderie among the few of you is relatively strong? You are quite right. The reason I have been appointed as your mentor stems from this very notion. Just as Gu Feng finished speaking, Song Bin's figure materialized at the dormitory door. Chen Mo, I have heard from Sister Yu that you have yet to select a suitable cold weapon for yourself. Chapter 79. The Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully. Aside from the Blood Fury Fist taught to him by Tian Xingxing, he possessed no other martial techniques. The Blood Fury Fist was a specialized combat art reserved for military use, intended for mutual destruction with enemies, suitable only as a final blow. Thus, he truly required a martial skill that could be employed regularly. Both Steel of the Heart and other techniques had prohibitively long cooldowns. Let me ask you this. Would you be willing to practice the halberd with me? Song Bin inquired, a signature, gentle smile gracing his face. I have a martial technique that is exceedingly suitable for you, known as the Demon Slaying 6 Halberd, which I developed during my own ascension to the 7th level of Steel Marrow. This technique demanded a great deal from the user's physique and consumed significant vitality, yet its power was undeniably formidable. Each strike's intensity doubled that of the previous one, with vitality expenditure also escalating exponentially, allowing for a maximum of 6 consecutive accumulations. What do you think? Would you like to learn the Demon Slaying 6 Halberd? Really? Chen Mo's eye sparkled. He had a penchant for powerful and grandiose martial arts and weaponry. Why jest with you? To demonstrate his sincerity, Song Bin retrieved a nearly 3-meter-long box beside him. Since you have chosen the halberd, I shall gift you this Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd, which I wielded before my breakthrough to the 9th level. As he presented the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd to Chen Mo, Song Bin tossed over a pristine martial arts manual. This is the foundational combat technique for the halberd. Once you have mastered it, I shall teach you the Demon Slaying 6 Halberd. With that, Song Bin turned and departed, appearing unconcerned. However, the others in the dormitory noticed the pleased smile at the corner of his mouth, indicating his satisfaction with Chen Mo, his semi-apprentice. After Song Bin left, the three including Yang Zhua, gathered around. Chinemo, open it and see. They were all eager to discover what a weapon wielded by a 13th level master in his youth would look like. Chen Mo himself was filled with excitement as he unlocked the spring latch of the weapon box, revealing the true form of the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Wow! The group could not suppress their astonishment at the sight of the pitch-black halberd. The Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd measured 2.5 meters in length, featuring dual edges and 4 blades, with the 2 curved edges resembling dragon teeth. The crimson spearhead at the top resembled a phoenix's beak, hence its name. The curved edges seemed to be soaked in indelible, thick blood, emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. Chen Mo gulped. It was the first time he had developed such a fondness for a weapon. Quick, quick, quick! Pick it up and take a look. Although Gu Feng and the others were curious, they refrained from touching the weapon without its owner's permission. Nodding, Chen Mo reached out and grasped the grip of the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Cold and heavy, this was his immediate impression upon handling the halberd. So heavy, with a forceful tug, the halberd, sealed away for many years, finally emerged into the light once more, reclaiming its rightful owner. Alas, the long halberd is far more impressive than the long staff. Gu Feng gazed longingly at the exquisite Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd, contemplating why he had chosen to practice staff techniques instead. It seems that the long spear would suit me better, he mused. Ma Wanglin shook her head, although she too found the halberd remarkably striking. A splendid weapon. Indeed, it is well suited for you, Yang Zhua remarked, nodding in approval after glancing at the halberd in Chen Mo's grasp. Chen Mo remained silent, focusing instead on the weight of the long halberd. This Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd must weigh at least 600 pounds. It was his first experience wielding such a cumbersome weapon, yet his remarkable strength made it manageable. Is there still a list left by Uncle Song? Just as Chen Mo was acclimatizing himself to the halberd's feel, Gu Feng suddenly noticed a note pressed beneath a box. No, it wasn't merely a note. It was the internal map of the southern training camp. Gu Feng lifted the map, which clearly indicated several training rooms unknown to the outside world. Are you still playing with that halberd? Don't you understand what Uncle Song meant by giving us this? Gu Feng poked Chen Mo, who was still toying with the halberd, and spread the map across the table. Look here, this is the daily elixir distribution point. And here is the gravity tempering chamber. This one is for vital energy replenishment, and here is the agility training room. Gu Feng excitedly pointed out each training room on the map. Wow, aside from having a vital energy replenishment room at home, we have none of these. Ma Wanglin scoffed, casting an annoyed glare at Gu Feng. Stop worrying about my fate for now. Let's secure our spots first. Chen Mo finally reacted, stowing away the halberd and clutching the internal map as he led the group towards the elixir distribution point. Meanwhile, in a certain abyss, Zhao Hai, why is it that everyone else has perished, yet you remain? The archbishop savored a cup of hot tea, observing the trembling man kneeling before him. Zhao Hai faltered, unable to admit that he had quailed at the sight of Chen Mo confronting 2 7th-tier warriors. Very well, I shall not pursue your cowardice this time, the archbishop said with a slight smile, setting down his teacup and affectionately patting the head of the abyssal tiger. This has also allowed me to gauge Guji's true strength, so it's not entirely in vain. However, you cannot escape responsibility for the loss of 10 mid-tier, 4th-level warriors from my southern diocese, Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai emitted a strange cry, startled by the archbishop's seemingly gentle words, as a stream of liquid erupted from his lower half. You've made such a mess of yourself that even the abyssal tiger refuses to consume you. The archbishop wrinkled his brow in distaste and kicked Zhao Hai away. I am granting you one more opportunity. This ancient relic was procured from the depths of the abyss. The archbishop turned and departed after tossing a stone whistle to Zhao Hai. The talents of the human race pose a significant threat to the Holy Church. They must not be allowed to flourish. Do you understand? Zhao Hai, spitting blood, managed to rise with great effort, picking up the whistle from the ground and revealing a peculiar smile. Of course, my lord bishop, I comprehend fully. Chen Montak, O Chen Montak, having brought me to this state, how could I allow you to grow comfortably? Fortunately, he had escaped quickly last time, avoiding detection by that scoundrel Chen Mo. Otherwise, he he would not have received this treasure from the Archbishop today. With this ancient relic in hand, Chun Mo is doomed. Chapter 80. The commencement of steel skin refinement. At this moment, Chun Mo remained oblivious to the unfolding events, locked in a silent standoff with the supervisor at the elixir distribution point. Chun Mo, I've told you repeatedly, each individual is permitted to collect only this quantity of elixirs at a time. You must consume them before returning for more. The supervising teacher rapped the table, gesturing towards the handful of assorted elixirs clutched in Chun Mo's arms. 10 level 3 blood chi pills, 10 level 3 body refinement pills, 2 resurrection pills, and 10 bottles of blood chi supplements. Do you have any notion of their worth? 2,600,000. It's not as though this is your only opportunity. Consume what you have and then return. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Chun Mo departed, clutching his bounty. Humph. It's not as if you were the one footing the bill. Why be so miserly? You all needn't look enviously. Everyone receives the same treatment. Take your allotted share and hurry along to your training. After ensuring that Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wanglin had received their due portions, the supervisor began to usher them out. The trio, gazing at the surplus elixirs capable of lasting them 3 days, followed Chun Mo with cheerful smiles. Which training room shall we visit first? Gu Feng inquired quietly as he approached Chun Mo. With the remaining participants of the training session resting, it was prudent for them to secure their positions beforehand. I plan to refine my skin in the gravity refinement room, Chun Mo replied after a moment of contemplation. Then we shall proceed together, Gu Feng agreed, clearly in accord with the plan. None among them had heard of the gravity refinement room, and curiosity about its effects buzzed among the group. The entire southern training camp boasted only 4 such rooms, and they were about to occupy one entirely. Located on the 3rd underground level, the group successfully gained entry after confirming their identities. Wait, just as Chun Mo swung open the door to one of the gravity refinement rooms, Chu Chi appeared behind him, pushing Director Chu forward. You're courting disaster. Aren't you? Do you know how to refine your body? To use the gravity refinement room without prior training is reckless. Director Chu sighed, exasperated by the boy's penchant for danger. Come, sit down. He gestured to a nearby seat, and after a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo complied. The process of body refinement was a painful endeavor, markedly different from the accumulation of blood chi in the initial 2 stages. If the first 2 stages were about amassing blood chi, the subsequent stage of body refinement was about depleting that very energy. As Director Chu spoke, he released his mental energy to guide the blood chi within Chun Mo, initiating the refinement of his skin. Now, consume a level 3 body refinement pill, he instructed, pointing at the elixir in Chun Mo's grasp. Without hesitation, Chun Mo swallowed one, feeling the gentle flow of medicinal energy coursing through him. Do you feel it? Channel your blood chi from your meridians and allow it to merge with your skin. When the area you are refining reaches its limit, that section will be deemed steel skin. Under the guidance of Director Chu, Chun Mo successfully fused his vital energy with a piece of skin the size of a fingernail. Yet, in the next moment, the vital energy that had been successfully integrated was squeezed out by the skin, returning once more to Chun Mo's meridians. What could this mean? Chun Mo looked at Director Chu with a hint of confusion. You possess an innate physique of steel, which can be regarded as a second refinement. Naturally, this proves to be considerably more challenging. Director Chu was not surprised by this situation, having encountered innate steel-skinned warriors before. Do you remember the sensation from earlier? I do. Chun Mo nodded, having clearly imprinted the route of the vital energy and the method of refinement in his mind. Excellent. Next, I shall teach you how to guide your vital energy using your mental strength. Director Chu nodded with satisfaction. This young man displayed considerable talent, both in martial prowess and mental discipline. Let us commence with the first step, differentiating your mental strength. Half an hour later, Chun Mo successfully twisted his mental strength into a fine thread and began to attempt guiding his vital energy. That's it, just like that. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Director Chu's eyes. The boy's aptitude for controlling mental strength surpassed even that for vital energy. Observing Chun Mo successfully entering the state of bodily refinement, Director Chu awakened him. You have mastered the method of bodily refinement and the technique for guiding your vital energy with mental strength. You may now utilize the gravity refinement chamber. Given your physical strength, without the assistance of the gravity chamber, it would take you a considerable amount of time to achieve the steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Thank you, Director Chu. Chen Mo bowed deeply in gratitude, his eyes filled with appreciation. This man was one of the highest-ranking mentalists in the entire Daxia. To receive such personalized instruction was a significant boon. There is no need for such formalities. Simply assist me when I encounter difficulties in my research. Director Chu waved his hand dismissively, not taking it too seriously. Very well, off you go. For your first use of the gravity refinement chamber, it is best to start at double gravity. Do not be reckless. Chen Mo nodded and entered the gravity refinement chamber, closing the door behind him. After adjusting the gravity within the room to double, he quickly acclimated and felt little discomfort. After some time, Chen Mo realized that his life force would enhance his physical constitution to a certain degree. Conversely, strengthening his body would also elevate his life force. Given his current life force, double gravity felt rather insufficient. However, exercising caution, Chen Mo gradually tested the adjustments to the gravity multiplier. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. It was only upon reaching 6 times that Chen Mo's body finally reached a critical threshold. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, he swallowed a third-grade body refining pill and began to guide his vital energy according to Director Chu's instructions. Soon, a strand of vital energy, under the guidance of his mental strength, detached from his meridians and merged into the piece of skin the size of a fingernail. This time, rather than being cast aside by the external world, a gradual integration began under 6-fold pressure. A sudden, needle-like pain surged through as a small section of Chen Mo's skin, currently undergoing tempering, began to ooze blood. There is no need for concern. This is a normal occurrence in the process of tempering the skin. Songbin, having appeared outside the gravity tempering chamber at some point, observed Chen Mo's bleeding skin and remarked, "The so-called tempering is a process of healing after injury, wherein vital energy and blood are infused into the skin. All you need to do is endure that sharp sensation. I will remain here and watch over you. Rest assured, you will temper it well." Chapter 81. The refinement begins. Defense soars. Upon receiving Song Bin's affirmation, Chen Mo boldly commenced the refinement of his skin under 6 times the gravitational pull. Although this was a standard procedure, he understood that should he falter, he must cease immediately. Observing Chen Mo entering the refining state, Song Bin cautioned him. After all, refinement is a process of destruction and repair. Should the speed of destruction exceed the threshold that one's body can endure, the consequences could be dire. Hearing this, Chen Mo cast a glance at his life force. As expected, his vitality was diminishing at a rate of 100 points per second. However, his recovery rate had reached 200 points per second, rendering the decline virtually inconsequential. This indicated that he had not yet approached his current limits. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo continued to monitor his vitality while simultaneously expanding the area of his skin being refined. Gradually, the rate of decline in his life force increased from 100 to 150 points per second, and then gently rose to 200 points. At this intensity, Chen Mo found himself in a state of equilibrium, fully capable of completing the refinement of his skin in one breath. The speed at which he's refining his skin is astonishing. Even the director of the academy, who specialized in mental prowess, noticed that Chen Mo's refinement rate surpassed that of ordinary prodigies by a considerable margin. No, it was not merely faster. It was a remarkable acceleration in progress. Did he not heed my words? Songbin furrowed his brow, concerned whether Chen Mo's body could withstand the strain. The refinement speed under 6 times gravity was already approximately 3 times faster than usual, and Chen Mo had nearly doubled the area being refined at once, leading to significant physical strain. Have you forgotten that this lad's vitality is nearly on par with that of a 7th-tier martial artist? Director Chu chuckled, completely unperturbed by the prospect of any issues arising for Chen Mo. At this rate, he could complete the skin refinement by the end of today. stepping into the realm of steel skin by tomorrow. I am genuinely curious about the strength Chunimo, who is inherently gifted with steel skin, will attain after a second refinement. You are not alone in your curiosity. I share it as well. Songbin resonated with Director Chu's sentiments, acknowledging that the intensity of the second refinement would far surpass that of the first. By the way, Xiao Song, you provided the internal map of the training camp to them, did you not? Director Chu turned to Songbin, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. That was indeed my doing. Since I will be their mentor during this period, it is only natural that I equip my students to excel from the outset. Songbin felt no remorse for his actions. If one were to undertake a task, it should be executed well. Was it not the norm? Yet, have you forgotten that one of the 4 children you brought has a broken leg? Director Chu sighed, lamenting the lack of foresight among these martial practitioners. Songbin suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing how he had overlooked this matter. The fracture in Ma Wanglin's leg has yet to heal, and proceeding with the tempering process at this juncture would inflict irreversible harm upon her body. In a swift motion, Songbin positioned himself in the gravity tempering chamber where Ma Wanglin resided, promptly disabling the internal double gravity. Ma Wanglin, who had not yet entered the tempering state, opened her eyes and gazed at Songbin, confusion etched across her face. Your immediate priority is to treat your broken leg. Rushing into tempering will cause irreversible damage to your body. Without hesitation, Songbin lifted Ma Wanglin, who was seated on the ground, and escorted her to the side of Director Chu. Director Chu, I kindly ask for your assistance. Songbin flashed a signature, gentle smile at the director. Do not smile at me like that. It gives me the chills, Director Chu quipped, shivering slightly. Rest assured, I will take care of this child and bring her to the blood revitalization treatment room. But my leg is not with me. Ma Wanglin, elated by Director Chu's willingness to treat her, felt a surge of hope. I will send someone to retrieve your leg. For now, I shall accompany you and Director Chu to the blood revitalization treatment room. Songbin fiddled with his phone for a moment, holding Ma Wanglin with one arm while guiding Director Chu with the other as they departed from the underground level 3. Director Chu felt a sudden lightness in his hands as the wheelchair he had been pushing vanished. Sigh. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best. He could now relax and take a short break. Observing Chun Mo in the gravity tempering chamber, blood spurting out like a fountain. Director Chu sprang up like a coiled spring. While he had witnessed martial artists tempering their skin before, it was uncommon for the process to resemble a sprinkler. Hastily, Director Chu pulled out his phone to contact Director Chu, only to realize that his phone had no call privileges within the training camp, compelling him to pursue the already vanished Songbin on foot. At this moment, Chun Mo had completed the tempering of his entire right arm, and his skin now exhibited a metallic sheen. Right arm steel skin tempering complete, defense 1000. Suddenly startled by the system notification, Chun Mo glanced at his defense power, now exceeding 1000, and couldn't help but chuckle. An increase of 1000 defense from just one arm, if the tempering were to be completed for his entire body. After some mental calculation, he deduced that if he finished tempering his whole body, his defense would surely rival that of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King, if not surpass it. So that is how it works? My tempering is enhancing according to my current physical strength. No wonder the improvement is so substantial. Chun Mo did not dwell on it, oblivious to how terrifying such a drastic enhancement appeared to outsiders. Regardless, he was determined to forge ahead, hoping to complete the tempering of his entire skin in one go. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Director Chu found himself lost within the training camp. The camp spanned 6 floors above ground and 6 below, covering an area of 7,000 square meters, making it inevitable to lose one's way without a map. Phew! Gu Feng exhaled, concluding today's tempering session. With the assistance of the gravity tempering chamber, Gu Feng successfully tempered the femur of his right leg into steel. Regrettably, his body had reached its limits. Further tempering would only result in injury, prompting him to cease the process. This endeavor consumed 5 level 5 body tempering pills and 8 level 5 vitality pills. Gu Feng glanced at his dwindling supply of medicinal resources before rising and exiting the gravity tempering chamber. As a prodigy, Gu Feng's resource consumption was approximately 20% less than that of ordinary warriors, yet the efficacy of his training was twice as potent. This exemplifies the advantage of genius: reduced resource expenditure coupled with significantly enhanced results. It is precisely this rationale that drives the great Xia to meticulously select genuine talents through national competitions for intensive cultivation. Who would not favor such a venture, characterized by minimal investment and substantial returns? Chapter 82. Breaking through the steel skin realm, but at what cost? Have you also reached your conclusion? Gu Feng turned to Yang Zhua, who had just stepped out for a moment. Indeed, the technology of your human race is remarkably convenient. Yang Zhua nodded, reflecting on how the celestial beings lacked such accessible technology, relying instead on innumerable resources and exceedingly strict mentors. Surely, technology transforms life. Gu Feng remarked as he settled beside Yang Zhua, taking a sip from a bottle of mineral water. His gaze wandered to the desolate gravity refinement room No. For before shifting to gravity refinement room number 1, where Chen Mo was located. Suddenly, Gu Feng spat out his drink and made a swift stride into room number 1. The sight that met him was shocking. The floor was awash with blood, and Chen Mo sat in the middle, resembling a blood-soaked gourd, with crimson streaming from his skin, creating a grotesque fountain of humanity. "Hey, can't you see this?" Gu Feng exclaimed, turning to the seemingly composed Yang Zhua, questioning whether the latter's intellect had been stifled by his celestial heritage. "I noticed, but his aura remains stable, so I refrained from disturbing him," Yang Zhua replied, stepping forward to the entrance of room number 1. Observing the bloodied spectacle of Chen Mo's stable, "Have you not noticed he is completely bald?" Gu Feng leaned against the transparent bulletproof glass, pointing at Chen Mo's gleaming scalp in disbelief. "His aura is fine," Yang Zhua reiterated, unconvinced of any danger. "Are you daft?" Gu Feng asked, exasperated. "I'm not daft. All right, maybe just a little. I'm not daft." Gu Feng abandoned all hope of rational discourse with Yang Zhua, who seemed almost robotic, his emotional intelligence practically non-existent. What to do? This could damage his foundation. Gu Feng fretted, akin to an ant on a hot stove, yet he lacked the authority to intervene in the gravity refinement room, helplessly watching Chen Mo transform into a fountain within. At that moment, Chen Mo remained oblivious to the commotion outside, wholly engrossed in refining the last unrefined patch of skin on his body, his progeny pouch. Oh no! The soul-wrenching pain was almost unbearable, and even Chen Mo struggled to fathom how ordinary martial artists endured the refinement of their progeny pouch. He felt that being stabbed twice would be more bearable than this ordeal. Almost there, just a bit longer. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to refine that final piece of skin. As the torment intensified, the system's notification finally echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the full-body skin refinement, achieving the steel skin realm. Calculating increase in defense. Congratulations, host, you have gained an additional 500 points of defense in the steel skin realm." Upon hearing this announcement, Chen Mo opened the system panel to review his attributes. Name: Chen Mo. Health points: 228,396. Health recovery: 200 per second. Vitality: 5,508. Attack power: 4298. Defense, damage reduction 7920. Mental strength 500. Percentage damage reduction 12. Percentage armor penetration 0. Fixed armor penetration 0. A defense of 6,792. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy, realizing that his defensive prowess surpassed even that of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King. Excluding prodigious talents like Yang Zhua and Gu Feng, martial artists below level 5 could not penetrate his defenses at all. However, he pondered, why was his vitality still over 5,000? After reviewing his attributes, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Wasn't the leap from level 2 to level 3 supposed to yield a substantial increase in vitality? Why had this breakthrough not augmented it? Regardless, he had ascended from the 3rd to the 4th level of Steel Skin Realm. Could this be the fastest breakthrough in history? Rising from the ground, Chen Mo wiped the blood from his face. Realizing something was amiss, he touched his face again, then his scalp. Where's my hair? The sensation was akin to that of a boiled egg devoid of any hair. His scalp felt smoother than his behind. Recognizing the anomaly, Chun Mo hastily deactivated the six-fold gravity and exited the gravity refining chamber. Gu Feng stared blankly at the bloodied, bald Chun Mo, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Chun Mo, are you okay? Something is very wrong. Chun Mo grabbed Gu Feng's collar, pointing at his bare scalp, exclaiming, "Where is my hair? My thick, luscious hair? I don't know. I didn't take your hair." Gu Feng was startled. It was his first time encountering such a terrifying version of Chun Mo. My hair. Chun Mo was aware that this predicament had nothing to do with Gu Feng, yet he felt irked by Gu Feng's flamboyant hairstyle. What is happening? What has happened to Chun Mo? Just as Chun Mo lamented his lost hair, Song Bin suddenly appeared before them. Song Bin examined Chun Mo from head to toe, then seized his arm. You finished refining? How is that possible? Song Bin's face was a canvas of disbelief as his hands roamed over Chun Mo's body, inspecting every inch of skin. You even refined the skin down there into steel skin? Otherwise, what does steel skin realm entail, if not refining all skin into steel skin? Tears streamed down Chun Mo's face. The joy of breaking through to a fourth-level martial artist could not suppress the sorrow of losing his hair. You make a valid point, but no one has ever refined all their skin at once. Even Song Bin, a master, felt bewildered. In all his years, this was the first time he had witnessed someone completely refining their skin in one go. Go ahead and check down there. I reckon you've lost all your hair too. Chun Mo shuddered, undid his belt, and reached inside. An eerie silence descended upon the entire third basement level. Gu Feng and the others simply watched as Chun Mo turned ashen gray. My hair. My body hair. I thought with your talent, you'd at most refine the skin of one arm. The whole body would take a week. Song Bin sighed, walked over to Chun Mo, and patted his shoulder. When the skin undergoes refinement, the pores also shrink. The coarser hair from before no longer suits this body. Naturally, it gets shed and replaced with new growth. Others refine their skin gradually. Old hair falls out, new hair grows in quickly, so they don't end up like you. But Song Bin hesitated, words caught in his throat, before finally settling on another sigh and a reassuring pat on Chun Mo's shoulder. Chapter 83. The super ingredients prepared by the cafeteria do not take it too much to heart. The adaptability of hair follicles is remarkably swift, and it is likely that your hair will begin to regrow before the commencement of the school term. Song Bin intended to smile, yet considering Chun Mo's current mood, he restrained himself. In your situation, it is rather convenient, at least for washing your hair. Chun Mo concealed his face with his hands, resolved not to step outside until his hair had grown back. Furthermore, your skin refinement process was executed too hastily, resulting in your vital energy and blood failing to keep pace. Song Bin cleared his throat, contemplating a shift in conversation. Perhaps it would be wise to visit the vital energy supplementation room to replenish your essence. Once your vitality reaches the limits of the steel skin realm, we may consider blood refinement. The difficulty of blood refinement is entirely distinct from that of skin refinement, necessitating a significantly greater amount of vital energy. Fortunately, your skin, post-refinement, is now capable of storing vital energy akin to meridians. You simply need to absorb it now. Oh, very well. Chun Mo nodded, his eyes devoid of spirit as he rose to his feet. He had already consumed 10 level 3 body refinement pills and 10 level 3 vital energy pills during the skin refinement, barely satisfying the energy requirements for the process. Perhaps it would be best to rest a while and then have dinner. Song Bin grasped Chun Mo's shoulder, guiding the trio away from the underground level 3. By the way, you please tidy up the number 1 gravity refinement room, especially the nooks and crannies. As Chu Chi was about to follow, he heard Song Bin's voice resonate from a distance. He began to despise being a warrior. As Chun Mo stepped into the training camp cafeteria, the hunger overshadowed by sorrow finally surged forth. Alongside the significant enhancement of his physical form, Chun Mo's appetite had also multiplied exponentially. However, the cafeteria had anticipated this eventuality, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. Cherish this time spent dining in the training camp cafeteria. Each dish is infused with invaluable medicinal ingredients. Particularly, The meat dishes are prepared with the flesh of beasts ranked above level 8, sourced from the Abyssal Kings, capable of enhancing vitality and fortifying the body. The staple foods, cultivated in the Abyssal Occupation Zone, are rich in energy, thus feel free to indulge heartily. The more you eat, the better. But do be cautious not to overextend your stomach. Having conveyed this, Songbin turned and departed, seemingly preoccupied with other matters. Eat. Chun Mo grasped a common iron tray from the cafeteria, glancing towards Gufeng and Yangzhua. Eat. Gufeng nodded vigorously. Even he had never encountered the flesh of an Abyssal King ranked level 8, let alone grains cultivated in the Abyssal Occupation Zone. Such items are priceless in the outside world, and ordinary individuals would not only be unable to obtain them, but might not even have heard of them. Only those among the top 16 of a national competition are privileged enough to relish such delicacies. As for the remaining half-month, they would have to rely on the points they earned to procure their meals. Chun Mo and Gufeng lunged at the cafeteria lady like famished wolves, causing her to tremble with the spoon she held. "Auntie, this doesn't tea cost you anything, so why are you shaking?" Chun Mo glowered at the 2 pieces of meat on his plate, directing his ire towards the quaking spoon of the lady. "I forgot. I thought this was the school cafeteria." The lady offered an awkward smile and hastily ladled a generous spoonful of level 8 Beast King's stewed meat on a Chun Mo's plate. After a while, having filled his plate with every dish available, Chun Mo returned to his seat with a dinner that weighed a staggering 15 pounds. Yet compared to Gufeng, Chun Mo's approach to dining was rather conservative. "Brother, have you never seen rice or meat before?" Chun Mo inquired, gazing at the 3 large plates before Gufeng. "I truly have never seen such things," Gufeng replied, unabashed, as he scooped a heaping spoonful into his mouth. "Each of these items is unseen in the outside world, and every bite enhances your physique. Besides, this is a privilege of being among the top 16 in the national competition. It would be a waste not to indulge. If any is left, it would be such a shame." It seemed reasonable to Chun Mo, who decided to abandon any semblance of pride and began shoveling an assortment of superfoods into his mouth like a bulldozer. Yangs would cast a glance at the 2 gluttons and also took a plate to serve himself. Initially, Yangs was savored his meal slowly, but once he experienced the delightful flavors, he too succumbed to a gluttonous frenzy, joining Chun Mo and Gufeng. "What is this? Aren't you from the celestial race, known for its abundant resources? Have you never tasted such exquisite food?" Gufeng raised an eyebrow and, after swallowing, posed a question. "No, we have these items within the celestial race." Yangs shook his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "However, our clan only transforms these resources into elixirs, which are far from palatable. I have grown up consuming elixirs and have never tasted anything this delectable." Poor child. Chun Mo and Gufeng exchanged sympathetic glances with Yangzhua. In truth, they were not alone. The rest of the top 16 in the national competition shared the same enthusiasm, each trying their utmost to savor the various superfoods. After several minutes, Chun Mo and his companions patted their bulging bellies and leaned back in their chairs. "By the way, where has Ma Wanglin gone?" Chun Mo suddenly looked up, realizing they had forgotten their teammate. "Huh, you can still remember me?" At that moment, Ma Wanglin appeared in their line of sight, carrying a tray. "Your legs." Gufeng's eyes lit up with astonishment as he beheld Ma Wanglin's intact limbs. "Thanks to Director Chu's assistance, I was able to have my leg reattached." Ma Wanglin wore only athletic shorts on his lower half, exposing his sun-kissed thighs to the gaze of the others. If not for the conspicuous scar, Ma Wanglin's legs would be deemed flawless. "If you like what you see, feel free to look a little longer." Ma Wanglin shot a glance at the 3 before proceeding to enjoy his meal. "I apologize for being overly forceful at that moment." Yangs struggled for quite a while before managing to utter those words. "It's all right. I was also intent on eliminating you." Ma Wanglin shook his head, acknowledging that once on the arena, life and death were of no concern, and that any injury sustained must be endured in silence. "I did not anticipate your remarkable strength. You truly embody the genius of the celestial race." "Thank you." Yangs' lips twitched, as if attempting a smile, yet ultimately faltered. "Have you made a complete recovery?" Chun Mo glanced at Ma Wanglin's leg, which appeared to have fully healed, and inquired. It cannot be deemed a full recovery, for the meridians in that fractured leg have suffered some atrophy and require a period of rehabilitative training. Ma Wanglin shook his head and continued, in about 3 days, the meridians will completely recover, and I will be able to resume my normal blood refinement practices. Chapter 84. Schedule. Moreover, I have heard that you have advanced to the 4th level. Ma Wanglin set down her chopsticks, gazing at Chun Mo with an expression of astonishment. Yes, I have incurred a slight cost. Chun Mo rubbed his bald head, offering an awkward smile. Progressing too swiftly has led to hair loss. I have experienced this before. Ma Wanglin did not ridicule Chun Mo, but instead offered him words of consolation. Additionally, this is something Dean Shu entrusted me to bring to you. It is a new type of communication device. As she spoke, Ma Wanglin opened her backpack and retrieved 4 miniature headsets. Didn't they say a mentalist was needed to assist from behind? Having these devices seems rather futile for us at the moment. Chun Mo took one of the miniature headsets and toyed with it for a while, realizing he was unsure how to use it. They should be arriving shortly. Ma Wanglin glanced at the time, then turned her gaze towards the entrance of the cafeteria. The cafeteria doors swung open, and 4 master instructors, including Songbin, entered. Well, have you all finished your meals? Songbin stepped forward from the group of instructors, scanning the cafeteria before nodding. This other training session serves not only as a reward for you, but also as a test of a new combat approach. The mentalist's psychic energy can be transmitted within the abyss without restriction through fixed means, thus resolving communication issues between warriors and those outside the abyss. Furthermore, mentalists can provide assistance from a warrior-esque perspective, achieving real-time combat support. And you'll be the testers for this trial. With that, Songbin stepped aside, revealing 4 specially uniformed mentalists. These 4 are the selected mentalists. From today onward, you will form teams and train together. Their ages are comparable to yours, and for the next month and a half, they will share your meals and accommodations, experiencing this period alongside you. Moreover, after a month of acclimatization, the second half of the month will officially commence practical training, where we will closely monitor your performance. Those who excel will receive additional points as rewards. As for what these points signify, I trust you are all aware. All right, off you go. Songbin stood aside, and the 4 specially uniformed mentalists approached their respective teams. Soon, a petite girl stood at the table of Chun Mo and his companions. Hello, I am He Miao, and I will serve as the logistics and support for the team. He Miao appeared somewhat intimidated by Chun Mo and the others, shyly beginning her self-introduction. Hello. I was wondering why there were 5 beds in the dormitory. It turns out you hadn't made your appearance yet. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration during this time. Chun Mo smiled at He Miao, harboring deep doubts about whether this girl would be of any assistance in battle. Her introverted demeanor seemed to resonate well with Yang Zhua. He Miao's cheeks flushed red, indicating her evident discomfort in social interactions. Sighing, Gu Feng pondered how such a personality could be chosen for their team's logistics and support. Chun Mo and Songbin approached Chun Mo, presenting him with a book. In addition to accumulating vital energy and honing the foundational techniques of the long spear this week, you also need to refine your agility. Although your speed is commendable, it lacks flexibility. The cloud stepping technique is particularly suitable for you. Is it really appropriate? Chun Mo scratched his head, feeling a sense of unworthiness as Songbin handed him the previously used Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear and now offered him another technique. There's nothing inappropriate about it. All 4 of you should learn the cloud stepping technique. With a wave of his hand, Songbin took a seat beside the group. I have already arranged your schedule for the upcoming week. Gu Feng and Yang Zhua, you are both close to reaching the 6th level of Steel Marrow Realm. Strive to break through within half a month. Ma Wanglin, since your body has just recovered, spend the first 3 days regaining your strength. Then continue to temper your bones. Chun Mo, you should first go to the Vitality Absorption Room to gather energy and store it within your steel skin. Songbin glanced at the attentive group, nodding in satisfaction. As for martial skills and combat techniques, Gu Feng and Yang Zhua need not worry. Their family's inherent skills are already sufficient. Ma Wanglin, I will impart a new technique to you. Your flame of war spear will serve you well until the 8th level. Chun Mo, your tasks are considerably demanding. With a sigh, Songbin reflected on Chun Mo's extraordinary talent, having advanced through the national competition relying solely on brute strength, yet possessing only the Blood Fury fist and lacking any agility techniques. For the next half-month, focus on practicing the foundational spear techniques and cloud stepping. Once you become proficient with a long spear, you can begin learning the Demon Slaughter 6 Pierce technique. Understood? Chen Mo and the others nodded in unison, their gazes shifting to He Miao. You need not look at her. This girl is the strongest in auxiliary combat among the four, with the greatest reserve of mental energy. Aside from her somewhat shy disposition, she has no shortcomings. Songbin patted He Miao's head, causing her face to flush once more. By the way, do not remove the micro earpiece during this period. We will be recording data at all times. That concludes my instructions. Take this time to familiarize yourselves with one another. Having outlined the plans for the next half-month, Songbin intended to leave with the other three masters. Wait a moment, Uncle Song, Chunamo suddenly called out to him, whispering, Uncle Song, why do those masters feel different for what you conveyed to me? It's as if they don't seem like masters. A flicker of surprise crossed Songbin's eyes. He had not anticipated Chun Mo's perceptiveness. Your instincts are correct. Those old fellows indeed carry issues. They sustained injuries to their foundations in previous battles defending humanity and can no longer engage in combat. Should one act recklessly, death awaits them. However, as a master, they can still impart their remaining wisdom. Teaching the younger generation is one such endeavor. These three, even I must address with utmost reverence as seniors. Do you understand? Understood. Chun Mo nodded, yet you just refer to them as old fellows. Once Chun Mo's confusion dissipated, Songbin rose to depart. So what shall we do tonight? Gu Feng scratched his head. Their dormitory possessed but a single restroom and shower. He and He Miao would wash up first, while the rest of the boys would have to make do. Monantai Vonglin impressed He Miao attendively. Chun Mo and the others concurred with Ma Wanglin's arrangement. This distribution seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 85. There is someone more abnormal than me the following day. After receiving his share of medicinal pills, Chun Mo and Ma Wanglin followed Songbin to the martial arts training room of the training camp. Today, I will impart the cloud stepping technique to both of you. Songbin declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serious. The cloud stepping technique is a martial art that grants practitioners who have not yet reached the master level a fleeting ability to fly. However, this technique imposes a fundamental requirement upon its users. They must attain the steel skin level, which allows them to project their vital energy outward. After a brief pause, observing that both students were attentively listening, Songbin continued. This technique allows one to compress the air beneath their feet through the projection of vital energy, enabling temporary flight. It sounds straightforward in theory, doesn't it? Chun Mo and Ma Wanglin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. In practice, it is indeed quite simple, but it does require precise control over the output of vital energy. As he spoke, Songbin gestured for Chun Mo and Ma Wanglin to observe his feet. The magnitude of your vital energy output determines the explosiveness at the moment of takeoff. Watch closely. This is the effect under normal circumstances. Chun Mo and Ma Wanglin fixed their gazes on the soles of Songbin's shoes, where a faint red mist began to coalesce. With that, Songbin stepped onto the mist, slowly lifting off the ground. Then came the demonstration of a powerful surge of vital energy. As his words fell, Songbin propelled himself forward like a cannonball, a mock cone forming behind him as he broke the sound barrier. The resulting shockwave sent Chun Mo and Ma Wanglin hurtling backward. Had Chun Mo not deftly grasped Ma Wanglin's hair, she would have likely been blown straight into the sea. The advantages of having hair, indeed. The shockwave was swift, both in its arrival and departure, and, after executing a loop, Songbin landed back in front of the two. I have completed my demonstration. You may now begin your attempts. However, given your current levels of vital energy, you will not be able to achieve such speed. Surpassing 100 kilometers per hour would be considered a remarkable talent. Moreover, be advised that the cloud stepping technique cannot be used continuously for extended periods, as it will deplete vast amounts of vital energy. The optimal method is to create a leverage point in the air and then utilize the cloud stepping technique for agile maneuvers. With that, Songbin seated himself on a nearby step, silently observing the two. In fact, Chen Mo had memorized the intricacies of the cloud stepping technique the previous night, and witnessing it firsthand deepened his understanding. Feeling the steel skin he had just refined, Chen Mo attempted to channel the vital energy from his meridians to the skin on the soles of his feet. This initial step went remarkably smoothly. Within a minute, he grasped the technique. Yet, despite the success of the first step, Chen Mo lacked experience in controlling the output of vital energy, resulting in an excessive release. With a loud bang, he soared into the sky like a firecracker, only to be met with a wave of weakness from the sudden depletion of his vital energy. Goodness, I can clear my vital energy in an instant. With a pallid complexion, Chen Mo abruptly began his freefall. Fortunately, plummeting from several stories, height did not inflict harm upon him. With a thud, his vitality nearly drained. Chen Mo landed on the ground and looked up to behold the sun-kissed, voluptuous thighs of Ma Wanglin. How long do you intend to lie there? Ma Wanglin's expression remained impassive as she grasped Chen Mo's arm, assisting him to his feet. Chen Mo, do you lack any experience in regulating your vitality? Observing from the side, Song Bin discerned the crux of Chen Mo's predicament. He had never genuinely utilized his vitality in a structured manner. Indeed, in the past, he had no martial skills and relied solely on wild, unrefined punches. Embarrassment washed over Chen Mo. His previous circumstances had indeed precluded him from accessing legitimate martial techniques. The only skill he possessed was the blood fury fist taught to him by Tian Xingxing, intended for desperate measures. A technique where the output of vitality directly correlates to its potency, fostering Chen Mo's habit of expending all his vitality in a single burst. I hadn't anticipated your issues were so profound. Song Bin rubbed his temples, having initially believed Chen Mo merely lacked systematic martial knowledge and techniques. However, it now seemed apparent that the boy had strayed far from the right path. This was akin to a reckless, suicidal assault. Ma Wanglin, you continue your practice for now. I will assist Chen Mo in mastering the control of his vitality output. After advising Ma Wanglin, Song Bin led Chen Mo aside to provide tailored instruction. This habit must be corrected, otherwise it will significantly hinder your future progress. You first learned the Blood Fury Fist from the Suppression Corps, then faced life-and-death combat during the national competition, so it is understandable that this habit formed. Gulme, let me guide you in experiencing what a normal vitality output should feel like. The morning swiftly passed, and under Song Bin's meticulous guidance, Chen Mo gradually transitioned from a reckless, self-destructive martial artist to a somewhat more conventional state. During lunch, aside from Chen Mo's team, the other groups finally recognized the exceptional quality of the cafeteria's offerings, one by one indulging in hearty feasts. At the dining table, as Chen Mo savored the Beast King grade braised pork, he scrutinized Yang Zhua. You needn't keep staring. This fellow is merely days away from breakthrough. Gu Feng, noticing Chen Mo's gaze, swallowed his mouthful before continuing. Level 6, Steelbone Realm? Ma Wanglin abruptly lifted her head, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Indeed, I require approximately 20 more days. His talent is simply extraordinary. Gu Feng nodded. His gaze towards Yang's was shifting with newfound respect. I've actually been stagnant in the Steel Blood Realm for over half a year now. It's about time for my breakthrough. Yang Zhua, however, saw nothing remarkable about the situation. With the assistance of human technology, an early breakthrough is to be expected. Moreover, have you not noticed that individual whose talent surpasses mine? He completed the skin tempering process from scratch in just 3 hours. His potential far exceeds my own. Yang Zhua pointed at Chen Mo, acknowledging that breaking through a significant realm in just 3 hours was indeed rather extraordinary. The impact was somewhat overwhelming. Gu Feng sighed deeply and, in a fit of frustration, indulged in a mouthful of Beast King grade braised meat. At that moment, He Miao seized the opportunity to interject as the conversation among the others reached a temporary pause. What's the matter? Chen Mo and the others simultaneously turned their gazes towards He Miao, causing her to instinctively shrink back. I have completed the initialization of the new communication system, and it is now ready for official use. That's great news. We won't have to rely on phone calls to stay in touch anymore. Gu Feng chuckled lightly, not placing too much significance on the new communication system. Chapter 86. Reaching the limit of vital energy. The forging begins, he meow pouted, recognizing that her capabilities could not be fully demonstrated during the training phase. Only in real combat could the significance of real-time communication be truly appreciated. As a spiritual practitioner, she possessed a formidable memory. Having memorized the entire map of the southern island, including every detail and every path, she could readily answer any inquiries posed by Chun Mo and his companions. Furthermore, with the assistance of her advanced spiritual equipment, she could employ mental encouragement and other auxiliary techniques through a miniature earpiece. Regrettably, there was no opportunity for her to showcase her talents at the moment. I will first head to the vital energy replenishment chamber. What about you? Chun Mo inquired, glancing at Ma Wanglin, who had managed to preliminarily master the cloud stepping technique after a morning of practice. Let us go together. I also need to replenish my vital energy to unblock the meridians in my broken leg. Ma Wanglin nodded, acknowledging that the efficiency of consuming medicinal pills could not match that of the replenishment chamber. Meanwhile, the 4 grandmasters, including Song Bin, gathered in the training camp's conference room. Xiao Song, the hurricane season is merely 20 days away. As this year's newly appointed governor, there are certain matters we old-timers must advise you on, remarked a kindly Master Gu, his demeanor betraying none of the immense power he wielded. Of course, please proceed, esteemed seniors, Song Bin replied, his head nodding in understanding, not perceiving any issues with their council. Each year, the southern island faced a rampage of sea beasts during the hurricane season, which was why the southern training was consistently held there. Another master, surnamed Huang, lifted his eyelids and spoke. This year's group of children is exceptionally outstanding, particularly that Chun Mo, who advanced from a level 3 warrior to a level 4 in a single afternoon, a feat unprecedented in history. Moreover, we must test the new communication system this year, attempting to have spiritual practitioners replace warriors in logistical roles, thus increasing the pressure significantly compared to previous years. The areas under considerable pressure will be managed by the Southern Army. The remaining regions with lesser pressure can be entrusted to these children and the town's defense teams. Have you made decisions regarding their assignments yet? Songbin did not respond immediately, lost in contemplation. I am actually pondering whether it is essential to assign these children to less pressured areas. I believe placing them on the front lines could be a commendable choice. What are your thoughts, esteemed seniors? Absolutely not. These children have yet to mature, and such a decision would be excessively risky. Master Huang directly dismissed Song Bin's proposal. In his view, these children were the reserve of grandmasters, and any losses in such a context would be a significant detriment. I, however, believe it is feasible. Master Gu nodded, acknowledging the potential merit in Song Bin's suggestion. Old Huang, you are overly indulgent towards these children. They are warriors, born for battle. If they do not undergo trials, they will merely become sheltered flowers. Haven't you learned enough from such lessons? However, the master of the Huang clan clenched his fist, harboring a desire to prevent those children from repeating the tragic fate of his grandson. I understand your concerns. It is entirely reasonable for you, as the sole survivor of the Huang family across 4 generations, to wish to shield the younger ones from peril. The master of the Gu clan sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate plight of old Huang and recognizing that his character had understandably become more timid. Yet, the children must inevitably grow without experiencing the true battleground. They shall never comprehend the grave challenges facing humanity at this moment. Therefore, let us entrust this matter to young Song. He hails from a military background and would never recklessly endanger those children. The Huang master fell into a contemplative silence, but eventually nodded in agreement. Young Song, it is entrusted to you. Thank you, Old Huang and Old Gu, for your support. I wonder what Old Xia thinks. Songbin expressed his gratitude towards the 2 masters. Yet the eldest among them, Xia Chifu, remained silent, thus withholding the final decision. Manage it as you see fit. My responsibility lies solely in teaching the students. Their survival is of little concern to me. Xia Chifu waved his hand dismissively, clearly indifferent to the matter. I understand, Songbin smiled, interpreting Xia Chifu's stance as tacit approval. With that, arrangements would be made for the 4 teams once the tempestuous sea beasts began to stir. A week slipped by in haste, and through Chun Mo's relentless efforts, he finally mastered the control of his vital energy output. Under the guidance of Song Bin, he also became proficient in the fundamental techniques of the long spear and began to practice the 6 consecutive stabs of demon slaying. Unfortunately, Chun Mo's progress with the cloud stacking step did not match that of Ma Wanglin. He could currently compress only 2 spheres of air as stepping points and lacked agility in aerial maneuvers. Nonetheless, his speed was commendable, provided he did not dwell on his inability to turn sharply. In the vital energy replenishment chamber, Chun Mo slowly opened his eyes. At last, he had reached a bottleneck. Upon reviewing his attributes, a smile crept across his face as he beheld his staggering vitality score of 65,000 points. As a 4th-level martial artist, his total vitality was formidable, surpassing the majority of 5th-level martial artists and even exceeding some 6th-level practitioners with weaker vitality. Not only had his vitality improved, but upon attaining the 4th-level Steel Skin realm, Chun Mo experienced enhancements across all attributes. However, the most significant improvement was in his defensive capabilities. The Blood Fury Fist proved to be exceptionally effective, dealing nearly 100,000 points of damage in a single strike. The downside was its lack of sustainability. He wondered how the damage would fare once he mastered the 6 consecutive stabs of demon slaying. After stretching, Chun Mo exited the vital energy replenishment chamber. Aside from him, the other 3 replenishment chambers were occupied by members of different teams. Ma Wanglin had already reopened the meridians of her fractured leg 3 days prior and had resumed the process of refining her blood. I cannot afford to fall too far behind. It is time for me to begin refining my blood as well. After collecting a 4th-level body refinement pill and a 4th-level vitality pill from the elixir distribution area, Chun Mo descended to the 3rd underground level. As soon as Chun Mo stepped out of the elevator, he observed an individual emerging from the gravity refinement chamber. This person, a member of the top 16, appeared exceptionally disheveled. His complexion was ashen, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, clearly a consequence of recklessly increasing the gravitational multiplier. It seemed he could not endure the strain of 7 times gravity. As he passed by Chun Mo, he muttered to himself. Noticing that the 1st gravity refinement chamber had become vacant, Chun Mo prepared his medicinal pills and entered. This time, he decided to commence with 6 times the gravity. Rubbing his hands together, he swallowed a 4th-grade body refining pill and began his attempt to refine his blood. Chapter 87. The exhausted Chun Mo, in stark contrast to the internal refinement perceived in conventional understanding. The process of a martial artist's body refinement unfolds from the exterior to the interior. Commencing from the skin, it progresses to the blood, bones, bone marrow, and ultimately, the most vulnerable of organs. Had Chun Mo's final punch during the national competition not inflicted genuine harm, he might not have succeeded in fracturing Yang's bones. With the experience of employing mental energy to guide his vital essence in refining his skin, Chun Mo found himself considerably adept at refining his blood. After a brief period of acclimatization, he successfully directed the first thread of vital essence into his bloodstream. Although the refined blood would still be replaced, its essence had been ingrained within his body, ensuring that subsequent iterations would retain this refined quality. The moment the vital essence came into contact with his blood, an unprecedented burning sensation surged through him with the ferocity of thunder. Glancing at his life points, Chun Mo couldn't help but grimace. 400 points per second meant he could only endure for 20 minutes. The body refinement pill could alleviate some of the damage inflicted by the refining process. Yet a conventional martial artist could consume no more than 1 at a time, as excessive intake could lead to failure in refinement. However, Chun Mo faced no such concerns. Whether due to his innate constitution or the abilities conferred by the system, he could now somewhat disregard the side effects of the pills. Nonetheless, this disregard had its limits. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a 2nd body refinement pill and swallowed it. The medicinal effects began to manifest, and the horrific burning sensation on his body noticeably diminished. Upon reviewing his attributes panel, he noted that the damage from blood refinement had decreased from 400 points per second to 300. Encouraged by this progress, he produced a 3rd body refinement pill and consumed it. Yet, In comparison to the second pill, the third yielded a far lesser effect, reducing the damage to 280 points per second. Should he take another? Chun Mo gritted his teeth. After all, these pills cost him nothing, so he would indulge as needed. After swallowing the fourth-grade body refinement pill, the reduction in damage was nearly negligible, dropping by a mere 10 points. This was satisfactory, with a decrease of 270 points per second, while simultaneously recovering 200 points per second. It meant that Chun Mo's life points would diminish at a rate of 70 per second. If he paced himself, he could continue refining for approximately an hour under 6 times the gravity. This figure was remarkably formidable. Apart from the 4 members of Chun Mo's team, the remaining 16 competitors could barely endure for about 15 minutes under double gravity. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Chun Mo focused all his attention on blood refinement. The process, undoubtedly painful, was an essential path to mastering his craft. As time trickled away, just before his life points neared depletion, Chun Mo opened his eyes. The progress felt agonizingly slow. At this rate, it would take at least a month to complete the refinement of his blood. Having deactivated the 6-fold gravity, Chun Mo emerged from the gravity refining chamber. His complexion somewhat pallid. Detection indicates that the host has successfully commenced blood refinement. 200 gold coins can be spent to digitalize the refining progress. Would you like to activate the digital refinement progress? Yes, no, 200 gold coins. Chun Mo licked his lips, pondering if it was a worthwhile expenditure. During this period, aside from training in the boot camp, he had not neglected to complete daily tasks to accumulate coins. In contrast to the fixed 50 coins from before, the daily task rewards after reaching level 4 fluctuated between 70 to 120 coins. Over the past week, combined with his previous savings, Chun Mo had amassed a total of 730 coins. Why not? After all, spending would allow him to earn more. After parting with the substantial sum of 200 coins, a new section appeared on Chun Mo's system panel. Body refinement progress, skin 99, blood 3, 9, bones 0, bone marrow 0, internal organs 0. Wait a moment. Chun Mo furrowed his brow. Had he not already completed the skin refinement? Why was the progress at 99? The host need not be perplexed. The maximum limit achievable through the current world's refinement methods is 99. The host can spend gold coins to complete the final one, attaining perfect steel skin. How much? Chun Mo felt an ominous premonition that his meager savings might dwindle. Perfect steel skin 1 progress, 500 gold coins. Damn it. If the results are unsatisfactory, I'll drag you down with me. Chun Mo cursed, yet he recognized the necessity of this 500 coins expenditure. He wondered what the difference between perfect steel skin and ordinary steel skin could be. Upon clicking purchase, fine fissures appeared on his skin simultaneously. Yet, from these fissures, no blood flowed, but rather a layer of smooth, delicate new skin emerged. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the steel skin refinement. Perfect steel blood 1 progress, 1,500 gold coins, now available. Why does it seem inferior to the previous steel skin? Chun Mo brushed off the flakes of skin that had fallen from his body, feeling the newly smooth and delicate skin. Could it be activated with vitality? With his thought, Chun Mo instinctively urged the stored vitality within his skin. In an instant, the formerly delicate skin transformed into an incredibly resilient layer, its color shifting from white to iron gray. Gently tapping the iron gray skin, Chun Mo was astonished to hear a sound identical to that of steel. Wow, this skin is remarkably sturdy. That 500 coins were indeed worth every penny. Perfect steel skin activating, consuming 20 vitality points per second. During activation, defense increases by 100. Such a noble percentage increase in attributes. Chun Mo delightedly deactivated the perfect steel skin state and glanced at the time. It was nearly dinner time. Hey, Xiao He Miao, where Gu Feng and the others now? Chun Mo pressed the tiny earpiece nestled within his ear, instantly connecting with He Miao, who was in her dormitory. Chun, could you please refrain from calling me little He Miao? He Miao's cheeks flushed as she spoke. Over the course of their acquaintance, Chun Mo and the others had taken to calling her by that endearing nickname. While He Miao did not harbor any disdain for the moniker, She found it rather too adorable for her aspirations. After all, she was determined to become a glamorous and sophisticated woman. Even her nickname should exude an air of authority and grandeur, much like Chun Mo's own epithet, Fierce Beast. Gu Feng and Yang Zhou had just concluded their agility training, while Sister Ma was engaged in strength training. I have already called them for you. Is it time for dinner? Chapter 88. The origin of Dawn City as the spiritual mentor responsible for communication and logistics within the team. He Miao often felt akin to a clock, an incessant reminder to gather everyone for meals. All right, I shall head to the cafeteria first. If there's anything you wish to eat, I shall serve it for you, he declared. Chun Mo nodded in acknowledgement and, after changing into a fresh set of clothes in the changing room, proceeded to the cafeteria. Today's menu continued to feature a grand feast crafted from an array of superfoods, bearing little distinction from previous days. The sole difference was the presence of 3 elderly gentlemen in the cafeteria. Come, you must be Chun Mo, right? Join us for a meal while we wait for your team to arrive, beckoned Master Huang with a kind smile. The trio was not merely being random. They had discerned the changes that had transpired within Chun Mo, nodding in acceptance. Chun Mo took a seat beside the 3 masters, holding his plate of food. Chun Mo, it seems you have undergone some transformation, remarked Xie Chifu, scrutinizing Chun Mo's skin and even reaching out to touch it. How could this be? I recall you having completed the tempering of your steel skin. Before Chun Mo could respond, Xie Chifu, Master Huang, and Master Gu exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. Young man, tell us honestly, can you now transform your skin to a steel-gray hue by channeling your blood energy? Xie Chifu seized Chun Mo's wrist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You noticed? Chun Mo chuckled, realizing that even masters with damaged foundations could still possess remarkable perception. His little secret was far from hidden in their eyes. Indeed, he possessed the innate steel skin, which at the 4th level endowed him with the unique ability characteristic of the 9th level of the Golden Body Realm. Demonstrate it for us. The 3 masters gazed intently at Chun Mo, their expressions as if he were an extraordinary treasure. Very well, Chun Mo replied without hesitation, activating his perfected steel skin. However, it was not the iron golden body of the Golden Body Realm. As the 3 masters beheld Chun Mo's steel-gray skin, they fell into contemplation. Could this be a special ability bestowed by the innate steel skin? Yet, there have been practitioners of the innate steel skin who underwent secondary tempering before, but none exhibited such changes as Chun Mo. It may be related to his inherent spiritual energy, Master Huang proposed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. This child possesses both spiritual energy and blood energy. The guiding process for tempering his skin was likely self-directed. Perhaps the infusion of spiritual energy during the tempering process is what enabled him to manifest the iron golden body earlier than usual. Possibly, but the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Not only must one have innate steel skin, but they must also possess both spiritual energy and blood energy. The 3 elders continued their discussion before Chun Mo. Fortunate that they did not inquire how he achieved this feat after all. He could hardly reveal that he had purchased it for 500 gold coins. Could he? Apologies. Chun, it seems we are encountering a situation we have not faced before and momentarily forgot about you. Master Gu smiled at Chun Mo and produced a small vial from his pocket. This vial of Chaos Sea Beast blood shall serve as your reward for accompanying us old fellows. Chaos Sea Beast blood? Chun Mo took the vial from Master Gu and examined it closely. This beast's blood is quite extraordinary, derived from a level 10 sea creature known as the Wandering Sea Demon. It can significantly accelerate the flow of one's vital energy without any adverse effects, enabling you to unleash a strength far beyond your usual capabilities within a mere 10 minutes. Save it for a critical moment. After explaining the function of the Chaos Sea Beast blood, Master Gu turned back to continue discussing Chun Mo's transformations with Masters Huang and Xie Chifu. Chun Mo nodded and stored the vial away. As night fell, after a full day of training, Chun Mo and his companions felt fatigued. We have been on the go for an entire week. Perhaps it is time for a rest? Gu Feng lay on his bed, listening to the sounds of running water and the laughter of girls coming from the bathroom. Shall we skip the afternoon training after completing the morning session tomorrow? It is a rare opportunity for us to visit the Southern Isle. We ought to indulge a bit. That sounds fine. You decide where to go, replied Chen nonchalantly. As refining one's blood is not a task that can be accomplished in just a day or two, it can wait until before the combat training begins. We must definitely visit the Abyssal Rift in Dawn City, as it is one of the few rifts that have been conquered. Gu Feng sat up, eager to witness the true Dawn City for himself. In reality, the city where Chen Mo and his companions currently resided was not originally called Dawn City. After the rift was conquered, a vast experimental metropolis was established above it in the shallow abyss, aptly named Dawn City. The city outside the rift was also renamed at that time. The conquered abyssal rift, Chen Mo rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. Dawn City boasts an arena specifically designed for entertainment, housing thousands of abyssal beasts for martial artists to train in real combat scenarios. It is also one of the primary sources of income for Dawn City. All right then, we shall head to Dawn City tomorrow. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why had no one mentioned such an enticing place before? He was already anticipating the rows of eager abyssal beasts. What are you all discussing? The bathroom door swung open, revealing the freshly washed Ma Wanglin and He Miao. We were just planning to visit the shallow abyss in Dawn City tomorrow for some fun and perhaps challenge the Dawn Arena. Gu Feng remarked with a hint of regret as he glanced up. It seems quite tightly scheduled, count me in. Ma Wanglin, also a fervent fighter, could not resist the allure of such an opportunity. However, there is no such thing as a leave of absence in the training camp. Without a moment's hesitation, Songbin declined the requests of Chen Mo and the others. Opportunities for practical experience abound. Once the remaining 23 days of training conclude, I implore you not to complain of fatigue. Should you still possess the inclination for further practice after our training sessions, you may then venture to the City of Dawn in the Abyss. Very well. A few among you appear rather disheartened, with Chen Mo being the most disappointed of all. Chen Mo, please retrieve the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear. I wish to assess your foundational techniques with a long spear. Chapter 89. The Ascendancy of Chen Mo. Who? Me? Fight you? Chen Mo pointed at himself, then glanced at the imposing Songbin before him, lost in contemplation. If he found me displeasing, he could simply voice it. There was no need to concoct such excuses to strike me. After all, in this entire training camp, it was just the two of us wielding long halberds. Songbin wore a gentle smile, yet there was something unsettling about it that made Chen Mo uneasy. All right, I am merely testing you, not engaging in spar. Quickly fetch the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Chen Mo took a cursory glance at Songbin's various attributes, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon. Indeed, he was a master of practical combat, boasting double-digit vitality, an impressive life force, and a staggering 7-digit attack power. However, it was perplexing that Songbin's defense was displayed as 0 on the panel. That was quite strange. Very well, I kindly ask you to show mercy. Uncle Song. Chen Mo sighed and turned toward the dormitory. A few minutes later, Chen Mo arrived, carrying the weapon box containing the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. Take up your weapon and attack me. Songbin stood in the center of the training ground, arms crossed, gesturing with his chin towards Chen Mo. Uncle Song, do you not require a weapon? As soon as Chen Mo posed the question, he realized the folly of his words. Did a distinguished 13th level master need a weapon to deal with a mere 4th level novice? He could likely subdue me with bare hands. No need. You do not think you can harm me, do you? Songbin chuckled, amused by the boy's vivid imagination. Then I shall not hold back. Chen Mo opened the weapon box and retrieved the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. The basic techniques of the long halberd were quite simple. Thrust, peck, hook, chop, and slash. A total of 5 forms. Yet, mastering the agile use of a halberd weighing over 600 pounds proved challenging for the average martial artist. Indeed, possessing innate strength, the 600-pound Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd felt as light as a feather in his hands. Songbin nodded with satisfaction. He was increasingly fond of this young lad. Without uttering a word, Chen Mo pointed the halberd directly at Songbin. With a powerful push off the ground, he instantly unleashed his utmost speed. Clang! With a mere pinch of his fingers, Songbin effortlessly grasped the beak of the halberd, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Had that strike come from a 5th-level martial artist, it would likely have pierced through. Even a 6th-level warrior would have sustained injury. Good, continue. Releasing the beak, Chun Mo shifted his grip on the halberd's tail and sharply thrust upward. Yet this was merely a feint. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Mo seamlessly transitioned through the techniques of thrust, peck, and hook. Not bad, not bad. Your talent with the halberd is on par with mine. Songbin grew increasingly exhilarated, striking the grip of the halberd and sending Chun Mo staggering back 3 meters. Cool, let me see how well you have mastered the final 2 techniques. Songbin beckoned Chun Mo, thoroughly impressed with his performance. A child who has never encountered weaponry can master the fundamental techniques of the long spear within a mere week, integrating the first 3 forms with remarkable speed. Surpassing many prodigies, Chun Mo took a deep breath and executed a fierce horizontal sweep aimed directly at Songbin's waist. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Songbin's defense, momentarily soaring to an astonishing 5 million, caused Chun Mo's spear to be deflected. Such formidable defense. In that fleeting instant, the magnitude of Songbin's defensive prowess was truly extraordinary, only to revert back to 0 the next moment. Continue, Chun Mo urged, eager to witness the most powerful strike of the long spear's foundational techniques, the cleave. Had he not utilized the upper-tier golden body just now, he might have genuinely suffered injury from this boy's terrifying strength. His physical resilience was astounding. This child was undoubtedly a natural-born master. Without uttering a word, Chun Mo fixated intently on Songbin's chest. Indeed, he had discerned the mark of a charged attack. It had been a week since he had tempered his steel, and an insatiable itch coursed through him. Now, upon seeing the charge attack sign, Chun Mo instinctively lifted his spear and launched an assault towards Songbin's chest. First came a powerful downward strike, compelling Songbin to raise his hands to block, the sheer force causing the ground beneath to buckle. The spear then transitioned through a series of techniques: thrust, peck, hook, and slash, each flowing seamlessly, prompting Songbin to reveal a nearly imperceptible flaw. Chun Mo began to harness his vital energy, activating the layered cloud step in an instant. Clang! Dealt 975 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 837. A rush of exhilaration surged through Chun Mo, akin to the refreshing delight of the first sip of ice-cold cola in summer. This young lad even employed the layered cloud step. Songbin laughed heartily. Although that kick was formidable, it paled in comparison to his monstrous attributes. With a firm grip on Chun Mo's ankle, Songbin effortlessly flung him away, thanks to the continuous use of the layered cloud step to dissipate the force. Chun Mo narrowly avoided being ejected from the training camp. Qualified. You may now begin learning the 6 consecutive spears of demon slaying, Songbin announced, patting the imprint of his foot on his chest with satisfaction. That last kick of yours had quite a bit of force. I could actually feel the pain. Approaching Chun Mo, he playfully ruffled the boy's bald head, still devoid of hair. Come, let me show you the might of the 6 consecutive spears of demon slaying. Without waiting for Chun Mo's response, Songbin seized the back of his collar and soared towards the tumultuous sea. Impressive indeed. After Chun Mo and Songbin departed, Gu Feng and the others rose from the steps not far away. They had witnessed the entirety of Songbin's assessment of Chun Mo's long spear techniques, and the progress made by Chun Mo was undeniably evident. Compared to the rugged, powerfully built brute from the national competition, Chun Mo had evolved into an even more formidable threat, now a master of the long spear with both resilience and innate strength. Who among the good-hearted would dare to kick a master in the chest? Did this fellow truly have an obsession with targeting the chest? Regardless of gender, he seemed intent on striking there. Fortunately, you did not encounter Chun Mo during the national competition, otherwise. Gu Feng cast a glance at Ma Wanglin's modest bosom and let out a sigh. I truly apologize for being as flat as a board. After all, Ma Wanglin is a girl, and she harbors certain aspirations regarding specific matters, such as the breadth of her ambitions. In our team, there are only 2 girls, and both are rather flat. Gu Feng, feeling a bit bold, noticed that Ma Wanglin did not react with anger and began to tease her. Do you really think I cannot compete with you? Cool, let us spar. I am about to reach level 5. Ma Wanglin seized Gu Feng by the collar. having long held a disdain for this insufferably wealthy individual. If not for her recent focus on honing her body and martial skills, she would have challenged Gu Feng much earlier. Let's not. We are on the same team. Fighting would be inappropriate. He Miao interjected quietly, tugging at Ma Wangling's collar. No way. We shall engage in a bare-handed duel. I am eager to discover the extent of our differences. Chapter 90, Blood Progress 93. One Songbin led Chun Mo to a deserted beach. Chun Mo, I will now demonstrate the 6 consecutive spear strikes for slaying demons. As he took the Fengzui Longya spear from Chun Mo, Songbin's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously gentle Songbin, who had merely exuded an air of regality during their earlier sparring, now emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, akin to a bloodthirsty tyrant. I previously mentioned that the 6 consecutive spear strikes for slaying demons is a variation of the fundamental technique split, which I comprehended while at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. Each strike's power doubles that of the preceding one, and the consumption of vitality likewise escalates. If perfected, this technique could easily cleave mountains and part seas. Observe closely, as I will only exert the minimum required vitality to execute the 6 consecutive spear strikes. With those words, Songbin raised the spear high, swinging it towards the empty sea. Boom! A fierce gale erupted, and the once calm waters began to churn violently. Second strike. As the Fengzui Longya spear unleashed a relentless barrage akin to surging waves, the power of the 6 consecutive spear strikes intensified. The previously tumultuous sea transformed, revealing a passage through which the seabed could be glimpsed. The essence of the 6 consecutive spear strikes lies in the relentless force, flowing from one strike to the next like an unceasing tide. Third strike. Final strike, 6th strike. At the moment the last strike of the 6 consecutive spear strikes descended, the sea was irrevocably cleaved in two, and even the seabed below shattered under the force of the final blow. Following this display, Songbin's demeanor reverted to its earlier gentle state. Handing the searing Fengzui Longya spear back to Chun Mo, he sat with him upon the rocky shore. What do you think? Any insights? Impressive. Chun Mo could find no other words to describe the 6 consecutive spear strikes, having pondered for quite some time before arriving at this succinct expression. I did not ask for a compliment, but rather if you gleaned any personal insights. Songbin was both amused and exasperated by Chun Mo's response. Myself, huh? Chun Mo gazed at the Fengzui Longya spear, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm uncertain, but it feels as though I grasped something elusive. That is sufficient. Songbin nodded in satisfaction. Merely by observing, Chun Mo had managed to discern some key points, revealing a greater talent for the spear than Songbin had anticipated. Very well, let us return. Should you have any questions regarding the 6 consecutive spear strikes, feel free to ask me at any time. And do not forget to practice the cloud stepping technique. The difference between a martial artist with and without agility techniques is akin to that between 2 distinct species. However, in the end, don't martial artists need to engage in actual combat? Pure practice seems rather superficial. Chun Mo scratched his head, pondering the importance of martial skills and agility techniques, yet feeling that those untested in battle might lack true utility. Do not fret. In due time, you will have your share of challenges. Songbin chuckled softly, noting that the hurricane season would commence in just over 20 days. He hoped that by then, this young lad would still yearn for real combat. All right, let's head back, he said, after basking in the intense sea breeze for a while. Songbin seized Chun Mo by the collar and led him back to the training camp. Following Songbin's personal demonstration, Chun Mo made remarkable progress with the Demon Slayer 6-linked halberd. With the inclusion of the cloud stacking step, Chun Mo could suspend himself in midair for over 10 minutes, provided he expended a considerable amount of vitality. During this period, Chun Mo was diligent in refining his body. Each morning he practiced the Demon Slayer 6-linked halberd and the cloud stacking step, spent his afternoons enhancing his physique, and replenished his vitality in the evenings. The days passed in a fulfilling blur, and before he knew it, half a month had quietly slipped away. With a deep sigh of relief, Chun Mo gradually acclimatized to the searing sensation brought on by the blood refinement. He opened the system panel to check his progress in body refinement. Body refinement progress, Skin 100, perfect steel skin, blood 93, 1, bones 0, bone marrow 0, organs 0. Just 2 more days and the blood refinement would be complete. Chun Mo rose, deactivated the 6-fold gravity, changed his attire, and exited the gravity refinement chamber. It wasn't just him making strides. Gu Feng and the others were also advancing swiftly. Ma Wanglin had already broken through to the 5th level, reaching the Steel Blood realm. Gu Feng was nearing a breakthrough to the Steel Bone realm as well, likely within the next couple of days. The pace felt a tad slow. He had anticipated completing the refinement of his bones before the end. Stretching his limbs, Chun Mo intended to indulge in the evening's superfood feast. Just then, a voice crackled through his earpiece. He Miao was on the line. Chun Mo, Instructor Song has summoned everyone to the conference room. What's going on? Chun Mo paused, a hint of concern creeping in. I'm not sure. Instructor Song didn't elaborate, but I have my suspicions. After this period of study, He Miao had become quite knowledgeable about the composition and climatic structure of the Southern Isles. Every year during this season, hurricanes would arise, coinciding with the chaos of the turbulent seas. It was likely that our summons to the conference room was related to this matter. The turbulent seas. Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The tumultuous seas meant that sea creatures would also become agitated, leading to a surge of marine beasts crashing onto the land. In other words, he would have the opportunity to relish the thrill of battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo dashed towards the conference room, neglecting even to replenish his vitality. Upon pushing open the door to the conference room, he found 4 masters already seated at the head of the table, with all 16 top contenders, save for him, present. Come sit over here. Our team spot is right here. Gu Feng waved him over where Ma Wanglin, Yang Zhu, and He Miao were already gathered beside him. You all arrived quite early? Chun Mo inquired, glancing at the 4 as he settled in. It's not that we came early. It was Uncle Song who delayed the meeting a bit, seeing you were still refining your blood, Gu Feng replied. Others don't get this treatment. You're one of a kind. As everyone is gathered, the meeting is officially commenced. Songbin rose to his feet. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and the projector illuminated the space. After this period of intensive training, the abilities of those present have significantly improved. However, it must be noted that warriors are ultimately meant to engage in battle. Mere training will only lead to the accumulation of strength without purpose, rendering one a mere punching bag. Therefore, practical combat training will officially commence with the arrival of the hurricane season in 1 week's time. Chapter 91. Mission 4 commences. As Songbin announced this matter, the long-dormant system in Chun Mo's mind suddenly sprang to life. Challenge Task 1 issued. Achieve first place in the Southern Training Camp Points ranking current session. Completion reward. 1x choice from the buff store. Challenge Task 2 issued. Achieve first place in the Southern Training Camp Points ranking all time. Completion rewards. 1x equipment choice. 1x upgrade buff. Subsequent challenge tasks will unlock upon completion of Challenge Task 2. Phase Task 1 issued. Complete blood refinement before practical training. Achieve perfect steel blood. Completion rewards. 1x skill slot. 2,000 gold. Phase Task 2 issued. Successfully utilize the 6-link Demon Slayer before the end of the Southern Training Camp. Master the cloud stacking step. Completion rewards. 1x equipment slot. 2,000 gold. Chun Mo was momentarily speechless. This contraption either lay dormant for ages or suddenly inundated him with a plethora of tasks. Fortunately, these tasks aligned with his imminent or ongoing endeavors, thus not disrupting his existing rhythm. As the hurricane season commenced, the chaotic sea would simultaneously erupt, leading countless sea beasts to attempt landing on shore. Songbin pointed to the map projected and began to elucidate to the 4 teams below. Thankfully, confronting sea beasts proved considerably easier than battling abyssal creatures, as firearms could be employed in the external environment. While the efficacy of firearms in clearing the area was high, particularly formidable sea beasts or those that slipped through the net still required martial artists to engage. Firearms were ineffectual against sea beasts of level 7 or above, and we cannot deploy excessively powerful weapons around the southern island, as this would inflict significant damage to the island. You need not concern yourselves with sea beasts above level 7. There are specialized martial artists from the military to handle them. What you truly need to watch out for are the elusive sea beasts that manage to escape the barrage. Songbin paused and switched the PowerPoint to the next slide. The formidable sea beasts would not cause considerable harm to the southern island. The real challenge lay with those below level 6. Their size is relatively modest, with the largest not exceeding 10 meters in length. However, their numbers are vast, and a single level 6 beast can inflict casualties in the hundreds. Thus, it is your turn to take the field. Suddenly, Gu Feng raised his hand as if he wished to inquire about something. Speak, Songbin nodded, granting Gu Feng permission to ask. Instructor Song, if the southern island is so perilous, why do so many people still reside here? Gu Feng genuinely found it perplexing. Was the mainland so inhospitable that one had to live in such a dangerous place? You all have witnessed the outcome of years spent in seclusion without exposure to the world, Song Bin responded, unperturbed by Gu Feng's question, as it was one that arose annually. The handling of marine beasts in the Southern Isles has evolved into a well-established industry, predominantly carried out by the indigenous population, who would forsake their homeland unless faced with a catastrophic event such as the sinking of the Southern Isles. Moreover, the economic value of this region is immensely high, as it produces a plethora of medicinal herbs that cannot thrive in the mainland. The City of Dawn also requires the presence of ordinary citizens for its vitality. After listening to Song Bin's elucidation, the crowd was devoid of any doubt. Now, let us return to the main topic. Transitioning to the next PowerPoint slide, Song Bin pointed to the surrounding residential areas of the City of Dawn, which had been divided into 4 sections. I do not require you to engage in frontline combat, as this would be excessively perilous for you. Your task is to guard the residential areas, specifically targeting any stragglers. Rest assured, the strength of marine beasts diminishes after departing from the chaotic seas. A level 6 marine beast equates to a level 5 martial artist in power. Given your capabilities, it is not particularly challenging for 4 of you to encircle a level 6 marine beast, especially with a mentalist providing logistical support. I will now distribute the areas you need to defend. Make sure to remember them. The meeting persisted for 2 full hours, and it was only when the 3 Elder Masters began to nod off that Song Bin concluded the session. We have been assigned to District 1. Indeed, after returning to the dormitory post-dinner, Chen Mo and the others gathered around the newly issued map. It is only natural that our strongest team is assigned the most perilous location. Gu Feng was not surprised. District 1 is the residential building for workers at the Marine Beast Processing Center, and thus requires the strongest squad for protection. As for the upper management of the processing center, they will be stationed at the front line during the hurricane season to procure the freshest marine beast materials. What a shame. Except for Chun Mo, the others were quite satisfied with the forthcoming combat training arrangements. Only Chun Mo felt a profound sense of regret. Why the regret? Ma Wanglin inquired, noting Chun Mo's disheartened expression. Do you not think it is somewhat of a waste of talent for us to be stationed at the rear? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, gesturing toward the map of District 1. Each of us possesses the ability to engage in battles across different tiers, and I can even fight 2 tiers above my own. I believe we should petition Uncle Song to allow us to move to the front line. This way, we could earn considerably more points than we would at the rear. That seems to hold some merit. The others exchanged glances, finding Chun Mo's argument quite compelling. The more points they accumulate, the greater the rewards they can exchange for. And surely the marine beasts on the front line are far more abundant than those at the rear, a conclusion easily drawn. Aside from the meager tens of millions in his bank account, Chun Mo was practically impoverished, and even that sum was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast resources consumed by mid-tier martial artists. Ma Wanglin, who was already in dire financial straits, was determined to seize this opportunity to amass more points to exchange for resources for future use. Yang Zhua, an orphan disowned by the Celestial clan, epitomized destitution. Although Gu Feng is affluent, many aspects of the training in the southern region cannot be acquired simply through wealth. Even a prestigious family like theirs, rooted in ancient martial arts, may find it challenging to obtain certain resources. What do you say? Shall we embark on an endeavor? Chun Mo is eager to initiate the forging process, as he feels quite constrained lately. However, We should remain patient and observe the situation once the practical training commences. If the rear is not under significant pressure, we can explore the possibility of moving to the front lines. Gufeng nodded in agreement with Chun Mo's suggestion. Moreover, I am on the verge of completing the tempering of my steel bones. Once I achieve that, we can deliberate more thoroughly on our plans. Agreed. Chen Montauk nodded, as he too is set to finalize the tempering of his blood within the next couple of days. Once they break through to the 5th level of Steel Blood Realm, their team's strength will significantly increase, thereby enhancing their chances of advancing to the front lines. Chapter 92, Level 5, Steel Blood Realm. After establishing their respective training goals, Chen Mo and his companions resumed their training regimen. 2 days later, Gufeng successfully completed the tempering of his steel bones. Advancing into the 6th level of the Steel Bone Realm, Ma Wanglin also made rapid progress. On the day following Gufeng's breakthrough, she completed the tempering of her steel blood, elevating herself to the 5th level of the Steel Blood Realm. At the 8th hour after Ma Wanglin's breakthrough, which is now, Chen Mo's blood had also reached its limit, stagnating at 99. After deactivating the 6-fold gravity, Chen Mo accessed the system panel and purchased a perfect steel blood upgrade at 1 progress. Thankfully, the daily task rewards provided ample coins. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the tempering of steel blood. Perfect Steel Blood 1 progress. 7,500 coins, now available. Steel Blood tempering complete. Total vitality increased by 50. A 50 increase in total vitality? Chun Mo paused, pondering whether this enhancement was indeed the 50 he had envisioned. Note: host vitality base value 50, final vitality. It equates to a vitality version of the Doomsayer's death cap. The enhancement from Steel Blood is rather formidable. It is not merely a one-time boost, but rather a continuous 50 amplification as long as the vitality increases. Perfect Steel Blood. Upon activation using vitality, it enhances attack power, speed, and cardiopulmonary function by 50, consuming 100 vitality per second. Gasp! However, upon observing the active skill of Perfect Steel Blood, Chun Mo was utterly astounded. This was excessively powerful. Aside from the significant vitality consumption, the active skill of Perfect Steel Blood could be deemed top tier. Congratulations to the host for completing Stage Task 1. Rewards have been issued. Please allocate them in the skill panel. Just as Chun Mo was eager to experience the sensations following the activation of Perfect Steel Blood, the system's notification chimed once more. All right, I still have this task on my plate. Chun Mo smacked his thigh in realization. Today was indeed a day of double fortune. Accessing the system panel, Chun Mo placed Twilight of the Gods in the newly unlocked skill slot. Thus, a super-numerical monster emerged, embodying immunity to control, invincibility for 10 seconds, and extraordinary burst potential, capable of engaging in solitary duels. By the way, since I have broken through all attributes, have they also increased? With this thought, Chun Mo opened his attribute panel. Name: Chun Mo. Health: 288,796. Vitality: 1390-154800. Attack power: 5975. Defense: 7,920. Mental power: 500. Such a significant increase in vitality? Chun Mo was astonished. Although he anticipated a substantial enhancement, he never imagined it would more than double. The tempering of blood is distinct from that of skin. The latter allows the body to develop an organ for storing vitality, leading to a dramatic surge in vitality being a natural occurrence. In contrast, tempering blood enhances the quality of vitality, with less pronounced effects on total vitality, and some martial artists with lower quality vitality may even experience a decrease. However, Chun Mo is different. Both the quality and total volume of his vitality have undergone a remarkable enhancement, which is one of the many benefits brought about by the Perfect Steel Blood. With his current metrics, he is fully capable of engaging in a one-on-one duel with a practitioner at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. This is undoubtedly a thrilling scenario. Chun Mo has already begun to roll up his sleeves, having refrained from honing his skills for an entire month. The forthcoming practical training must be exhilarating. Yet, upon glancing at the second phase of the task, his spirits dampened. Alas, Chun Mo sighed, for the demon slaying 6 truly isn't a matter of effort on his part. Its difficulty is simply insurmountable. This martial skill was employed by Songbin when he was at the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm, while Chun Mo remains a frail and helpless 5th level Steel Blood Realm practitioner, with only a slight increase in metrics. Even with his diligent daily practice, Chun Mo's limit has only reached the 2, leaving a vast chasm between him and the 4. Progress in martial arts is best achieved through real combat experience. Nevertheless, Chun Mo has made significant strides in the Cloud Step, now capable of suspending in the air for over half an hour. As long as he can maintain this suspension for over 35 minutes, he will have mastered the Cloud Step. Proficiency is within his grasp, achievable before the practical training commences. For now, he should replenish his vitality. Rising and stretching lazily, Chun Mo donned a fresh set of clothes and exited the Gravity Refinement Room. At the entrance of the Vitality Replenishment Room, Master Huang, who was mentoring his students, couldn't help but sigh upon seeing little Chun Mo. Do you really need to come here twice a day? Is your vitality depleting so rapidly? Do not rush the refinement of your body. Once the foundation is unstable, future breakthroughs will become significantly more challenging. It's not that I discourage you from refining. Every endeavor follows its own natural order. As he spoke, Master Huang fell silent, pinching the bridge of his nose, bewildered by the tremendous changes in Chun Mo before him. Have you broken through to the Steel Blood Realm? Indeed, Master Huang, I just achieved the breakthrough today. I was the last in our team to reach the Steel Blood Realm. I feel a bit like a hindrance to everyone. Chun Mo scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. All right, enough of that. Go replenish your vitality. Master Huang waved his hand, reflecting on why he was idly conversing with this little prodigy. Achieving Steel Skin within an afternoon of arriving at the training camp and advancing from Steel Skin to Steel Blood in less than a month? What is it? At this rate, in a year or so, this kid might become a master, right? Goodness, it's faster than a rocket. Looking at the students he was mentoring, while their talents were commendable, and one had even broken through to the Steel Blood Realm, there was an uncomfortable feeling lingering. A tinge of envy for that brat Songbin emerged, having discovered such a monstrous genius. 3 days later, the skies over South Island were shrouded in dark clouds, and the street shops hastily drew up their protective gates. Inside the command room of the South Island operations, Songbin furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by some pressing matter. Governor, with merely 8 hours remaining until the onset of hurricane season, all operational positions have been effectively established, and the coastal defense line has been secured. The anticipated hurricane's intensity may exceed that of previous years by approximately 15. The tsunami defense protocol has been activated. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Please continue to monitor the hurricane data. Songbin nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed the number of the Southern Training Camp. It is imperative that he oversees the command center on South Island. It is time for these young individuals to experience the true essence of combat. Understood, he affirmed, instructing the children to promptly proceed to their designated positions. Master Huang nodded, issuing the command for immediate action. Chapter 93. Distinguishing between the accelerator and the brake within the Southern Training Camp. For teams composed of the top 16 contestants from the national competition and 4 logistic spiritual mentors are fully prepared for departure. Apart from Chun Mo and Yangzhu, the others have donned the specially crafted weapons of chaos steel provided by the camp. Chun Mo's Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd far surpasses the value of the chaos steel armaments, while Yangzhu wields a silver dragon spear, skillfully crafted by the Celestial Tribe, rendering any exchange unnecessary. Furthermore, to safeguard these future masters, the camp has outfitted them with bespoke armor, each unique in design. However, one aspect remains consistent. The worth of the equipment each individual possesses exceeds 9 figures, truly embodying the essence of being wealthily armed. The moment has finally arrived. Chun Mo trembles with excitement, his eagerness to unleash the steel difficult to contain. Chun Mo, you must have familiarized yourself with how the scoring system works, right? Gu Feng, equally exhilarated, has longed for an opportunity to test the results of his recent training. Indeed, the scoring is as follows. Level 1C beasts yield 2 points. Level 2 5 points. level 3 10 points, level 4 15 points, level 5 30 points, and level 6 80 points. Any higher levels are calculated separately. Chun Mo nods in affirmation. He has not only reviewed the scoring system, but has also examined the ranking of previous Southern training sessions. Aside from the first position, he has paid no mind to the others, as his goal and task are solely to surpass the individual in first place. Nothing else holds significance. The reigning champion, known as Huang Long, amassed a staggering score of 1,755 points. His formidable achievement during practical training involved vanquishing a level 7 sea beast using nothing but his iron fists. It must be acknowledged that he is indeed a formidable opponent. Surpassing him will pose a challenge for anyone else. However, for Chun Mo, this is not a significant concern. Scoring is merely child's play. What truly matters is the steel. He Miao, are you ready? Chun Mo glances back to find He Miao still fiddling with her helmet. All right, I'm all set, she exclaims, her head encased in a uniquely designed helmet, leaving Chun Mo to question whether she can even see outside. Who among you could drive? The camp has provided transportation, but no drivers, meaning they must navigate themselves if they prefer not to run. I've had some practice, but I haven't obtained my license yet. With the chaos steel spear slung across her back, Ma Wanglin effortlessly takes her place in the driver's seat. Chun Mo and the others exchange glances before climbing into the vehicle. Gu Feng and Yang will position themselves on either side of Miao, while Chun Mo occupies the passenger seat. Let me ask, how far along are you in your driving lessons? I haven't passed the first theoretical exam yet, but I know where the accelerator, clutch, and brake are, so no need to worry. He Miao, activate the navigation. Let us set off. With that, Ma Wanglin revs the engine and launches forward in 5th gear. We are all martial artists. Even in the event of an accident, we would not meet our demise, perhaps just a few scrapes. Ma Wanglin reassures the group while monitoring the map projected onto her right eye through a miniature headset. You two should take care of He Miao. Her role on the battlefield is quite significant. Understood. Gu Feng promptly embraced He Miao, causing her face beneath the helmet to flush a deep crimson in the fearful gaze of the other 3 squads. The military vehicle carrying Chun Mo's team surged forth in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Is it just me, or are the wheels of that vehicle a bit askew? It seems so. I recall that vehicle was still under repair. Shouldn't their vehicle be the armored one? Who knows? Perhaps the strong relish the challenge of pushing their limits. We should stick to operating the armored vehicle in a straightforward manner. Indeed, let us hasten, for failing to reach the designated location within the stipulated time will result in point deductions. Our score is already 0 if we lose points. Wouldn't that plunge us into the negatives? The training camp is located somewhat off the beaten path. Approximately 130 kilometers from the area Chun Mo and his companions are responsible for. Master Huang has allotted them a time frame of 2 hours to arrive, which is rather ample. However, fate often has other plans. After traveling 30 kilometers, the dilapidated vehicle they were in belched out a plume of black smoke and came to a complete halt. The group exchanged puzzled glances, landing their eyes on Ma Wanglin. This surely isn't my fault, is it? Even the formidable Ma Wanglin was sweating at this moment, recalling that she had made no apparent operational errors. Forget it. Let us abandon this wretched vehicle and proceed on foot. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed by the situation. After all, he could run much faster than this decrepit machine. But what about He Miao? The other 4 were all martial artists, capable of running over 100 kilometers without issue. Suddenly, He Miao emerged from the trunk, dragging 2 boxes of her size, gazing at the others with hopeful eyes. Truly, Chun Mo scratched his head and tossed the Fengshui Longya halberd to Gu Feng. I'll carry her. You all follow closely. With a sigh, Chun Mo swapped out his demon set gear for iron-plated boots, which would now enter a 2-hour cooldown. Having said that, he seized He Miao by the collar and hoisted her onto his back, grabbing the 2 boxes and charging forward. Goodness, is Chun Mo this fast? In the blink of an eye, he had vanished at the end of the road. Gu Feng felt that Chun Mo was even swifter than him, a 6th-level steel-bone martial artist. Stop dawdling. We must catch up. Ma Wanglin glanced at the smoke-emitting vehicle, a hint of color rising to her sun-kissed cheeks. Yes, indeed. Chen Mo is running far too quickly. We must hurry after him. Gu Feng nodded, feeling the surge of blood and energy within him as he unleashed his maximum speed. Yang Zhuo followed closely behind, activating the unique agility of the celestial race. Ma Wanlin was equally determined, concentrating her energy at her feet as she utilized the cloud-stacking step. In the monitoring room of the training camp, the three masters observed with a mix of amusement and exasperation as Chun Mo's team charged forward through the tempest. These youngsters, it seemed, were still too impetuous in their actions. Master Huang chuckled softly, hoping that this practical training would instill a sense of composure in them. After all, it is only natural for youth to possess such fervor. Without it, could they truly be considered young? Master Xia, on the other hand, did not perceive any faults in Chen Mo and his companions, believing that it was precisely this spirited demeanor that defined the vigor of youth. Those who were overly mature tended to be rather dull. Setting aside their impulsiveness, the speed of Chen Mo was, indeed, astonishing. Master Gu stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking on the monitor that Chen Mo had reached an impressive speed of 140 kilometers per hour. Indeed, this child exhibited superior physical strength, vitality, power, and overall energy levels far exceeding what was typical for his current rank. In my view, Chen Mo's combat prowess could easily rival that of an ordinary 7th-level martial artist. Of course, the combat experience of a 7th-level warrior is something this boy cannot yet match. Yet, they're accompanied by a logistics mentalist, and that child, Yi Miao, was personally selected by Old Chu as a prodigy. Chapter 94. Why is everything being stuffed into my space? Do not be deceived by that timid girl. She is, in fact, the most formidable commander at the Spirit Research Institute of Magic City when it comes to battle tactics. With the introduction of those novel devices, combined with a commander who, although devoid of combat prowess, possesses an acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of battle, Chen Mo can effectively operate at the level of a 7th-tier warrior. Just imagine, a 5th tier able to contend with a 7th tier. One must wonder what he could achieve at the 13th tier. Upon mentioning this topic, the three masters appeared rejuvenated, engaging in a spirited debate regarding Chen Mo's potential combat capabilities post-13th tier. At this very moment, in the shallow abyss of the southern island, a purplish-red rift materialized, from which Zhao Dihai emerged, his face twisted with resentment. During the 15 days of the hurricane season, most of the defenses in the shallow abyss have been dispatched to the front lines to suppress sea beasts, providing Zhao Dihai with a long-awaited opportunity after a month of waiting. So, you're conducting training in the south, are you? I shall bring ruin to your southern island and relish your demise. Producing the ancient relic abyssal call bestowed upon him by the archbishop, Zhao Dihai slashed his wrist, allowing his blood to cascade upon it. The grotesque relic stirred violently, opening its gaping maw to devour one of Zhao Dihai's arms. It is but an arm, as long as it leads to your death. Zhao Dihai's psyche had twisted beyond recognition. He had even forgotten that he had initially targeted Chen Mo. Now, a singular thought consumed him. The depths of his downfall were solely due to Chen Mo, and he must eliminate him. Once the relic abyssal call had feasted upon its sanguine offering, it seemed to pulsate with life, wriggling from Zhao Dihai's grasp and burrowing into the purplish-red earth. Grow, thrive abundantly. Your demise is but 10 days away. Zhao Dihai's visage contorted with rage, wholly disregarding his bleeding, severed arm. He was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn of the abyssal cult. No, not even a pawn, merely a disposable tool. Zhao Dihai understood that after employing the abyssal call, his own lifespan would be tragically short. The entity summoned was not merely a tide of beasts, but a powerful presence that resided in the mid and deep abysses. Even a 13th-tier master would find it perilous here, let alone that insignificant Chen Mo Mei Yu and this wretched island sink into oblivion. Abyssal Cult, Southern Diocese. My lord, why utilize the abyssal call in such a location? A high priest knelt before the archbishop, perplexed. The abyssal call is an exceedingly precious relic. Any abyss in which it is sown would incite a tumultuous uprising. This is no mere tide of beasts, but a cataclysm capable of annihilating an entire region. Surely, It could be employed in a more strategic position, such as the rift in Yinjing. What do you wish to convey? The archbishop lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the high priest. Do you dare to question my judgment? No, I do not dare to inquire further. I merely find your intentions somewhat perplexing. The high priest felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead as he caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from the mouth of the abyssal tiger. You could never comprehend. The Southern Isles are but a mere bait, a lure to capture their attention. The bishop smiled faintly, for his true aim lay in the newly emerging abyssal rift amidst the tumultuous seas. Should he seize control of this nascent rift, the power of the abyssal sect would once more flourish. The resources a newly birthed abyssal rift could yield are countless, and at present, only they in the southern diocese are privy to this knowledge. Even those above remain oblivious to this matter. It presents an unparalleled opportunity for the expansion of the abyssal sect. Do not question this matter further. I cannot guarantee that the abyssal tiger will remain unfed next time. Yes, the high priest bowed his head, his demeanor profoundly respectful. After nearly 40 minutes of frantic sprinting, Chun Mo finally beheld the area they were tasked with overseeing. His companion, He Miao, would likely have succumbed to dizziness were it not for her full coverage helmet. Yet even with it, she felt utterly disoriented. Chun Mo's speed was so extraordinary that it was akin to enduring a 40-minute roller coaster ride for He Miao. The fact that she had not succumbed to nausea within her helmet was a testament to her physical resilience. Where's our camp? Chun Mo scanned the surroundings, noting the pristine cleanliness save for the residential building behind them. Our camp is, within that container. He Miao, suppressing her urge to vomit, approached the two boxes. In order to respond swiftly in the face of unforeseen circumstances, we cannot reside in the residential building. This is a newly developed foldable hardshell camp from the Research Institute, theoretically capable of withstanding winds of up to force 12, provided that martial artists assist in its construction. Ordinary individuals cannot utilize it. He Miao pressed the unlocking button on one of the boxes, revealing its contents to Chun Mo. They truly regard us as mere guinea pigs. Chun Mo sighed, lamenting the influx of experimental materials directed at them. He Miao transmitted the assembly instructions to Chun Mo's miniature earpiece, and a complete schematic of the hardshell camp materialized before him. Quite simple indeed. Chun Mo briefly scanned the assembly process, retrieving various components from the adjacent box to begin construction. 20 minutes later, Gu Feng and the others arrived, albeit belatedly. The group, observing the fully assembled camp, promptly entered. Not bad at all. The camp has been prepared for us. Gu Feng returned Chun Mo's Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd, taking a seat on the spring bed as he spoke. Do you suppose this camp simply materialized on its own? Chun Mo accepted the halberd with a roll of his eyes. Command Center, Team 1 has positioned themselves in Sector 1 and is ready to deploy for support. While Gu Feng and Chun Mo engaged in banter, He Miao had already set up her stall nearby. A complete set of communication equipment capable of island-wide connectivity, along with sufficient energy to sustain operations for 20 days, has been established. 8 jet-powered drones, controlled by mental prowess, are in operation. The large helmet worn by He Miao serves this very purpose. It is indeed remarkable that someone can simultaneously manage 8 drones, a feat that astonishes Gu Feng, as most individuals struggle to focus on 2 tasks at once. Yet He Miao can adeptly handle 8. I can only operate a maximum of 4 at the same time, He Miao modestly replied, shaking her head. The remaining 4 drones serve as backups, provided by the Research Institute for our testing of these wind-resistant jet drones. Chapter 95. The hurricane season commences as she spoke, for drones ascended into the air, hovering around Chun Mo and his companions. This way, I can achieve a synchronized perspective akin to yours, particularly regarding the rear view, which will grant me a clearer understanding of the battlefield's dynamics, He Miao explained, deftly maneuvering one drone to settle atop Chun Mo's head. This is a more energy-efficient approach, allowing it to remain in standby mode above you. She added with a playful smile, a hint of mischief lacing her tone. This served as her small act of retribution, especially after Chun Mo had nearly unsettled her stomach moments earlier. Hey, little He Miao, let me try your helmet for a moment, Gu Feng remarked idly, leaning towards her and gently tapping her helmet. That might not be a good idea. I fear you may struggle with 4 360-degree perspectives, He Miao replied, not out of stinginess, but rather concerned that Gu Feng might inadvertently soil her helmet. Moreover, the connection to such perspectives was facilitated through mental energy directly to the brain, a capacity Gu Feng lacked. Don't worry, I'll just give a quick try. Despite Gu Feng's persistent insistence, He Miao relented and removed her helmet, placing it atop his head. Connection successful, but almost instantaneously, Gu Feng retched into the helmet. My helmet, He Miao exclaimed, hastily removing it from his head. Her expression one of despair as she beheld the foul-smelling contents. I can't take it anymore. Gu Feng sank onto the spring bed, blood trickling from his nostrils. His left eye darted to the upper left, while his right focused on the lower right, his hands flailing as if tormented by unseen forces. Sighing, He Miao placed the soiled helmet aside and approached Gu Feng. Your mind has been invaded by mental energy. This is perilous. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen, she murmured softly, resting her hand on his head. Hold still. I'll extract the invasive mental energy from your brain. After several minutes of treatment, Gu Feng, on the brink of mental collapse, finally returned to normalcy. Do you wish to try again? Ma Wanglin, while cleaning the vomit from the helmet, shot Gu Feng a disapproving glance. No more. I nearly met my demise. Gu Feng shook his head, still feeling the disorienting effects of the 4 shifting perspectives in his mind. All right, little He Miao, I've cleaned your helmet for you. After returning the helmet, He Miao sniffed inside before donning it once more. Little He Miao, I truly underestimated you, Gu Feng remarked, now composed as he patted her shoulder. His gaze infused with newfound respect. The previous experience had been utterly terrifying. The relentless shifting perspectives, combined with a torrent of fluctuating information, had nearly driven him to madness in an instant. Only those endowed with mental energy could hope to manage such an overwhelming flow of information. Contemplating this, Gu Feng glanced towards Chen Mo, who stood nearby. Do not gaze upon me, for I have no intention of courting demise. Chen Mo turned his head away. Despite possessing mental prowess, he only employed it for physical refinement. Witnessing Gu Feng's overwhelming reaction was sufficiently terrifying, and he was not prepared to succumb to the ravages of senility. Very well, a minor interruption has just occurred. Let's commence. While Chen Mo and his companions were engaged in casual banter, He Miao seemed to have received some directive from above. Chen Mo, the tumultuous sea uprising has commenced. A multitude of sea beasts is surging towards the land. Several low-level sea creatures have already breached our designated area. Damn it. Chen Mo grasped his Feng Zui long halberd and rose to his feet. The action had finally begun. Thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain cascaded down in an instant. At that moment, the hurricane season officially commenced. The heavy downpour severely obscured visibility, rendering Chen Mo capable of seeing only about 5 meters ahead. Fortunately, the drone above provided him with precise battlefield assistance from He Miao station behind. Chen Mo, there's a level 3 sea beast 160 meters ahead. Exercise caution. Understood. Chen Mo's vitality surged, and in the blink of an eye, he covered the distance. During his sprint, an energy charge symbol appeared on the sea beast, indicating its maturity and readiness to steel itself. With a powerful horizontal sweep, Chen Mo obliterated the level 3 sea beast into a fine mist of flesh, but fortunately, it had indeed steeled itself. Inflicted 655 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 878. 15 meters ahead at a 45-degree angle, a level 2 sea beast. Understood. With He Miao providing panoramic oversight, Chen Mo hardly needed to open his eyes. He merely followed her commands to unleash his attacks. Inflicted 240 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 948. Be cautious, a level 5 sea beast has appeared 35 meters behind you. Identified as a deep-sea hunter. He Miao's voice resonated just in time, prompting Chen Mo to swiftly turn and raise his Feng Zui long halberd to deflect the lethal claws sweeping towards him. A level 5 sea beast. Is that all the strength it possesses? Chun Mo remained steadfast, though his legs were momentarily anchored to the ground. Roar! The deep-sea hunter, infuriated that it had failed to vanquish this small creature, was filled with rage. With such meager vitality, it was hardly a challenge for me to steel myself against. Chun Mo evaded the deep-sea hunter's claws and aimed for the energy-charged symbol on its body, delivering another sweeping strike. Clang! Inflicted 834 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5,020. Crack! The deep-sea hunter's chest caved deeply, its ribs piercing through the skin on its back. Howl! The deep-sea hunter wailed in agony, its massive form collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Chun Mo's strike had rendered the creature utterly incapable of resistance. Pathetic. Chun Mo stepped upon the head of the deep-sea hunter, gradually applying pressure with his foot. Chun Mo, 570 meters ahead of you. Traces of sea beasts have emerged again. After dealing with the deep-sea predator, please proceed immediately. Understood. Chun Mo nodded. After a while, when the energy signature on the deep-sea predator reappeared, he finally put an end to it. Since the frontline combat commenced, countless sea beasts have been reduced to mere pulp by artillery fire, yet a significant number have still managed to land. As the battle on the front line intensified, Gu Feng and his companions, who were originally still at the camp, also sprang into action, beginning to eliminate the remaining sea beasts in Zone 1. Within the frontline command center, Songbin furrowed his brow as he observed the incessant stream of battle reports. This year's hurricane season seems rather unusual. The number of sea beasts has notably increased. Governor Song, the first wave of the sea beast assault has receded. The next wave will arrive in 2 hours. A staff officer entered the command center, presenting the latest report to Songbin. I understand. Approximately how many sea beasts managed to slip through? Songbin nodded, glancing at the report before placing it on the table. The first wave of sea beasts was not numerous, totaling less than 100. But after the second wave of assaults, it would be impossible to maintain such tight defenses. Should we immediately dispatch a military team to eliminate the remaining sea beasts? Chapter 96. Surge in Vitality. Attack power exceeds 10,000. No, not for now. Songbin shook his head after observing the performance of the southern training camp. The children's performance was commendable, and there was no need for the military to intervene at this moment. Maintaining the front line was crucial, and the resources for the livelihood of the populace should be entrusted to those children in the training camp. After the second wave of the offensive concludes, strategic adjustments will be made as circumstances dictate. Yes, the staff member saluted and departed. A faint smile graced Songbin's lips as he sat in the command room. Not bad. I wonder if anyone from this cohort will surpass Huanglong's record an hour later. All the marine beasts that had escaped capture in District 1 were eradicated, and Chun Mo and his companions returned to the camp. How many marine beasts did you take down? Gu Feng, removing his shirt and setting it aside, turned to his companions. 3 first level, 2 second level, and 2 third level beasts. Ma Wanglin, clad in only a sports bra, calculated. I managed to slay 7 marine beasts in that brief moment. 4 third level and 1 fourth level. Yang's were replied succinctly, sitting beside a dryer to warm his clothes. And you? Gu Feng grinned at Chun Mo. Why don't you share your tally first? Chun Mo responded, reflecting briefly before addressing Gu Feng. As for me, not many, just 7 second level, 5 third level, and 1 fourth level. Gu Feng feigned modesty, yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. I too did not achieve much. 1 second level, 5 third level, 5 fourth level, and 2 fifth level, Chun Mo said, casually revealing a staggering figure. Wait, you encountered 5th level marine beasts? Gu Feng, having just taken a sip of water, spluttered in disbelief, staring at Chun Mo in shock. He had assumed his own accomplishments were impressive, only to realize Chun Mo's feats eclipsed his by a significant margin. Indeed, the 2 5th level marine beasts in District 1 were both slain by me. During the intermission, He Miao thoughtfully prepared energy drinks and lunch for the 4. While the food was not particularly palatable, it was rich in ingredients and high in calories. Receiving his meal, Gu Feng retreated to a corner, somewhat withdrawn, to eat. Chun Mo, on the other hand, consumed his lunch while accessing his system panel to check his recent surge in vitality. Name: Chun Mo. Vitality: 364,096. Attack power: 7481. The increase in Chun Mo's vitality from merely the morning's events rivaled the efforts he expended over a week in the Abyssal Rift. The Beast Tide was a boon, but alas, it could not be summoned every day. Chun Mo sighed, wishing for a daily onslaught of marine beasts to bolster his strength. But the others could not withstand such intensity. Furthermore, occurrences like hurricane season happened only once a year, and beast tides were indeed rare. He resolved to seize this opportunity to strengthen himself as much as possible. As he shoved the high-calorie porridge into his mouth, Chun Mo had just secured 190 points. It seemed that completing the system tasks was not overly challenging. Yet, instinctively, he knew that the continuous tasks presented by the system would undoubtedly not be so straightforward. Following the pattern from the previous instance, it was evident that the truly arduous tasks would only be unveiled after the completion of the simpler ones. The second wave of the sea beasts was upon Chun Mo. Yet another group of stragglers had infiltrated Zone 1. Just moments ago, he meowed, who had been seated in boiling water, suddenly sprang to her feet, and the drone soared back above Chun Mo's head. I understand. Provide me with the location. After finishing the last morsel of the high-calorie porridge, Chun Mo seized the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and charged forth. Within minutes, Gu Feng and his companions received the order to commence their operation, each arming themselves and hastening towards the designated target area. Whether it was for points or some other motive, everyone had identified their purpose and was striving towards it. The sea beasts launched their attacks approximately every 2 hours, with each assault lasting around an hour. Their onslaught was relentless, occurring day and night, 24 hours a day. Fortunately, the first day's assault was the most ferocious. As time passed, the intensity of the sea beasts' attacks diminished, and the number of stragglers dwindled. By the third day of the hurricane season, those including Chun Mo were utterly exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Gu Feng lay motionless on the spring bed, indifferent to the steel rod that had fallen to the ground. For 2 full days and nights, their squad had not slept a single minute, constantly awakened to eradicate the straggling sea beasts. Even Chun Mo lay on the bed, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Were it not for the steel